Lu Baiyan was stunned.
She had never thought about this question before. She felt it might be good to have more children at home. Su Suining knew Lu Baiyan probably wouldn't think so much and said, "After all, your parents raised Lu Baiting for 27 years. They are very close, so they probably wouldn't want Lu Baiting to leave." Lu Baiyan hadn't thought about these things either. Her parents liked Lu Baiting more than her. Since she was young, Lu Baiting was obedient, smart, eager to learn, and later was sent to a newspaper agency by her family. She even wrote some articles and was known as a talented girl in the big courtyard. Meanwhile, she was mischievous and often caused trouble at home. She didn't like studying, wanted to join the army, or go to the countryside. In the end, her parents forced her to join the art troupe. Her mother often compared her to Lu Baiting and said, "If only you were half as obedient as your sister, I wouldn't have to worry so much." Seeing Lu Baiyan silent, Su Suining guessed that Lu Baiting was still quite favored at home, and the sisters got along well. She smiled and said, "So, don't call him second brother or sister-in-law yet. We might not be worthy of that." If the Lu family was reluctant to give up Lu Baiting and still wanted to acknowledge Hu Qingshan, that wouldn't be easy. Hu Qingshan didn't need his parents' care now. He had her and the children. Lu Baiyan suddenly felt conflicted and hesitated. "I don't know what my parents will decide. Right now, I think my sister is pretty good. If second brother really minds, I don't know what to do." She was speaking honestly. On one side was her sister who had been with her for over 20 years, and on the other was a close relative by blood. She didn't know how to choose at this moment. Su Suining smiled. "You don't need to worry. Just call Huidige and sister-in-law. We'll deal with the rest later." She knew Lu Baiyan's reaction was normal. It was impossible for her to choose Hu Qingshan over Lu Baiting right now. Only after experiencing things would she be able to judge what's best and make a decision from the heart. However, Su Suining felt uncomfortable inside. Regardless of Lu Baiting's character, she had taken away 27 years of Hu Qingshan's life. She just couldn't swallow that feeling. Why is it that after Zhang Guilin did something like swapping children, her daughter can live a good life, while Hu Qingshan is about to be mistreated? After the truth was revealed, her daughter still enjoyed the resources and love of the Lu family. Lu Baiyan let Su Suining rest during lunch break. She went to a guest house to lie down and kept thinking about Su Suining's words. She also remembered many things from Lu Baiting's childhood. Although Lu Baiting sometimes used her older sister's status to bully her, she often protected her. When her parents scolded her and made her stand outside, her sister would secretly come out and give her food. Because of this, she couldn't bring herself to cut ties with Lu Baiting. But she also knew it wouldn't be fair to Hu Qingshan. He must have had a hard time growing up in the countryside, especially during the years of natural disasters. He probably suffered a lot. The more she thought about it, the more upset and conflicted she felt. With such a clever mind, she couldn't find a good solution. It wasn't until evening that Luo Zhendong came to see her. Lu Baiyan suddenly realized the sun was about to set. Luo Zhendong looked at Lu Baiyan, who seemed tired and downcast, and paused. "What's wrong? Are you feeling sick?" He first went to the family compound. Su Suining told him that Lu Baiyan hadn't returned after going to the guest house. Worried about her health, he hurried over to check on her. Lu Baiyan frowned and shook her head. "I'm fine." Then she sat at the table by the window, shoulders drooping, sighing heavily. Luo Zhendong became curious. "You're saying you're fine? You look like a sad little chick. Is it because you're upset about Yaya?" Lu Baiyan sighed deeply. "No, Brother Zhendong. If my parents knew about second brother and had to choose between my sister and him, who do you think they'd pick?" Luo Zhendong didn't want to think much. She was worried about this. He asked, "What do you think?" Lu Baiyan frowned. "My parents would definitely accept second brother back and keep my sister too. They've raised him since he was little, so their feelings aren't fake. But if they do that, it wouldn't be fair to second brother." "But..." Luo Zhendong smiled a little. "They're adults now. There's no need to choose. Just follow your heart. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria for dinner." Lu Baiyan pushed her short hair aside and stood up. No, I want to eat at my sister-in-law's house. I promised her. Luo Zhendong smiled. Then let's go. He didn't expect Liu Beiyan to get along well with Su Suining. On the way to the family compound, Liu Beiyan asked Luo Zhendong again. Was second brother happy when he was a kid? This Luo Zhendong mentioned that he had heard from the group and the military officers that it's not good. I heard that when the division commander went to the village to recruit soldiers, he looked pale and thin, tall like a stick. Liu Beiyan remained silent. Even during the years of famine, neither she nor Liu Beiting ever went hungry, only eating a bit less. But she knew how hard rural life could be, especially in Ganbei area. Luo Zhendong smiled slightly. That family treated him badly. He was abused as a child, and after he joined the army, they forced him to send money home. It's really not easy for him to get to where he is today. If your family can't treat him well, maybe it's better not to acknowledge him. Liu Beiyan. Su Suining still made the fish soup for dinner. It was tasty but not filling, and it would be finished quickly. Miao Ermiai was nearby guiding, using half white flour and half cornmeal, cooking it until very thick, then pouring it through a large-holed sieve into cold tap water. It turned into small fish-shaped pieces about the thickness of a finger, so it was called leek fish. Then, they used a special local vegetable called jiang shui kai to make a soup, pouring it over the leek fish. Finally, they added garlic paste and chili oil, making it sour and spicy, cool and refreshing. Su Suining loved eating jiang shui kai here. It was different from the pickled vegetables she used to eat. It was made from a wild vegetable similar to dandelions, fermented with dough broth. It had a strong, fragrant fermented smell that was very appetizing and cooling. Hua Qingshan came back, took the initiative to wash his hands, then helped change the cold water in a large basin of leek fish. Colder was better for taste. Su Suining leaned on her waist, watching. Deputy Commissar Luo didn't come back with you? Hua Qingshan looked a bit surprised. I didn't see him. Why would he come back? They already ate at his house at noon. Would he come again tonight? Su Suining smiled. He went to the guest house to find Liu Beiyan. I told her at noon to come over for dinner tonight. Hua Qingshan frowned. Making so much food for so many people is troublesome. They should just eat at the canteen. Su Suining kept laughing. Don't be so stingy. Besides, Liu Beiyan is your real sister. She's a good girl, simple and kind. Hua Qingshan's brows furrowed even tighter. He straightened up and looked at Su Suining. Actually, I don't need family anymore. I'm no longer young and don't need their care. Now, it only makes things awkward for both sides. There's no need. Su Suining looked at Hua Qingshan in surprise. You. Haven't you ever thought that having loving parents would feel very different? Hua Qingshan felt there was no real difference. His only thought now was that Su Suining and the children were safe and well. As for family ties, he didn't believe they would necessarily bring him any benefits. On the contrary, they might just cause unnecessary trouble, like the scheming Liu Beiting from before or the noisy Liu Beiyan now. They only disturbed his peaceful life at home. Seeing Hua Qingshan silent, Su Suining understood his meaning a little. She smiled and reached out to hold his hand. Forget it, let's not force it. Let things take their natural course. Hua Qingshan responded with a simple and said, let's eat. He didn't wait for Luo Zhendong or Liu Beiyan. Su Suining went to get the bowls and chopsticks, thinking to wait a bit longer. She watched as Liu Beiyan followed Luo Zhendong over. She cheerfully urged, it's time to eat. Wash your hands quickly and come to the table. Worried that the fish might not be enough, she had also steamed some mixed corn and white flour buns in the afternoon. Liu Beiyan, putting aside her gloomy mood, smiled sweetly at Su Suining. Sister-in-law, sorry, I overslept. I'll do the dishes later. Then she called out clearly to Hua Qingshan, Brother Hua, don't worry, I won't eat without paying. I can help sister-in-law with the chores. Hua Qingshan only glanced at her, not wanting to speak. Luo Zhendong pretended not to see Hua Qingshan's coldness and washed his hands with a smile. Oh, sister-in-law, this meal is perfect for hot weather. The pickled vegetables smell so good, they make your mouth water. Liu Beiyan was eating for the first time. Curious, she took a sip and looked at Su Suining with surprise. Sister-in-law, this is really delicious. It tastes a bit like rice wine.
Su Suining smiled.
It's tasty, eat more. During the meal, Luo Zhendong asked Liu Beiyan how her family was doing. Liu Beiyan glanced at Hu Qingshan and nodded. They're all very well. My parents are also in good health. Luo Zhendong then asked about some people and events in Beijing City. Liu Beiyan answered honestly. Hu Qingshan kept his head down, eating quietly the whole time, not lifting his eyes. Luo Zhendong sighed inwardly. It seemed Hu Qingshan really didn't want any connections in Beijing. After eating, Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong hurried back to the team for a meeting. Liu Beiyan had the chance to wash the dishes. While doing so, she curiously asked Su Suining, when are we going to Tianjin village? Su Suining thought for a moment. After washing the dishes, we'll go. We'll arrive at the village right after work, and everyone will be busy cooking at home. Liu Beiyan had no problem with that. Okay, should I bring Yaya? Su Suining shook her head. You can't bring her. Let her go play next door for a while. Liu Beiyan quickly washed the dishes and left with Su Suining. The two of them walked towards Tianjin village, just taking a walk. Last time, riding a bicycle took almost 20 minutes, so walking was even slower. By the time they reached Tianjin village, it was completely dark. The village had no electricity, so it was very dark. Su Suining remembered where Liu Gaihua's house was, so they went straight there. Liu Gaihua and her husband Yin Zhen had just come back from the fields. She was very annoyed these days, no one to watch her children, so she had to carry her child to work in the fields. If she didn't go, she would lose several work points. And now, unlike a few years ago when everyone went to the commune cafeteria for meals, families are allowed to cook at home. So when she came back from work, she still had to cook and take care of her husband. Yaya was there, so she could light a fire. Now she was busy with her own pots and stoves. The child she carried on her back might be uncomfortable, crying non-stop. Yin Zhen was lying on the bed as if he couldn't hear anything and didn't care. Liu Gaihua was getting angrier the more she thought about it. She muttered quietly as she supported her belly. She was 5 months pregnant and still working in the fields. She looked up and saw Su Suining and a strange girl entering the yard. A dim oil lamp hung above the stove, barely lighting the outlines of the two. Liu Gaihua looked at Su Suining with some jealousy. It was frustrating to see others doing better. She was also pregnant, but Su Suining was wearing a beautiful dress, standing there looking lovely, with skin so fair it seemed to glow in the light. She secretly glared at Su Suining, speaking cautiously and humbly. What are you here for? Inside, she was both envious and jealous, but because she felt inferior, she didn't dare speak loudly. Plus, after the last time with the pocket watch, she was a bit afraid of Su Suining.
Su Suining smiled.
Are you alone at home? Where is your husband? Liu Gaihua looked at her cautiously. What do you want to ask my husband? Su Suining linked her arm with Liu Beiyan's. She's from Beijing City, Yaya's relative. She wants to ask you something. When she heard Beijing City, Liu Gaihua became more timid, stepping back in fear. She had only seen the village secretary and the town at most. She didn't dare speak loudly. He's asleep. If you want to ask something, just ask me. Su Suining heard some movement inside and smiled. Last time, you used the pocket watch to exchange for grain coupons, right? This is Yaya's aunt. She wants to see if you still have anything left from Yaya's mother that can be exchanged for grain coupons. Liu Gaihua listened to Su Suining talking nonsense and was so shocked she stuttered. What are you talking about? What grain coupons? Su Suining hesitated and said, Didn't you ask me for 20 jin of grain coupons? How come? Does your husband not know about this? As she spoke, a thin, bony man rushed out of the house, shouting at Liu Gaihua. Liu Gaihua, did you steal my pocket watch? Liu Gaihua trembled with fear and hurriedly explained, No, I don't know what they're talking about. Su Suining pulled Liu Beiyan back, gradually retreating to the gate. Yin was naturally suspicious and violent. He grabbed Lu Gaihua's hair, pulled her head back, and kicked her. "Where's the pocket watch? And the grain coupons?" Lu Gaihua's stomach hurt, but she ignored the pain, quickly untied her sash, took the child from her back, and pushed him aside. She then held Yin-Jen's leg, saying, "Don't listen to her nonsense. That's not how it is." But Yin-Jen didn't listen and punched Lu Gaihua in the face. "Why did you take my pocket watch?" His punches grew fiercer, and Lu Gaihua didn't dare to fight back, only crying out loudly. Su Suining pulled Liu Beiyan out of the yard, standing outside the wall watching Yin-Jen beat Lu Gaihua. Liu Beiyan was surprised at how harsh the man was and frowned. "Sister-in-law, if she gets beaten like this, will she take revenge on us?" Su Suining shook her head. "No, I only told the truth. I said she asked me for 20 jin of grain coupons, but I didn't say I gave her 20 jin. People with a suspicious mind will believe what they want to hear." Yin-Jen must think Lu Gaihua secretly hid the grain coupons. Also, Lu Gaihua often gets beaten, but she knows how to protect her child, as shown by how skillfully she undoes her child's clothes. Liu Beiyan gritted her teeth. She knows how to protect her own child, but why did she hurt Yaya so badly? And this man, he's getting away with it. Su Suining held her hand. "Don't worry. He will get his punishment. It will be worse for him than for Lu Gaihua." Liu Beiyan looked confused. "Sister-in-law, how do you know?" Su Suining squinted at Yin-Jen, who was still beating Lu Gaihua, such a weak and useless man. In this era, people are too easily exploited and end up digging their own graves. A sudden chill ran down her back. She took a step back and bumped into a solid chest. Su Suining was startled. Before she could scream, the person behind her spoke first. "It's me." Hua Qingshan's voice was heard, and she was even more frightened. She wanted to turn around quickly, but Hua Qingshan was already a step ahead, holding her shoulder gently. "Take it slow." Su Suining turned around, looking at Hua Qingshan, who suddenly appeared. She quietly complained, patting her chest. "What's wrong with you? You walk so silently, trying to scare me to death?" Liu Beiyan saw Hua Qingshan coming and was so scared she didn't dare make a sound. It was dark, so she couldn't see his expression clearly, but she could feel that he was very serious. Su Suining, feeling guilty about doing something wrong and being caught, tugged on Hua Qingshan's arm and whispered, "Let's go quickly." Before leaving, she glanced back at the man still hitting his wife in the yard, feeling even more disgusted. Hua Qingshan went home and found Su Suining wasn't there. Yaya was next door, and when asked, she said she had gone out with Liu Beiyan. It was too dark to go to the vegetable field, and thinking about Liu Beiyan's strange personality, she guessed they might have gone to Qianjin village. He hurried over and indeed found them. He was angry at first, worried that going out at night was dangerous, especially since they were looking for Lu Gaihua and her husband in the village. What if something went wrong? But when he saw Su Suining, his anger immediately subsided. He silently followed her out of the village. Once outside the village entrance, Hua Qingshan couldn't help but ask, "What are you guys looking for them for?" Su Suining had already prepared her words. "We just want to ask if they still have any of Yaya's mother's belongings. Beiyan is willing to exchange grain coupons to get them back, hoping to leave something for Yaya in the future. Yaya is only 5 years old. She's never even seen her parents. When Su-man was not feeling well, she didn't leave anything behind for Yaya either." She sighed and said, "Who knew, after we arrived, they started fighting. We didn't get to ask anything." Liu Beiyan was surprised at how well Su Suining could lie seriously. She quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. I just wanted to find some of Sister Su-man's belongings." Hua Qingshan remained silent. When he arrived, he saw the two of them leaning against the wall, watching the commotion and whispering. He heard everything Su Suining said, but he didn't expect her to come up with such a perfect excuse. In the end, he held back and didn't expose her lie. On the way back, Hua Qingshan walked beside them, shining his flashlight to light their path. Liu Beiyan held onto Su Suining, secretly observing Hu Qingshan and deciding to call her parents early the next morning to ask them to come over. Liu Beiyan first returned to the guest house, and then they went home. Su Suining went next door to pick up Yaya and then watched her take a bath. Hu Qingshan didn't feel comfortable going inside. He took a walk around the group and came back. Su Suining had finished her shower and was sitting on the bed, drying her hair. Su Suining glanced at the man who entered and handed him a towel. The man instinctively came over, took the towel, and gently helped her dry her hair, afraid of pulling her hair and hurting her. Su Suining touched her belly and said, "Liu Beiyan is doing well. I told her to come over tomorrow. Don't be too serious with her. Maybe she's really your sister. Even if you think there's no need to acknowledge her, you shouldn't be cold to her." Hu Qingshan responded with a hum, but in his mind, he thought he still needed to talk to Luo Zhendong, tell him to let Liu Beiyan go quickly. If she's willing to take Yaya away, just do it. His wife might be getting influenced. The next morning, after Liu Beiyan woke up and washed up, she went to the service desk to borrow a phone and called her family. Surprisingly, the person who answered was Liu Beiting. Liu Beiyan was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. Liu Beiting guessed why Liu Beiyan was calling. She had just arrived home last night, visited old Master Liu, and heard that Liu Beiyan had gone to the northwest. Moreover, old Master Liu seemed to be wary of her now. He asked what Liu Beiyan was doing in the northwest. Old Master Liu only vaguely said that Liu Beiyan also wanted to see the northwest and check if the child was really Liu Beifeng and Su Man's. After a few words, he said he was tired and asked her to rest at home. Liu Beiting felt uneasy. She always thought Luo Zhendong wouldn't call her grandfather to ask for confirmation. Could her judgment be wrong? Now, after receiving Liu Beiyan's call, the usually chatty person suddenly said nothing. She was almost certain. Her heart calmed down. "Yan Yan? Why are you calling back? Did you encounter any trouble?" Liu Beiyan hesitated and asked, "Are Mom and Dad at home? I need to talk to them." Liu Beiting looked at her mother watering flowers in the yard and smiled. "No, they left early for work. They're very busy mid-year. If you have something to tell me, I'll pass it on to Mom and Dad. Is it about money or food stamps?" Liu Beiyan was silent for a few seconds. "No, I'll call later. Sister, I don't have anything urgent. I'll hang up now." Liu Beiting happily agreed, then hung up. Her face darkened. It seemed Liu Beiyan knew everything, perhaps even about Hu Qingshan's background. She was already starting to be wary of her. Mother Liu, Mei Shuqin, came into the yard carrying a watering can. She watered the flowers on the windowsill while asking, "Who called? Was it Yan Yan? This child is disobedient and secretly went to the northwest. Your grandfather also spoiled her, which has turned her into what she is now, a spoiled girl." Liu Beiting hesitated and looked at her mother with some worry. "Mom, don't be angry. Yan Yan has always been willful, and Luo Zhendong is over there." Mei Shuqin was stunned and looked at Liu Beiting in shock. "Yan Yan still likes Luo Zhendong? That girl, I'll call her and ask her to come back." Liu Beiting quickly stopped her. "Mom, wait a moment. I have two very important things to tell you." Seeing her serious expression, Mei Shuqin frowned. "Is something wrong?" Liu Beiting pulled her to sit on the sofa. "Mom, I wasn't just on a business trip this time. I also went to the northwest because Luo Zhendong called Grandpa. He said he found a child who looks very much like my brother and Su Man, and they suspect it might be their child." Mei Shuqin's heart trembled. She turned her head and stared at Liu Beiting. "Really?" Liu Beiting hesitated. "I can't say for sure. The resemblance is there, but there's no proof. So I didn't dare bring the child back. Also, Su Man's identity is sensitive. If it gets out, my dad will be affected too."
Mei Shuqin frowned.
She didn't like Su Man, but she wouldn't ignore Luo Beifeng's child. "If it's true, bring the child back immediately. As for your dad's future, it could be affected because of this child."
"Better not to."
Liu Beiting was surprised. She didn't expect Mei Shuqin to have such a different attitude towards her granddaughter and Su Man. Initially, she thought Su Man's identity would affect Luo Beifeng's future, so she went to talk to Su Man and even said some harsh words. Now, for her granddaughter, She was determined to bring her back without hesitation. After some hesitation, she tightly held Mei Shuqin's hand. Mom, I also discovered a secret there. I might not be your daughter. Mei Shuqin was stunned and looked at Lu Biding in disbelief. Are you crazy? How could you not be my daughter? Lu Biding's eyes reddened, and she almost cried. I found a man who looks very much like my older brother. He looks even more like Grandpa when he was young. I investigated and found out he was born at Longchuanping Clinic. His birthday is the same as mine. Mei Shuqin was shocked and still found it hard to believe. Are you saying he was switched at birth? Things from over 20 years ago were already a bit blurry for her. Back then, conditions were tough. The baby was born in a very simple clinic, but she was the only mother giving birth there at the time. Lu Biding endured her sadness, tightly holding Mei Shuqin's hand.
Mom, I
felt terrible all along. I know I'm not your daughter, and I feel very, very sad about that. I can't bear to leave you, Dad, and this family. But I can't be too selfish. If I was switched at birth with him, I would have taken away 20 years of his life and made him suffer a lot in the countryside. So, I can't make this mistake again. You should go and find your son, and I should return to my own life. Seeing her crying, Mei Shuqin's heart felt upset. She didn't have time to think and frowned. What are you talking about? You're so young. Your dad and I carried you back from the northwest to Beijing, worked hard to raise you. You are part of this family. Besides, who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Even if it is, you're both adults now and have your own lives. There's no need to force one to leave just because of this. She hesitated for a moment, thinking about Lu Biding seeing someone who looked like her eldest son in the countryside. Growing up in a rural area, she probably lacked good manners and wasn't very promising. If she brought him back, it would be too embarrassing. And what if someone took advantage of the situation to blackmail them? Mei Shuqin quickly considered all possibilities and gradually calmed down. All right, stop crying. Maybe he just looks like someone. There are so many people in the country. It's not strange to meet someone who looks similar. Later, I'll ask your dad to investigate again. By the way, how is he doing now? Lu Biding hid the fact that Hu Qingshan was her husband, choking on her words, and said, Not very well. My wife is several months pregnant. I heard she even ran around with someone during her pregnancy. Hearing this, Mei Shuqin felt her judgment was correct. If her daughter-in-law could cheat on her husband while pregnant, she must be a fool. Thinking this, she patted Lu Biding's hand. All right, don't think too much. Not everyone can be part of the Lu family. Don't let these unproven things affect you. Lu Biding hugged Mei Shuqin and called her sadly, tears welling up. Mei Shuqin wasn't very interested in the child, who was switched at birth. She always believed it was impossible. Besides, she had 4 children, except for Liu Beiyan, who was a bit different. The other 3 were all outstanding. If a useless child appeared, it would be too embarrassing. Now she was more concerned about the child left by Liu Beifeng. All right, don't cry. Let me ask you, do you really think that child looks a lot like your older brother and Suman? Lu Biding leaned on her and nodded. Yes, it really looks very similar. If I weren't worried about affecting my dad, I would have brought it back. Mei Shuqin sighed. It's because you're so careful. If it were Yen Yen, she would definitely bring the child back without thinking. Lu Biding's heart was tense. For now, she only managed to soothe Mei Shuqin temporarily. But this isn't a long-term plan. She must quickly find a way to stop Hu Qingshan from recognizing them. Su Suining didn't know what was wrong, but she slept poorly that night and had a nightmare. She woke up startled but couldn't remember the details of the dream. She only vaguely remembered a scene. In the dream, Hu Qingshan was badly injured, trapped under a large stone. He had a blood-stained hand, clutching a watch tightly. When she woke up, she was covered in sweat. She sat up, took deep breaths, and kept thinking about the scene in the dream, feeling anxious. Hu Qingshan was awakened by her noise and sat up as well. What's wrong? Do you want some water? Su Suining wiped her forehead sweat. Yes, I want some water. Hu Qingshan turned on his flashlight, got up to pour water. To prevent her from waking up thirsty later, He placed a thermos on the table. Worried it might be too hot, he poured some into a teacup, tested the temperature, then handed it to her. Su Suining watched his actions quietly. He was always very considerate and attentive, taking good care of small details in life. If something like in the dream really happened, she would be very sad. She took a few small sips of water, then muttered, "I think there are mosquitoes. They're bothering me, and I can't sleep." Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. "I'll buy a mosquito net tomorrow." He was tough and not afraid of mosquito bites, but Su Suining was delicate and likely to be bitten. She definitely wouldn't rest well. Feeling a bit hot, she fanned herself with a fan for a while. "You sleep first. I'll sit for a bit." Hu Qingshan didn't say anything. He sat beside her, noticing her arm was tired, and gently took the fan to help her. The cool breeze made Su Suining feel much more comfortable, and her mood calmed down. After lying back down, she pressed close to Hu Qingshan, hugging his arm. "From now on, whatever we do, remember that you have a wife and children. Be very careful." Although Hu Qingshan was puzzled by her sudden words, he didn't think much and simply responded with a nod. Su Suining stayed awake late, not hearing the morning call, and Liu Beiyan also didn't hear it. When she finally woke up, it was already late morning. She got up and went outside to see Liu Beiyan sitting under the awning, reading a newspaper with Yaya. Next to it, there was a large piece of pork belly. Su Suining was surprised. "Did you go buy meat?" Liu Beiyan turned to look at her happily. "Yes, I went with Sister Meow to the service station. We were first in line, so I bought the best pork belly. For lunch, I will make braised pork for you." Su Suining laughed and said, "You don't need to buy so much. It's too hot to keep it fresh." Liu Beiyan gestured. "This piece makes braised pork, this one makes buns, and this one makes dumplings. Please also invite Sister Meow's family to come and eat. They are very kind to Yaya." Su Suining watched her with a smile and said, "All right, let's do it this way today. But in the future, you can't buy so much. We can't keep living like this." Liu Beiyan chuckled and took out some money and food coupons from her pocket. "Sister-in-law, this is my contribution for the food expenses. I don't plan to leave yet." Su Suining stopped her. "No need. You've already spent quite a bit on the meat." Liu Beiyan insisted. "If I don't pay, I'll feel embarrassed to eat." Then she whispered to Su Suining, "Sister-in-law, I called my family this morning." "My sister answered. Do you think she will tell my parents about what happened here?" Su Suining still knew a bit about Liu Beiting. She wasn't sure what kind of persona she was pretending to be at home, but here she was completely genuine. She disliked Yaya, was cautious around Hu Qingshan, and even wanted to cause trouble with Feng Shenhua. So, she would definitely tell her family when she went back, but how she would say it was uncertain. Liu Beiyan sighed. "My parents trust my sister more. I don't know how she will explain it." She felt that Liu Beiting probably hadn't said anything. If she had, her parents wouldn't be so quiet. But after calling her family this morning, she wasn't sure if Liu Beiting had spoken yet. Su Suining knew that Liu Beiyan was a clever girl. Most of the time, she was just hiding her skills and not wanting to outshine others. She smiled and said, "Don't think too much. First, quickly cut the meat. Flies will come over soon." Liu Beiyan quickly composed herself and exclaimed, "There's still breakfast in the pot, a boiled egg and a bun." Brother Hu brought them back. Only Yaya and Su Suining had some. She didn't. Fortunately, Luo Zhendong also brought her breakfast, or she would have gone hungry. Su Suining smiled. "Today, breakfast is at the cafeteria. Did you eat the buns? They are very delicious." Liu Beiyan nodded and sighed. "Brother Hua is really good to you. Before I came, I heard that men here are very macho and wouldn't care for their wives and children at all." Miao Ermiai was washing clothes in the yard and smiled. "That depends on the person." Su Suining nodded. In the countryside, many people favor boys over girls. After all, men are the main workers doing physical labor, so they earn more work points and get more food. Liu Beiyan thought this made sense and looked at Su Suining while smiling. "Sister-in-law, you look so pretty. Even better than our dance troupe's lead dancer." Su Suining laughed and pointed at her belly. You dare to praise me? Look at my figure. Can I compare to the lead dancer? Liu Beiyan nodded. Yes. Even if you're pregnant, you look lovely. Su Suining broke half an egg and put it in her mouth. Since you're so good at talking, I'll give you half an egg. Liu Beiyan happily ate the egg and asked Su Suining to sit down while she cut meat and prepared stew. Though she wasn't very skilled, she did her best. Su Suining stood nearby giving instructions, and in the end, they didn't make a fancy meal. They divided a large piece of meat, sprinkled salt on it, and buried it in a salt jar. This way, it could last many days. When eating, they just cut off a small piece to stir-fry. Liu Beiyan watched and thought Su Suining was very good at managing daily life. Sister-in-law, you're so kind. My brother is really lucky to have you. Su Suining modestly nodded. I think so too. At Hu Qingshan's house, guests arrived, this time from Jing City. Meanwhile, Liu Beiyan was chatting with Su Suining in the yard and didn't pay much attention, but soon everyone found out a shocking secret. Hu Qingshan's biological parents might be high officials from Jing City, because Liu Beiyan's demeanor was quite impressive. Feng Shenhua listened and felt a tightness in her chest, unable to breathe properly, almost suffocating herself. Why hadn't she heard about Hu Qingshan's remarkable background before? If that was true, it explained how Hu Qingshan could become a high-ranking official in the end. His biological parents must have helped him a lot. Feng Shenhua listened, surprised but quickly accepted it. Hu Qingshan's background didn't concern her much, and she wouldn't let Feng Shenhua ruin his family. Seeing Feng Shenhua look lost again, she frowned and urged, Are you going to the city with Li Zhongming this Sunday? If he offers to buy fabric for you, just accept it. Feng Shenhua looked upset, but if I accept the fabric, it means I agree to this marriage? I don't want to. Feng Shenhua lost her patience and loudly placed the bowl on the table. What do you want? What are you really trying to do? Listen, you have only two choices. Marry Li Zhongming or go back to the countryside and have your parents find you a match. Hurry up and get married. Stop dreaming about better options. You're shameless. And we still have some pride. Feng Shenhua lowered her head, afraid to speak. If she went home, she would lose all her chances. Feng Shenhua took a deep breath. All right, I'll give you one night to think it over. Give me an answer tomorrow morning. Feng Shenhua responded in a dull voice. Got it. Feng Shenhua was also angry. She glared at her and then left with the child. She had her own ideas. Hu Qingshan had a good family background, which was even better. Since she had worked with Yan Jianzhong for many years, she believed he would help Yan. So right now, it was important to build good relationships with Hu Qingshan and Su Suining. Liu Beiyan could cook, but not very well. She mostly just made sure the food was cooked thoroughly. As the youngest at home, she didn't have to do much chores growing up. So, although she was supposed to cook, Su Suining usually took charge of the kitchen. Liu Beiyan looked at the bright red braised pork and couldn't help but swallow. If this goes with rice, it'll definitely taste amazing. Su Suining looked a bit regretful. Because of the drought, there's no rice here. We can't have rice meals. She also wanted to eat rice. She was a true southerner and loved rice. Liu Beiyan was surprised. You guys never eat rice here? Su Suining shook her head. No, maybe in the city or the provincial capital, they do. But here, people prefer noodles. White flour isn't something they eat freely, so they cherish every chance to eat it and wouldn't easily exchange it for rice. After thinking for a moment, Liu Beiyan's eyes lit up. I'll go get some rice later. Su Suining was surprised. You have a way? Well, it's not a must to eat rice. But she didn't know that Liu Beiyan was also stubborn. If she wanted to do something, she would find a way to make it happen. Hu Qingshan, Yan Jianzhong, and Luo Zhendong went to a meeting at the military headquarters. Luo Zhendong was currently the highest-ranking cultural officer in the group, and he was responsible for writing all the meeting records. He watched Hu Qingshan sitting upright, not taking any notes. During the break, he asked him at least write a few words during the meeting. Why are you just sitting there? Hu Qingshan glanced at him. Seeing the commander walking out, he quickly followed. Jindong shouted once, and saw that Hu Qingshan was walking faster, chasing after the senior officer, leaving the meeting room. He thought Hu had an important report to give and shook his head, resigned, and lowered his head to organize the meeting notes. The senior officer just wanted to step out for a smoke and get some fresh air. Seeing Hu Qingshan chasing out, he knew his purpose. He was so angry he almost laughed. The watch ticket, right? I promised I would give it to you, but next month. This month, it's already gone. Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. Okay? Just remember to give it to me.
But I didn't come to talk about that.
The senior officer was surprised. Then, what do you want? Hu Qingshan was straightforward. Give me a double-bed mosquito net. The senior officer really wanted to kick Hu Qingshan. He thought about how to reply and said, Where would I get you a mosquito net? They don't sell that here. Hu Qingshan knew that mosquito nets were common elsewhere, but here they were rare and simply not sold. So, he remembered the powerful senior officer. Seeing Hu Qingshan standing like a mountain in front of him, the senior officer didn't move, just stood there, as if saying, If you don't give me one, I won't leave. He was so angry, he almost laughed. Hu Qingshan, I just realized you're such a rascal. Usually you seem honest, but your sneaky skills are top-notch. As the old saying goes. Hu Qingshan quickly interrupted, knowing the second half of the sentence wasn't good. The Northwest Military District competition, I'll go. The senior officer was stunned for a moment and suddenly smiled. You son of a gun. Still dare to threaten me. This isn't just the Northwest Military District competition, it's the whole Army's competition. If you make me proud, I'll get you the stars from the sky. Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. I don't want stars from the sky, just a mosquito net. The senior officer chuckled and kicked Hu Qingshan lightly. I'll get it for you. I'll call and have them rush one over from the provincial city. But you'll have to pay for it yourself. Hu Qingshan stood at attention and saluted loudly. Yes, sir. The senior officer still had no temper at all. All right, I see you're willing to ask for things for your little wife. That's good. Previously, Hu Qingshan didn't value these things and was reluctant to let his soldiers suffer losses during competitions. Now, he needs to use a carrot to motivate him and make him take the competition seriously. Hu Qingshan still didn't speak. He believed that soldiers' hard work was meant for the battlefield, and their training was mainly to reduce injuries, not for rankings. The commander didn't understand what this stubborn mind was thinking and glanced at him. All right, go back quickly. The meeting is about to start. Luo Zhendong noticed that after Hu Qingshan went out and returned, he opened his pen and started writing notes. He also added the content of the recent meeting. Even though his words were simple, he recorded everything accurately. It must be said that Hu Qingshan is very clever, but he suffered from not having formal education. Luo Zhendong secretly watched Hu Qingshan for a long time, feeling more touched inside. During lunch break, Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong came back together. The commander told them to eat at the headquarters canteen, but Hu Qingshan refused without hesitation. He seriously said he needed to go back and organize the meeting notes, and in the afternoon he would hold a group study session to understand the spirit of the meeting. Luo Zhendong didn't expose that he wanted to go home and enjoy his wife's cooking. He nodded in agreement, saying he also needed to cooperate with Hu Qingshan's work and focus on the study task. The commander could only tell them to leave quickly. Liu Beiyan saw the two return and was very excited. Brother Zhendong, come try the red silk meat I made. Oh, wait, I cut it, my sister-in-law cooked it. Luo Zhendong chuckled. I knew you could cook. Liu Beiyan snorted. Don't underestimate me. I can cook too, just not as tasty. Luo Zhendong saw her as a child and smiled without arguing further. Su Suining brought out some meat and handed it to Sister Miao Er. Yaya asked to eat with Jingjing. Su Suining told her to carry her bowl and chopsticks over. Yaya left and Luo Zhendong, rarely serious, asked Liu Beiyan about Yaya's future. Grandpa Liu said he wants to take Yaya back to Beijing. Is that true? Liu Beiyan nodded. Yes, Grandpa said so. Even if the child has no parents, he can still be brought back. Luo Zhendong frowned. What about your parents? Liu Beiyan thought about her mother's personality. My mom is strict, but if it's my older brother's child, she would definitely agree. Luo Zhendong nodded. All right, call Grandpa Lu and bring Yaya back as soon as possible. Lu Beiyan was surprised. Why? Zhua Mingdong thought for a moment. Over time, she will develop dependence on her aunt and here. When she is taken away, she might feel like she has been abandoned again. Su Suining agreed that Zhua Mingdong's point was reasonable. Yes, if we plan to take her back to Beijing, we need to tell her clearly about her identity soon. She should know who her biological parents are and accept her new identity. Lu Beiyan was silent for a moment, then spoke confidently. Tonight, I will take her to the guest house to rest, and I will talk to her. She was quite confident about this. Su Suining also believed that going to Beijing was the best choice for Yaya. She would receive the best education there, and staying with them was just a temporary step. Lu Beiyan was a person who acted quickly. After lunch and washing the dishes, she took Yaya to the guest house for a nap. Yaya liked Lu Beiyan very much. She insisted that Yaya call her aunt, and Yaya obediently did so. The two held hands as they left. Su Suining watched their backs and sighed. Yaya gets along well with Beiyan. In Beijing, with the old master and Beiyan protecting her, she'll be fine. Hu Qingshan agreed with Su Suining's view. It was okay for the children to stay with them temporarily, but long-term would definitely not work. When Su Suining had children in the future, caring for 2 kids would be very tiring. If Yaya helped take care of the children and was seen by outsiders, there would be gossip. People might say that Su Suining kept Yaya just to watch the kids, which was a form of mistreatment. No matter what they did, outsiders would see it as unfair, especially compared to her biological children. The evil in people's hearts is something ordinary people can hardly understand. Su Suining didn't know how Lu Beiyan explained things to Yaya. When they came over in the afternoon, each was eating a popsicle, and they even brought back a whole tray of popsicles. Seeing Yaya's small face flushed and shining with happiness, happily licking her popsicle beside Lu Beiyan, Su Suining was a bit surprised. Where did the popsicles come from? Lu Beiyan smiled. We were lucky. We visited the service station at the military office and happened to meet a shipment of popsicles. We got to the front of the line, each allowed to buy 5. Yaya and I took turns lining up twice, and we bought 20 popsicles. If they hadn't been recognized on their 3rd turn, they could have bought even more. Su Suining couldn't help but laugh and cry as she looked at the melting popsicle. It was indeed a rare treat. But there was no need to buy so many at once. Lu Beiyan picked up a popsicle, peeled the wrapper, and handed it to Su Suining. She also took the teacup on the table, poured out the water, and put a few popsicles inside, then asked Yaya to deliver them to Jingjing next door. Su Suining took a bite of a cool, refreshing ice pop, which was just sugar dissolved in water frozen into a block. In this time of material shortages, it was truly a delicious treat. Lu Beiyan ate her ice pop while talking to Su Suining, saying, "Not only did I convince Yaya, but I also called my grandfather. He said he will arrange to come and pick Yaya up himself soon. He also said that as long as he's here, no one can bully Yaya." Su Suining was a little surprised. Your grandfather is coming? Lu Beiyan nodded. Grandpa is worried about me bringing Yaya back to Beijing alone, so he's coming himself. But he will have guards with him, so it's safe. Of course, Su Suining wasn't worried about Grandpa Lu being in danger. He would be traveling by plane, and he had guards with him. What could possibly go wrong? But she wondered how he would react when he saw Hu Qingshan. Seeing that the ice pops in the bowl had melted, Lu Beiyan tore off the paper wrappers and threw the ice pops into the bowl, drinking the melted ice water. She also told Su Suining that she had already explained things to Yaya. I told her simply about her parents, then we looked in the mirror together to see if our eyes looked alike. The little girl was still young and easy to influence. After seeing her parents' photos and hearing many stories about them, she cried for a while but quickly accepted her parents and her new family. She was very sensible. Lu Beiyan also told her that after going to Beijing, she would have her great-grandpa, grandparents, and many family members to love her. Here, Uncle Ho was busy, and Andy was about to have a baby, so she didn't have time to take care of her. The girl hesitated for a long time before finally making a firm decision. She was willing to go back to Beijing with Liu Beiyan. She didn't want to trouble Auntie Sui Ning anymore. Su Sui-ning was a bit surprised. "You're quite capable." Liu Beiyan laughed happily. "Of course. I am wise beyond my years. My grandfather even said I am the smartest." Though she just didn't like studying. After eating the ice pops, the heat eased a lot. The two of them, along with Yaya, went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. Outside the family compound, they saw Feng Shenhua dressed in a white shirt and black skirt, her hair braided and tied with a handkerchief, carefully dressed up. Feng Shenhua was also carrying a basket of vegetables, heading to pick some and to meet with Li Zhongming to discuss plans for tomorrow. She had already agreed to date Li Zhongming. Feng Shenhua thought that if everything went well, they could get married during the National Day holiday. Feng Shenhua felt unwilling, but still agreed. They planned to marry during National Day, which was still several months away. Besides, Su Sui-ning was due to have her baby in September. She wanted to see if Su Sui-ning's fate would change and whether she would die giving birth. As long as she died, her chance would come. Seeing Su Sui-ning wearing a flowery dress with a flowing hem, even pregnant, she looked beautiful, jealous and sour inside, but she suppressed her bubbling bitterness. She greeted Su Sui-ning and hurried past the two of them, heading toward the group. Su Sui-ning walked slowly, not in a rush. Walking fast made her too sweaty and uncomfortable. Soon, Feng Shenhua fell far behind. Liu Beiyan walked beside Su Sui-ning with his hands behind his back and made a few sounds of surprise. That last person, what was she doing? Su Sui-ning simply explained, "Yan Jingwei's sister-in-law, here to help watch the kids." Liu Beiyan nodded with interest. "She seems quite hostile to you. When she greeted you, she looked down and hurried away, like she was a little guilty." Su Sui-ning chuckled. "You're good at observing. We don't have much contact. Maybe because we're not familiar." Liu Beiyan wasn't convinced. With Feng Shenhua's small expression, he'd seen plenty of that at the art troupe. Old Master Liu was going to the northwest, but didn't tell anyone, not even his son and daughter-in-law. He knew his daughter-in-law was strong-willed. Back then, she had forced Su Man to break up with her son, so she might not accept this child. So he secretly arranged things, leaving Beijing with a guard. Mei Shuqin, though worried about her granddaughter, was troubled by the possibility that the child might have been switched with Liu Bidings. It was like a thorn in her heart. That night, before sleeping, she told her husband, Liu Jinping, about it. Liu Jinping was surprised. "Switched at birth?
How could that be?
You were the only one giving birth then. No other newborns. Who could it have been?"
Mei Shuqin frowned.
"I don't know. If it really was a switch, should we acknowledge the child?" Liu Jinping pushed his glasses and thought silently for a long time. "If we're sure it's our child, then yes, we should acknowledge him."
Mei Shuqin's brows furrowed even tighter. "But
what about Biding?" Liu Jinping felt it wouldn't matter much. "Biding is also our daughter. She's working now. Having another child at home wouldn't be a problem."
Mei Shuqin signed.
"It's easy for you to say. If it was really a switch, that child grew up in the countryside with bad habits. I heard Biding say that her pregnant wife ran off with someone after just 3 months. Isn't that just useless? If I bring back such a useless person, won't people laugh at me? Have you forgotten the scene of those relatives from the countryside coming every spring to ask for favors? Just thinking about a shabby, helpless person and a woman known for being flirtatious standing at home makes Mei Shuqin feel like her head is going to explode." Liu Jinping disagreed. "You can't say that. Not all rural people are like that. Most are hardworking. We shouldn't forget our roots." Mei Shuqin snorted. "Anyway, I don't agree, and I believe it's ridiculous to think someone was adopted by mistake." Liu Jinping also thought it was too absurd. "Forget it, stop thinking about it. Just because it looks like that doesn't mean it was an adoption mistake. If North Ting hears us talking like this, she will be sad." Mei Shuqin still felt uneasy and mentioned Yaya. "We're busy with work and can't go anywhere. I really want to see for myself. If North Wind is the child, no matter what, I want to bring him back. Yan Yan is over there. Let her bring the child back. Anyway, it's late. Let's rest now. Lu Jinping wasn't very interested in this child. Recently, he had many work issues and some new changes. He needed to be more careful to reach a leadership position. Once he reached that position, he could retire without regrets in a few years. In the next 2 days, Yaya stayed at the guest house with Liu Beiyan, and their relationship grew closer. Yaya also became more attached to Liu Beiyan. Su Suining felt more at ease and watched Liu Beiyan bring Yaya back to the guest house after dinner, sighing to Hu Qingshan. It's because they are related by blood. Look at how well Liu Beiyan and Yaya get along these days, like a real family. Hu Qingshan thought this was good. Did Liu Beiyan say when he's leaving? Su Suining smiled. I told you, Liu Beiyan's grandfather is coming. When he arrives, they will go back to Beijing together. Hu Qingshan wasn't very interested in the Liu family old master coming. He had already heard Luo Zhendong mention the old man's identity. A soldier all his life, with many military achievements, often appearing in newspapers. Hu Qingshan had actually met the old man a few years ago. He also saw Liu Beifeng, as Luo Zhendong described. But it didn't matter to him now. He just wanted to give Su Suining a better life so she and the children could live without worries. Thinking this over, his gaze on Su Suining grew warmer. Seeing Hu Qingshan staring at her with intense eyes, Su Suining felt a bit overwhelmed and asked curiously, "What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face?" Hu Qingshan cleared his throat and asked, "No. Do you want anything else? In a few days, I will go to the provincial military district and won't be back for a month." Su Suining was surprised. Going for so long? She hadn't left yet, but she felt a bit reluctant inside. Hu Qingshan nodded. Yes, there's a military competition, so I will be away longer. After thinking for a moment, he asked Su Suining, "Do you want to go to the provincial city with me and visit my family?" Su Suining was actually curious. She wondered how the original owner and Hu Qingshan, who had only met through an arranged marriage, ended up getting married, since they had little interaction. She also thought about her own family and the vampires she was fond of, feeling a bit troubled. Forget it, I won't go. I'm fine here alone, she decided. Hu Qingshan thought that was okay. Even if he went to the provincial city, they would be in different places and unlikely to meet. Their past training and competitions were all closed off, with no chance to go out.
Then,
"If you have any problems, just call Captain Gung's wife for help," he said. Seeing how Hu Qingshan was talking so gently, Su Suining couldn't help but smile. "Got it, don't worry. I won't make myself suffer," she replied. She sighed inwardly. Being a military family member back then was even harder than later. When old Master Liu arrived, Hu Qingshan and the others had already left, so they didn't meet. Old Master Liu was at the guest house when he saw Yaya. He was so excited he couldn't speak for a moment. Ignoring his discomfort, he squatted down and hugged Yaya tightly. "Wow, you really look just like her. Child, you've suffered," he said, tears in his eyes. He cried, and Yaya also started crying, scared by the situation. Liu Beiyan was nearby wiping her tears and quickly went to support old Master Liu. "Grandpa, don't get so excited. Yaya is fine. Please don't hurt yourself. Let's sit down and talk slowly," she said. She helped old Master Liu to sit on the sofa, but he didn't want to let go. He held Yaya on his lap. "Poor child," he said. This wasn't just about Yaya. It also included Liu Beifeng and Su Man, the two other unfortunate children. Tears also fell from her eyes. She had gone through many wars in her life, walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but she had never cried before. The first time she cried was when she received the call that Liu Beifeng had sacrificed himself. He, who never admitted to being old, suddenly collapsed like a withered tree after wind erosion. And now, he was crying for this unfortunate child. Liu Beiyan comforted them for a long time and finally calmed them down. Then she mentioned to old Master Liu, "Grandpa, do you remember I told you about someone who looks a lot like my eldest brother? But you're unlucky, he's not here. His name is Hu Qingshan, and he is the leader of this group." Old Mr. Liu was surprised and looked at Liu Beiyan in shock. "You said, what is his name?" Liu Beiyan repeated, Huiqingshan. Old Mr. Liu frowned and remembered a young man from a few years ago during the military parade in Beijing, who participated with Liu Beifeng. That young man was also named Huiqingshan. At that time, he was in training and had face paint on, so he didn't see his face clearly. He saw Huiqingshan hiding in the corner reading a book and looked relaxed, so he scolded him harshly and compared him to Liu Beifeng. He told Huiqingshan, an officer who can't even control himself in private, what kind of future can he have? Staying up at night reading under a street lamp. Thinking he's talented? Compare yourself to him and see what kind of writing you can do. A soldier should hold a gun tightly, not be messing around with romantic stuff. Many harsh words were spoken, but the young man never spoke up, just lowered his head and endured the scolding. Liu Beifeng couldn't stand it anymore, grabbed the book from the young man and looked at it. It was a thick dictionary. He was stunned and silent. The young man didn't say a word and left with the dictionary. Later, he learned that this soldier named Huiqingshan had never attended school before joining the army. All his knowledge was self-taught. He studied hard but was compared to Liu Beifeng, who was well-educated. Old Mr. Liu felt guilty about this for a long time. Later, Huiqingshan returned to the northwest and was never heard from again. Sometimes he would think about it, believing that after so many years, Huiqingshan must have retired. He never expected that he would become a group leader. He was so young and not highly educated, so he must have been involved in many dangerous missions. Another possibility was that it was just a case of the same name. Liu Beiyan saw that Grandpa was silent and asked curiously, Grandpa, do you know Huiqingshan? Old Mr. Liu nodded. I owe him an apology. By the way, does he really look a lot like your older brother? Liu Beiyan nodded vigorously. Not only does he look like my brother, but he also looks more like you. I even brought a photo of you when you were young. When I compare them, they look exactly the same. Old Mr. Liu became even more interested in Huiqingshan. Where did he go? When will he come back? Liu Beiyan knew. He went to the provincial city to participate in a military competition and will return in a month. Old Mr. Liu was surprised. So long? Liu Beiyan smiled and said, but his wife is here, and Sister Sui Ning is also a very good person. Do you want to meet her? Also, Grandpa, your visit is perfect. You can ask the guards to investigate whether the child was switched at birth back then. Then he repeated where Huiqingshan was born. Grandpa, you see, coincidences happen in the world, but so many coincidences seem quite strange, don't they? Old Master Liu nodded and said, indeed. Let's have Xiao Zhao go there tomorrow. Liu Beiyan was happy and said, that's great. Now, shall we go meet Sister Sui Ning? Old Master Liu had no objections. He also wanted to see her. Moreover, he was still unsure whether Huiqingshan was the young man he hurt back then. Liu Beiyan helped Old Master Liu walk, and the old man held Yaya's hand. The three of them left the guest house and just happened to meet Luo Zhendong, who had come quickly after hearing the news. Luo Zhendong politely greeted Old Master Liu. Grandpa Liu, you're coming in person? Old Master Liu liked Luo Zhendong very much. Even though he and Liu Beiying divorced, he never lost his affection for him. Seeing him now, he felt even more close. You, kid, came here to help our family a lot. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know about Yaya's existence in this lifetime. Luo Zhendong smiled and said, it's all fate. Maybe Liu Beifeng and Su Man guided me here secretly. Old Master Liu sighed again. All children have hard lives. By the way, does the regiment have a photo of Huiqingshan? I want to see him. When he saw Luo Zhendong, he suddenly wanted to know what Huiqingshan looked like. Luo Zhendong took Old Master Liu to the regiment headquarters, with Liu Beiyan and Yaya following. As they entered the main gate of the regiment, on both sides of the wall, there were mirrors for soldiers to check their appearance and posters of several regiment leaders along with rules and regulations. Old Master Liu stepped closer and carefully looked at the photos on the wall. Huiqingshan was the commanding officer. The first photo was of him in a black and white military uniform, showing a serious and determined expression. Old Master Liu stared at the photo for a long time, his eyes moist. He indeed looked somewhat like Liu Beifeng, but more resolute. Seeing Old Master Liu's expression, Luo Zhendong quietly explained nearby. Hu Qingshan joined the army at 17, and at 19, he was awarded first-class merit. During a border conflict, he sacrificed himself to hold back an elite team, helping the entire unit win the attack time. When he was rescued, he was barely breathing. Several times, there were urgent medical notices signed by Commander Lei. He was lucky to survive, received a top honor, and was promoted directly to company commander. His personal shooting and fighting skills were the best in the Northwest Military District. At 22, he joined border conflicts again, crossed minefields to rescue trapped civilians, and successfully returned. However, he was shot in the back with a cold gunfire from the enemy, just 2 centimeters from his heart. This time, he rested for a long time. Commander Lei arranged for him to participate in the National Day Parade in Beijing and to study at the Army Command College. Because his academic skills were weak, he struggled in class, but he worked hard and self-studied, graduating with the second-best results in his class. At 25, he was promoted unexpectedly to commander of a Special Forces battalion. He took part in many dangerous missions, and every scar on his body was a sign of his bravery. At 27, he became a spy team leader, now called the Reconnaissance Independent Regiment Commander. He was like a sharp sword in the entire Gansu military district, powerful but very dangerous. Whenever the country faced a crisis, they would act like a sword stabbing at the enemy's throat. Hu Qingshan and his soldiers are very ordinary, but from the first day they joined the army, they were ready to sacrifice everything for the country and the people. Old Mr. Liu listened quietly as Luo Zhendong spoke, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Liu Beiyan was crying uncontrollably beside him. She knew that someone like Hu Qingshan, at his age, must have endured unimaginable hardships to get this far. Luo Zhendong also felt sad as he recounted Hu Qingshan's experiences and had heard from the leaders of the military department. He told old Mr. Liu not to praise Hu Qingshan, but to show how difficult his life had been before. He took a deep breath and said, "Grandpa Liu, I tell you this not to praise him as a hero. Since the day we joined the army, we've been ready to give our lives if needed to protect every inch of our homeland. I want to tell you that Hu Qingshan has suffered so much, but has never received the warmth of a family. He is quiet and not very likable because he grew up in a family that was neglected and even mistreated." Commander Lei once said that when Hu Qingshan was conscripted, he came to him wearing torn clothes and shoes that didn't fit, begging to join the army. People only saw his patience and determination, but no one understood the pain he endured, the inner anxiety, and bitterness he carried. Old Master Liu took out a handkerchief, wiped his tears, and choked with emotion. Good child, such a good child. He felt both heartache and guilt, because in the past he had harshly criticized his efforts, without understanding. Liu Zhendong remained silent, letting old Master Liu process what he had just said. He knew very well that it was impossible for Hu Qingshan to tell old Master Liu himself how hard his life had been. If he didn't help speak up, everyone would only see Hu Qingshan's achievements today, but they wouldn't know how difficult his journey was. It wasn't just hard. He had also never experienced the warmth and care of a family since he was young. Liu Zhendong waited a little longer, then invited old Master Liu to sit in his office. Liu Beiyan, holding Yaya's hand, followed them. She felt much more sympathy for Hu Qingshan now, and her heart was completely leaning toward him. Liu Zhendong poured them some water and advised old Master Liu, "Grandpa Liu, I feel that Captain Hu has some connection with your family, so I think you should seriously investigate, maybe even invite Uncle Liu and Aunt Liu to come see." Old Master Liu was silent for a long time, then waved his hand. "No need for now. I'll have Xiao Zhao look into it." He knew his son and daughter-in-law's characters well. His son was focused on his career. He seemed gentle and refined, but only chose what benefited him. If he knew about Hu Qingshan's achievements, whether or not he was his biological son, he would still be closer to him. Because his son's honor was his own credit, a stepping stone for his progress. His daughter-in-law was even more clearly materialistic, looking down on anyone from the countryside. Even if they had once helped her, now just going to Beijing for medical treatment or asking for help made her feel disgusted. He didn't trust these two. Lu Zhendong nodded. All right, it's getting late. Do you want to go to the cafeteria for a meal with me, or visit Hu Qingshan's home? His wife is over 5 months pregnant. Old Master Lu didn't hesitate. Let's go see. He asked Lu Zhendong to first give a note to the security guard, instructing him to visit Hu Qingshan's foster parents in Longchuanping to investigate what was really going on and to bring back truthful and effective information. Then they headed to the family courtyard together. They didn't talk much along the way. Inside, he felt both comforted and sad. If Hu Qingshan truly was from the Lu family, he would be happy. But he was also sad about how Hu Qingshan had been mistreated by his foster parents. Su Suining was lazily lying on a lounge chair, fanning herself. Hu Qingshan had left early in the morning, as if he had taken half her soul with him. As soon as he left, she started to think about how she would endure the month ahead. I don't even feel like cooking, and I almost forgot. It's almost lunchtime, but Liu Beiyan hasn't brought Yaya over. I kept hearing footsteps, and lazily squinted my eyes to look over. I saw Luo Zhendong supporting an old man, with Liu Beiyan and Yaya beside him. Su Suining suddenly became alert, supported herself on the armrest, and stood up. She carefully looked at the elderly man next to Luo Zhendong. He had white hair, wrinkles around his eyes, marks left by time and hardships. But his eyes were still bright and sharp, with a piercing look. Seeing the old man's appearance, Su Suining could imagine what Qingshan would look like when he was old. They really look alike. Luo Zhendong called out, "Sister-in-law," then said to the old man, "Grandpa Lu, this is Qingshan's wife, Su Suining. Sister-in-law, this is Commander Lu, Baiyan's grandfather." Su Suining's eyes curved into a gentle smile. "Hello, Commander Lu." Grandpa Lu frowned. "What commander? Just call me Grandpa like Beiyan does." He was thinking, this brat Luo Zhendong, why is he introducing things like that? Su Suining obediently called out, "Grandpa Lu, come in quickly and sit down." Liu Beiyan and Yaya brought over stools so Grandpa Lu could sit. After sitting down, the old man looked at Su Suining, who still seemed a bit frail. Her skin was too pale, looking unhealthy, probably from hard living and poor nutrition. In his mind, girls should be a bit chubbier, with a strong build, looking good and healthy. He sighed inwardly and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Yuanguang. I am Baiyan's grandfather. I know about Qingshan. I suspect he might be part of our Lu family. I've already asked someone to investigate. You've been through a lot these years. In the future, I will definitely make it up to you." Su Suining didn't expect Lu Yuanguang to be so straightforward. Considering his background, an old man who fought in wars, he was naturally fiery and direct. He said everything plainly, without much hesitation. It was a bit cute. She smiled and said, "Grandpa Lu, you're too polite. Qingshan and I are doing well now. Life is stable, and we have no complaints." Lu Yuanguang looked at Su Suining in surprise. The girl looked about the same age as Beiyan, with clear, bright eyes, but she was sharp. In just a few words, she conveyed a lot. She was telling him that Qingshan and her current small family were stable and without hardship, but Qingshan in the past had suffered a lot. As for compensation, it should be given to the Qingshan of the past. Unexpectedly, Hu Qingshan married a wife who is very protective of him. He smiled and said, "Qingshan is a very good boy. You two are a good match. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me or to Beiyan. None of the others in the family are reliable." Su Suining nodded with a smile and said, "Okay." She then looked at Luo Zhendong and asked, "Grandpa Lu, haven't you eaten yet? What do you want for lunch? I can cook." Liu Beiyan quickly stopped her. "Sister-in-law, I will do it. Let Zhendong help me. You can chat with Grandpa." Luo Zhendong smiled. "Yes, I will cook lunch. You two can talk." Su Suining wasn't very polite today. She was in a bad mood, which affected her cooking skills. She poured tea for Lu Yuanguang. Lu Yuanguang looked at Su Suining and then at Yi sitting beside her. For the first time, he felt that fate was very strange. He simply asked Su Suining when she married Hu Qingshan and when she had the baby. Finally, he mentioned, Since you have a child and can't take care of him alone, I will hire a nanny for you. Su Suining refused. Grandpa Lu, you are too kind. I don't have much to do. I can take care of the baby at home. Lu Yuanguang nodded. Then we'll talk about it later. If there's any trouble, just find me. He didn't ask more because it wasn't convenient. Sitting under the cool shelter, occasional breezes blew in, making him feel very comfortable. He even felt that his energy and spirit were much better than when he was in Beijing, as if his body suddenly had more strength. Luo Zhendong was good at cooking because his family didn't have girls. Since he was young, boys also learned to cook. Later, he joined the army and was trained in the mess hall for a year. His noodles were evenly thick and very chewy. There was also some salted meat bought earlier by Liu Beiyan, which he stir-fried with eggplant to make a stew. When Liu Beiyan ate, she was amazed. Zhendong, your cooking is so delicious. Luo Zhendong chuckled. Didn't you come to my house when you were little and eat my steamed buns? Forget it? Liu Beiyan exclaimed and laughed. Yes, I really forgot. When I was little, I went to other people's houses every day to eat. The basic rule was that if everyone said the food was good, I would be happy and want to go again. Luo Zhendong smiled, clearly still a kid. Today, Lu Yuanguang also had a good appetite. He ate a big bowl of noodles with some chili oil made by Su Suining and a splash of vinegar. He finished the bowl quickly and cleanly. Liu Beiyan was a bit surprised. Grandpa, you haven't eaten this much in a long time? Previously, the elderly man was healthy and had a good appetite. After Liu Beifeng's incident, he suddenly collapsed and lost his appetite. Eating a little more would make him feel uncomfortable. Lu Yuanguang hasn't felt this relaxed in 3 years. That's true. I also thought I wouldn't finish my meal. Zhendong's cooking is good and most importantly, he's in a good mood today. Su Suining looked at the old man, whose face showed the tiredness from long-term illness, but now he seemed quite spirited. After lunch, Luo Zhendong accompanied the old man back to the guest house to rest, while Liu Beiyan and Yaya stayed behind to keep Su Suining company. Liu Beiyan even hurried to wash the dishes, asking while doing so, "Sister-in-law, brother, who has left? Are you feeling a bit uncomfortable? Maybe I can stay with you tonight?" Su Suining smiled and waved her fan. "No need. Your coming during the day is enough." Liu Beiyan glanced at Su Suining's belly. "I should stay with you. With such a big belly, it's not convenient to be alone." Su Suining still refused. "It's okay. You have to get used to being alone sometimes. Besides, I live close to Sister Meow's house. If anything happens, I can just call her, and she'll hear me." Liu Beiyan didn't insist further, and said, "Grandpa already asked the guards to look into it. We should have results soon. Today, Brother Zhendong told me about second brother's experience. I feel so upset. Although being in the army naturally involves bloodshed and sacrifice, at least many people have enjoyed the love of their parents and the warmth of family before joining. But second brother never had that." Seeing Liu Beiyan about to cry again, Su Suining wasn't sure what Luo Zhendong had told them specifically. She guessed it was about Hu Qingshan's experiences over the years and his childhood hardships. Luo Zhendong works in political affairs and is very good at understanding people's minds. If he combined Hu Qingshan's hardships with his childhood suffering, it could surely make listeners tear up and feel deeply sad. This would make old Master Lu feel more worried about Hu Qingshan and more guilty, leading to more efforts to compensate him. Sighing inwardly, she felt sorry for Luo Zhendong's sincere efforts. Liu Beiyan rubbed her eyes and said, "If Brother He really is my second brother, I will treat him very well in the future." Su Suining chuckled. "Why do you still act like a child, crying just from talking? That was in the past. He will get better and happier in the future." Liu Beiyan pouted but still looked a bit sad. "It's just, I wish I could find the person who replaced the child and give them a good beating." As soon as she finished speaking, someone called out to Su Suining. Su Suining looked over when she heard the sound, her eyes cold and sneering. "Beiyan, the person who wants to come out and give you a beating is here." Liu Beiyan was surprised and looked over. She saw a woman dressed in dark blue with patches walking this way, holding a child in her arms. As Liu Beiyan and the others approached, they looked more closely and were even more shocked. The woman holding the child appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, somewhat pale and tired. Due to daily farm work, her skin was rough and dark. But her features looked a bit like Liu Beiting. Others might not notice the resemblance, but since she and Liu Beiting had been sisters for over 20 years, it was obvious. Especially from her cheekbones to her eyes, they looked very similar. While she was thinking, Zhang Guilin had already come and holding the child, sat heavily on a stool, and took a few breaths. "Do you have water? I'm so thirsty." Su Suining sat quietly on a lounge chair, smiling softly at Zhang Guilin. "Why did you suddenly come?" Zhang Guilin was momentarily stunned. "No, didn't we agree that your older brother's child would be raised by you once born?" Su Suining touched her belly. "I have my own children. Why should I raise someone else's?" Zhang Guilin was a bit confused, her face changing as she wanted to get angry. But she remembered they were in the family compound, and last time, she had secretly taken a bag of cotton from Su Suining. Although it had been replaced with a bag of straw on the train, she had taken it. If Su Suining caused trouble, she would be in the wrong. Her mind raced quickly. She was afraid Su Suining wouldn't want the child. If the older brother had a girl, she was a financial burden. If he had a boy, he was also a burden. If she didn't give the child away, how could the family support itself? Clearing her throat, she said, "Don't you remember? You agreed before that once the child was a month old, she would be brought to you."
Su Suining frowned.
"You can't say that casually. You wouldn't be trying to send me this child just because your older brother's family had a girl, would you? If people find out, you'll be accused of old-fashioned gender discrimination. Now is a critical time to set an example. If you make a mistake, the whole family will be affected." She sighed again. "Mom, if you keep this up, you might even be caught as a human trafficker." Zhang Guilin, who was uneducated and not very clever, was stunned by Su Suining's words. "How would I be a human trafficker?"
Su Suining sighed.
"Look, you send the child here, and we don't want her. Are you just trying to casually get rid of her somewhere? Isn't that human trafficking?" She only dares to cause trouble in front of Hu Qingshan, using her gratitude for his upbringing to fight him fiercely. But in the past 2 years, this trick no longer works. Hu Qingshan even suggested cutting ties with them. Liu Beiyan stared at Zhang Guilin's face for a long time, increasingly feeling that she looked like Liu Beiting, especially when she lowered her eyes to think. They looked exactly the same. Zhang Guilin saw a girl nearby staring at her and turned to look. She didn't recognize her, but found her somewhat familiar. But such a beautiful, clean girl, clearly from the city, she knew she couldn't afford to offend her. She looked away again, hesitated for a while, then spoke less arrogantly. "So, what do you think we should do about this child?" Su Suining smiled slightly. "Take her home and raise her yourself, or I'll report you. The military leaders wouldn't allow you to cause trouble here. They might call the local militia to take you away." A fire suddenly surged in Zhang Guilin's heart. She wanted to yell at Su Suining, but then she thought of something and finally fell silent. She held the child and sat quietly for a while before sadly leaving. Su Suining was a bit surprised. Today, Zhang Guilin left so quickly and easily. From her last encounter with Zhang Guilin, she wasn't this easy to shake off. She would cling like a sticky patch, hard to get rid of. Liu Beiyan watched Zhang Guilin's back as she left, her eyes burning with anger. "Sister-in-law, it must be her. It's definitely her. She swapped my second brother and my sister." "No, with Liu Beiting." This time, Su Suining looked at Zhang Guilin again and felt she resembled Liu Beiting a little. She fanned herself thoughtfully, pondering Zhang Guilin's strange behavior. Liu Beiyan, furious, pulled a stool to sit beside Su Suining. "Her cheekbones are a bit high, just like my sister's. When they think, their expressions are very similar. It must be her. She made my second brother suffer so much." Su Suining gently patted Liu Beiyan's head with her fan and smiled. "She won't leave holding the child. Later, she'll report her for stealing the child in the town." Liu Beiyan thought that was too easy on Zhang Guilin. Why did she swap my brother? She already has a son. What's wrong with raising another girl? Su Suining thought for a moment. She's a strong believer in boys over girls. She thinks having more sons is better, more to support her in old age. Raising a daughter is like losing money. So she swapped her. Don't think she just wants her daughter to enjoy a good life with wealthy families. Zhang Guilin's mind used to only want a son, but now she only wants a grandson. The little girl she just took away, she doesn't want her. Zhang Guilin might even abandon her in a remote wilderness. Liu Beiyan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. How can there be such a cruel person in this world? She doesn't want her own daughter, but still abuses someone else's son. Is she even human? She's worse than animals. Su Suining watched Liu Beiyan curse and scold, feeling that she was incredibly adorable at this moment. Liu Beiyan was angry for a while, then went back to wash dishes and clean the pots. After finishing, she hurriedly took Yaya and left. Sister-in-law, you should also take a nap. Yaya, and I will go back to rest for a while and come to see you later. Seeing Liu Beiyan hurriedly leave with Yaya, Su Suining squinted and thought for a moment before getting up to rest in her room. She didn't sleep well last night, so she needed to catch up on sleep now. As for Zhang Guilin, she guessed that Liu Beiyan must have gone to see her and given her some benefits, which is why she wasn't causing trouble this time. After lying down, Su Suining pondered for a while, feeling regretful that how Qingshan left at such a bad time. If he had left a day later, she could have met old Master Liu and Zhang Guilin. It would have been perfect to confront them and clarify everything about her background clearly. Dragging things out was so frustrating. Su Suining thought randomly for a while, then fell into a dazed sleep, but she felt restless. Suddenly, outside, Miao Ermiai hurriedly shouted, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, wake up quickly. Liu Beiyan hit your mother-in-law, and she even knocked out her teeth." Su Suining woke up instantly and sat up abruptly. She knew Liu Beiyan was capable of doing something like this, but she didn't expect her to act so quickly. She responded and quickly put on her shoes, ruffling her hair as she headed outside. Miao Ermiai was waiting at the door. "Sister-in-law, take it slow." Liu Beiyan didn't suffer any loss. Vice Commissioner Luo has already gone over and is trying to persuade her. Su Suining grew more anxious. She hadn't even seen how Liu Beiyan hit Zhang Guilin. She hurriedly followed Miao Ermiai to the outside of the family compound and saw Liu Beiyan standing stiffly, like a brave little warrior, glaring at Zhang Guilin, who was sitting on the ground. Zhang Guilin's face was covered in blood, and she was hitting her thighs while crying loudly. Zhang Guilin shouted, "Bullying. I'm just an old woman. I didn't provoke her or do anything to her. Look at what she did to me." Liu Beiyan glared and pointed at Zhang Guilin. "Weren't you just so tough?
Get up."
Luo Zhendong tightly grabbed Liu Beiyan's arm. "Calm down." Liu Beiyan shook her fiercely, but couldn't shake her off. Her beautiful eyes flashed with fire. "I can't calm down. This cruel woman, who swapped other people's children, just now took a girl and threw her away." Then she pointed at Zhang Guilin and said, "If you have the courage, go report me. Go to Beijing and report me." She kept talking and rushed forward, kicking Zhang Guilin in the face. Zhang Guilin let out a cry and rolled on the ground, crying. Su Suining saw that kick hurt her, but only Zhang Guilin was there, and the baby girl was gone. Had she already been thrown away? Since Liu Beiyan was still angry, she didn't go to stop her. She waited until Liu Beiyan vented her anger. Also, Luo Zhendong was holding her back, letting her hold back a little. Otherwise, Liu Beiyan's kick wouldn't have missed. After Liu Beiyan kicked Zhang Guilin's back again, Luo Zhendong pulled her aside and said, "Enough, enough. If you hit her again, someone might get seriously hurt. You're in the wrong." Liu Beiyan wrinkled her nose and snorted coldly. "I'm in the wrong? She's accusing me. Let the police arrest me if she wants." Luo Zhendong knew Liu Beiyan was stubborn, so he turned and called Su Suining, sister-in-law, come and talk to her. He also wanted to check on Zhang Guilin because he couldn't let her keep crying and making a scene at the entrance of the residential area, which would look bad. Su Suining glanced at the disheveled Zhang Guilin, then quietly gave Liu Beiyan a thumbs up and looked serious as she said, "Why did she provoke you? Why are you so angry?" Then she winked at her. Liu Beiyan, quick-witted, immediately started crying and complaining to the onlookers, "This woman is very cruel. When my second brother was born, she secretly swapped him. Such a trick, like a fox swapping the prince, made my second brother suffer for so many years." Zhang Guilin covered her cheek, just helped up by Luo Zhendong. Hearing this, she finally understood why she was beaten. Su Suining didn't want that child either. She wouldn't bring back a worthless kid. So she simply threw him on the roadside, planning to come back later and ask Su Suining for some money and food coupons. She couldn't go back empty-handed after this trip. But as soon as they reached the entrance of the residential area, Liu Beiyan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, without saying a word, and started beating her fiercely. Zhang Guilin, known for being tough in the village because she had 4 sons and plenty of labor, was usually domineering and unafraid of anyone. But she never expected to suffer such a big loss. And she didn't even have the ability to fight back. Now, hearing Liu Beiyan talk about swapping the children, she wondered if Hu Qingshan's family had come looking for her. Feeling guilty, Zhang Guilin covered her swollen face, missing a few teeth, speaking unclearly as she stammered, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying." Liu Beiyan didn't bother with her and pointed at her. "With that ugly face, how could you give birth to someone as handsome as my second brother?" "Yes, my second brother is Hu Qingshan. Everyone look at me, and then think about Captain Hua. Don't we look alike? I have a photo here that proves we are family. My sister, Liu Beiting, is actually Zhang Guilin's daughter." Su Suining was stunned. She didn't expect Liu Beiyan to be so straightforward. The direct approach made Zhang Guilin panic. She kept saying she didn't understand and had no idea how to explain. Liu Beiyan was well prepared. She took out a notebook from her shoulder bag, flipped through some photos, and showed everyone. "This is a solo picture of my grandfather when he was young. You can tell it's an old photo because of the military uniform. This family photo shows my older brother, my sister, and me. Take a good look. Hu Qingshan looks like our family, but my sister looks like Zhang Guilin. Zhang Guilin's hometown is Longchuanping, and my sister was born in the same place. I think everyone can see just by looking at the photos, right? Can someone help me call the local security committee and the police? I want to report her for kidnapping. Let her be paraded around and serve a life sentence." Zhang Guilin was really panicked. She waved her hands anxiously and explained, "No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an honest person. How could I switch a child? There must be a mistake. It must be a mistake. Could it be that you all made a mistake?" Her teeth were missing, her mouth was swollen, and no one could understand what she was saying. Of course, no one paid attention to her words because the photos proved everything. Most of the onlookers were family members from the community, all with children and involved with Hu Qingshan. So, everyone looked at Zhang Guilin with disgust and contempt. Zhang Guilin was panicked. She knew that if she kept arguing, she might not leave today. She didn't want to explain anymore. She turned to run, but Luo Zhendong stopped her. "Auntie, where are you going? Don't worry. Even if Captain Hua isn't here and you get beaten, we will make sure justice is served for you." Zhang Guilin knew very well that Luo Zhendong was on the same side as the girl who hit her. She just wanted to leave now. "No, I don't need to go." Luo Zhendong held her back, and she couldn't leave. She was already regretting it deeply. If only she had listened to Liu Beiting and not appeared in front of Hu Qingshan again. Luo Zhendong smiled and said, "Auntie, how about I take you to the security committee to clear things up and prove your innocence?" Liu Beiyan quickly moved closer and said, "Go.
Right now."
Anyone who doesn't go is a loser." Zhang Guilin saw Liu Beiyan approaching again and shivered in fear. She hid on the other side of Luo Zhendong. "You hurt me like this, I will report you." Liu Beiyan waved her fist at her. "Come on, I dare to hit you in front of the security committee." Su Suining watched Liu Beiyan bully Zhang Guilin like a little troublemaker, holding back her laughter and enjoying the show. Luo Zhendong wanted to speak, but saw old Master Lu walking over with Yaya. He thought for a moment and turned to Zhang Guilin. Auntie, I don't really know what's going on between you two. Now, we can either go to the security committee to settle this or find the girl's family to have him apologize. Hearing apologize, Zhang Guilin straightened up and looked at Liu Beiyan with caution.
She's
just talking nonsense. An apology isn't enough. Liu Beiyan chuckled. You have a lot of nerve, expecting me to apologize? If you don't tell me how my second brother was taken away, I might just lose my temper. Frightened by the threat, Zhang Guilin didn't dare look at Liu Beiyan. She turned her head away. As soon as her eyes shifted, she froze in place. Seeing Liu Yuanguang, her scalp felt like it was going to explode. Hu Qingshan's family really came looking for them. Liu Yuanguang saw Zhang Guilin, covered in blood and looking very miserable. He frowned and looked at Liu Beiyan. Did you do this? This time, Liu Beiyan didn't feel guilty after hitting someone. Instead, she felt proud, puffed out her chest, and said, Yes, I did. Grandpa, she's the wicked woman who took my second brother away. Zhang Guilin couldn't stand steadily anymore. Years ago, she disliked having a daughter and wanted to leave her at the clinic door. But when she heard someone had a son inside, she secretly swapped her own child. With many sons, she thought they would be good workers. As for her daughter, she didn't care whether she was alive or dead. Since she wasn't her biological child, she didn't bother to raise her properly. She used her as a punching bag, making her eat less and work more. During the years of natural disasters and famine, she even drove Hu Qingshan into the mountains. If he could survive, he would. If not, he would die. Staying at home was just wasting food. Who would have thought Hu Qingshan would come back alive? The village secretary advised them to treat the child well, and Hu Qingshan was already about 10 years old and able to do farm work. The family started to treat him a little better. Later, Hu Qingshan heard about the draft through the radio and secretly signed up. Zhang Guilin initially disagreed. If Hu Qingshan joined the army and left, there would be one less worker at home. Who would do the work? It was only after the military leaders came to do some persuasion that Hu Qingshan promised to send money home every month, and then she agreed. The more Zhang Guilin thought about it, the more scared she became. The elderly man in front of her looked very serious. Liu Beiting also said that if the Liu family found out, they would definitely hold her accountable. Liu Yuanguang frowned as he looked at Zhang Guilin. He was usually serious, but now his eyes looked sharp. Did you swap our Liu family's child when you were young? Zhang Guilin's legs trembled. No, I didn't. Hu Qingshan is my son. He is a year older than Liu Beiting. How could he be the Liu family's child? She was so scared that her mind was in chaos. She kept explaining but accidentally revealed more clues. Liu Yuanguang's face looked worse after hearing her, and his voice became more serious. Have you met Liu Beiting? Zhang Guilin quickly shook her head.
No.
Then how do you know Hu Qingshan is a year older than Liu Beiting? The elderly man's angry shout scared her so much that her heart was trembling. Her lips quivered, and she didn't know how to explain. Liu Yuanguang didn't want so many people to see their family matter. He looked at Luo Zhendong.
Zhendong, find a place. I want to talk to her privately.
Zhang Guilin didn't want to go, but she had no choice. She was afraid if she didn't go, she might be taken to the neighborhood committee and end up in jail. What would she do then? Luo Zhendong took them to the meeting room at the guest house. Liu Yuanguang told the others to wait outside. He wanted to go in and talk to Zhang Guilin alone. Luo Zhendong closed the door of the meeting room. Liu Beiyan looked very anxious. Grandpa, what's there to talk about? Just give her a good beating. Let her talk then. Su Suining glanced at the door and said, They probably want to learn about Hu Qingshan's life before he joined the army. Let's find a place to sit. She knew people like Zhang Guilin who had little experience. Seeing Liu Yuanguang, she was already scared stiff. Asking a few more questions could make her reveal everything. Liu Beiyan snorted coldly. Later, I want to go to Longchuanping and beat up everyone who bullied my second brother. Knock out all their teeth. Luo Zhendong was a bit worried. Beiyan, Fighting doesn't solve problems. Liu Beiyan was indifferent.
Wrong.
Fighting is the fastest way to solve problems. So you think we should just let those who bullied my second brother go? You can forget about the past, but I can't. I can't swallow this insult. Su Suining smiled as she looked at Liu Beiyan. Her bold and flamboyant personality showed she was from a good family and spoiled since childhood. That's why she had the confidence and capital to be so outspoken. Lu Zhentong sighed. After many years working in political and ideological work, he still didn't know how to persuade Liu Beiyan. Su Suining smiled and patted Liu Beiyan's hand. Bad people will face consequences, but you shouldn't be impulsive. Lu Zhentong nodded repeatedly. Yes, my wife is right. Beiyan, you should listen more to your sister-in-law.
Su Suining paused.
When you act, be gentle and careful. If you accidentally hurt someone badly or cause harm, it will only cause trouble for yourself. Lu Zhentong couldn't agree with this. He knew that in fights, few people stay calm, and mistakes can easily happen. Liu Beiyan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will be careful when I act. Lu Zhentong rubbed his forehead, finally understanding that when Liu Beiyan mentioned his little sister before, he was both fond and helpless. An hour later, Lu Yuanguang came out of a meeting, looking angry. He ordered Lu Zhentong, tell the local security committee to come and take her away. She swapped children and even abandoned one today. She's no different from a trafficker. Lu Zhentong nodded and went to make a call. Su Suining watched the old man's restrained expression and guessed that Zhang Guilin had said something about past abuse of Hu Qingshan. It was probably just the lightest version, but it still made the old man angry. Lu Yuanguang looked at Su Suining and Liu Beiyan. Yan, go back with your second sister-in-law to pack some things. I'll make a call to Beijing later. Tomorrow, we'll go to the provincial city to see Qingshan. Su Suining was surprised. Both the way she was addressed and the decision of old Liu shocked her. But Liu Beiyan was very happy, linking her arm with Su Suining. Sister-in-law, let's go.
I'll help you pack.
Su Suining was dragged home, feeling dizzy. She was about to meet Hu Qingshan and see the world. After Lu Yuanguang left Liu Beiyan and Su Suining, he went back to his room and called Beijing. The person who answered was Mei Shuqin. He mentioned the mistaken child incident from years ago. Mei Shuqin immediately responded with displeasure. Dad, did you see Beiyan's child? If you're sure it's Beiyan's, you should bring the child back quickly. Don't listen to rumors. Do I not know if the child was swapped? Some people just look similar and want to cling to our family. I've seen people like this many times. Dad, right now Jinping is at a critical stage. You can't do anything foolish and embarrass our family. Lu Yuanguang suddenly lost interest in what he was about to say. Are you sure you won't regret it later? Mei Shuqin snorted coldly. Regret? The only regret in my life is letting Beifeng join the army. Dad, I agree with Jinping. Just bring Beifeng's child back and stay away from all the troublemakers outside. Our home isn't a shelter. Lu Yuanguang was so angry he couldn't listen anymore and hung up the phone with a loud snap. Mei Shuqin didn't mind and chuckled. The older I get, the more temper I seem to have. Feng Shenhua also went to the gate to watch the excitement, shocked to learn that Hu Qingshan was Lu Yuanguang's grandson. In her previous life, she saw Lu Yuanguang on TV and later heard that he passed away in Beijing, honored with a national flag, and even appeared on the news. She remembers this vividly because her educated youth husband, drinking and eating peanuts, drunkenly sighed, "If only I could be born into the Lu family, I'd be blessed for generations." At that moment, Feng Shenhua finally understood why Hu Qingshan could reach such a high position in her previous life. With Lu Yuanguang around, how could his future be bad? Feng Shenhua didn't even know how she managed to walk back home, sitting in the yard feeling more and more lost. She couldn't live her life over again and end up just an ordinary person. She was not willing. Su Suining was thinking about going to the provincial capital, but it wouldn't take long. After meeting Hu Qingshan, her grandfather and Liu Beiyan with Yaya would probably return to Beijing. So she casually packed 2 sets of clothes, wrapped up the remaining milk powder and cookies from home to take along, so they could eat on the way. She also planned to ask Sister Meow Air to water her small vegetable garden every day. After a few days, the tomatoes and peppers would be ripe. Liu Beiyan sat nearby, watching Su Suining carefully organize everything with a clear plan and sequence. She couldn't help but feel curious. Sister-in-law, you're from the provincial capital. This trip is a good chance to visit your family. Su Suining didn't want to go back. The original owner had a poor relationship with her parents and siblings. Her parents were very traditional, believing girls should help their natal family, supporting their parents and helping their brothers. So, why would she go back? Without hesitation, she refused. I'm not going. If I get to see Hu Qingshan, I'll meet him. If I don't, I'll stay a couple of days and then come back. She went to the provincial city to see if she could buy some things for children, then she could return home peacefully to prepare for childbirth. She always remembered that giving birth was a difficult challenge. Liu Beiyan was clever enough to guess that Su Suining had a poor relationship with her family. She quickly changed the subject. That's perfect. When the time comes, you can accompany me to the provincial city for a walk. I want to buy some gifts for my future nephew or niece. This made Su Suining laugh. You're not shy at all. But you don't need to buy anything. Kids grow up fast, so there's no need to prepare too many things. Liu Beiyan looked a bit regretful. It would be great if you could have the baby in Jing City. Then I could visit you every day. Su Suining smiled happily. You can come visit us anytime. Stay for half a year, maybe? Liu Beiyan's eyes twinkled, and she said, that sounds possible. I'll try to see if I can transfer to the military district's cultural troupe here. Then we can see each other often. Su Suining gave a few cookies to Yaya and told her to go find Jingjing to play. Then she curiously asked Liu Beiyan, do you like Deputy Commissar Luo? Liu Beiyan's eyes widened in surprise and she exclaimed, you noticed? Is it that obvious? Su Suining nodded with a smile. Yes, it's not very obvious, but when you see him, you look very relaxed. Liu Beiyan rested her chin on her hand and sighed heavily. Brother Shindong is 8 years older than me. I don't even know when I started to like him. When I heard he was marrying my sister, I felt like the sky was falling. Later, when they divorced, it was very messy. Our two families used to be close, but now we're completely estranged. Su Suining wasn't surprised. Although your sister made mistakes, your mom thinks she did it because Luo Zhendong didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Liu Beiyan's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Sister-in-law, how do you know? My mom is a complicated person. She's very protective of us and never allows outsiders to bully us. But sometimes she's unreasonable, like with my sister. My sister was at fault, but Brother Zhendong never said a bad word about her or explained the reason for the divorce. My mom went to Luo's family and caused a scene because the divorce was so embarrassing. Through Liu Beiyan's story, Su Suining understood what kind of person Mei Shuqin was: strong-willed, selfish. She claimed to love children, but she cared more about her reputation. Liu Beiyan's divorce probably made her feel ashamed, so she caused trouble to shift the blame onto Luo Zhendong. She made a fuss so that everyone in the courtyard would know, and Luo Zhendong felt sorry for her. This way, she could feel a little better about herself. Such a mother, Hu Qingshan doesn't need to acknowledge her. Su Suining had just finished packing when Luo Zhendong came with Liu Yuanguang. The old man looked very unhappy. Su Suining thought it was because of Zhang Guilan's words that affected him deeply, so she quickly poured tea to comfort him. Grandpa Liu, you don't need to be too upset. Hu Qingshan is doing very well now. Liu Yuanguang sighed heavily and looked at Su Suining. Child, it will be hard for you from now on. Be good to Qingshan. If you want anything, just tell me. Su Suining smiled and shook her head. I don't need anything. Hu Qingshan and I are married, and we will have children in the future. Our family will definitely stay together happily. You can rest assured. Liu Yuanguang felt a bit more comforted. Hu Qingshan has his own small family now, and that's good. He didn't plan to tell his son and daughter-in-law about Hu Qingshan's situation. He just wanted to see them regret someday. As for Liu Beiyan, He didn't expect that a usually quiet and honest person could be so scheming. He wanted to see what else she could do to cause trouble. After drinking a few sips of tea, Luo Zhendong mentioned Zhang Guilan's matter. The baby she abandoned has been found. The security committee asked the Hu family to pick up the child. As for Zhang Guilan, she might have to stay in jail for a while. Now, even small mistakes could be blown out of proportion, especially for someone like Zhang Guilan. She would probably be made an example of, and besides labor, she might be paraded around with a sign. Liu Beiyan muttered softly. Serves her right. That's too light a punishment. What about the others in the Hu family? They did nothing wrong. They got off too easily. Lu Yuanguang's eyes widened with anger. Impossible. Anyone who bullied Qingshan, I won't let them go. Liu Beiyan cheered up and hugged her grandfather's arm. Grandpa, I knew you wouldn't just let it go. We should go to Longchuanping and deal with them all together. Lu Yuanguang thought for a moment. Maybe we can do that. Luo Zhendong knew Liu Beiyan's personality well and hurriedly advised, Grandpa Liu, haven't you already talked to the provincial city? You should go see Huoqingshan soon. Su Suining was happy and found Grandpa Liu very adorable. Yes, Grandpa, let's go see Qingshan first and give him a surprise. Su Suining was still very eager to see Huoqingshan and wanted to see his reaction. He has only been gone for 2 days, and so many things have happened at home. Would he be very shocked? In the evening, Su Suining went to see Sister Miao Er again, asking her to take good care of her small vegetable garden. Sister Miao Er happily replied, Don't worry, sister-in-law. Even if I forget, the soldiers in the kitchen team will help water the plants. She was a bit puzzled, as Su Suining seemed especially eager about growing vegetables. Old Master Lu planned to go to the city after lunch the next day, then take the train to the provincial capital, arriving at dawn. He had already contacted the provincial military district, and they would stay at a guest house and could also watch with Qingshan and others train. After listening to Old Master Lu's arrangements, Su Suining couldn't help but feel the difference between people. After Lu Yuanguang finished planning, he told Luo Zhendong, My wife and I will stay in the provincial city for a few days, then take Yaya back to Beijing. When that happens, let Suining come back alone, and you can pick her up at the train station. Thinking about it, he felt it wasn't quite right. Let Beiyan stay, first take Suining back, then return to Beijing. When Liu Beiyan heard this plan, her eyes lit up. Grandpa, since our cultural troupe is under investigation and we don't need to go back to work for a while, I can stay and wait until my sister-in-law has her baby before returning? Luo Zhendong felt overwhelmed but had no right to stop her. He hoped Old Master Lu would be more clear-headed and not let Liu Beiyan stay here. Lu Yuanguang thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll have my secretary send my salary to you later. He knew they wouldn't want money directly from Qingshan or Su Suining, so it was better to let Liu Beiyan stay and send the money to her, so she could help the young couple. When Liu Beiyan heard her salary would be sent to her, she exclaimed, Grandpa, don't worry, I promise I will do a great job. Luo Zhendong's head felt even bigger. With Liu Beiyan staying, she and Su Suining could work together to cause some fun. Liu Beiyan, who loved to take action and get her hands dirty, and Su Suining, who was gentle but clever, together would make the days very lively. After dinner, Luo Zhendong accompanied Lu Yuanguang back to the guest house to rest. Liu Beiyan took the initiative to stay behind, washing dishes, preparing bathwater, and even insisting on helping Su Suining with her back. Seeing her extra attentive, Su Suining couldn't help but tease, You're unusually enthusiastic tonight. Are you afraid I won't agree to you staying? Liu Beiyan chuckled and nodded. Yes, I don't want to go home. I'm not working right now and staying at home every day. My mom keeps nagging me about not being ambitious. If I stay here, she can't scold me. Su Suining chuckled and said, You are the youngest at home, so you must be the spoiled one.
Liu Beiyan grinned greedily.
That's not true. I grew up with my grandparents. When I was a bit older, I would stay at home for a while, then go to my grandma's house. After she passed away, I moved back home. My mom is quite good to us, but she prefers children who do well. My eldest brother is her pride. My second brother, No, now it's the third brother, is my dad's pride because he works at a research institute. Liu Beiting is also very good. She may not be very smart, but she's willing to work hard, obedient, and follows my mom's arrangements, so my mom likes her. Only I am a bit rebellious, so my parents don't like me as much. Suddenly, she didn't want to call Liu Beiting sister anymore, feeling an instinctive rejection and dislike inside. Su Suining smiled and said, "Then you can stay if you want." Liu Beiyan exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I won't stay for nothing. I can help you during your postpartum period and watch the kids. Oh, and Grandpa's salary is for us to spend freely. Do you know how much Grandpa earns a month?" She gestured with 4 fingers.
Over 400 yuan.
Pretty impressive, right? Su Suining was also surprised. She knew that Hu Qingshan received a military grade 11 salary plus special military allowances, totaling about 180 yuan a month. For now, that was a very high salary, especially since an average worker's wage was only around 50 or 60 yuan. Thanks to Hu Qingshan's high salary, her life was quite comfortable. Liu Beiyan thought about a bright future. "Sister-in-law, with me around, you can rest assured and have your baby." Su Suining suddenly remembered a character from a TV drama and burst out laughing. The next morning, Su Suining and Lu Yuanguang took a car to the city. After yesterday's commotion, everyone in the family compound knew about Hu Qingshan's identity. Early that morning, Su Suining left with Lu Yuanguang and the others, and everyone was guessing they were going to find Hu Qingshan to acknowledge their relationship. This meant that Hu Qingshan, who was already very talented, might soon be transferred to Beijing. Feng Chunhua didn't expect such a big turn of events. Curious, she remembered what Feng Chunhua had said. "You said before that Hu Qingshan would become a high-ranking official. Is that because of this? His grandfather is a high-ranking officer in the military, and I heard his biological parents are also very impressive." Feng Chunhua's face showed some emotion. "When I said that before, you didn't believe me. Now, what's the use of talking about it?" Feng Chunhua saw that her sister's tone was off and asked, "Feng Chunhua, what do you mean? Even if Hao Qingshan's parents are very powerful, they have nothing to do with you. You and Li Zhongming went to the city and took the fabric they gave you. Everyone in the family compound knows about it. Please don't do anything embarrassing." Feng Chunhua didn't speak. She was unwilling. She was not willing at all. She would wait until Su Suining died. She was sure she could wait. Su Suining found that going out with Lu Yuanguang was still very comfortable. When they reached the city, someone was there to greet them. They first went to the guest house cafeteria to eat. The food was good, lamb soup noodles with several pieces of lamb inside. After eating, they were arranged to rest in their rooms. It was about the right time when a car came to pick them up, driving straight to the platform and stopping in front of the train carriage. It was a special car for officials, enough for 5 or 6 people to rest, with a bed and a small sofa. Su Suining was worried that the train might be crowded and slow, and she might not sleep well at night. But now, she didn't need to worry at all. She slept soundly until morning and arrived at the provincial capital station. There was still a car waiting on the platform to pick them up. Liu Beiyan hurriedly carried all the luggage, told Yaya to hold Grandpa's hand, and let Su Suining go with her empty-handed. Su Suining was very touched. In taking care of others, Liu Beiyan was as thoughtful and attentive as Hao Qingshan. With Lu Yuanguang there, the car directly went to the training ground. Through the car window, Su Suining watched the people running in the training field and immediately spotted Hao Qingshan. He stood out among the crowd, very agile, far ahead of the others behind him.
But
why was Zhu Hong among the crowd outside the training ground? How could she be here? Lu Yuanguang told the driver to stop. As soon as he got out of the car, he immediately attracted the attention of a group of people standing nearby. Some leaders recognized Lu Yuanguang, hurried over, saluted, and greeted him. Lu Yuanguang looked at the training ground. "I'm just here to take a look.
You don't need to worry about me."
He said they didn't need to worry, but could they really ignore him? Seeing 2 female comrades and a child getting out of the car, one of whom was pregnant, They were probably all family members of Old Master Lu. They quickly called someone to prepare stools. "Old Master, you came without telling us in advance. We should have prepared." Lu Yuanguang frowned. "Prepared what? I'm not here for grassroots visits today. No need for a big fuss. I have some private matters. You all go ahead." The military district leaders still insisted that Old Master Lu sit in the audience area and politely asked Su Suining and Liu Beiyan to sit with him. Zhu Hong saw Su Suining coming with Lu Yuanguang and was momentarily stunned. She frowned and looked at the training ground as if she didn't recognize it. She couldn't return to the original health team. This time, her father helped her find connections to get into the provincial military hospital, where she was one of the medical staff responsible for the training competition. Su Suining noticed her military uniform and shoulder patches and guessed what was going on. She wondered if Zhu Hong still had feelings for Hu Qingshan. Liu Beiyan, besides watching Hu Qingshan on the training ground, also noticed Zhu Hong's gaze on Su Suining. Her look was disdainful and proud. She moved her chair closer to Su Suining and whispered, "Do you know that woman?" Su Suining nodded. "Not really, just know her name." "What's up?" Liu Beiyan whispered again. "Her look at you is kind of interesting. If she dares to bother you, I'll help you deal with her." Ku Suining tuklet nonet. "She just ignores me and hasn't done anything to me." Liu Beiyan thought for a moment and said quietly, "Anyway, don't be afraid. I'm pretty good at handling things." Su Suining laughed. "I can tell. You're quite capable." They whispered softly, while Lu Yuanguang kept watching Hu Qingshan on the training ground. He was overwhelmed with tears and regret, thinking that if he had been less proud back then, he would have gone to apologize to Hu Qingshan immediately. Maybe he wouldn't have missed so many years. Several military district leaders secretly observed Lu Yuanguang's reactions, noticing he kept staring at someone on the training ground. After some analysis, they guessed he was looking at Hu Qingshan. They also noticed that the two looked quite similar, which made them suspicious again. With different thoughts, everyone quietly watched the training. Originally, the military leaders planned to visit the training ground briefly, but because Lu Yuanguang was there, they stayed until the training ended. After the training, the teams gathered and returned to their dormitories. The leaders called a duty soldier over to summon Hu Qingshan, but Lu Yuanguang stopped him, saying, "No need. You go busy yourselves. We'll go see him ourselves." Lu Yuanguang's words left no room for argument. Two training officers followed to serve the old man at all times. They took him to Hu Qingshan's barracks. During training, Hu Qingshan looked over the stands and thought he saw Su Suining. When he looked again, she was gone, replaced by a few sanitation workers standing in front. He felt confused and suspected he was seeing things. After all, how could Su Suining suddenly appear here? It had only been 3 nights since they parted, but he missed her more than ever. "Actually, I still feel a faint sense of unease. If I don't check every day, I worry that when I see Su Suining again, she might have returned to her old self." Wearing a training uniform and a shirt, holding a basin and preparing to take a shower, the clerk at the door called out, "Captain Hu, someone is looking for you outside." Hu Qingshan paused, put down the basin, and quickly headed outside. As he stepped out of the dormitory, he immediately saw Su Suining standing gracefully among a group of military green uniforms. He was a bit surprised but then walked straight toward her. "Why did you come suddenly? Is something wrong?" he asked while checking her from head to toe, making sure she wasn't hurt and that she still had a gentle smile on her face. Then he relaxed. Su Suining felt a little embarrassed. There were several people around, yet Hu Qingshan rushed straight to her as if he didn't see anyone else. She blinked quickly and said, "I'm fine. I came with Beiyan and Grandpa Lu." Hu Qingshan then looked at Lu Yuanguang, who seemed different from the strict old man he remembered. Lu Yuanguang looked a bit excited, with tears in his eyes. Hu Qingshan understood what was happening, but he was not good at handling emotional situations. He pressed his lips, stood at attention, and saluted, "Hello, Commander." Lu Yuanguang felt even more upset. He turned to 2 officers and said, "I want to talk to him alone." After the officers left, Lu Yuanguang looked at Hu Qingshan, his tone both excited and a little nervous. I want to apologize for wrongly accusing you back then. I was too rash and misunderstood you. Hu Qingshan glanced at his smiling wife before replying, "It's okay." Lu Yuanguang nodded, tears clearly showing in his eyes again. "You probably guessed why I came to see you. Child, all these years, we've caused you a lot of suffering. It was our neglect. We're sorry. Today, we didn't come to ask you to forgive us immediately, but to tell you that we never really lost you." Hu Qingshan remained calm, simply watching Lu Yuanguang. However, Liu Beiyan became anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. "Second brother, back then, Zhang Guilin secretly swapped you. I already hit her and had her arrested. Second brother, don't worry. Those who bullied you, my grandpa, and I won't let them go." Hu Qingshan stayed silent, his gaze always calm. Su Suining looked at Hu Qingshan, smiled, and moved to stand beside him, looking at Lu Yuanguang. "Grandpa Liu, Bei Yan and Yaya, go sit in the pavilion for a while. I want to talk to Qingshan." Lu Yuanguang thought about it too. Their sudden appearance caught He Qingshan completely off guard, and he was probably quite resistant to their sudden arrival. He nodded and said, "You all talk, I'll go for a walk." After the old man and Liu Beiyan took Yi away, Su Suining turned to face He Qingshan, standing there, looking up at him. She asked softly, "Why are you so thin? Have you been training very hard these past 3 days?" He Qingshan felt a slight emotional stir inside. "Yes, I've been increasing the training intensity every day to prepare for the competition." Su Suining reached out tenderly to hold his hand, then quickly let go. "After the competition, I'll cook something delicious for you to make up for it. You focus on training and doing well in the competition. I'll be waiting at home for you." She smiled warmly, her voice gentle. He Qingshan's expression froze for a moment, then suddenly relaxed, with a hint of sadness. "Suining, I feel really upset inside." He Qingshan's words almost brought tears to Su Suining's eyes. She never expected that a man as tough as steel could suddenly show such a fragile side. She held back her emotions, smiled gently, and looked at He Qingshan. "I understand. You don't need to think too much. In these past 2 days, I've seen that Grandpa Liu is very kind and Bei Yan is also very good. If you have such family members, you are lucky and happy." He Qingshan fell silent again. He couldn't describe how he felt, but Su Suining understood. She spoke softly to comfort him. "Have you ever thought about the gap between you and Liu Beifeng? Do you remember how Grandpa Liu scolded you back then? And it's been so long, but your biological parents haven't appeared. You can probably guess the reason, right?" He Qingshan pressed his lips tightly and nodded. Su Suining was partly right. When he first saw Liu Beifeng, he was like a clear, bright moon, knowledgeable, elegant, gentle, and kind. He was someone he could never become no matter how hard he tried. Being scolded by Lu Yuanguang was actually a relief from Liu Beifeng. Later, Liu Beifeng even sent him a dictionary with a note on the inside cover. "No power is stronger than knowledge. Those armed with knowledge are invincible." He also told him the origin of that quote, encouraging him to read the book when he had time. That was the first time he felt inferior, because he lacked education. Since then, his standards for choosing a partner became simple and realistic. She must be educated. Now, seeing old man Liu, he felt an indescribable sadness inside. Maybe it was hidden inferiority and pride fighting within him. As for his biological parents not appearing, he guessed the reason but wasn't very bothered by it. He spoke in a deep voice about his connection with Liu Beifeng. Su Suining felt even more uncomfortable. Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, she reached out and hugged Hu Qingshan, but there was some distance between their stomachs, making it a bit awkward. She loosened her hold and said, "Hu Qingshan, you don't need to think too much. If you feel that acknowledging the Liu family puts pressure on you, then we won't acknowledge them. You're just as good as Liu Beifeng. You're also very talented." Hu Qingshan was more concerned about Su Suining's health now. "Did you take the train last night? Are you tired? I'll ask for leave and take you to a guest house to rest." Su Suining quickly stopped him. "I'm not tired. Grandpa Lu is still waiting. No matter what you decide, I think we should sit down and have a good talk with Grandpa Lu. Hu Qingshan didn't mind his wife's decision. He just wanted to finish this matter quickly so Su Suining could rest. Su Suining smiled as she looked at the caring expression in this stiff man's eyes. She gently patted his arm. Don't worry, I'm in good health. After saying that, she turned and waved at Lu Yuanguang and Liu Beiyan, who were not far away. The training unit's officer helped arrange meals for them at the guest house restaurant. The seats were set in a corner, with a folding screen to create a private space for them to talk comfortably. The meal was served according to Lu Yuanguang's rank. 4 dishes, 1 soup, 2 meat dishes, and 2 vegetable dishes with rice. Lu Yuanguang looked at the silent Hu Qingshan. Eat first, and we'll deal with everything else slowly. Seeing Hu Qingshan, he felt guilty and didn't want to force him to make any choice. Liu Beiyan still remembered Su Suining saying she wanted to eat rice. Now, regardless of her brother's mood, she took a bowl and served Su Suining some rice. She even pressed the rice with a rice scoop and handed it to her. Sister-in-law, hurry and eat. You love rice the most. Su Suining was stunned for a moment, wishing she could dig a hole in her rice bowl and hide herself. This girl, in this tense atmosphere, still cared about eating rice. Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining with some surprise. She actually liked eating rice? Lu Yuanguang saw Hu Qingshan looking at Su Suining and, being clever, sensed something. He smiled.
Suining likes rice?
That's easy. From now on, just exchange all the food coupons for rice. Liu Beiyan immediately responded, yes, I also like rice. From now on, my sister-in-law and I can eat together. Su Suining was happy. I'm not that picky. I can eat anything. As she spoke, she scooped a piece of braised pork and handed it to Hu Qingshan. Eat quickly. You train a lot, so you need to eat more. Liu Beiyan quickly helped Su Suining serve some meat. Sister-in-law, you should eat more. You're now nourishing 2 people by yourself. Lu Yuanguang looked at the children with affection and also helped Yaya put some meat on her plate. The small interruption instantly eased the atmosphere, and no one mentioned the matter of family recognition anymore. Lu Yuanguang felt very satisfied. Sitting together quietly to have a meal was very good. The rest could be taken care of slowly. Hu Qingshan silently observed that Su Suining really liked rice. After finishing a bowl, she added half a bowl more. She didn't serve any vegetables and enjoyed eating plain rice in small bites. He thought to himself that he should bring some rice back from the city later. After lunch, Lu Yuanguang asked Hu Qingshan to walk around the yard with him and check the basic facilities of the training ground. Su Suining knew Lu Yuanguang wanted to talk privately with Hu Qingshan. She waved her hand at him. You 2 go ahead. I'm a bit tired. Let Beiyan stay with me and Yaya in the room to rest. After Hu Qingshan left with Lu Yuanguang, Su Suining didn't rush back to her room. Instead, she went to sit and rest in the pavilion in the guest house yard. Liu Beiyan sat down, resting her chin on her hands on the stone table, watching the distant figures of Lu Yuanguang and Hu Qingshan walk away. She still sighed to Su Suining, sister-in-law, don't you think I look a lot like him? Why am I so lucky? I have 3 such excellent brothers.
Su Suining chuckled softly.
You really know how to praise yourself. Liu Beiyan giggled. I'm just telling the truth. Suddenly, she caught sight of someone approaching and sat up straight, turning her head to look at the visitor. Su Suining also saw Zhu Hong walking over. She remembered hearing Zhu Hong's voice when they ate at the guest house. Seeing Zhu Hong come closer didn't surprise her. She fanned herself with a handkerchief while watching Zhu Hong approach. Zhu Hong glanced at Su Suining.
She found it hard to understand.
Previously, Su Suining looked fragile, almost sickly and delicate. Now, she seemed like a different person, healthy and full of life, with bright, cheerful eyes. Most importantly, Su Suining carried a calm, peaceful aura, as if nothing mattered to her. Zhu Hong withdrew her gaze without greeting her and turned to Liu Beiyan. Hello, you're Lu Lao's granddaughter, right? I thought you looked very similar. Liu Beiyan was blunt. Who are you? Do we know each other? She wasn't usually so sharp, but since this woman was hostile toward her sister-in-law, she definitely wouldn't speak kindly. Zhu Hong hesitated for a moment, forcing a smile on her face. I am Zhu Yaoguang, the deputy commander of the military district's daughter. Liu Beiyan responded with a nod and frowned. That shouldn't be. Zhu Hong looked confused. What shouldn't be? Seeing Liu Beiyan give her a teasing look, her heart sounded an alarm, sensing that Liu Beiyan might say something unpleasant. Liu Beiyan smiled and looked at Zhu Hong. Is this how you introduce yourself every time you go out? Didn't your father tell you to be low-key? Zhu Hong choked and looked embarrassed. No, I just saw you with old Liu, so I came over to say hello. I was worried you wouldn't know who I am, so I mentioned my father's name. Liu Beiyan raised an eyebrow and joked, even if you told me, I wouldn't know. Su Suining watched Zhu Hong's face turn red with anger and couldn't help but smile as she looked at Liu Beiyan. The more she watched, the more she liked her. This girl's fighting spirit was impressive. She was good at both words and actions. Zhu Hong, angry and feeling her heart pounding, didn't want to argue with Liu Beiyan. She looked upset and said she was sorry for the disturbance, then hurriedly left. She saw Hu Qingshan and old Liu arriving at the guest house and secretly followed them, feeling that their relationship was unusual. She was curious about what their relationship really was and wanted to find out from Liu Beiyan.
But
Liu Beiyan completely ignored her. Liu Beiyan watched Zhu Hong leave, feeling puzzled. Sister-in-law, does she like my second brother? Su Suining shook her head. I don't know the details, but Hu Qingshan doesn't like her. Liu Beiyan rested her chin on her hand and thought for a while. I guess Zhu Hong used to like my second brother. But he's from the countryside, so she hesitated. Later, when she saw him get married, she was still unhappy. Su Suining was surprised. What kind of theory is that? Hu Qingshan is capable and comes from a good background. Being from a poor family isn't a big deal. Liu Beiyan clicked her tongue. Sister-in-law, that's what you say, but when it comes to real feelings, it's about conditions and matching backgrounds. I can guarantee Zhu Hong thought that way, but unfortunately, my second brother never did. Su Suining also laughed. Your second brother is just a blockhead. He doesn't understand romance. Liu Beiyan chuckled. Don't say that about my second brother. I've noticed he only has eyes for you. If you move, he'll know what you want. Su Suining agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, he treats me very well. Hu Qingshan accompanied Liu Yuanguang for a walk near the training ground. Liu Yuanguang asked questions, and he simply answered whatever was asked, speaking little and sounding calm. When the topic turned to training and drills, Hu Qingshan spoke more. Liu Yuanguang sighed inwardly, knowing that Hu Qingshan wasn't ignoring him on purpose, but was naturally quiet and reserved because of his background. On the way back, Liu Yuanguang asked if Hu Qingshan had any thoughts about transferring away. Hu Qingshan didn't hesitate. No. Liu Yuanguang was not surprised. He knew Hu Qingshan still had pride, but if you stay in the mountains all the time, it's hard for Ning and the kids to follow you. What about when the kids go to school? Hu Qingshan already had his own plan. It's okay for the kids to stay in the mountains when they're young. When the children reach school age, he can arrange for them to move to the city based on his own ability. Liu Yuanguang nodded. That's good. If you face any difficulties, just call me. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your life or try to get involved with you. Don't carry any burden in your heart. You are very talented, and I believe you will become even better in the future. Hu Qingshan looked at Liu Yuanguang in surprise. He wasn't pressured to acknowledge him, which eased his tense feelings quite a bit. Liu Yuanguang continued walking with his hands behind his back. This military competition is very important. While academic knowledge is important, as an army field unit, military skills are even more crucial. You already have a good foundation. Record the problems you encounter during training and missions, and organize them into articles. You can ask Shindong to help edit them before publishing in the Army Daily. Of course, this is just my suggestion. Write down what's in your heart regularly, and over time, your writing will become more fluent. I also joined the army without knowing how to read big characters. Like you, I used my free time to learn to write, and to compose articles. Slowly, I went from not understanding anything to being able to publish some pieces in the Army Daily. It's all about accumulation. You will get better and better. Lu Yuanguang only said this much, worried that if he spoke too much, Hu Qingshan might get annoyed. He planned to talk to Luo Zhendong again later, reminding Hu Qingshan to learn how to write articles on military strategy. Once published, they would surely be seen. He couldn't openly help his proud grandson rise smoothly, but he could guide him on how to climb higher and higher. When Hu Qingshan and Lu Yuanguang returned, Su Suining and Liu Beiyan were still sitting under the pavilion. Lu Yuanguang knew the young couple still had things to talk about, so he called Liu Beiyan to take Yaya to rest in the room. Su Suining smiled as she looked at Lu Yuanguang and Liu Beiyan. After Yaya left, she turned to Qingshan and said, Your face looks good. It seems you had a pleasant chat. Qingshan saw beads of sweat on Su Suining's forehead and asked, Why don't you rest in your room? It's too hot outside. You should rest first, and after the afternoon training, I'll take you out to eat. Su Suining squinted and smiled. Okay. Grandpa Liu, what did he tell you? He didn't force you to go back to the Liu family, right? Qingshan shook his head. He thought Lu Yuanguang would tell him about recognizing his biological parents, but Lu Yuanguang never mentioned their blood relation again. They only talked about work and how he should try harder. He briefly told Su Suining what Lu Yuanguang had said, and she was surprised but also admired Lu Yuanguang a little. If Qingshan wanted to advance further, he needed to improve his education and knowledge. Showing deep thinking in his reports would attract the attention of military leaders. That would make it easier for him to move up. She smiled and pulled Qingshan's arm to sit down. Grandpa Lu's idea is very good. With your many years of experience, if you organize it, it will help future soldiers with their training and learning. Qingshan was not opposed, but felt that what he wrote was somewhat awkward. He hadn't practiced enough. Sometimes, writing reports was exhausting. He knew the content but couldn't get it out properly. No one had told him how to write better. His reports were just copies of old formats, focusing on the main idea, then submitting them. Lu Yuanguang's words gave him new ideas. His combat experience should be recorded so that many soldiers could see it. Su Suining smiled and said, You should really ask Deputy Commissar Luo to review your work. Write a few more articles and practice. You'll find the pattern. My husband is so smart. He's good at everything. Her tone was like comforting a child, which made Qingshan's face feel warm and his ears turn red. Training starts this afternoon. I need to go now. Rest in your room first. I'll come to find you at dinner. Su Suining smiled and watched Qingshan stand up. Suddenly, he let out an "oh" and looked pained, clutching his stomach. Horrified, Qingshan quickly stepped over, knelt down, and without thinking much, placed his hand on Su Suining's rounded belly, looking worried. What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? Is the baby okay? He reached out to pick up Su Suining to rush to the medical team. Su Suining suddenly let go of his hand and leaned down to kiss his face softly. Hu Qingshan was completely stunned. He never expected that Su Suining was actually deceiving him. His body instantly stiffened, and his face turned red. This was outside. He wanted to stand up, but Su Suining pressed his hand down and held it tightly against her belly. Are you thinking about the baby? He's very well behaved. Every morning when he wakes up, he moves a little. When he's hungry, he moves. When he wants to see Dad, he moves. Hu Qingshan didn't move. He looked up at Su Suining. He didn't feel as deep a connection to the baby yet. Unlike Su Suining, who could feel the baby's changes every day, he only felt excited when he sensed the baby's movements. Right now, hearing Su Suining softly say she wanted her husband, his heart felt like it had collapsed and suddenly became very tender. Su Suining looked into his eyes with a gentle smile, her eyes shining with tiny specks of light. Train well and do your best in the competition. My baby and I are waiting for you at home. No matter how the Liu family is, you still have me and the baby. We will always be a family. If it weren't for the fact they were outside, Hu Qingshan really wanted to hug Su Suining. The afternoon training was like they had been injected with chicken blood. He was already leading others in running and throwing, and in the afternoon, he was even faster, leaving everyone behind and impossible to catch up. Other team leaders and deputy leaders participating in the competition were very surprised. What did Hu Qingshan eat for lunch? He suddenly had endless energy. Su Suining went home for a nap. After waking up, she took a shower and then went to the training ground with Liu Beiyan to watch the training. This competition was different from ordinary soldier matches. It was a selection of the top 100 officers at the regiment level and above from the entire army, so it was quite prestigious. Su Suining sat in the stands, watching Hu Qingshan's agile movements and the explosive power in his throws. She couldn't help but smile. Liu Beiyan glanced at Su Suining and said with a sigh, "Why do you look at my second brother with such a motherly pride?" Su Suining chuckled and nudged Liu Beiyan's arm. "Anyone can see you've never been in love." "That's love in my eyes. My eyes are full of love." Liu Beiyan rubbed his arm. "You're making my skin crawl. But I think both my brothers are good at finding wives. My eldest brother and Su Man used to be a perfect match, one elegant, one delicate. And you and my second brother? One quiet and reserved, the other charming and lively. You're a perfect match, a perfect match." Su Suining let out a small sound and turned to look at Liu Beiyan. "Your description was very good.
Keep it up next time.
Since you think so highly of me, let's go shopping tonight together." Liu Beiyan's eyes lit up. "You all decided to go out? Then of course and you have to come too. Grandpa is having dinner with some military leaders tonight, and I don't really want to go."
Su Suining smiled.
"All right, let's go out for a walk together." She also wanted to see the provincial city. Besides her vague memories of the original owner, she was curious about what the city looked like. After training, Hu Qingshan took leave. Amid everyone's teasing, he took a shower, changed clothes, and left. In the past, when family members came to visit the army, others would also tease. Back then, he couldn't understand why people were so excited to see their families. Now he suddenly understood. His mood was happy, and his steps felt light. Thinking about seeing the person soon, he felt that the intense afternoon training was not tiring at all. He hurried to the guest house, where Su Suining was already waiting at the door, wearing a light-colored floral dress that reached just below her knees, with dark braids casually draped over her shoulder. Because she was pregnant, she looked softer and more gentle. When Hu Qingshan saw Su Suining, his usually stern expression softened unconsciously, and he quickened his steps. Before he reached her, Liu Beiyan came out holding a ya, shouted, "Sister-in-law," and then saw Hu Qingshan. She happily called out, "Big brother Hu, you're back. Perfect timing, we can leave now." Hu Qingshan was a bit surprised. He nodded at Liu Beiyan and then looked at Su Suining. "Are you ready?" Su Suining smiled. "Yes, I am. Just now Liu Beiyan and I asked the staff at the guest house. They said there's a good place nearby. The wontons at the old military canteen are very tasty. They serve a fixed amount every day, and if you go late, they're all gone. Let's go check it out." Hu Qingshan had no objections. After eating, "Shall we go for a walk by the Yellow River?" Su Suining was a bit surprised. She thought he was finally catching on, knowing to suggest a walk after dinner. She nodded repeatedly. "Sure. I've never seen it before." Suddenly realizing she might have said something wrong, she quickly changed her words. "It's been a long time since I went to the Yellow River. I've been missing the days we played there." Liu Beiyan didn't notice Su Suining changing the subject and asked naively, "Sister-in-law, is the Yellow River fun? What do you do there?" She thought everything was just water. "What's so interesting?"
Su Suining chuckled.
"There's not much to do in the provincial city, so everyone likes to go to the Yellow River. Watching boats, fishing, it's quite interesting." Liu Beiyan didn't find it very interesting, but since the Yellow River is the mother river, it was okay to go see it. Hu Qingshan caught that Su Suining had only half spoken and her made-up reason. He looked at her, but didn't expose her. The cafeteria at the old garrison was not far from the military district, about a 10-minute walk. When they arrived, there was already a line at the door, but it wasn't long. While waiting, Su Suining asked the person in front what else was available besides wontons. The other person pointed to the small blackboard on the wall, which listed today's limited items: fresh meat wontons, multigrain cornbread, and baked flatbread.
Just these 3 simple things.
Liu Beiyan immediately suggested, "Let's get 4 bowls of wontons and 2 baked flatbreads." Su Suining had no objection, mainly to make sure Hu Qingshan was full. The cafeteria had big round tables and everyone shared tables to eat, making it lively. Hu Qingshan asked Su Suining to find a seat for Yaya, while he and Liu Beiyan went to get the food. After sitting down, Su Suining looked around curiously and saw 2 people sitting at a corner across 2 tables who looked familiar. When they saw Su Suining, they seemed surprised and quickly lowered their heads to eat. Frowning, Su Suining tried hard to remember using her original memory but couldn't. She decided not to think about it anymore. Since the original owner was from the provincial capital, it was not surprising to recognize a few people. Hu Qingshan and Liu Beiyan brought over the wontons, and Hu Qingshan went to get the baked flatbreads. Su Suining was seeing this type of flatbread for the first time: a thick, large piece like a big bread, golden on both sides, soft in the middle, and very fragrant. Liu Beiyan was already conquered by the delicious aroma of the wontons and exclaimed, "Second brother, second sister-in-law, these wontons are so good. Better than what I've had in Jing City." After saying that, she carefully watched Hu Qingshan's expression, but seeing no reaction, she chuckled softly. Looking at Liu Beiyan, who called him with a hint of affection, Su Suining couldn't help but smile. While eating, she also paid attention to the 2 familiar-looking people from earlier. When they left and turned to look back at the door, that gaze, Su Suining pondered, feeling it seemed unfriendly. Su Suining felt that she shouldn't stay in this provincial city for too long and should avoid wandering the streets unnecessarily. After all, the original owner grew up here and knew many people, possibly even some with whom she didn't get along. But judging by the original owner's personality, she probably wouldn't offend many people. To avoid trouble, it's better to return to the countryside with Liu Beiyan early. And they here still influence Hu Qingshan's training and mood a little. After dinner, Hu Qingshan took Su Suining to walk along the Yellow River. Liu Beiyan didn't think there was anything wrong and also followed, holding Yaya's hand. The city looked dull and gray, with the Yellow River flowing through it. The muddy water rushed loudly, looking very grand. Su Suining was walking on the riverbank and felt a bit amazed. In the future, tall buildings would rise here and the riverbank would be reinforced and raised higher. Later, neon lights would sparkle on both sides of the Yellow River, making it look gentle. She wanted to see this natural and majestic scene one last time before it changed. Liu Beiyan also found it very impressive. "It's really beautiful, second sister-in-law. Look, there's a sheepskin raft in the middle of the river." The sheepskin raft floated in the middle of the river, swaying with the waves, looking small and a little dangerous. Su Suining remembered that many tourists later came to try riding the sheepskin raft, but now it was their tool for crossing the river and making a living. Seeing it made her nervous. Hu Qingshan stood nearby, quietly watching Su Suining's expression. She looked just like when she first saw the Yellow River, full of amazement and curiosity, but different from Liu Beiyan's curiosity, carrying a hint of inexplicable sadness. Hu Qingshan calmly looked away and accompanied them for a while along the river before heading back when the time was right. Because Hu Qingshan had night training later, he only saw Su Suining and the others to the gate of the guest house and then hurried back for the evening training. Su Suining watched Hu Qingshan run away and felt a little sad, sighing. They are really too hardworking. Liu Beiyan, who had grown up following her grandfather to the grassroots, was used to it and said, "It's okay. Sweating now is to prepare for less bloodshed when fighting. Being a soldier is never easy." Su Suining looked at her and said, "You're quite committed to this idea." Liu Beiyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Of course. My biggest dream is to be a soldier. My mom doesn't agree, or I'd already be a soldier now." Su Suining nodded happily. "If you become a soldier, you'll definitely be excellent." Liu Beiyan laughed and linked her arm with Su Suining's, saying, "Second sister-in-law, I like you so much. Talking with you makes me very happy." The two of them, with Yaya, went back to their room. Next door, Lu Yuanguang opened the door and called them over to sit. He had something to talk to them about. Liu Beiyan saw her grandfather's serious expression and felt a bit nervous. After entering the room and closing the door, she quickly asked Grandpa, "Why are you suddenly so serious?" Lu Yuanguang asked the two to sit down and handed an envelope to Liu Beiyan. "I will take Yaya back the day after tomorrow. You can go with your second sister-in-law to the residential area. The training here is very intense, and being here makes it easy to get distracted. This competition is very important. If you place in the top 3, you'll be recommended to study at the National Defense University. That's a good thing. So, you must not let Qingshan be affected." Liu Beiyan chuckled and said, "Is that all? Grandpa, I think you're a bit biased. To not affect Heir Ji's future, you're actually trying to send us away." Lu Yuanguang, tired of her fussing, looked at Su Suining. "Suining, Qingshan's unit is different from ordinary units. They have to sacrifice more and can't always take care of your little family. So, you need to be more understanding." Su Suining nodded. "Grandpa Lu, don't worry. I understand him and support him." Lu Yuanguang agreed and then said to Liu Beiyan, "Inside the envelope are some money and food coupons. I'll have someone exchange for rice and send it to the residential area. If your second sister-in-law needs anything, just call me. If I don't answer, tell Secretary Gu. No need to say too much to others." Liu Beiyan blinked and nodded. "Okay, Grandpa. I will take good care of second sister-in-law."
Don't worry.
Lu Yuanguang reached out and gently ruffled Yaya's hair. "I'll keep Yaya close and send her to school later. She'll grow up to be a talented girl like her mother." Yaya had been with Liu Beiyan and Lu Yuanguang these days, feeling their love and beginning to depend on them. Lu Yuanguang gave a few more instructions, telling them to go home early and rest. He also said to Su Suining, "Tomorrow, I'll ask the leaders to give Qingshan a day off. You can explore the city and see if there's anything you want to buy." Su Suining smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, Grandpa Lu. You're so thoughtful." Lu Yuanguang waved goodbye, smiling as the three left. That evening, he had dinner with Qingshan and the leaders, gaining a deeper understanding of Qingshan, who was a very promising young man. He was Lu Yuanguang's grandson, and he would find ways to help him go further. Having a goal made him feel healthier and more energetic. Since it was hot, Su Suining took a shower in the afternoon, went for a walk, and returned sweaty. The room had a bathroom, making it easy to wash up. She took the opportunity to shower again. Liu Beiyan watched Su Suining shower, told Yaya about it, and then slipped into the next room. "Grandpa, do my parents know about this? Didn't you say so?" Lu Yuanguang didn't hide from Liu Beiyan. "I told you, your mom heard somewhere that Hu Qingshan is a rough country person, so she doesn't want to acknowledge him." Liu Beiyan couldn't believe her eyes. "Because he's from the countryside, my mom won't recognize her own son?"
How can she do that?
"He is her own child." Lu Yuanguang frowned. "Your parents are very practical people, especially Mei Shuqin, who is realistic and self-focused, and finds it hard to listen to others' advice." Liu Beiyan still couldn't accept it. How can a mother be like that? Although she knew her mother always believed that in everything they did, they should weigh the pros and cons. If something was not good for them, no matter how nice it was, they shouldn't do it. But she never thought her mother would refuse to recognize her own son, just because he was from the countryside. So, what if he's from the countryside? "Our family is also from the countryside." Liu Beiyan suddenly felt upset. "How can my mom do this? They say maternal love is selfless and great. How can she do this? She knows my second brother has suffered so much before. Wouldn't she feel sad for him? He's her own child." She wanted to cry, but she knew her mother was indeed a very realistic person. Lu Yuanguang was silent for a moment. "I won't tell them about your second brother's situation. I'll wait for them to find out on their own and regret it.
And
You have a task to protect your second sister-in-law well." Hearing this, Liu Beiyan instantly forgot her sadness, wiped her tears, and asked, "What? Is my second sister-in-law in danger?" Lu Yuanguang frowned as he looked at Liu Beiyan. "Did I say your second sister-in-law is in danger?" Liu Beiyan had her own understanding. "You told me to protect her well. If there's no danger, what should I protect her from?" Lu Yuanguang sighed. "Your second sister-in-law is pregnant, and her belly is getting bigger. She's less mobile. You need to protect her well and prevent anyone from bumping into her. Where are you thinking?" Liu Beiyan shrugged. "Oh, I thought you knew someone wanted to harm my second sister-in-law." Lu Yuanguang was helpless. "All right, go back and rest. Take good care of your second sister-in-law. In the future, don't be reckless." Liu Beiyan chuckled and then hugged Lu Yuanguang's arm. "Grandpa, go check if our cultural troupe has disbanded. If not, arrange for me to stay here at the military district cultural troupe. I can still sing." Lu Yuanguang frowned. "I heard Biting say you like Luo Zhendong? Is that true?" Liu Beiyan glared and said, "Why does she say everything? Such a big mouth." Lu Yuanguang glanced at her and patted her forehead. "You, with so many boys in the big courtyard, who you like is fine. But you insist on liking Luo Zhendong. Think about your mom and the Luo family fighting. Do you think your mom would agree?" Liu Beiyan made a surprised sound. "My mom wouldn't agree, but Grandpa, you do. You agree, right? You think it's okay, don't you? Didn't you also praise Luo Zhendong for being excellent?" Lu Yuanguang snorted coldly. "All right, if someone can handle your mischievous nature, I'd be happy." Liu Beiyan giggled and acted cute. "Grandpa, I knew you're the best. When you go fishing later, I'll hold an umbrella for you." Lu Yuanguang laughed. "You're clever, kid. Okay, go back quickly. Oh, and remember, when Zhendong is working, don't bother him. Liking him is fine, but no matter when, you must not do anything that lowers a girl's dignity." Liu Beiyan playfully saluted. "Grandpa, don't worry, I'll remember." Lu Yuanguang waved his hand, telling her to leave quickly. Among the four kids, except for Liu Beifeng, he liked Liu Beiyan the most. Her innocent heart was especially precious. Of course, now there was also Hu Qingshan, which made him both like and feel sorry for Su Suining. After she finished bathing and came out, she saw Liu Beiyan in a good mood sitting on the bed eating sunflower seeds, with Yaya sitting beside her, carefully peeling the shells. He was a bit surprised. "Where did you get the sunflower seeds?" Liu Beiyan pointed to the bedside table. "I went for a walk downstairs and saw the meeting room being cleaned. I asked for some sunflower seeds." Su Suining was brushing her hair and sat down, noticing Liu Beiyan's cheerful expression. She asked, "Who did you meet just now? Why are you so happy?" Liu Beiyan chuckled. "Isn't my mood always good? Second sister-in-law, tomorrow I'll take Yaya to the department store to buy some things. Do you want anything? I'll bring it back for you." Su Suining thought for a moment. "Let's go together. When we see what we need, we'll know." Liu Beiyan waved her hands. No, my second brother is resting. You two can talk quietly while Yaya and I go shopping. We won't be back for lunch." Su Suining was surprised. She didn't expect Liu Beiyan's plan and she smiled. "All right, I'll go shopping with Hu Qingshan." The next morning, after breakfast, before Hu Qingshan arrived, Liu Beiyan took Lu Yuanguang and Yaya out. Su Suining felt both amused and a bit helpless. There was no need to be so deliberate just to give her and Hu Qingshan some alone time. Liu Beiyan and the others walked for a while before Hu Qingshan ran over, sweating all over. Seeing Su Suining, he was both excited and shy. Clearly, the person he thought about day and night was right in front of him, but he suddenly became reserved. Su Suining looked at the man standing at the door, stiff as a piece of wood. His eyes were full of warmth, but he was frozen in place. His face was slightly dark and covered in sweat, probably rushing over from the training ground. He smiled slightly, reached out to hold his hand, and pulled him into the room, then casually closed the door. "Seeing your wife, why are you so shy?" Hu Qingshan turned around, raised his hand to hug Su Suining, but then remembered he was sweaty and covered in dust. Just as he was about to pull back, Su Suining suddenly threw himself into his arms. Through his belly, their embrace was a bit awkward, but it didn't affect Su Suining's good mood. "I've been waiting for you all morning." Liu Beiyan took Grandpa Liu and the others out. Hu Qingshan cleared his throat and gently reminded him, "I just finished training, I'm all dusty." Su Suining hugged him and hummed happily, swaying his body. "I don't mind." Hu Qingshan's eyebrows lifted slightly, and he felt more relaxed. "Where do you want to go later?" "I'll go with you. I'll be back at 5 in the afternoon." Su Suining snorted. "Hu Qingshan, let's talk about going out later. You should hug me more and touch the baby. Don't you feel he's grown up again?" She coaxed Hu Qingshan to sit down, then made him hold her and kiss her for a while. She took his hand and placed it on her belly. "The little guy was lazy this morning, so he's not moving much now. Only in the afternoon and evening does he like to move around." She couldn't help but laugh. Maybe he's a lazy kid, or maybe he's just like you, quiet and reserved. Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. "It's better to be like you. It's good for the baby to be lively." Su Suining looked at him, puzzled. "Being like you is also good." Hu Qingshan shook his head. "No, I'm not likable. My personality isn't easy to get along with." Su Suining looked at him, her eyes darkening slightly, feeling a small sting in her heart. She reached out and hugged him. "There's no such thing as likable or not. As long as you're happy. You're not naturally unlikable. It's just the environment you grew up in." In the environment Hu Qingshan had lived in since childhood, some children might develop a people-pleasing personality, humble and timid. Some might not make it at all. Hu Qingshan was dull but tough, stubborn but unyielding, which made him who he is today. Thinking, he comforted her, "No matter what kind of personality our baby has, we will love him." The child came into this world to complete his own journey of independence, not to please anyone or to make others like him. We just need to like him. "And I like you very much, I like you a lot." Hu Qingshan was happy again and lowered his head to kiss her forehead and eyes. They sat quietly like this, holding each other and feeling extremely happy and secure. After a while of being affectionate, Su Suining grabbed Hu Qingshan's wrist and looked at the time. "Let's go eat. How about the wontons from yesterday? I think they're really good." Hu Qingshan had no objection. He tidied his uniform and went out with Su Suining. As they left the guest house, Hu Qingshan kept about a meter apart from Su Suining. Not distant, but not overly close either. Su Suining looked at him with a mix of amusement and frustration. Hu Qingshan, walk slower. You're making my stomach hurt. Hu Qingshan immediately slowed down. Does it really hurt? Should I borrow a bike and push you there? Su Suining sighed helplessly and gave him a playful glare. You're so far away. People might think you don't like me. I haven't even asked you to hold my hand while we walk. Hu Qingshan refused without hesitation. No, that's not appropriate. This is the military compound, and we need to be mindful of our image. Su Suining deliberately reached out and held his hand. We're a married couple. We've done all sorts of intimate things. What's wrong with holding hands? Hu Qingshan was about to pull away when he saw Zhu Hong coming out of the supply office nearby. Zhu Hong didn't expect to run into Su Suining and Hu Qingshan, and they were still holding hands. Zhu Hong had watched many foreign movies before. Foreigners tend to be more open, holding hands, even kissing in public. But now, foreign movies are mostly banned, and couples are unlikely to hold hands in public. No matter how strong their feelings, they keep their distance during the day and sleep separately at night. Zhu Hong froze in place, staring in disbelief at Hu Qingshan. She never thought that someone so dull and unromantic as him would hold Su Suining's hand outside. Seeing Zhu Hong staring intently, Su Suining pretended to be shy and waved her hand. Oh, I told you to be careful about showing affection outside. You're still holding hands, but I'm pregnant, not injured. I can walk just fine without holding your hand. Hu Qingshan remained calm, as if unaffected, and cast a brief glance at Zhu Hong before looking away. Let's go. Let's go eat first. Zhu Hong watched as the two people walked past her, feeling a bit unwilling, and called out, Hu Qingshan. Su Suining was somewhat reluctant. She hadn't wanted to pay much attention to Zhu Hong before. But now, in front of her, Zhu Hong showed a hesitant expression towards Hu Qingshan, as if hiding some secret feelings. Did she really think she was easy to bully? Turning with a smile, she looked at Zhu Hong and said, "Dr. Zhu, do you have something to discuss with Hu Qingshan? We're about to go eat. Would you like to come along? We can talk while eating." Zhu Hong pursed her lips and looked at Hu Qingshan with clenched teeth. "Hu Qingshan, I want to talk to you." Hu Qingshan looked cold. "There's nothing to talk about. The team health unit, you probably can't go back. Your father has connections, so you can go somewhere better." His blunt refusal made Zhu Hong's face turn pale. "Hu Qingshan, Chen Feng's death isn't entirely my fault. His status was very special. Who would dare treat him? I was under pressure, but still tried to help him. Was that wrong?" When she mentioned this name, Hu Qingshan's expression finally changed, becoming colder and more serious.
Chen Feng, what was so special about him?
How much did he contribute to science? Who are you to judge right from wrong? It was you who misused penicillin, causing his brain to lack oxygen and leading to his death. Not only did you face no punishment, but you still stand here fine. Zhu Hong clenched her fists tightly. "That's not my fault at all. I was just trying to save lives." Hu Qingshan didn't want to say another word to Zhu Hong. He reached out and took Su Suining's hand. "Let's go. Don't bother with her." He forgot that holding hands outside could be inappropriate. Su Suining understood the general situation. Zhu Hong's involvement in Chen Feng's death was serious, and Hu Qingshan respected him a lot. That's why he was still upset about Zhu Hong's mistaken harm, even though she hadn't been punished. Hu Qingshan walked ahead for a while before realizing he was still holding Su Suining's hand. He quickly let go and slowed his steps. Chen Feng made many contributions after returning to the country. Due to his status, he was assigned here, but Zhu Hong delayed his treatment. Although Chen Feng was assigned here, many leaders still cared about him and wanted him to be well taken care of. Hu Qingshan's team was responsible for Chen Feng's farm, so they interacted frequently. Chen Feng was his good teacher and friend. He taught him many things, not just knowledge, but also about the world abroad. This made Hu Qingshan realize the importance of thinking long-term. When defending the country, it's essential to learn more about culture and knowledge. Just a kind person died because Zhu Hong took medicine without permission and caused an accident. How could Hu Qingshan forgive her? Su Suining guessed it was like that and comforted Hu Qingshan. "She will definitely suffer later. You don't need to be too angry. If you don't want to talk to her, just ignore her." Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. "I'm worried you might misunderstand. I never liked her, never." Su Suining chuckled and said, "You're finally waking up? And explaining misunderstandings to me? Well, I believe you. You won't misunderstand in the future." In her heart, she planned to help Hu Qingshan get revenge for this grudge. Hu Qingshan was annoyed with Zhu Hong and couldn't understand why rumors suddenly spread that he liked her.
How could that be?
Meeting Zhu Hong unexpectedly didn't affect Su Suining's mood at all. In fact, it made her feel happier. Because she finally knew what Zhu Hong had done wrong before, and she was even happier to see Hu Qingshan being honest now. Hu Qingshan, feeling good because of Su Suining's mood, also became cheerful. He hadn't paid much attention to Zhu Hong before. Recently, Su Suining's appetite was good. Today, she ordered 2 bowls of wontons and finished the soup. After lunch, they went to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative. The provincial city branch was much bigger than the city store, with 2 floors and everything you could think of. Su Suining looked around with interest, bought some cotton cloth that couldn't be found in the town, planning to make clothes for the children later. She also bought 2 glass bottles and a large roll of gauze. She saw some menstrual pads and remembered she didn't have any sanitary products now. After giving birth, she could use them, so she bought 2 packs. They also bought a rattle for the children, not knowing how old the kids should be to play with it, but decided to buy it first and let the children play with it later. Hu Qingshan saw Su Suining buying a lot of things for children. When choosing fabric, she would feel the softness by rubbing it in her hand to see if it was gentle on the child's skin. He was very touched. After looking around, when Su Suining was choosing small pillows for children, either a little tiger or a little lion, both with a groove in the middle, he went to the nearby counter and came back after a while. Su Suining hadn't decided yet. The small pillows had two types, a little tiger and a little lion, both with a groove. The shop assistant saw her hesitating and recommended, saying these pillows are specially used for sleeping with flat heads. Originally, Su Suining was still debating which to buy, but after hearing the shop assistant's explanation, she immediately gave up. She didn't like a flat head. A flat back of the head would make her features look less three-dimensional. She still preferred round-headed dolls, so she casually made a small pillow for her to sleep naturally. Hu Qingshan saw she hadn't chosen anything and reached into his pocket, asking, "Nothing you like?"
Su Suining nodded.
"Let's go. This isn't a necessary item. I'll just make one at home." She didn't mention it because she was afraid her views might differ from Hu Qingshan's, causing unnecessary arguments. Hu Qingshan, feeling warm inside because of Su Suining's thriftiness, looked around and said, "It's okay. If you like something, buy it. We still have allowances for the competition." Su Suining knew he misunderstood and didn't explain. She smiled and said, "Let's save the money. There will be many places to spend it in the future. For example, buying a courtyard house in Jing City would earn more money faster than any investment." Su Suining bought many things, all carried by Hu Qingshan. She leisurely followed behind him, chatting casually. In the guest house room, after Hu Qingshan put down the things, he checked the time and realized it was time to go back for the gathering. He hesitated, then suddenly took something out of his pocket and handed it to Su Suining. Su Suining was startled by Hu Qingshan's action. What was he giving her? It felt sneaky. She looked down at what was in her hand, a round metal box with peony snow cream written on it. She stared at it in shock for a long time, unable to believe this wooden man actually gave her snow cream. Seeing her stare at the metal box without speaking, Hu Qingshan thought she didn't like it and quickly explained, "There are two other types that need tickets to buy. This one doesn't need a ticket, but it costs a bit more." Su Suining chuckled and hugged Hu Qingshan. "I like it, I really like it. I saw it earlier, but didn't dare to buy it." "Hu Qingshan, you're so kind. Quickly lower your head so I can kiss you." Hu Qingshan felt a little awkward but still obediently leaned down. Su Suining kissed his cheek, then gently rubbed his newly grown stubble with her nose, affectionately teasing him without realizing it. After a while, she finally kissed the corner of his lips. In the end, Hu Qingshan held her in his arms and gained the upper hand. If it weren't for Liu Beiyan chattering loudly in the corridor, Su Suining suspected she might have been breathless. Hu Qingshan tidied up Su Suining's skirt just as he stood up, when Liu Beiyan suddenly pushed open the door, pulling Yaya inside. Seeing Hu Qingshan, Liu Beiyan looked a bit surprised. "Second brother? You're still here? I thought you'd already left for the gathering." Hu Qingshan didn't mind her title. He glanced at the time and said to Su Suining, "I'm leaving now. Tomorrow, I'll take you all to the train station." Su Suining nodded with a smile. "Okay, you go ahead and get busy." After Hu Qingshan left, Liu Beiyan crossed her arms and looked curiously at Su Suining, whose cheeks were flushed and lips shining with a moist glow, as if she had been gently nourished. She looked delicate and tender, like a fragile flower soaked in water. "Second sister-in-law, you and my second brother. Are you very close?" Su Suining ignored Liu Beiyan's teasing and asked, "Where's Grandpa Liu?"
What did you all buy?
Liu Beiyan carried a large bag. A lot of things, nutritional supplements, fabrics, and some fine silk. "Grandpa asked me to buy them for you. He also said that since you married my second brother, the bride price probably wasn't enough, so he'll make it up to you later." Su Suining knew that Grandpa Liu wanted to make up for his guilt towards Hu Qingshan, and she felt sorry for his sincere efforts. "There's no need. We're living well now, and your second brother treats me very well." Liu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I can see that. He's even better than my eldest brother was to Sister Su Man. My second brother seems a bit dull, but he's really good at caring for his wife." Su Suining smiled quietly. not saying anything, as Liu Beiyan took things out of her bag one by one to show her. Suddenly, Liu Beiyan remembered something. I just saw Zhu Hong. That woman is a bit annoying trying to get close to Grandpa. What's her problem? Su Suining shared what she had overheard today with Liu Beiyan. Liu Beiyan's eyes widened. Chen Feng? He's still my third brother's teacher. So, he's been sent down here? He's really gone? I haven't heard anything about that. Su Suining was unsure. Maybe it's classified? I don't know either. Liu Beiyan pounded the wall in frustration. Zhu Hong, if she doesn't have that ability, she shouldn't be doing this. Senior Chen Feng is such a good person. It must be a misunderstanding. The higher-ups are protecting him.
She's sick.
Thinking about how Zhu Hong was acting as if nothing was wrong, Liu Beiyan grew angrier. No, I have to tell Grandpa. Let him decide. How can such an unprofessional person stay in the hospital? That's risking lives. Su Suining tried to stop her. Let's wait. We need to gather some evidence first. Before she finished, Liu Beiyan waved her off. What evidence? She has connections, but we do too. Let's see whose connections are stronger. Wait for me, I'll go find Grandpa. Su Suining couldn't stop her and watched as Liu Beiyan hurried away. It's a bit funny and frustrating. This girl has a temper like a firecracker. She explodes at the slightest provocation. At dinner, Hu Qingshan came to eat with them. Lu Yuanguang didn't say anything, didn't mention family matters, and didn't bring up the idea of recognizing relatives. He only reminded Hu Qingshan to balance work and rest during training and to be observant during competitions. He also told Liu Beiyan to take good care of Su Suining. You can't be playful and forget. Your sister-in-law is in the late stage of pregnancy, and it's hard for her to do chores. You should be diligent, help her wash clothes and cook. Liu Beiyan had already listened all day and felt like her ears were about to turn into calluses. She quickly nodded. Got it, got it. Grandpa, don't worry. Even if I get hurt, I won't let my second sister-in-law get hurt. Lu Yuanguang sighed helplessly. You girl, you can't get hurt either. All of you need to be safe. Liu Beiyan laughed happily. Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll be fine. You can stay in Beijing and take care of Yaya. In the past 2 days, Lu Yuanguang had been in good spirits. Looking at Yaya and then at Hu Qingshan, he felt more hopeful about the future. As for bringing Yaya back, he hadn't called the people in Beijing. Mei Shuqin didn't receive any more calls from the old master and thought the matter was over. She even confidently believed that since Lu Laoyizi hadn't called again, he must have realized that the child was not capable and bringing him back would be embarrassing. Because, according to Lu Yuanguang's temper, he would definitely accomplish what he set out to do. He said he wanted to recognize that child, so he would keep calling until they agreed. Lu Biding had been anxious these days, asking Mei Shuqin every day if her grandfather had called back. Hu Qingshan's presence always felt like a ticking time bomb, making it hard for her to sleep at night. If Lu Jinping and Mei Shuqin found out that Hu Qingshan was excellent, they might immediately take leave and rush over to recognize him as their son. She didn't know why Lu Yuanguang hadn't said anything. Mei Shuqin, unprepared, told Liu Beiyan her analysis. It seems your grandfather isn't stupid. He knows bringing him back would be embarrassing, so he probably won't mention it again. But Liu Beiyan wasn't so optimistic. How much did Liu Beifeng matter to Lu Yuanguang? Since Liu Beifeng sacrificed himself, and now a more outstanding, more like him, Hu Qingshan appeared, how could he not recognize him? What is he really planning? Liu Beiyan couldn't figure it out, but she had her own thoughts. If Lu Yuanguang didn't say anything, she thought it was best never to mention it in her lifetime. She was even starting to lose her mind. What if Lu Yuanguang died or Hu Qingshan died? Are these secrets never going to be discovered? Mei Shuqin saw Lu Biding's sinister expression and nudged her arm. Biding? I was just talking to you. Did you hear me? Lu Biding snapped back to herself. Mom, I was distracted. What did you say? Mei Shuqin didn't mind. Find a way to call Yan Yan and tell her to come back quickly. Don't embarrass yourself over there. Thinking about the possible consequences if Yan Yan was with Luo Zhendong, she decided, forget it. I'll take a day off and go see her. Mei Shuqin wanted to go find Yan Yan and bring her back, but she couldn't leave her work. Plus, Lu Zhenfeng was about to get a big promotion, and she worried it might affect his career. She decided to wait and see. She believed that if she didn't agree, Yan Yan wouldn't be able to be with Luo Zhendong. Lu Baiting wanted to go, but her work didn't allow her to take leave. She decided to stay in Beijing and see how things developed. The next morning, Lu Yuanguang took Yaya to the airport to fly back to Beijing. When Yaya left, she hugged Su Suining and cried, making Su Suining tear up too. Lu Beiyan comforted both of them. We can see each other in Beijing. It's not like we're never going to meet. When Yaya goes back, she should focus on studying. She can join the army here later, and then she can see her aunt anytime. Yaya took her words seriously and held Lu Yuanguang's hand, looking back repeatedly as they left. Su Suining watched the car drive away and sighed. Yaya'll get better and better. Lu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. Of course. Now that Yaya is with Grandpa, he has more energy. His health will improve. Suddenly, she remembered something. By the way, I told Grandpa about Zhu Hong. He was very angry and dealt with it last night. When you were washing Yaya, Grandpa told me that Zhu Hong's father will be involved because of abuse of power. As for Zhu Hong, I don't know where she'll go, but she can't stay at the military hospital. Su Suining was surprised. He handled it so quickly? Lu Beiyan smiled and put her arm around Su Suining. Grandpa doesn't tolerate nonsense. He was definitely angry about such obvious things. And Chinfeng, Grandpa always supported him, but he's furious now. Grandpa respects scientists a lot, so of course he's upset. Su Suining thought for a moment. Be careful around Zhu Hong in the future. After such a big setback, Zhu Hong and her daughter probably wouldn't be willing to accept it easily. Lu Beiyan didn't mind. I'm not afraid. Zhu Hong can come at me with whatever she has, but I'm just worried I won't get the chance to teach her a lesson. Su Suining rubbed her belly. If it weren't for the little one inside, she would want to live freely like Lu Beiyan. The two of them went back to their room to pack their things. Only then did Hu Qingshan hurriedly rush back from the training ground, still covered in dust and sweat. The training was intense. In just a morning, his uniform was soaked through, feeling like it could be wrung out. Lu Beiyan wisely went out, saying she was going to buy some snacks for the road. Su Suining watched Hu Qingshan rush over, sweat dripping onto his eyelashes, and she didn't bother to wipe it. She took out a handkerchief and smiled at him. Bend down. He obediently bent over. Su Suining reached out to wipe the sweat from his eyebrows and forehead, gently reassuring him, "You focus on your training and competitions. Lu Beiyan is here with me, so you can rest assured. Eat more every day. With so much exercise, you need to eat plenty. When we get back, the vegetables from our small garden will be ready, and I can cook many delicious dishes for you." Hu Qingshan bent down and stayed still, listening to Su Suining's gentle reminders, his gaze fixed on her bright, white face. She was cheerful and gentle, with a smile in her eyes, warm and radiant. He felt a surge of unspoken longing and reluctance, his first time truly feeling what it meant to be reluctant. Reluctant to see Su Suining go back, he wanted to see her every day. After she finished wiping his sweat, seeing his unwavering gaze on her, she smiled and leaned in to kiss the corner of his mouth. "All right, we should head to the train station now. Be careful yourself. Although the competition results are important, your health is just as vital." She reached out and gently rubbed his cheek, and remember to stay in a good mood every day. Like comforting a child, she made Hu Qingshan blush at the tips of his ears again. Su Suining loved to see his innocent and sincere side. She rubbed his ear again. "Let's go. We'll go downstairs to find Beiyan. She's probably waiting for us." Hu Qingshan suddenly reached out, pulled her into his arms, kissed her hard, then loosened his hold. His eyes shimmered with a faint redness, somewhat charming. Su Suining sighed inwardly. Men, once they are soothed, become obedient and gentle. Hu Qingshan carried his things out of the room, but he couldn't help but remind her again. Lu Beiyan is too lively. Don't encourage her to do anything bad. Su Suining shot him a look. What do you mean I encourage her to do bad things? When have we ever done anything bad? Hu Qingshan quickly explained. Not bad things. Just keep an eye on her and don't let her get too impulsive. Su Suining was happy and said, all right, don't worry. I will stay safe. Also, don't judge Bai Yan's personality too quickly. She is actually very smart and careful when she does things. Hu Qingshan didn't say anything. He didn't believe that Bai Yan was careful, but he didn't argue with Su Suining to avoid upsetting her. Sure enough, Lu Bai Yan was walking in circles in the yard with her hands behind her back. When she saw the two come out, she happily ran over and took one of the bags from Hu Qingshan's hand. Second brother, I got this. You just focus on training. I promise to take good care of second sister-in-law so she stays healthy and happy. Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. Then, I'll trouble you. Lu Bai Yan was even happier. Now she called him second brother, and he didn't refuse. He even spoke kindly to her, smiling with his eyes curved like little crescents. No trouble at all. Second brother, just focus on the competition. Try to win first place. The military district sent a car to take them to the train station. The train would arrive in the city at night, and Luo Zhendong would meet them there. Hu Qingshan bought some baked flatbreads and tea eggs at the train station cafeteria, then filled a military water bottle with water for Lu Bai Yan to carry and give to Su Suining on the way. Lu Bai Yan watched Hu Qingshan carefully check their belongings again, carefully separating the cookies and baked flatbreads. He was so considerate and attentive that she couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Seeing such a rough man with such delicate thoughts, she was surprised. Hu Qingshan also saw them into the train carriage. The tickets were arranged by Lu Yuanguang, ordered from the military district. It was a soft sleeper compartment, just for Su Suining and Lu Bai Yan. It was spacious and comfortable. Su Suining looked around and was very satisfied. She urged Hu Qingshan, you can go back now. The train will leave soon. When we arrive, have Luo Zhendong call you. It was inconvenient for them to contact each other directly, but Luo Zhendong reported to Hu Qingshan every day. Hu Qingshan looked deeply at Su Suining. All right, don't act impulsively if anything happens on the way. Su Suining smiled and nodded. Don't worry, we're not kids. Hu Qingshan looked at Lu Bai Yan again, said to Su Suining, I'm leaving now, then turned and got off the train. Lu Bai Yan made a sound of surprise, turned to look at Su Suining, and asked, second sister-in-law, am I overthinking? I feel like when second brother said, don't act impulsively if anything happens, he was actually talking to me? Su Suining didn't say anything. She just smiled and watched Hu Qingshan standing on the platform, tall and straight like a white poplar tree, waving his hand. Lu Bai Yan was still muttering, second brother must be talking about me. I'm not impulsive either. Su Suining and Lu Bai Yan ate and drank on the train, chatting about all kinds of gossip. Lu Bai Yan poured water for Su Suining and took a sip herself. To her surprise, it was sweet water. She asked in amazement, isn't the water in this kettle the one my second brother filled at the train station? When did he add sugar? I didn't see him do it. Su Suining also didn't notice and said, I don't know. But what he's doing, we can't see it. Isn't that normal? Lu Bai Yan thought for a moment and sighed again. My second brother doesn't seem special at first glance, but he's actually very thoughtful. Su Suining was curious. How can you say he doesn't look special? He looks good and strong. Lu Bai Yan chuckled. I still think fair skin looks better. My second brother is a bit too dark. Su Suining snorted. You don't understand. This kind of look is better. It shows health and strength. Lu Bai Yan couldn't argue and changed the subject. The two chatted until they felt sleepy and then took another nap. When they woke up, they had arrived at Tian City. Lu Bai Yan told Su Suining to sit still and not move. She quickly packed her things, slung a bag over her shoulder, carried a large purse in one hand, and held a bag of snacks in the other. In front, on the left, she carried a military-style bag and on the right, a military water bottle. It was full but didn't let Su Suining carry anything. Su Suining felt a bit embarrassed to be empty-handed and said, Can I carry the snacks? It feels weird not to carry anything. Liu Beiyan sidestepped and said, No need, no need. These things are very light. Just walk with me properly. I promise my second brother to take good care of you. Su Suining was touched. Beiyan, you're so kind. If you need help in the future, just tell second sister-in-law. She'll take care of it. Liu Beiyan smiled happily and carefully protected Su Suining as they got off the train. At the platform, Luo Zhendong was already waiting. He came over, took the purse from Liu Beiyan, and looked a bit surprised. You only went for 3 days and you bought so many things? Liu Beiyan wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's all for my nephew. Luo Zhendong was surprised and looked at Liu Beiyan happily.
You all right?
Hurry and get in the car. Are you hungry? The station's dining hall still has food. Wanna go have a bite? Liu Beiyan wasn't hungry but was worried that Su Suining might be. Okay, let's eat first. If we don't, we might get hungry late at night. Su Suining leaned on her waist and watched. She thought Luo Zhendong and Liu Beiyan looked very compatible, one mature and steady, the other lively and clever. It was quite nice. They smiled and followed the two to the exit. Suddenly, Su Suining saw Zhu Hong come out of the hard seat carriage at the back of the train. Looking at Zhu Hong carrying her bag and walking quickly with her head down, Su Suining was a bit surprised and called Luo Zhendong to look. Is that Dr. Zhu Hong over there? Luo Zhendong looked over and nodded. Yes, it's her. She was transferred to the town hospital to work. Liu Beiyan made a sound of surprise. She's not at the military hospital anymore, so why is she at the town hospital? With her skills, can she still be a doctor? Luo Zhendong knew some inside information. Initially, Zhu Hong was a doctor at the town hospital. Later, her father arranged for her to join the army. Now she's back at her original unit. What they do there is their own matter, not ours. Liu Beiyan sneered. If she's at the town hospital, she's harming the common people. Luo Zhendong shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. Compared to the barefoot doctors in the village, her skills are still pretty good. Liu Beiyan muttered a long string of curse words quietly. Su Suining squinted at Zhu Hong's back, thinking maybe it's not all bad. Luo Zhendong took them to the canteen at the station guest house, where only sour water noodles were available. But the noodles were prepared very carefully, not just a big pot of soft noodles. They used a large pot, cooking the noodles bowl by bowl, then rinsed with cold water, poured sauce over them, and added chili and pickled chives. A bowl of sour water noodles that looked very appetizing was served, and Liu Beiyan instantly felt hungry. She took a bite and was surprised. These noodles are really delicious. The word wow caught in her throat, and she looked at the canteen entrance in shock. Su Suining saw Liu Beiyan's ghostly expression and turned her head to look, and it was actually In General, the man who mistreated Su Man and Yaya. Luo Zhendong also turned around, recognized In Gen, and immediately understood what Liu Beiyan was about to do. He reached out and held her shoulder, stopping her. Don't act impulsively. Liu Beiyan clenched her teeth, feeling pain in her back molars. He killed Sister Su Man, and Yaya suffered so much because of him. If I don't beat him up, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Violence was not in her vocabulary. Su Suining also reached out to hold Liu Beiyan's hand, stopping her from moving. Fighting here was not like in Beijing, where someone would protect them. If things got out of hand, Liu Beiyan would be in big trouble. She also observed In Gen. He didn't look like the disheveled man from a few days ago. He was even wearing a shirt without patches, though a bit dirty, but it looked new. In Gen and Liu Gaihua probably lived a hard life. They used to wear patched clothes. Today, he was wearing new clothes to the city and even boldly asked for 2 bowls of noodles. Because of her natural shyness, she didn't dare to look around after sitting down, so she didn't notice them. After Su Suining finished, she leaned close to Liu Beiyan's ear and whispered a few words. Liu Beiyan was initially surprised, but as she listened, her eyes gradually brightened. Luo Zhendong immediately had a bad feeling. When these two people huddle together, it's never good. Hu Qingshan wasn't here, so they probably planned to start dealing with each other, those who had bullied Su Man and Yiya, including those who had bullied Hu Qingshan. The only comfort was that Su Suining was pregnant and couldn't do much, or else it would be more troublesome. Before Luo Zhendong could finish his thoughts, Liu Beiyan suddenly looked at him and said, "Brother Zhendong, we'll stay in the city tonight. Tomorrow, we need to buy some things here before heading back." Luo Zhendong refused without hesitation. "Let's go back. I have a meeting early tomorrow." Liu Beiyan waved her hand. "All right, you go back first and bring our luggage. After my sister-in-law and I finish shopping tomorrow, we'll take the bus home." Luo Zhendong couldn't agree easily. Before he could speak, Su Suining also nodded. "I've been on the train all day, and I feel a bit unwell. I'm afraid I can't handle another 2-hour drive back." Hearing this, Luo Zhendong couldn't argue. He certainly wouldn't joke about Su Suining's pregnancy. Then he thought he was curious to see what Su Suining and Liu Beiyan might do. "Fine, after dinner, we'll go to the guest house." Their conversation caught Yin Zhen's attention. He turned around and looked over. Seeing Luo Zhendong, Liu Beiyan, and Su Suining, he was startled, and the panic on his face couldn't be hidden. What's more, Liu Beiyan was sneering at him with a sinister smile. Liu Beiyan stared at Yin Zhen, making him sweat on his forehead. He quickly turned away, pretending not to see, wanting to leave, but reluctant to abandon the 2 bowls of noodles he just brought up. Luo Zhendong was a bit annoyed and looked at Liu Beiyan. "Finished eating? Let's go to the guest house now." Liu Beiyan didn't move. "Wait a moment. Eating and then exercising isn't good for the stomach." Su Suining watched Liu Beiyan make excuses, smiling at her. She had indeed given Liu Beiyan some advice earlier, but Liu Beiyan was clever and responded quickly once she understood. The 3 sat there as Yin Zhen finished his noodles and left with a smile. Liu Beiyan suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Zhendong. "Brother Zhendong, I'm going to the bathroom. You watch over my sister-in-law and the luggage." Before Luo Zhendong could react, Liu Beiyan had already run out. Zhendong stood up, but was stopped by Su Suining. "It's okay. Yi Beiyan will be back soon. If she doesn't get this off her chest, she'll feel worse inside." Zhendong frowned. "Is it safe to go out so late?" Most importantly, once Liu Beiyan went out, she would definitely confront Yin Zhen directly. Su Suining smiled. "Don't worry. Yi Beiyan will be back very soon." Zhendong still felt uneasy. He got up and left the dining hall, but there was no sign of Liu Beiyan or Yin Zhen outside. He didn't want Su Suining to stay alone, so he stood at the door of the dining hall waiting. The city streetlights went out at 10 o'clock. Zhendong looked at the time. If Liu Beiyan didn't return by 10, it would be even more dangerous in the dark. Just as he was about to call Su Suining to go to the guest house first, then look for Liu Beiyan ran from afar. The yellow streetlights cast a warm glow on her, showing she was in a very good mood. She ran with her hair flying wildly. Zhendong finally relaxed. When Liu Beiyan reached him, she was sweating but her eyes sparkled. He helplessly asked, "What happened to Yin Zhen?" Liu Beiyan raised an eyebrow, looking a bit innocent. "Nothing much. He bumped into me, so I hit him back, then took him to the security committee to investigate him. He doesn't seem like a good person." Zhendong frowned. He hadn't expected Su Suining to come up with such an idea for Liu Beiyan. The security committee was worried about catching bad examples. If someone was brought in and said they had issues, they would be dealt with harshly. They wouldn't bother with evidence. Liu Beiyan happily sat next to Su Suining, poured herself a cup of tea, and looked at her affectionately. "Second sister-in-law, if I had used this trick before, I wouldn't have done it. It's so mean and low, but it really works." She waved her fist. "I beat him to vent my anger, and now he has to be watched and checked." Once inside, it was almost impossible to come out unscathed. Su Suining smiled and looked at her. "Are you feeling better now?" Liu Beiyan puffed out her cheeks. "Not really. What's the difference between this man and a human trafficker? He hurt Sister Su Man and mistreated Yaya. They should face legal punishment."
Su Suining smiled.
Just as she was about to speak, she thought that Liu Beiyan's personality might make her a good judge. Suddenly, she remembered that these might be sensitive topics and shouldn't be spoken about casually. She smiled. "It'll all happen in time. Let's go rest at the guest house. Jindong also worried that Liu Beiyan was talking nonsense, but luckily Su Suining stopped him quickly and said, "Yes, it's getting late. Let's go to the guest house." They went to the guest house and booked 2 rooms. After Liu Beiyan finished washing up and lay down, she was so excited she couldn't sleep. Second sister-in-law, I have to tell you, I took the chance to give Yin Zhen a good beating. I even knocked out his teeth. Jindong was here earlier, so I didn't dare to say it. She didn't want Jindong to know she had such a violent side. Su Suining understood Liu Beiyan's personality. As long as you're comfortable inside, that's enough. Liu Beiyan was very curious. Second sister-in-law, how can you stay so calm? It seems like nothing can make you angry or anxious. You always seem so patient. Su Suining thought for a moment. Because getting angry hurts myself. Instead of losing my temper, I prefer to think about ways to solve the problem. Once it's solved, everything's fine. In her previous life, she had worked too hard, overtimes, and was so stressed by her boss that she developed lumps all over her body. External and internal problems caused her health to become fragile, and she suddenly died. Now that she had a second chance at life, she wanted to stay positive, live calmly, and enjoy life slowly. Liu Beiyan clenched her fists. No, I can't do that. Second sister-in-law, you're 2 years younger than me, but you have such great composure. No wonder Grandpa said second brother is lucky to marry you. Su Suining laughed. Yes, I am very lucky too. Hu Qingshan is also very good. They chatted late into the night and woke up late the next morning. Jindong was already waiting outside for them and had bought breakfast from the canteen. The canteen's breakfast is steamed buns. If I went early, there was meat filling. If I went late, only plain buns were left. He got up early and also visited the nearby security committee, where he saw Yin General as expected. He was beaten badly. But Yin Zhen wasn't entirely innocent. After being detained and questioned strictly yesterday, he honestly admitted that he came to the city to help the village's single men trick women into returning home. Jindong immediately felt that Liu Beiyan had underestimated the situation, but he didn't mention it again when he returned. Su Suining and Liu Beiyan ate buns and drank some water in the car, then headed to the family compound. Miao Mei and Jing Jing were about to go to the vegetable field when they saw the 2 women return and followed them back. I thought you wouldn't come back for a few more days. Your tomatoes in the yard are turning red. I marked some for you to save as seeds. Su Suining was a bit surprised. So many turned red in just a few days? We'll eat them at noon. While speaking, she asked Miao Mei to sit down with Jing Jing and took out some cookies from her bag to give Jing Jing to eat. Miao Mei smiled and told Jing Jing to thank her, then added, I go to the vegetable garden every day. The vegetables grow well. There are many cucumbers. I pick some to dry and make into pickled cucumbers. Su Suining repeatedly thanked her. Thank you for your hard work. How much is the vinegar? I will pay you later. Miao Mei quickly waved her hand. No need, no need. Actually, I didn't buy the vinegar this time. Liu Chunqin bought it and suggested I soak the cucumbers to make pickled vegetables. Su Suining was surprised. Liu Chunqin was the woman who was bitten by a stray dog and had her child. She had given her 5 yuan to calm her down at that time. They hadn't interacted much since then. They would ignore each other when they met in the family compound. She didn't expect Liu Chunqin to help her now. Miao Mei smiled. Actually, Sister Chunqin is not a bad person. She just likes to talk a lot. Suddenly, she remembered something else. Oh, by the way, Feng Shenhua and Li Zhongming didn't get together. Li Zhongming immediately found a doctor at the city hospital. Su Suining was not surprised at all. Feng Shenhua's target was Hu Qingshan. How could she like Li Zhongming? Miao Mei sighed again. I don't know what Feng Shenhua is thinking. I heard she has been close to a young, educated youth recently. After gossiping about Feng Shenhua, Miao Mei also gossiped about another matter. 2 spots for working in the city have been allocated. One is for the wife of Commander Ge, and the other is for Zhang Meili, who is at the very back. Everyone was surprised. No one expected it to be you. Su Suining didn't expect that after being away for 3 or 4 days, there would still be so much gossip in the family compound. She smiled. I said I wouldn't go, so I definitely won't go. Besides, with my appearance, how could I go to work? Miao Ermiai thought about it too. The bigger the month, the heavier the body. It's better to stay at home and take care of yourself. Su Suining suddenly remembered another question. Where do women give birth? At the health station? Miao Ermiai shook her head. No. Some give birth at home, some go to the town hospital. The health station now only has male doctors and male health workers, so they don't deliver babies. When Dr. Zhu Hong was here, she used to come to the house to deliver babies. Su Suining was silent. If she gave birth, wouldn't she have to go to the town hospital? And she might meet Zhu Hong there? That sounded interesting. Liu Beiyan also seemed to have thought of this. The town hospital? Do women still have to go there to give birth? Doesn't the military department have a health clinic that can deliver babies? Miao Ermiai shook her head. No. Most women give birth at home by themselves. No one goes to the hospital. Liu Beiyan hesitated for a moment. They don't even have an obstetrics department. What if there's a danger during childbirth? Miao Ermiai thought about how everyone had gone through similar experiences. In the past few years, no one had had trouble giving birth here, only 1 or 2 cases where the babies were born and then passed away. So she believed that although childbirth has risks, they are very small. It should be fine, right?
Su Suining smiled.
It's okay, I was just asking. Beiyan, it's cool now. Let's go see the vegetable garden. Liu Beiyan happily agreed, carrying a basket of vegetables and heading out with Su Suining. Miao Ermiai also held Jingjing's hand, and they went together to the vegetable garden. Su Suining felt especially peaceful after returning. Seeing her small vegetable patch, which looked even lusher after a few days, made her very happy. Why did so many grow all of a sudden? The long beans she had carefully picked before, which were thinner, were now hanging all over the vines, black and green, looking very lovely. Liu Beiyan called Su Suining to stand at the edge of the field. Second sister-in-law, what vegetables should we eat at noon? I can pick them. Bending over is inconvenient, and the leaves have thorns that can. Su Suining appreciated Liu Beiyan's carefulness. Okay, then pick some tomatoes, peppers, and green beans. Liu Beiyan happily went to pick vegetables. Su Suining stood at the edge, directing. Pick some big, red tomatoes. Later, wash them and eat them as fruit. Liu Beiyan cheerfully agreed. Okay, second sister-in-law. Just tell me which ones to pick. Her voice was bright and lively, sounding very happy. Feng Shenhua carried to Gertzi and a basket of vegetables over to pick more. She saw Su Suining holding her belly, standing on the edge of the field, while Liu Beiyan was picking vegetables in the field. A twinge of jealousy arose in her heart. She knew that Su Suining and Liu Beiyan had gone to the provincial city to meet relatives, and now Liu Beiyan was back with Su Suining. It seemed the family had finally been reunited. In the future, Huo Qingshan would surely become an important official, maybe even go to Beijing. Looking at Liu Beiyan's attitude towards Su Suining, she wondered what kind of magic Su Suining had. She managed to make everyone listen to her and treat her so well. She pursed her lips, lowered her head, and walked past Su Suining without even bothering to greet her. She said nothing, and Su Suining simply ignored her, continuing to smile at Liu Beiyan and directing her to pick peppers. Liu Beiyan moved quickly. After finishing, she carried the basket. Second sister-in-law, let's go home and cook. I'm not good at cooking, but I can start the fire. Su Suining laughed. No need for you to cook. I'll do it. You can just eat the ready-made food later. Liu Beiyan chuckled happily. All right, second sister-in-law. The mention of second sister-in-law made Feng Shenhua feel even more uneasy. Why can Su Suining get everything? A few days had passed since she was home, and the house was covered in dust. Liu Beiyan didn't let Su Suining do any chores. She sat under the cool shed while Liu Beiyan rolled up her sleeves and started tidying the house. Su Suining didn't argue. Since Liu Beiyan was cleaning, she would cook. She washed the green beans, cut them into pieces, mixed them with flour and salt, then poured in some clear oil and steamed them. She planned to stir-fry some chili peppers later and make tomato and egg soup, then they could eat. Liu Beiyan finished tidying up and came out, saying, "Second sister-in-law, I see there's no sugar left in the jar. I'll go buy some." Su Suining wanted to stop her, but Liu Beiyan was already rushing out energetically. She was quick and efficient. Liu Beiyan just looked and saw that not only was there little white sugar, but there was no brown sugar either. She thought she should buy some of both, especially since second sister-in-law was resting after her confinement. She also planned to visit the service center later to see if there was anything good to buy. Spending money on second sister-in-law was the right thing to do. While planning, Liu Beiyan left the family courtyard without noticing when someone else had come nearby. Suddenly, she looked up and saw Feng Xuanhua's face, which startled her. "Where did you come from? Why didn't you make a sound?" Feng Xuanhua looked a bit shy and cautious as she looked at Liu Beiyan.
"I want to talk to you.
Do you have time?" Liu Beiyan glanced at Feng Xuanhua. "Tell me quickly." "I might not have time." Feng Xuanhua hesitated again. "I don't know if it's true, but I've heard people outside talking." Liu Beiyan quickly interrupted, "If you don't know if it's true, then don't say anything. I'm leaving now." Feng Xuanhua was afraid Liu Beiyan would really leave, so she hurriedly stopped her. Before, Su Suining ran off with someone. "Do you know about that?" Liu Beiyan wrinkled her nose. "That's what you want to talk about?" Feng Xuanhua shook her head quickly. "No, it's not. Su Suining ran off with someone for several days. When Brother Hu brought her back, she had red marks on her neck. Also, everyone says that the child Su Suining is carrying isn't Brother Hua's." Liu Beiyan's face darkened, and she frowned as she looked at Feng Xuanhua. "Really? What's going on? Tell me everything." Seeing that Liu Beiyan seemed angry, Feng Xuanhua quickly got more energetic.
"I only heard about it."
"If it's true, you might have been deceived." Liu Beiyan nodded with a bad expression. "All right, tell me what's really happening." Feng Xuanhua felt secretly pleased. She didn't believe that Liu Beiyan, once she found out, could still be so kind to Su Suining.
"Well,
Su Suining has a boyfriend. He's over at the Jiqing site in Qianjin village. She ran off with that guy for a few days. She liked that guy before everyone in the family courtyard knew that. And everyone says Su Suining isn't even pregnant by Brother Hua. She tricked him. If you don't believe it, go to the Jiqing site and ask a young man named Chen Jingchen. You'll find out." Liu Beiyan's face turned very grim. She stared at Feng Xuanhua and suddenly asked, "Are you trying to be my second sister-in-law?" Feng Xuanhua was stunned. She didn't understand why Liu Beiyan suddenly asked that. Liu Beiyan sneered, "You're saying all this just to get my second brother to divorce his wife, so you can marry him and become my second sister-in-law, right?" Feng Xuanhua's face turned awkward and stiff. She hadn't expected Liu Beiyan to ask that. She hesitated for a long time but couldn't speak. Liu Beiyan sneered coldly, "My second brother knows what kind of person my second sister-in-law is. Or, do you think he's so stupid he doesn't know his own child? Who she liked before doesn't matter to you now. As long as she likes my second brother, that's enough." Feng Xuanhua didn't expect Liu Beiyan to react like this. "Don't you all care?"
she asked.
Liu Beiyan looked at Feng Xuanhua with disdain. "What do I care about? I already know your little tricks. Do you like my second brother? Too bad, you won't have a chance. And you're a woman. Without any evidence, you're spreading rumors about a female comrade. What's your real motive? Even if my second brother divorces his wife, do you think he would like someone with such dark thoughts, like a maggot in the gutter, watching over others' lives?" Feng Xuanhua's face instantly darkened. She even looked at Liu Beiyan with some hatred. No one had ever humiliated her like this. Liu Beiyan smiled slightly and reached out to brush Feng Xuanhua's shoulder. "I've never been reasonable since I was young. Anyone I protect can't be bullied. If I hear any bad things about my second sister-in-law in the future, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, she turned and left gracefully. She wasn't stupid. After these days of contact, she understood what kind of person Su Suining was. She wasn't the type to be easily swayed by a few words. Liu Beiyan felt a little proud of herself and praised herself silently. Feng Shenhua stood stunned in place, watching Liu Beiyan walk away into the distance. She never expected that Liu Beiyan wouldn't believe her and would still strongly defend Su Suining. Liu Beiyan bought a lot of things to take home, including some sesame balls. Su Suining was surprised. Does the service station still sell sesame balls? Liu Beiyan nodded. They opened a breakfast stand with fried dough sticks and sesame balls. I just bought a few, but they were leftovers from this morning. Su Suining liked this and said, "It seems the army headquarters will pay more attention to the family's daily life. Supplies are getting better." She picked up a sesame ball and ate it. Even cold, it's still tasty. Liu Beiyan happily bit into a sesame ball and went to help bring over the steamed beans and spicy peppers from the pot, then fetched 2 bowls of tomato and egg soup. Su Suining helped peel the steamed beans covered in flour, mixed in some garlic paste, and said, "Let's just eat this for our main meal today." Liu Beiyan had no objection. "I like this. I was thinking of buying some popsicles, but they might melt by the time we get back. Shall we go for a walk this afternoon and buy some?" She thought she was clever, thinking that this way Su Suining would get some exercise, which is good for health. Su Suining agreed. Yes, walking more is good. Liu Beiyan happily lowered her head to eat, not mentioning the encounter with Feng Shenhua at all. She was very smart about this. Bringing it up would only cause trouble for Su Suining, which was unnecessary. Feng Shenhua returned home in a worse mood, feeling that Su Suining looked even more beautiful after visiting the provincial city. Her skin was so tender it looked like it could drip water, clearly well cared for like a delicate flower. Not only was she kind to her, but Liu Beiyan also protected her so much. The more Feng Shenhua thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't even eat her lunch and lay down in her room. Feng Shenhua saw her finish eating, then entered the room with a dark face. Seeing Feng Shenhua lying on the bed motionless, she was so angry she almost lost her temper. "What's wrong with you? If you're like this, just go back." Feng Shenhua sat up feeling wronged. "Many of the things I said have been proven, right? In the future, Hu Qingshan will definitely become a high-ranking official." Feng Shenhua now believed her. "So what? What does that have to do with you? Do you want everyone in the family compound to know your thoughts? Are we supposed to be betrayed?" Feng Shenhua was angry. "Then just wait and see whether Su Suining will die when she has a baby or not." Feng Shenhua almost covered her mouth to stop her. "What are you yelling about? Even if what you say is true, you need to hold back now. No more ideas or plans." She is now feeling a bit hesitant. If Su Suining really died giving birth, and it was a difficult labor, then Hu Qingshan's conditions are quite good, making him a very suitable marriage partner. Even if she has a child, it wouldn't be a problem. But she also feels that thinking this way is too cruel. Su Suining is doing well. Why would she wish for her to have trouble giving birth? She looked at Feng Shenhua with a displeased face and said, "Enough. Don't bring this up again. Either you go home and stay for a few months, or stay here quietly. If someone talks behind your back, I won't forgive them." After saying that, she glared at her. "Hurry up and get up. Go wash the pot. Don't let your face show all your thoughts. Are you afraid others will notice?" Feng Shenhua, with a dark face, got up and went out to wash the dishes. In July, the weather grew hotter. At night, it was so warm that Su Suining went outside to sit in the yard for a while, cooling off before going back to sleep. Luckily, the cool air came late at night, and the heat eased quite a bit. Liu Beiyan came out to keep her company. While swatting mosquitoes, she chatted with Su Suining. "Later, I'll see if I can buy an electric fan in the city." Su Suining laughed. "Lights go out after 10 o'clock, and there's no electricity. What's the point of a fan? It's just a few hot days. It'll be better in a few days." Overall, the temperature now was much lower than later. Su Suining remained optimistic, and look, sitting here, I can see the stars in the sky. Isn't that wonderful? In the future, it will be so hard to see stars. Liu Beiyan looked up at the sky. What's so good about that? As long as it's not cloudy, we see stars sometimes, right? Su Suining smiled, gazing at the starry sky, then asked Liu Beiyan, "Have you called home? Is Yaya used to Beijing?" Liu Beiyan shook her head. "The last time I called was when my grandpa and Yaya first arrived home. I haven't called recently. I'm afraid my mom will nag and ask me to come back." Su Suining fanned herself thoughtfully for a moment. "You should call and ask. Don't you think it's too quiet?" Liu Beiyan was taken aback and didn't respond immediately. "Too quiet?" Su Suining slowly explained. "It's about your second brother. Why isn't your family reacting? Grandpa Liu has been back for so long. Your parents should know." Liu Beiyan hesitated. Should she tell Su Suining the truth? A smile appeared in Su Suining's eyes as she said, "Dear parents think Hu Qingshan, a country person, is shameful to acknowledge? How do they know your second brother is from the countryside? Did they figure it out themselves, or did Liu Beiting tell them? If Liu Beiting is afraid that you might recognize Hu Qingshan and lose her current status, and she does something extreme, what would you do?" Liu Beiyan was completely stunned. No way. What could she do? She wouldn't go as far as killing someone, would she? Su Suining smiled. "Sometimes, silence isn't the best solution. Also, I think we should be cautious with Liu Beiting. She knows a lot but chooses not to say anything. She even wants to hide Yaya's background, claiming that Grandpa Liu said Yaya can't be brought back now because she's worried it might affect your father's career. She can make up stories like that. What else can't she do?" Liu Beiyan was silent. She couldn't understand why Liu Beiting would do such things. They grew up together, and she didn't want Liu Beiting to become a bad person. She also thought about what would happen if she recognized her second brother. After analyzing, she believed this could be solved easily. Everyone is an adult now, and Liu Beiting has a good job. Even if she moves out of the Liu family, she can still live well. Even if she's no longer a daughter of the Liu family, she can still use her past connections. After all, her parents might completely disown her. If her second brother goes home and Liu Beiting moves out, it makes perfect sense. Liu Beiting has spent over 20 years of her life with her second brother. Giving her a proper place now is very reasonable. Moreover, Liu Beiting moving out doesn't mean they will never see each other. They can live separately and visit each other during festivals, just like relatives. Liu Beiyan thinks this problem can be easily solved. If she was switched at birth, she would quietly step aside. After all, making someone's biological family suffer outside for over 20 years is enough reason to give her a rightful place. Su Suining was watching the stars with a fan, pondering whether old Master Liu could see Liu Beiting's true thoughts. He probably could, right? After all, the old man has experienced everything. Even the most cunning enemies, he's met them all. There's no way he wouldn't see through Liu Beiting. Liu Beiyan took Su Suining's words to heart, and the next morning went to find Luo Zhendong. She used his office phone to call Liu Yuanguang. Liu Yuanguang, after his morning exercise, was surprised to receive Liu Beiyan's call. "Did something happen with your second sister-in-law?" Liu Beiyan quickly replied, "No, everything is fine. We just wanted to check if you and Yaya are doing well." "How are my parents?" Liu Yuanguang snorted coldly. "Everything is fine. Yaya is living with me in the rehabilitation center. Your parents only visited once. They are very busy." Mainly Yaya was a bit shy. Whenever she saw strangers, she couldn't help but curl up and hide behind Liu Yuanguang. Mei Shuqin was quite disappointed, thinking this child was not generous at all. She was timid and awkward, not fitting in. Because of her disappointment, after one visit, she never came again. However, Liu Beiting visited a few times and was very friendly to Yaya, but Yaya was very resistant to her, refusing to talk no matter what she said. Liu Yuanguang had seen everything in his life. Even the sneakiest enemy couldn't escape his eyes, let alone Liu Beiting's little tricks. But he had his plan. He just told his secretary to keep a close eye on Liu Beiting. Liu Beiyan listened to his grandfather's tone and understood his parents' attitude. "Grandpa, you should talk to my parents nicely. Also, be careful with Yaya and yourself." Liu Yuanguang smiled. "You, child, have grown a lot after staying with your second sister-in-law for a few days. You even care about others now. All right, your task is to take good care of your second sister-in-law. You don't need to worry about other things. And also, see what your second brother and his wife need. Tell me in advance, and I will prepare. Liu Beiyan responded with a nod. It was an office call. Liu Beiyan didn't dare to take too long, worried that work matters might come up and find Luo Zhendong. After hanging up, Liu Beiyan thanked Luo Zhendong. Thanks, Brother Zhendong. Luo Zhendong, who was nearby, also overheard their conversation and was a bit surprised. Your parents are unwilling to accept Yaya? Liu Beiyan hesitated for a while, unsure how to answer. No. Maybe they're busy with work and haven't had time to get to know Yaya. Luo Zhendong didn't say anything more. His marriage with Liu Biding had already strained the relationship between the two families. He took out 2 pieces of candy from a drawer and handed them to Liu Beiyan. This month's candies, I don't need them. You can exchange them for white sugar for your sister-in-law. There will be more places to give her sugar when she has children. Liu Beiyan took the candies without hesitation. Thank you, Brother Zhendong. He didn't seem to want to leave, just holding the candies and looking at them repeatedly, as if they had flowers on them. Luo Zhendong thought for a moment and asked, if you need anything, you can come find me. Since he had watched her grow up like a sister, he couldn't help but care more about her. Liu Beiyan chuckled and waved the candies. Nothing else. I heard there are many wild raspberries in Shishan. Can I go pick some? I want to give my second sister-in-law some wild fruits to eat because we have no fruit to enjoy every day. Luo Zhendong originally wanted to say that area is under military control and it's best not to go there, but hearing Liu Beiyan's reason, he paused and said, later, I'll take you there. Liu Beiyan had been waiting for this, and she smiled happily. Okay, come find me when you're free. I'm going back now. I still need to help my second sister-in-law pick vegetables. Watching Liu Beiyan run away quickly, Luo Zhendong felt like she was planning something. Liu Beiyan immediately reported to Su Suining about the phone call. Grandpa is very clever, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Su Suining smiled and said, we should stay careful about everything. Let's go pick some chili peppers from the vegetable field. My second sister said we can make chili sauce, so let's bring some back. She doesn't know how to make it, but she can learn from Miao Ermiai. Otherwise, there will be nothing to eat in winter. Liu Beiyan also grabbed a water bucket, and the two headed to the vegetable garden together. On the way, they met Feng Chunhua and Feng Shunhua, who were taking their children to the vegetable field. Feng Chunhua was very friendly and greeted Su Suining. You look healthy these days. If you're feeling a bit off because of the heat, you can try drinking some of the juice from here. It's made from fresh well water and cooled down. It's refreshing and good for your appetite. Recently, she reflected on herself and decided not to be influenced by Feng Shunhua. No matter what, Su Suining was pregnant. This was a life. It's better to live well. So, she always greeted Su Suining warmly. Su Suining smiled and thanked her. Okay, I've heard that drinking that can help cool down, but I've never dared to try it. I'm afraid drinking raw well water might upset my stomach. Feng Chunhua shook her head. It won't. After fermentation, the juice is full of good stuff and can even help treat diarrhea. Su Suining smiled but didn't say anything. Every family here loved the juice. Feng Chunhua walked ahead with Su Suining, chatting happily. I heard that Captain Hua won several first places in the recent competition. Su Suining wasn't very clear about it, only that Luo Zhendong mentioned it yesterday. He should be coming back soon, right? Liu Beiyan, walking behind with her hands behind her back, occasionally glanced at Feng Shunhua. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. Sister-in-law Chunhua, what's wrong with Shunhua? Her face looks so bad. Did something upset her? When Su Suining heard Liu Beiyan's voice, she turned around and saw Feng Shunhua's expression was very grim. She looked embarrassed and patient, but also a little uncomfortable. Looking at Liu Beiyan with an innocent face, I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Feng Chunhua's expression was also quite unpleasant. She glared at Feng Shunhua and said, if you're not feeling well, take Tiger back first. I'll go pick vegetables myself. Feng Shunhua didn't say anything and turned around with the child to leave. After Feng Shunhua left, Feng Chunhua smiled and explained to Su Suining and Liu Beiyan, oh, My sister is really spoiled by the family and quite willful. I scolded her this morning, and now she's still showing it on her face. Su Suining smiled slightly. Maybe she's still too young and can't hide her feelings. Hearing this, Feng Chuanhua's brow twitched. She felt like Su Suining's words had some hidden meaning. But when she thought about it, Su Suining was only 2 years older than Feng Chuanhua. Why was she so much more mature and sensible? Liu Beiyan was a bit curious. Sister Chunhua, at Xuanhua's age, isn't it common for girls in the countryside to be married? Feng Chunhua frowned slightly. Yes, mainly because I have many children at home and can't keep track of them all.
So, she came here to help me.
My sister is spoiled, but she's good at doing housework. Su Suining smiled. Sister-in-law, let's go. Hurry and pick the vegetables so we can get them back while it's cool. Feng Chunhua felt very uneasy and guilty, worried that Su Suining might notice something. What would Feng Chunhua do in the future? Su Suining and Liu Beiyan learned how to make chili sauce and tomato sauce from Sister Miaoer and dried a lot of vegetables to store for winter. They kept them for later use. Originally, Luo Zhendong had promised Liu Beiyan to take her to pick wild berries, but recently, the team had a big inspection. Due to some special circumstances, the military entered a Level 1 alert status. Su Suining had learned some military terms during her time here. When they mentioned Level 1 alert, it meant the situation was very serious. The army could be called away at any moment for missions. So, she and Liu Beiyan stayed at home, continuing to prepare and dry the vegetables. Liu Beiyan comforted Su Suining, second sister-in-law, it's really okay. If such a situation occurs, the team leaders must be present. So, my second brother should come back very soon. Su Suining was surprised. Can he come back early? Liu Beiyan nodded. Yes, if the situation is severe, they might come back overnight. After all, the competition isn't more important than national security. Besides, it seems their competition is almost over, so there shouldn't be any problems. Su Suining started to look forward to it. It's been almost 20 days since she last saw Hu Qingshan. She missed him quite a bit. Thanks to this time, Liu Beiyan had been with her. In the headquarters commander's office, Hu Qingshan had already returned to report. After the meeting, they went into the office together with their superior. The superior looked at Hu Qingshan with a cold face and asked, "What are you doing now? Although you won 5 first places in this competition, what's wrong with your shooting? You didn't even beat your own record." Hu Qingshan straightened his back and replied confidently, "The wind was a bit strong. It blinded my eyes." The superior waved his hand, as if about to hit him, and said, "The wind was strong? Why didn't you say there was a tornado that day? Others didn't feel the wind, only you did? All right." Thinking about how Hu Qingshan had made him look good this time, he felt in a good mood. "Since you won 5 first places, I forgive you this time. But next time, be careful and don't let external factors affect you. Now hurry up and go." Hu Qingshan stood still, not showing any intention of leaving, staring at his superior without moving. The superior was surprised. "Why aren't you leaving? All the groups are on standby. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up." Hu Qingshan didn't move. "Where's the watch ticket you promised me? You said you'd give it this month." The superior suddenly remembered and slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about it and angrily pointed at Hu Qingshan. "You're really? I got it for you, but I didn't have time to give it to you." He took the watch ticket from the drawer and handed it to him. "All right, I won't owe you this time. If you have any problems in the future, solve them yourself. Don't come to me again. I don't have a treasure chest to turn everything into." Hu Qingshan looked at the ticket in his hand, feeling satisfied. He put it into his military coat pocket and saluted his superior. When he turned to leave the door, he suddenly stopped and looked back at his superior. And the bicycle. This time, the superior didn't hesitate. "Get lost. Hurry up and leave." Hu Qingshan decided to wait and talk about the bicycle later. He didn't want to ask for too many things at once and make his superior uncomfortable. Su Suining and Liu Beiyan dried a lot of vegetables in the yard, which was full of drying racks, and they also dried some on the roof. Liu Beiyan was quick and skillful, spreading the eggplant slices on the roof. Su Suining stood with her hands on her hips, watching from below. With so many dried vegetables, they should last through the winter. She also discussed with Liu Beiyan, I see the neighbors are starting to take down their cucumbers and prepare to plant cabbage in a few days. When it cools down this afternoon, let's also pull out the cucumbers and turn the soil. Liu Beiyan quickly came down from the roof. Sure, I can do it. It's too hot today. You should rest at home. Su Suining felt a bit embarrassed. Come on, let's go together. I can't lift heavy things, but I can do lighter tasks. I can't bear to see you do all the work and take care of me. Liu Beiyan dusted off his hands. No problem, I'm willing. Although Su Suining's belly had grown another round, she was still very agile. Just Liu Beiyan watched her with a big belly busy cooking at the stove, feeling nervous. Second sister-in-law, are you tired carrying such a big belly? I find it scary to watch. Su Suining smiled, touching her belly. You'll get used to it. And he didn't grow overnight. He's gradually gaining weight, so I don't feel much. Liu Beiyan looked at her and suddenly felt sad. If I had been bigger back then, I would have gone to find Sister Su Man. She was pregnant and still being bullied and hit, but she managed to get through. Thinking this, she rubbed her eyes and then looked at Su Suining. So, second sister-in-law, I will definitely protect you. Su Suining was often touched by Liu Beiyan. Yes, we will all be fine. Unfortunately, she hadn't read the novel carefully, so she didn't know if it mentioned Liu Beiyan or what her life was like later. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that Su Suining and Liu Beiyan slowly went to the vegetable garden in the group. Because of the first-level alert, the gate was guarded by 2 posts. The group's training ground was quiet, unlike usual when soldiers trained there. Now, it was completely empty, very quiet. The silence made Su Suining feel a little nervous. Passing by the group headquarters, she couldn't help but glance. Liu Beiyan said that in this situation, Hu Qingshan would come back early, but she wasn't sure if he would come back. They worked in the vegetable garden until dark before heading back with Liu Beiyan. As her pregnancy advanced, standing for long periods made her belly feel tight and uncomfortable. Su Suining stopped, holding her belly to rest a bit. Suddenly, the alarm horn blared. She was startled and shivered, turning her head to see many people on the road, and it seemed like Hu Qingshan was among them. Su Suining wanted to confirm again, but the crowd had already run far away, and Hu Qingshan disappeared into the crowd. Liu Beiyan didn't notice and just said, "Going out so late? Looks like something's happening." Su Suining looked away and asked Liu Beiyan, "Can I ask something?" Liu Beiyan chuckled. "You definitely can't ask Brother Zhendong, but if you ask me, I don't know either. I'm just guessing. Based on the broadcast these past 2 days, it should be support at the border." She also comforted Su Suining. "It's just normal troop movement, nothing serious." Su Suining thought again and realized the figure she saw earlier was really Hu Qingshan. He probably came back and hadn't had time to go home. Liu Beiyan was holding a basket of small cucumbers after harvesting seedlings in one hand and linking her arm with Su Suining's in the other. To prevent her from overthinking, she changed the subject. "Second sister-in-law, how many brothers and sisters do you have?" She knew Liu Beiyan was from the provincial capital, but she had never heard her mention her family members, which suggested they might have a strained relationship. Su Suining recalled the vague memory of the original owner, 2 brothers and 1 sister. Liu Beiyan made a surprised sound. "Then you're the youngest too, like me."
Su Suining nodded.
The original owner's memories of her family were full of disappointment, selfish parents, 2 useless brothers, a sister-in-law who argued, and using her and her sister's bride price to support her brothers' lives. Since the last time her family sent a telegram asking for money, she hadn't responded and had no contact since then. Not contacting them made her feel like they didn't exist, and avoiding contact also reduced many troubles. While waiting for Hu Qingshan to return, Su Suining and Liu Beiyan worked on making clothes. She had become quite skilled with the sewing machine, but she was still not very good at cutting clothes, especially more complicated designs. They practiced by making children's clothes, sewing quite a few small garments. After feeling more confident, Su Suining made a dress for Liu Beiyan, a white floral, fitted, flared skirt that just passed the knees. It looked playful and cute. Feeling satisfied with the dress, Su Suining shook it out and gestured for Liu Beiyan to try it on. Liu Beiyan was shocked. For me? I thought you made it for yourself. I haven't worn a dress since I was a child. I don't want to. Pants are more convenient, climbing, sitting, moving freely. Su Suining was amused and tugged at her waist. Look at this waistline. Do you think I can wear it? It's so hot. Wearing a dress is cooler.
Try it on.
Liu Beiyan hesitated, holding the dress and still unsure. I feel a bit shy about wearing a dress. Su Suining pushed her toward the inner room. Try it, it'll look good. You wear thick pants every day, hot and stuffy. Isn't it uncomfortable? Persuaded, Liu Beiyan finally took the dress inside and changed. After changing, she hesitated for a long time before coming out, clutching the hem of the dress tightly. Second sister-in-law, this dress is too short, and this part around the chest is too tight. Su Suining watched her flustered and busy adjusting her chest and pulling at the hem, and couldn't help but laugh. Because she was pregnant, the clothes and dresses she made for herself were very loose. No need to worry about fitting, just cut the fabric wider. I made this dress for Liu Beiyan, paying special attention to the waist and the proportion with the upper body. Instead of a zipper, which is a luxury, I sewed a row of buttons at the front for easy wearing and removal. However, during the process, I underestimated how full Liu Beiyan's chest was, so now when she wears it, her bust looks full and prominent. It actually makes her figure look delicate and attractive. Su Suining, supporting her waist, took a few steps back and looked carefully, sighing repeatedly. I didn't realize your figure is so good. Look at your chest, your small waist, and your legs, white and slim. Liu Beiyan blushed so much, she seemed to be glowing. Second sister-in-law, no, I can't go out in this. I'll change it. Su Suining felt a bit disappointed. The dress was very beautiful, but it wasn't suitable for today's times. If she went out wearing it, she might be laughed at and even accused of improper conduct. She smiled and said, later, I'll make you a looser one. I didn't think it through. The top is too small. As Liu Beiyan turned to go inside to change, she heard footsteps in the yard. Curious, she forgot to change clothes and went to open the door. She saw Hu Qingshan walking in front, with Luo Zhendong behind him, carrying a large piece of meat. Liu Beiyan exclaimed happily, second brother. You're back? Luo Zhendong looked over when he heard the door open. He saw Liu Beiyan standing at the door, with short, pretty hair, bright eyes, and a radiant smile. Her dress was a bit too revealing, too short, and too daring. But she couldn't ignore the fact that Liu Beiyan had truly grown up. After happily calling out, she saw Luo Zhendong's gaze and suddenly remembered she was still in her dress. She let out a cry and rushed inside. Su Suining watched this clearly from behind and also saw the flash of surprise and admiration in Luo Zhendong's eyes. She knew that in love at first sight, the initial attraction was always about appearance. Holding her belly, she went outside with a smile, looking at Hu Qingshan. You're back. Her face was smiling, but her eyes scanned Hu Qingshan like a radar. Hu Qingshan understood her concern and spoke calmly, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Su Suining felt relieved and smiled at Hu Qingshan, then greeted Luo Zhendong. Go sit under the cool shed. There's a watermelon soaked in water in the bucket. Our logistics sent it early this morning. It should be cool now. Luo Zhendong was a bit surprised. The couple hadn't spoken much, but it seemed they understood each other's thoughts perfectly. It seems that feelings are truly wonderful. Not interrupting the couple's conversation, Luo Zhendong consciously carries the meat to the cool shed, then retrieves the watermelon from the water bucket. Su Suining touches her belly, smiles at Hu Qingshan, and has many things she wants to say, but finds it inconvenient. Finally, she changes to, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook. The man who hasn't been seen for a month feels he has lost quite a bit of weight, with more defined and strong features. In such hot weather, with daily intense training and competitions, plus carrying out missions, his nutrition has always been insufficient, so it's no wonder he's lost weight. Hu Qingshan sees Su Suining and feels excited inside, but can't express it with words. He just feels that after a month apart, why does Su Suining's belly seem so big now? Her face also looks a bit fuller, pink and glowing. When he hears Su Suining wants to cook, he quickly responds, "I'll do it, you sit and rest." He speaks simply, feeling excited, and prepares to wash his hands and cook. He pats his chest pocket, thinking that when he has time later, he'll exchange his watch ticket for a lady's watch. Su Suining must be very happy, right? He remembers seeing a beautiful lady's plum blossom watch at the provincial department store, with a circle of tiny stars on it, luminous and glowing at night. It's very suitable for Su Suining to wear. Just thinking about how happy she will be when she receives the gift makes Hu Qingshan feel excited, and a smile unconsciously appears in his eyes. Luo Zhendong, about to find a knife to cut the watermelon, sees Hu Qingshan smiling and is completely stunned. Luo Zhendong has known Hu Qingshan for a long time. When did he ever see him smile? He always thought that Hu Qingshan lacked the nerve to smile. During work and training, he was always serious and focused, never joking around. He was usually quiet and reserved, with little expression. Even when in a good mood, his face would soften slightly, but he would never have a smile in his eyes like now, carrying a hidden happiness. Luo Zhendong thinks about Hu Qingshan's childhood experiences and feels happy for him. He calls out, "Sister-in-law, where's the kitchen knife?" Su Suining looks around and says, "It should be in the vegetable basket. We carried it to the vegetable garden earlier." Luo Zhendong finds the knife and starts cutting the watermelon. Liu Beiyan also changes into her clothes, her face still flushed like she's blushing, trying to look calm. Su Suining smiles and says, "Beiyan, come and eat watermelon. Today's watermelon is really good." Recently, the military headquarters has been very caring about all the families of soldiers, and every other day, they send a watermelon to each family. A few days ago, they distributed eggs to families with children, giving 5 eggs per child. Since Su Suining's child was also counted, she received 5 eggs as well. These were rare and valuable items. Liu Beiyan pretended to be calm and didn't dare to look at Luo Zhendong. She picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite, then suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Zhendong, you didn't wash the knife." Su Suining hadn't had time to pick up her watermelon and understood what was happening. "In the morning, we used the knife to chop garlic and just rinsed it with water." Luo Zhendong paused and looked at the neatly cut watermelon on the table. "I just rubbed it with the watermelon peel. Does it still smell like garlic?" Liu Beiyan ate casually and said, "That's okay, just leave it like that." Su Suining was amused and took a piece to taste. "It does have a faint garlic smell. It's edible, just make do." Luo Zhendong sat down and smiled. "No problem. Our watermelon in the group often has a garlic or chili smell. The flavor of the watermelon depends on what vegetables were cut with the knife." Liu Beiyan ate her watermelon while calming her nerves. She was usually a carefree girl, but now she had already put the awkward moment behind her. She was curious and asked Luo Zhendong, "Is the wartime alert over?" Luo Zhendong nodded.
Yes.
August 1st is coming soon. Some leaders are going to visit grassroots units, and the cultural troupe will come to perform and offer condolences, so we're still very busy. Liu Beiyan thought for a moment. Does the division headquarters not have a cultural troupe? Luo Zhendong was very patient with her. Yes, there are about a dozen people, but they often go to border areas to offer support. Liu Beiyan took a few more bites of watermelon and looked around. "Brother Zhendong, do you think I can join the division's cultural troupe? I sing quite well." Luo Zhendong chuckled. "Would your parents agree? If you join the division's troupe, you'll need to pass a background check at home. That's a hurdle your parents might not pass." Liu Beiyan suddenly fell silent, seeming to realize that might really be the case. Su Suining thought that there was no need to rush in these 2 years. As time passed, policies would improve, and not only would the college entrance exam be restored, but other industries would also flourish. Opportunities were everywhere. No need to worry about finding a job. For now, it was best to stay low-key and conserve energy. Luo Zhendong saw that Liu Beiyan looked a bit down and comforted her. It's okay. You can read more books. You'll find it useful in the future. Liu Beiyan felt like scratching her head. Recently, Su Suining also told her that reading more was good. But whenever she read, she got sleepy after a few lines and just wanted to sleep. Su Suining saw her look of hesitation and smiled. It's okay. That's because you haven't found a book you like. Right now, these books are indeed dull and boring. Liu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I also think it's boring. Luo Zhendong quickly stopped him. You can't say that. Those are books that can help improve your thoughts. Anyway, hurry up and eat the watermelon. Hu Qingshan listened as the three of them ate watermelon and chatted, but he couldn't join in, so he sat quietly aside. After Su Suining finished eating the watermelon, he casually handed her a towel to wipe her hands. He stood up, cleaned up the watermelon rinds, and started preparing lunch. Because it was hot, Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong took off their military uniforms and wore sleeveless shirts with the 81 insignia. Su Suining secretly observed and still preferred Hu Qingshan's build, strong but not overly muscular, with smooth lines and a healthy, bronze tan. Luo Zhendong was much fairer, looking a bit delicate. But Liu Beiyan liked that type. Thinking this, he winked at Liu Beiyan. Liu Beiyan blushed and turned away, pretending to look elsewhere. Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong worked together to prepare lunch. At home, there were steamed buns Su Suining made in the morning, so they stewed pork with green beans and stir-fried chili eggs and boiled millet porridge. Although the presentation wasn't very good and the taste was average, Su Suining thought it was very delicious. She praised Hu Qingshan. Your stewed green beans are really tasty. It's the best I've ever had. Liu Beiyan was a bit surprised, turned to look at Su Suining's sincere smile, and seemed to understand why second brother liked second sister-in-law so much. Second sister-in-law's talent for telling tall tales is truly impressive. Hu Qingshan's expression was relaxed and gentle. He placed a piece of fatty meat from the bowl into his mouth and ate calmly. His actions once again shocked Liu Beiyan and Luo Zhendong. After dinner, Luo Zhendong called Liu Beiyan outside, saying he had something to talk to her about. Liu Beiyan was full of questions but followed Luo Zhendong out. They left the family compound and Luo Zhendong didn't speak. She was very curious, so she asked, Brother Zhendong, what do you want to tell me? Luo Zhendong sighed. Hu Qingshan and his wife haven't seen each other for almost a month. We've been here all the time, and they don't even feel comfortable talking. Do you want to come to my office and wait for a while? Before he finished, Liu Beiyan readily agreed. Okay, I'll wait in your office. Su Suining could guess why Luo Zhendong called Liu Beiyan away. After all, what could he have to say to her? Sitting on a lounge chair, he fanned himself and smiled as he watched Hu Qingshan clean up the dishes and go to wash them. Hu Qingshan finished tidying up, washed his hands, and then washed a towel to hand to Su Suining. Su Suining didn't take the towel. She reached out her hand. You wipe my hands. Hu Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then sat beside Su Suining and carefully wiped her hands, palm and back, making sure each finger was cleaned thoroughly. Seeing Hu Qingshan's serious expression, Su Suining smiled softly with squinted eyes. I saw you in the group the other day. Hu Qingshan responded with a small sound. I saw you too, but it was an urgent situation, so I didn't say hello.
Su Suining understood.
I get it. Just remember to be careful when you're on a mission. Hu Qingshan nodded again. If you see me on the street in the future, and I don't greet you, don't talk to me. Su Suining was surprised. Okay. But she wondered inwardly, isn't this something the Secret Service usually handles? Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. It might not happen often, so he stood up, put down the towel, and took out a few medals from his uniform pocket. He walked over and handed them to Su Suining. These are for you. Su Suining looked in shock at the medals suddenly appearing in her hand. Second-class merit, third-class merit, top in military skills competition, top in shooting, top in individual tactics. She looked up at Hu Qingshan in surprise. Wow, so many medals. These are all your achievements. You're giving them to me? Hu Qingshan gently nodded.
Keep them.
I don't need them. Su Suining smiled warmly, then stood up with one hand in her pocket, reaching out to hold Hu Qingshan's finger. Let's go inside and talk. Hu Qingshan quickly looked around. Seeing no one in the yard, he felt relieved and followed Su Suining into the house. She carefully placed the medals on the bed, then found an iron box in the cabinet, the same one used for cookies last time. After eating the cookies, she kept the box, thinking she might store something in it later. Since there was no better container at home for the medals, she decided to use this one for now. She also found some sheets of paper and laid them underneath. She took a roll of red velvet cloth from the cabinet, cut it into small pieces, and carefully wrapped each medal. While organizing, she softly said, "When the time comes, find a carpenter to make a wooden box with compartments just for your medals. When we're old and have grandchildren, we can show them." Hu Qingshan watched Su Suining intently, listening to her gentle words, and suddenly had a vivid image in his mind. He saw himself and the gray-haired Su Suining with their little grandson, a life he had never dared to imagine before. After Su Suining finished speaking and saw no one responded, she looked up and saw Hu Qingshan staring at her. "What's wrong?" he asked. Hu Qingshan didn't speak. He gently held her in his arms, touched her belly, and carefully kissed her forehead and eyes. He didn't quite know how to say it, but he just wanted to hold her and kiss her. Su Suining felt a bit warm after being held for a while. "No, it's too hot. Let me go first." Hu Qingshan kissed her again before finally letting go. "I'll get some water to wipe your body." Su Suining agreed. Since she was pregnant, her body temperature was naturally higher. On such a hot day, she was sweating all over. At home, she usually washed herself several times a day because it was too hot and made her feel irritable. Hu Qingshan brought in a basin of warm water, washed and wrung out a towel, and handed it to Su Suining. He was completely stunned when he saw her remove her clothes. When Luo Zhendong saw Hu Qingshan return to the group headquarters, he was wearing a different tank top. He had been wearing white before, but now it was blue. He thought for a moment and said, "You stayed at home quite a while during lunch." Hu Qingshan ignored Luo Zhendong and just reached out. "When I'm not here, the soldiers bring me their study summaries to look at." Luo Zhendong found one and happily handed it to him. "I didn't expect you to be so caring for your wife, like a stone that's gentle." Hu Qingshan was flipping through his notebook and paid no attention to Luo Zhendong's teasing. Finally, seeing Luo Zhendong chatter on endlessly, he closed the notebook and looked at him. Recently, the division headquarters said they want to organize a singles officers gathering. The arts troupe is bringing some single female soldiers. Do you want to take a look and see if any are suitable? Luo Zhendong suddenly went silent. He really didn't want to get married now. Yan Jianzhong came over from the neighboring office. Seeing Hu Qingshan flipping through the summary, he greeted Luo Zhendong with a smile and then said to Hu Qingshan, "We did so well in the competition. Tonight, come to my house. My wife will cook a few dishes, and we can celebrate. Vice Political Commissar Luo is coming too. It'll be lively." Luo Zhendong shook his head. "I won't go to join the fun. I have night duty tonight and need to check the patrols." Yan Jianzhong looked a bit disappointed. Then Commander Hua. Hu Qingshan quickly refused. "No need. I'll eat at home tonight." Yan Jianzhong thought for a moment. Hu Qingshan hadn't been back in a long time, so he should go home and eat with his wife tonight. After exchanging a few words about work, as he was about to leave, he remembered something and turned to ask Luo Zhendong, "Do you want to join the singles officers gathering at the division headquarters?" Zhang Dong quickly shook his head. "I won't participate. I'm not a single officer anymore. I'm divorced." Yan Jianzhong thought for a moment. "I'm planning to sign up my sister-in-law. She's a bit proud. Before, I introduced her to Officer Lee, but she wasn't interested. Turns out, Officer Lee found a nurse in the city and is getting married during the National Day holiday. So, I plan to let her join this military unit's matchmaking event." He couldn't find anyone suitable in the whole group, but He didn't believe the entire unit couldn't find someone. Since Yan Jianzhong also works in political work, he sensed something was off with his sister-in-law, but didn't ask. Some questions might lead to confirmation, and then there'd be no way to handle it. He believed his wife could tell right from wrong, and the safest way was to marry Feng Shenhua off quickly. Neither Huo Qingshan nor Luo Zhendong responded to his words. Huo Qingshan wasn't interested, and Luo Zhendong thought it didn't concern him. Whether he went or not, he couldn't give advice. After Yan Jianzhong finished speaking, he made his stance clear to Huo Qingshan and then cheerfully left. Regarding the unit's matchmaking event, Su Suining also heard about it at home. At noon, Huo Qingshan took good care of her. Since she was pregnant, hormonal changes made her crave certain things. Although it was just hugs and kisses, it eased her inner restlessness, and she slept very peacefully during her nap. Now awake, lying in the yard, she was fanning herself while listening to Miao Ermiai and Liu Beiyan gossip about the matchmaking event. Liu Beiyan brought back a few ice pops, one for each, and eating while gossiping made it more fun. Miao Ermiai also found it strange. I heard Shenhua signed up too. She's probably looking for a partner at the unit. I didn't expect her to be so proud. People in the yard also whispered about it. Although Feng Shenhua was pretty, she had little education and no job. No one expected her to have such high standards. Most officers wouldn't even look at her. Su Suining thought to herself that Feng Shenhua wasn't proud but knew that Huo Qingshan had a bright future, so she had her own ideas. While eating the ice pop, she pondered that if she had known she would travel into this book, she would have studied it carefully from the start, especially how the main character's relationship developed. Liu Beiyan also understood Feng Shenhua's thoughts and snorted. There are many single young men at the unit. It's good for her to join. Feng Shenhua was just wishful thinking. She didn't know who gave her the courage to even think about targeting second brother. Miao Ermiai recently also felt something was off with Feng Shenhua, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Hey, she seemed fine before, but now she looks all awkward. While they were talking, Feng Shenhua brought over some cloth and asked to borrow the sewing machine. Su Suining looked at Feng Shenhua and smiled as she greeted Feng Shenhua. It's inside the house. Sister-in-law, you go use it. We won't go in. It's hot with so many people. Feng Shenhua responded with a smile and took the cloth into the house, planning to make a suitable outfit for Feng Shenhua. This time, she was determined to help her get married. This was the order from their old family member, Yan. Feng Shenhua, with sharp eyes, noticed small red marks on Su Suining's fair neck and the area below. Jealousy and anger overwhelmed her, and her mind became a little uncontrollable. Foolishly, she blurted out, "Sister-in-law, at the Jiqing station in Qianjin village, there's a guy named Chen Jingchen. Do you know him?" Su Suining knew that Feng Shenhua, who was living her life for 50 years, still lacked brains even after reincarnation. But she didn't expect her to be so clueless. Leaning on a lounge chair without moving, she looked at Feng Shenhua with a cold gaze and asked, "What do you want to say?" Feng Shenhua, now out of reason, said, "I know about you and Chen Jingchen. The marks on your neck last time when you came back, they're all from him." Before she finished, Feng Shenhua suddenly rushed out of the house and slapped Feng Shenhua without a word. "Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Feeling frustrated, she slapped Feng Shenhua hard again. She had only been inside for a short while, and Feng Shenhua had caused such a big trouble. Su Suining had already stood up with a cold face. Before she could speak, Liu Beiyan moved first, grabbing Feng Shenhua by her braid and pulling her back. Feng Shenhua cried out in pain, but before she could speak, she was punched again. Feng Shenhua was startled. She had already slapped Feng Shenhua twice, but Liu Beiyan still acted without saying a word. Su Suining, clutching her stomach, truly wanted to deal with Feng Shenhua but was surprised to see Liu Beiyan move so quickly, just like her stand-in. She walked over with a cold face and looked at Feng Shenhua. "Sister-in-law, I'll let it go because of your relationship with Commissar Yan, but you should also teach her a good lesson. A young lady speaking so rudely. Does she still want to get married in the future?" Liu Beiyan punched Feng Shenhua again and pushed her in front of Feng Chenhua. Feng Shenhua felt a metallic taste in her mouth and wanted to cry, but couldn't. After being hit, her resentment grew. Why did you hit me? Did I say something wrong? It's obviously you. Before she finished, Liu Beiyan kicked her again. Feng Chenhua was even more afraid that she might speak carelessly, so she covered her mouth and said, "Be quiet and hurry back home with me." She dragged Feng Shenhua away, while apologizing to Su Suining, saying, "Little Su, I'm sorry." Shenhua is not in her right mind, and said some things she shouldn't. Please don't take it to heart. She forcefully pulled the crying Feng Shenhua back home, and once inside, she started scolding her harshly. Are you crazy today? Who told you to say those things? Do you still want your brother-in-law to stay in the group? You're such a disappointment. Pack your things and leave tomorrow. At this moment, Feng Shenhua's mind cleared a little, and she cried silently without speaking. She didn't understand why she suddenly started talking so much out of jealousy, as if she had lost her mind. Feng Chenhua was furious. She thought that soon everyone in the family compound would know about this incident. When that happens, how could Hu Qingshan not blame them? When Su Suining saw Feng Chenhua dragging Feng Shenhua away, she thought Feng Chenhua was quick enough. Otherwise, this matter would have had a clear outcome today. Second sister Miao was still startled. What happened to Shenhua today? How come she dared to say anything?
Su Suining frowned.
She needed to clear up this misunderstanding quickly. Otherwise, if people in the family compound started gossiping behind her back, she wouldn't be able to explain the marks on her neck. Liu Beiyan comforted Su Suining, second sister-in-law. Don't be angry. We all believe in you. It's definitely her spreading rumors. When I see her again, I'll teach her a lesson and see if she dares to talk nonsense. Su Suining couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your unconditional trust in me.
I'm fine.
Liu Beiyan snorted coldly. I know her little tricks. She has no brains at all. She likes my second brother and wants to be my second sister-in-law.
She's not even qualified.
Her voice was loud, and the family members outside the fence, including Li Qin, also came out after hearing the noise. When they heard Liu Beiyan say that Feng Shenhua liked Hu Qingshan, they found it hard to believe. After all, Hu Qingshan was already married and 10 years older than Feng Shenhua. But upon thinking more carefully, it seemed possible. She had introduced Feng Shenhua to many officials, but she didn't like any of them. It turned out she was interested in Hu Qingshan. Su Suining knew that Liu Beiyan was deliberately spreading this rumor, just to let everyone in the yard know that Feng Shenhua was spreading false accusations because she liked Hu Qingshan, which hurt Su Suining. This move was much better than her trying to explain. She smiled gratefully at Liu Beiyan, thinking that despite her impulsiveness, she was clever and knew how to settle scores immediately. In the evening, Hu Qingshan returned home, followed by Chen Jingchen. Su Suining was shocked and still a little scared. She wondered if Huang Chen Jingchen had called her back to confront her. If something really happened, what should she and Hu Qingshan do? Would things be the same as before? Su Suining stood by the stove, feeling very complicated as she looked at Hu Qingshan and then at Chen Jingchen beside him. Hu Qingshan walked straight to her side, carefully checked that she was okay, and asked, "Were you scared?" Su Suining shook her head. She knew Hu Qingshan was asking about what happened in the afternoon. It seemed that even in the group office, Hu Qingshan knew about it. She wasn't scared of Feng Shenhua, but she was frightened by Chen Jingchen, who was brought back by Hu Qingshan. She kept pretending to be calm and looked at Chen Jingchen with dislike. Hu Qingshan turned to Chen Jingchen and said, "Tell me what happened that day." Since Hu Qingshan brought Chen Jingchen back, some family members saw him, but they didn't want to cause trouble openly. They found a quiet place to watch. Now, everyone was listening carefully, eager to hear Chen Jingchen speak. Chen Jingchen was a little nervous, scared by Hu Qingshan's strong presence. He stammered, I wrote you letters before, explaining that I had bad thoughts about you that day. But you didn't want that, so I grabbed your neck. You struggled and fought with me, and I fell, hitting my head on the bedside table. I fainted then. I was so scared. I thought you were dead, so I hurried out to find help. When I came back, Captain Hua had already taken you away. Su Suining was stunned. She never expected the truth to be like this, and it had made her so anxious for a long time. She grabbed a spatula and rushed over, hitting Qin Jingchen fiercely. You beast, you almost killed me. The sharp edge of the spatula cut many cuts on Qin Jingchen's face instantly. Hu Qingshan watched for a while before coming over to hold Su Suining's hand. Don't use too much force. Be careful not to hurt the baby. Qin Jingchen covered his face, blood pouring out from between his fingers. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. I didn't want to kill you. At this moment, he knew he couldn't say anything that would harm Su Suining. He also knew he couldn't mention that Su Suining had gone with him willingly at first. After all, if Hu Qingshan went to find him to testify, and he dared to lie, Hu Qingshan could make him stay in this mountain village forever and never return to the city. After listening, Liu Beiyan saw Hu Qingshan pull Su Suining away. She kicked Qin Jingchen with her foot, causing him to fall face first on the ground and stay there for a long time. You little scoundrel. How dare you bully a comrade? You're just a hooligan. No, I have to send you to the security committee. Qin Jingchen couldn't care less about his pain and wailed, Suining. Please, since we've grown up together, don't do this. I have a secret I haven't told you yet. Suining wasn't interested in his secret at all. She grabbed a spatula and tried to hit Qin Jingchen, but Hao Qingshan grabbed her wrist. Stop, if you hit him too hard, we won't be able to explain to the youth team. Liu Beiyan took the chance when Hao Qingshan was holding Suining and quickly stepped forward, stomping on Qin Jingchen's stomach at a vital spot. Men like him are just trouble if they keep around. Qin Jingchen let out a loud scream, almost unable to breathe. Hao Qingshan's brow twitched. He went to Qin Jingchen just to have him testify that nothing happened that day. He didn't expect Suining and Luo Beiyan's quick actions to beat him so badly. Suining was still angry. Now, everyone outside is saying I have something with him. If I really did, I wouldn't want to live, she said, about to cry, her eyes red and shining with tears. Hao Qingshan looked at the crowd watching nearby and raised his voice. I saved you. You only had your collar torn, and there's no sign of any. He paused, then looked at Suining again. I'm a man. If you really had something with him, I wouldn't bring you back. His voice was loud and clear, every word understood. The onlookers heard everything. Thinking carefully, everyone realized it made sense. Which man would see his wife cheat and still bring her home as if nothing happened? Especially someone like Hao Qingshan, a man full of integrity. Suining glanced at Qin Jingchen, lying on the ground. Make him get lost, or I'll still want to hit him. Miao Ermiai came over to persuade her. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. It's not worth risking your pregnancy over someone like him. We all know what kind of person you are after these days. Hao Qingshan asked Liu Beiyan to call a guard to come and take Qin Jingchen away. Qin Jingchen was in pain everywhere, his face burning and bleeding a lot. His face was badly battered, looking very frightening. He never expected that Suining hadn't even read the letter he wrote. The misunderstanding had persisted all along. When the guard arrived, Hao Qingshan told him to take Qin Jingchen to the health clinic to treat his wounds first, then send him back to the youth team. Qin Jingchen was in so much pain he couldn't speak. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have come. They should have misunderstood Su Suining and poured dirty water on her. At the same time, he couldn't understand how Su Suining, once weak and self-pitying, suddenly became so fierce and unreasonable. Qin Jingchen was taken away, and the onlookers quietly dispersed. They also hurriedly looked for places to gossip about the matter. Who would have thought that Yan Jingwei's sister-in-law actually liked the married Hu Qingshan? That's really shameless. To ruin Hu Qingshan and Su Suining's relationship, she spread rumors everywhere. Her heart is so wicked. Su Suining sighed in relief. Now she was completely at ease. It's good that this body has nothing to do with Qin Jingchen. Otherwise, just thinking about it makes her feel sick and uncomfortable. Even if she cheats and finds a man, he should be decent, with good manners and charm. Hu Qingshan was worried that Su Suining was still angry. After Sister Miao Er left, he quietly said, "The marks on your neck were made by him. Nothing bad happened." Su Suining snorted coldly and glanced at Hu Qingshan sideways. "You knew I misunderstood and that I lost my memory, so why didn't you tell me? Do you know how disgusting and uncomfortable I felt when I remembered?" After saying that, she glared sharply at Hu Qingshan, held her stomach, and stormed into the house. Hu Qingshan was stunned. Everything had been explained clearly, so why was she still angry? Liu Beiyan saw that the two suddenly got angry and quickly ran to the stove, added firewood, and continued cooking the dishes. Hu Qingshan stood in the yard for a while and then turned to leave. Su Suining was still inside, waiting for this blockhead to come in and comfort her. But he unexpectedly turned and left? She wasn't angry at first, but now she started to get mad. She came out angry from the house and asked Liu Beiyan, who was squatting by the stove, "Where did Hu Qingshan go?" Liu Beiyan shook his head straight. "My second brother didn't say. Second sister-in-law, the food is ready. Do you want to eat first?" Su Suining, angry, sat down. "I'm full of anger. What's the point of eating? Forget it, I'll eat anyway. I can't go hungry." Liu Beiyan chuckled and went to prepare the dishes. Hu Qingshan left home and went straight to Yan Jianzhang's house. He thought this matter had to be resolved quickly. Feng Shenhua is Yan Jianzhang's sister-in-law. He couldn't trouble a woman comrade, but he could go to Yan Jianzhang. He asked Yan Jianzhang to handle this matter and clear Su Suining's name. Yan Jianzhang also heard about the family's affairs from the group and hurried home right after work, feeling a pounding headache. Seeing Feng Shenhua's swollen face, he was even angrier. He glared at her fiercely and then looked at Feng Shenhua. "Look at what you've done. You think life in the family compound is too comfortable, so you took your child back to your hometown." Feng Shenhua also got angry. "How would I know? I couldn't see clearly, and she got into such big trouble. I already scolded her." Yan Jianzhang's temples bulged with veins from anger. What good is scolding her? She's spreading rumors about Su Suining. Have you thought about how serious the consequences could be? Fine, tomorrow buy a ticket and send her back. Feng Shenhua didn't dare to speak. If this had happened in the village, it wouldn't be a big deal, just some arguing and a fight. But this is the family compound, where the men work together. And Hu Qingshan has the highest position. If things get worse, how will they get along in the future? Yan Jianzhang grew angrier the more he thought about it. Later, you take her to apologize to Xiao Su and Commander Hua, then send her away. She shouldn't come back. He just couldn't understand how an 18-year-old girl, a young lady, could cause so much trouble. And she even liked Hu Qingshan. If it got out, it would be so embarrassing. Feng Shenhua sat on a small stool, lowering her head and shrinking her shoulders, afraid to speak. She now hated herself for being so impulsive just now. But secretly, she hoped everything she said was true. If not, she would find that Qing named Qin Jingchen to confront her. She thought she might have a chance to turn things around, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Yan Jianzhang was about to scold Feng Shenhua again when he heard Hu Qingshan outside call out, "Commissioner Yan, is your house here?" Yan Jianzhang clenched his teeth in anger, even pointing at Feng Shenhua, shouting at Feng Shenhua, "Tomorrow, make her leave quickly." This matter was spreading in the brigade and the army, and it was enough to shame him. Yan Jianzhang took a deep breath, calmed down, and went out the door. Seeing Hu Qingshan standing calmly by the roadside, he hurried over. "I already criticized your wife when I just got back. I'll have Shenhua sent back tomorrow." Hu Qingshan frowned. "Sent back? And that's it?" Yan Jianzhang paused, looked around. "Come on, let's go to the front to talk." Everyone in nearby houses was probably eavesdropping, waiting to hear the gossip. Hu Qingshan pursed his lips and followed Yan Jianzhang to the edge of the woods. Yan Jianzhang was silent for a moment. "I was thinking of Rong Shenhua apologized to Xiao Su again, then send her back. After that, she shouldn't come to the family compound anymore. Do you think that's okay?" Hu Qingshan frowned and refused without hesitation. "No way." Hu Qingshan looked a bit unhappy. My wife isn't someone who likes to cause trouble. Where did Feng Shenhua hear these rumors? Who spread them? We must report this to the family housing area. Yan Jianzhong hesitated. Are you saying we should gather all the family members to have Shenhua checked? This sounds like a public scolding. Is it going too far? Hua Qingshan nodded. If she dares to talk nonsense, she should be responsible for it. If we let this slide now, it might encourage more people to spread rumors behind our backs in the future. Keeping the family peaceful allows the soldiers to focus on their duties at the front. This is also a warning to those who like to stir trouble. Yan Jianzhong remained silent. It seemed Hua Qingshan really wanted to make a strong example of this. But his way of handling it was reasonable. Setting an example is necessary. However, Feng Shenhua is his little sister-in-law. If he did this, where would his face go? After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. This punishment is a bit too harsh. Shenhua is only 18, still a young girl. If we do this, how will she behave in the future? Hua Qingshan looked puzzled. Only 18 and so malicious? Spreading false accusations without evidence. Did she leave any room for brother Su Suining? Anyone with a hot temper might have been so upset by her rumors that they could have done something drastic, like drinking poison. Did she think about the consequences? I don't care how she behaves in the future, but today we must set an example. Yan Jianzhong clicked his tongue, unable to say anything more. Hua Qingshan clearly wanted to vent his anger on Su Suining. No matter what he said, it was useless. He secretly thought Feng Shenhua was pretty brainless. After finishing what he wanted to say, Hua Qingshan left without any unnecessary words, saying goodbye to Yan Jianzhong. He then drove to the regiment headquarters and happened to meet Commander Lei Jining coming out of his office. Seeing Hua Qingshan and knowing it was break time, the commander immediately sensed something was wrong. His scalp tingled, and he turned to leave. But Hua Qingshan quickly caught up and blocked his way. The commander looked helpless. You'd better tell me what's important. If you dare to ask for something again, just shut up, I don't have it. Hua Qingshan looked honest. No, I suddenly remembered something. The commander, hearing no, relaxed a little and asked curiously, what is it? Hua Qingshan happily replied, you said before that if I won first place in the competition, you'd give me a double mosquito net. I forgot to ask that day. Has the mosquito net arrived? Senior officer. He knew that Hua Qingshan had become a bit unruly lately. He glared at Hua Qingshan. I'm the weaver girl. Can I do this for you? I asked the city, and they said no. This is the only condition here. You should help your wife get through it. Hua Qingshan didn't move. She can't get through it. The mosquitoes are big and dark. They might bite my son. The senior officer laughed angrily. Hua Qingshan, I never saw before that you have a wife and a son. You can't get through it?
If you can't, you still have to try.
Hua Qingshan was unwilling. You said I would get the stars in the sky if I ranked first. If you won't give me a mosquito net, then give me the stars. The senior officer glared and stepped toward Hua Qingshan, but Hua Qingshan quickly dodged. I really was blind before. I thought you were honest. Turns out, you just use your brains on me. You're just trying to squeeze every bit of benefit from me. Hua Qingshan said nothing, just watched the senior officer. The senior officer smiled. All right, kid, you use this trick on me, huh? Well, this time, you go to the military district to give a report. He knew Hua Qingshan was most afraid of speaking in public. Before, he would hide if he could, and if not, he would just say a few boring words. He didn't believe Hua Qingshan could be made uncomfortable. But surprisingly, Hua Qingshan nodded quickly and agreed. Okay, then the mosquito net. The senior officer impatiently waved his hand. I'll get it for you. I'll get it. Hua Qingshan, does your family rely on charity to get by? I heard Vice Commissar Luo got you a sewing machine?
Hua Qingshan didn't hide it. Yes.
The senior officer snorted. What else does your family lack?
Is it?
Before he finished, Hua Qingshan responded, a bicycle and a radio. The senior officer quickly turned around and strode away, not wanting to hear another word. Hua Qingshan stood where he was, watched the senior officer walk away, and then happily went home. He almost forgot about the mosquito net, But luckily, he remembered. Back at the unit, he attended evening study sessions and then went with Luo Zhendong to check the guard. He was so busy he didn't get home until almost lights out. Liu Beiyan had already moved to the guest house on her own accord. When he returned home, only Su Suining was there. She was already lying down and had turned off the light. Hu Qingshan was a bit surprised. Usually, Su Suining would wait until after the lights went out to sleep. Why was she so early today? He stood in the yard for a while, washed up outside, then quietly slipped into the room. He sat by the bed and saw that Su Suining was lying with her face turned to the wall. From her breathing, she clearly hadn't fallen asleep. Hu Qingshan sat for a while, then reached out to touch Su Suining's shoulder. What's wrong?
Su Suining.
She was angry, but Hu Qingshan didn't notice. Thinking for a moment, he turned around and sat up on the bed.
I'm angry.
You know very well that I have nothing to do with Qin Jingchen. Why didn't you tell me? Hu Qingshan thought the issue was already resolved, so he wondered why she was still upset. He paused and explained, You didn't ask at the time, so I didn't know what you were thinking. Also, since we came back from the hospital, you told everyone in the yard about it, so I didn't bring it up again. Su Suining was stunned for a moment. She almost forgot that she had made up a story that day. She didn't expect she had guessed right. She pushed Hu Qingshan. Turn on the light. He obediently pulled the string, and the room lit up instantly. Su Suining glanced at the clock. There were 20 minutes before lights out. She reached out and poked his arm. In the future, if something like this happens, you should come back and tell me more. If we don't share information, it could cause misunderstandings. Hu Qingshan nodded happily. Okay. Then he asked seriously, Are you still angry? Su Suining rolled her eyes. She suddenly felt a mix of frustration and amusement. She remembered a post she saw online about arguing with a boyfriend. She was so mad she wanted to explode, but after a while, the boyfriend acted like nothing happened and asked what to eat that night. Or sometimes, after being angry for half a day, the other person would look confused and ask, Why are you mad?
Su Suining sighed inwardly.
She thought about how clueless and insensitive her partner was. She had to teach him step by step. Because I didn't know the truth, I worried about this for a long time. If I really did something wrong, how could I still get along with you? You don't know how hard I've been these days. You treat me so well, but I have nothing with anyone else. Tears almost welled up in her eyes. Even if I was forced, I still can't face you. Seeing Su Suining's tears, Hu Qingshan was a bit panicked. He blurted out, It won't happen. If something serious happens, I won't dislike you. I just want you. Su Suining tearily cried for a while. Seeing the clumsy and hesitant Hu Qingshan repeatedly offer only a few dry words of comfort, she sniffled and said, From now on, don't hide anything from me. Tell me immediately. This time, it's also my fault for not asking. I will ask directly in the future. Hu Qingshan saw that Su Suining was no longer crying and finally relaxed. He quickly nodded and promised, I won't lie to you anymore. Su Suining was satisfied. She moved closer, patted the bed, and said, All right, go to sleep. I've been waiting for you so long I'm about to fall asleep. You didn't see me angry just now. Why didn't you come to comfort me instead of just leaving? Hu Qingshan carefully explained, I thought you wanted to be alone to calm down. And since this matter is resolved, the anger will pass. Su Suining chuckled. You need to be more aware. When your wife is angry, you should comfort her immediately. If you leave, I'll think you don't care about me. Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. I do care. Su Suining happily lay down. This man was really obedient. In love, he still had such a silly, cute side. It was so different from his decisive, ruthless attitude at work during training. Yan Jianzhong went home and told Hu Qingshan's request. Feng Chunhua was shocked. To have an inspection in front of everyone in the family compound? How will Shunhua behave in the future? Yan Jianzhong frowned. What does it matter how she behaves now? Why didn't you think before you spoke? Can't you see she likes Hu Qingshan? I can't say much, but you should say something to her. Feng Chunhua said nothing. She was in charge but acted as if she wasn't. She should have stopped Shenhua's thoughts immediately when they first appeared, sent her back to her hometown. Then none of this would have happened. In the end, it was her soft-heartedness and indulgence, plus some personal interests later on. Yan Jianzhong snorted coldly. Tell Shenhua that this inspection must be done. If she makes a mistake, she has to bear the consequences herself. Inside the house, Shenhua overheard her sister and brother-in-law's conversation clearly. But how could she continue living after being made to apologize in front of so many people? She couldn't think of any way out. When Feng Chunhua came in, Shenhua started crying first. Sister, I'll go back to my hometown early tomorrow. Is that okay? I won't come back anymore. Feng Chunhua looked cold. No, Hu Qingshan is just trying to vent his anger on Su Suining. He already brought that educated youth back and clarified things in front of everyone. The marks on Su Suining's neck are from her being choked by that youth. Feng Chunhua remained silent. Things were not as she had thought. Su Suining hadn't done anything with the educated youth. Feng Chunhua looked at her and was angry. Because of you, both I and your brother-in-law are embarrassed. Think carefully about what to say tomorrow. Feng Chunhua said nothing. She knew she had to get tested. She wanted to leave, but without her brother-in-law's help to get a permit, she couldn't even enter the train station. Feng Chunhua sighed. Be more careful in the future. Don't even think about things that aren't yours. People will just laugh at you and think you're shameful. From now on, it will be hard for you to find a partner in the group. She also felt a little angry at Hu Qingshan. His attitude in this matter was too serious. Su Suining's innocence had already been proven, so there was no need to punish Feng Chunhua so harshly. The next morning, just after dawn, Hu Qingshan hadn't gotten up yet when he heard hurried footsteps outside. Then a man shouted, Captain Hua, Yan Jingwei's family member Feng Chunhua drank pesticide last night. She's now being rushed to the city for emergency treatment. Do you want to go see her? Since they were in the family residence of the group, if something serious happened, Hu Qingshan, as the main officer, would have to take responsibility. Hu Qingshan quickly sat up, dressed, and got out of bed. Su Suining was also awakened. Hearing about Feng Chunhua's suicide attempt, she was startled. Such a big thing. Just drinking pesticide? She, involved in rumors, hadn't even thought of trying to kill herself. Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining, who was about to get up. It's not even 6 o'clock. Sleep a little more. I'll go see what's happening. Su Suining rubbed her eyes. I can't sleep either. Let's go take a look. Hu Qingshan hurried over to help Su Suining up, helped her put on her skirt, supported her to the bed, and bent down to help her put on her shoes. Su Suining was surprised. She didn't expect him to be so considerate. When they left the room, Miao Ermiai was also holding Jingjing, ready to go see what was happening. Seeing Su Suining, she quickly said, We don't know what's going on. Why would she drink pesticide suddenly? Su Suining was unsure. Let's go see. Hu Qingshan's expression was serious. He didn't think his request was unreasonable. But from another perspective, if Feng Chunhua wanted to end her life by drinking pesticide, had she ever considered how her words might affect Su Suining? When they arrived at Yan Jianzhong's house, Feng Chunhua was already sitting in a car, accompanying Feng Chunhua to the city hospital for stomach washing and treatment. Yan Jianzhong was holding his young son. Seeing Hu Qingshan, he sighed repeatedly. I didn't expect it to come to this. Luckily, it was just some pesticide used to kill lice at home. I diluted it with water because I was worried about the toxicity. The children who still sleep in the same room as Feng Chunhua woke up in the morning to find something was wrong with their aunt. They quickly called Yan Jianzhong and Feng Chunhua. Hu Qingshan looked serious. How was she when you sent her off? Yan Jianzhong shook his head. She was awake, and the nurse came to give her soap water. She vomited a lot, so it shouldn't be a big problem. When she was sent away, she was awake. But no one knows if her mind will be affected later. Su Suining heard there was no danger to her life and felt relieved. She didn't care much about Feng Chunhua's life or death, just worried about taking the blame. If it came out that Feng Shenhua died because of her, she would feel uncomfortable for a long time. Hu Qingshan nodded, looked at the time, and said, I need to go to the group first. You stay at home to rest and watch the kids. If anything happens, come to the group to find me. Yan Jianzhong nodded and awkwardly apologized to Hu Qingshan. Things got so complicated, I probably can't apologize to Xiao Su. I'm really sorry. He also apologized to Su Suining. What happened this time was Xuanhua's fault. We will criticize her strictly when she recovers. Once she's better, we'll send her back to her hometown. Su Suining smiled but didn't speak. She definitely wouldn't forgive Feng Shenhua. In her mind, she even wondered if Feng Shenhua knew the diluted pesticide was intentionally drunk, just to cause this trouble and make it hard for others to blame her. Is it a calculated trick? When they were preparing to leave with Hu Qingshan, Liu Beiyan suddenly ran over like the wind, looking very curious, not caring that Yan Jianzhong was nearby. She loudly asked, did Feng Shenhua drink pesticide to commit suicide? Really dead or pretending? Is she just acting out a tough act to make everyone think we're forcing her? Yan Jianzhong's face instantly turned grim. Although he knew Feng Shenhua was trying to escape, hearing it so directly made him feel a bit embarrassed. Su Suining looked at Liu Beiyan with a smile. At critical moments, she was really grateful for this quick-tongued girl. Liu Beiyan's words made Yan Jianzhong feel ashamed. He held his son awkwardly, unable to say a word. Everyone else's expressions were also very interesting. It was obvious they all thought the same. Hu Qingshan still cared about his friendship with Yan Jianzhong. He looked at Liu Beiyan and told Yan Jianzhong, I'll go to the group first. If anything happens, come find me there. Liu Beiyan simply ignored Hu Qingshan's glance and looked at Yan Jianzhong. Commissioner Yan, if Shenhua comes back, you should take good care of her. The pesticide really damages the brain nerves. Yan Jianzhong awkwardly nodded. What could he say? Moreover, Liu Beiyan is the granddaughter of Commander Liu, and he cannot afford to offend her. Liu Beiyan happily links her arm with Su Suining's second sister-in-law. Let's go home and have breakfast. I heard the news at the guest house, and I didn't even wash my face. Let's go back and wash up first. Su Suining smiles as she watches Liu Beiyan, her expression full of curiosity. She is really starting to like Liu Beiyan's personality more and more. Hu Qingshan accompanies them to the street corner, checks the time, and asks Su Suining, do you want to wash up and join me for breakfast at the group office? Commissar Yan isn't here, and I need to attend a meeting at the division headquarters later. Su Suining considers saying she doesn't want to go, that she can just eat something at home, but then she remembers Liu Beiyan beside her. She nods and says, okay, you go ahead. We'll wash up and come over later. Liu Beiyan feels a small happy feeling inside. She likes Luo Zhendong, but because of Luo Zhendong's relationship with Liu Biding, she doesn't dare to be too obvious. Since she has been the little boss of the courtyard since she was young, she feels a bit timid in front of Luo Zhendong. She fears that if Luo Zhendong finds out her feelings, he might stay away from her and ignore her. Hu Qingshan feels more at ease with Liu Beiyan present. I'll go ahead first. You can come directly to the group canteen later. After Hu Qingshan leaves, Liu Beiyan happily links her arm with Su Suining again. Second sister-in-law, you must not feel burdened. Feng Shenhua is just using a tough tactic to scare people. Su Suining just learned that Hu Qingshan asked Feng Shenhua to explain everything in front of all the family members and apologize to her, which was basically a public check. Feng Shenhua, who was reborn, definitely didn't want to do that. She was not very smart and couldn't think of a good way out, so she could only use this low-level method to escape. Su Suining sighs inwardly. Having a reborn brain doesn't mean you automatically become smarter. In her previous life, her mind wasn't very sharp. If she gets a second chance at life, but can't focus on what's important, it would be a waste of the rebirth. Back home, after brushing her teeth and washing her face, Su Suining takes out her treasured face cream and applies a little to Liu Beiyan. Liu Beiyan rubs her face randomly and then presses her palm under her nose to sniff deeply. Second sister-in-law, this smells so good. She rarely applies anything to her face, Only during winter when her face is dry and hands, she uses Vaseline to smear on her face casually. Su Suining laughs and says, "Girls should smell nice and look beautiful. Let's go have breakfast." Liu Beiyan doesn't say anything. She doesn't fully agree with that statement. She believes girls also have a strong side, whether they love dressing up or fighting. Unfortunately, her wish to do both hasn't come true. When Su Suining and Liu Beiyan arrived at the cafeteria, mealtime had just started. Today is Friday, and breakfast includes steamed buns and potato porridge, with large chunks of potatoes cooked inside. The porridge is sticky, slightly sweet, and Su Suining finds it quite tasty. Next to Liu Beiyan sits Luo Zhendong, who is naturally talkative, and today he's even more so. "Brother Zhendong, do you have time off at the end of the year?" Luo Zhendong shakes his head. "I just started working here this year, so I definitely can't take leave during the new year." Liu Beiyan smiles with a twinkle in his eye. "I think I'll stay here for the new year too. I can help take care of second sister-in-law's kids then." Su Suining is surprised. "You're not going home for the new year?" Liu Beiyan nods. "No, I won't go back. My eldest nephew is only a few months old, and he really needs me. If I go back, I'd just get scolded by my mom. It's better to stay here." Luo Zhendong thinks Liu Beiyan is being too optimistic. "Your parents won't agree. They'll come and bring you back themselves." He knows Mei Shuqin's strong and bossy personality well. She wouldn't let Liu Beiyan stay in the Northwest forever. At the Jing City Sanatorium, Mei Shuqin and Liu Zhenping come to visit Liu Yuanguang and Yaya. This time, Mei Shuqin bought Yaya 2 dresses and a pair of black leather shoes. Liu Yuanguang frowns and asks, "Why did you come here during your free time?" Mei Shuqin smiles. "Dad, I want to bring Yaya back to raise. Your environment is good, but since you're always busy with work, you don't have time to take care of her. Plus, she has no friends her age here." Liu Yuanguang doesn't think Mei Shuqin is being so kind. The people at the sanatorium all like Yaya. They teach her reading, writing, drawing, and playing chess every day. She's doing well. If you're busy with work, just focus on that. You don't need to worry about her. Mei Shuqin straightforwardly states her real goal. Everyone knows outside that Beifeng left a child. After Beifeng sacrificed himself, he became a hero admired nationwide. Now there's a child, and it's like the hero has a successor. The newspaper wants to interview us at home. This was Liu Beiying's idea. It not only allows Yaya to return home openly, but also adds more topics for the Liu family. Liu Beiying even came up with a headline, "Mountains and Rivers Remembered, Bloodlines Continue, to the Hero's Child and the Immortal Spirit." Mei Shuqin thinks it's very good, so she came back again. Liu Yuanguang squints at Mei Shuqin and looks at his son, Liu Zhenping. "Is that what you think too?" Liu Zhenping adjusts his glasses and speaks logically. "If Yaya comes back like this, many people won't know. I think if it's in the newspaper, everyone will find out. It's better for her that way." Liu Yuanguang sneers. "And what about how you treat her? Can you tell me what you think?" Liu Zhenping was still quite afraid of his father, and his voice lowered slightly. "In the future, Yaya won't be involved in work or studies without organization's care, and when she grows up, they will arrange a job for her." Liu Yuanguang couldn't bear to listen anymore. "No need. You don't have to trouble the organization over such a small matter. That's enough. You can go back. I don't agree with participating in that fake newspaper visit." Mei Shuqin was surprised. "Why?" "Dad, you can't just send Yaya back to the Liu family without knowing what's going on." Liu Yuanguang glared at her. "What do you mean by not knowing? Do I not understand your intentions? Yaya is only 5 years old, and you're putting her in front of the public for everyone to judge? Is reporting a glorious thing? It's just repeatedly revealing her scars. It hurts her badly, and yet you can sit and celebrate your success while she bleeds?" Liu Zhenping's face turned pale. "Dad, there's no need to be so harsh."
We didn't mean it that way.
Liu Yuanguang sneered. "What do you mean? I understand very well. And there's one more thing I want to ask you again. That child from the countryside, are you really not planning to acknowledge him?" Liu Zhenping looked unhappy and turned to Mei Shuqin. He still listened to her on this matter. Lu Yuanguang looked at his son's helpless expression and already knew the answer. Although he had suspected it before, he couldn't help feeling disappointed now. He, Lu Yuanguang, was a person of integrity and honesty. How could he have a son as despicable as Lu Jinping? Mei Shuqin saw her father getting angry and fell silent, trying to explain, "Dad, let's not talk about whether the child was switched at birth. Even if that child is really ours, I've never seen him, and I don't have any feelings for him. We also don't know each other's character or personality. If we acknowledge him suddenly, what if it causes trouble for our family?" Some rural folks are eager to get into the city now. Lu Yuanguang looked at Mei Shuqin for a long time with a cold face. "Good. Very good. I hope you won't regret this in the future." Mei Shuqin and Lu Jinping left the sanatorium, but couldn't take Yaya with them, as they had hoped. Mei Shuqin was a bit angry. "Your dad's temper is getting worse. He's becoming more stubborn and domineering." Lu Jinping hesitated. "Don't you think that when he repeatedly says he won't acknowledge that child, he's implying something? Could it be that the child is actually quite good?" Mei Shuqin didn't believe it. "How could he be good? Long Chuan Ping, we have been there before. How poor can it be? The whole family can't even afford proper pants. With such a family, how can they raise successful children? Look at Biting. Now she is the editor of a newspaper and responsible for a good section. Think about that child, probably can't even read big characters. If we bring him back, will we be embarrassed?" Lu Jinping still feels uneasy. "I think we should go and check. If we make a mistake, we'll regret it too late."
Mei Shuqin sface darkened.
How could we be wrong? If he was really capable, wouldn't Dad say so? All this roundabout talk is just psychological games. If we agree, who knows what he'll bring back? Bringing someone with a family makes the house like a shelter. She has no good impression of rural folks, greedy, selfish, and unhygienic. Lu Jinping thought for a moment. Zhendong is in the army there. Let him help find out, so we don't really make a mistake. Mei Shuqin also disapproved of Luo Zhendong. Why ask him? You should call or write to Beiyan. She's not married and over there. What is she doing? The cultural troupe job is over. I'll arrange for her to work at the Women's Federation. I think Geng's kid is pretty good. I'll introduce him to Beiyan. Lu Jinping was reluctant. That Geng kid doesn't even have a proper job. He went to the army for a few days and ran back secretly.
Mei Shuqin interrupted.
It's not really running away. He's doing fine now, wearing the red armband. Looks impressive. Plus, Geng's family has been influential in Jing City for years. Lu Jinping said nothing. His wife was right. Although Geng's son wasn't much, the Geng family had strong connections in the city. Compared to them, the Lu family was much weaker. In the evening, Su Suining and Liu Beiyan sat in the yard eating watermelon when they heard Miao Ermiai say that Feng Shenhua had returned from the hospital. Su Suining was surprised. So soon? She drank pesticide. Isn't she supposed to stay in the hospital for a few days? Miao Ermiai shook her head. It should be nothing serious. I just came back with Jingjing. I saw sister-in-law helping Feng Shenhua, who was weak but seemed okay otherwise. Liu Beiyan spat out a watermelon seed and didn't care much. What could be the problem? The pesticide she drank wasn't strong. If she had the ability, she could have just drank undiluted. Mao Ermiai was startled and quickly comforted Liu Beiyan. Beiyan, you can't say that. No matter what, she drank pesticide. Let's just forget about it. After all, it's not good to cause too much trouble in the family compound. Su Suining didn't mind and said, as long as she behaves better in the future, it will be fine. Liu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. If she can control herself and not bother us, it will be okay. Otherwise, next time it won't be so easy to forgive her. Mao Ermiai sighed. Feng Shenhua is so young. Why does she have so many worries? Feng Shenhua brought Feng Shenhua back, helped her onto the bed, and gave her a stern talk. Stay at home and rest for a few days. Once you're better, you should go back quickly. Feng Shenhua didn't want to go back. If she did, she would meet her husband from her past life. Her family saw the other family as city youth with fair skin, and they were from the city. Later, they moved back to the city and got a good job at the meat factory. They approved of this marriage, especially since she liked the guy first. But in this life, she didn't even want to meet that man. She definitely didn't want to walk the same old path again. Feng Chunhua saw Feng Shunhua silent, and her pretty face, which had been lively earlier, now looked tired and ghostly after a day of fussing. She was furious. You should see clearly now. Hu Qingshan definitely won't like you. Even if Su Suining died, you don't stand a chance. Wake up. Even if Hu Qingshan becomes emperor, you won't be his consort. She got angrier and angrier, especially angry at Hu Qingshan, who had crossed the line this time. Feng Xuanhua's eyes welled with tears. Sister, can I tell you something? Feng Chunhua was stunned but sat down again. What do you want to say? About Hu Qingshan? Don't bring it up. Feng Shunhua wiped her tears. Actually, I died once. In my past life, I lived until 50 and got cancer, then died. When I woke up, I was back at 18. Feng Chunhua thought it was an unbelievable ghost story. Though shocked, she believed it because Feng Shunhua had changed a lot, and some people and things she mentioned did exist. Su Suining didn't care whether Feng Shunhua lived or died, or whether she would leave. At this point, whether Feng Shunhua was alive or dead, she wouldn't be the main character anymore. She just focused on taking care of her health and getting through the childbirth ordeal. Every morning, she and Liu Beiyan went to the small vegetable garden, and in the afternoons, they stayed at home making clothes and small quilts for the baby. A few days later, Hu Qingshan surprisingly brought back a mosquito net. Su Suining watched Qingshan set up the mosquito net, surprised. Where did you get this? I asked around the city, but no one sells it. Qingshan replied casually, my teacher helped bring it back from the provincial city. He wasn't sure exactly where it came from, but when his teacher handed him the net, he said he hoped he wouldn't have to ask for things again. And he didn't. Su Suining was happy. She pulled the net and said, now we can sleep well. I heard that when it gets cooler, mosquitoes become even more aggressive. Qingshan was used to mosquitoes, so he didn't think they were a big problem. But Su Suining's skin was delicate, and a bite would leave a big bump. He had never bitten her that hard. Liu Beiyan leaned against the doorframe, watching the couple busy setting up the mosquito net. It looked warm and nice. Second brother, can you also get me a mosquito net? I stay at the guest house and get bitten every night. Qingshan refused firmly. Just burn some mugwort to keep them away. Liu Beiyan rolled her eyes. Second brother, you're really biased. I'm your sister after all. Besides, if you treat me well, I'll help take care of second sister-in-law after she gives birth and look after the kids. Qingshan stayed silent. Su Suining was amused. If it's convenient, help Beiyan make one. If not, buy some gauze and we'll figure out how to make it ourselves. Liu Beiyan exclaimed, that works.
We can make one ourselves.
I've always wondered, despite how fierce the mosquitoes are here, they say 3 mosquitoes can fry a pan, yet no one uses mosquito nets. Su Suining also found it strange. There was no mosquito coil or net. When bitten, they just left a bump and wiped it with spit. Probably because conditions were poor, these things weren't considered essentials anymore. After setting up the mosquito net, Su Suining thought for a moment and decided to buy gauze the next day to make a net for Beiyan. While she was thinking, someone outside called out, sister-in-law, are you home? Someone is looking for you. Su Suining was a bit puzzled. Who could be looking for her? People coming to visit in the family compound usually just called her sister-in-law directly. She handed the mosquito net to Liu Beiyan and went out with Qingshan to see. Outside, on the road beyond the fence, a guard was standing with a middle-aged woman. She looked to be in her 40s, with short hair cut to her ears, wearing a white shirt and black pants, neat and tidy. Seeing this woman, who resembled her somewhat, Su Suining's mind flashed with the original owner's memory. She was the original's mother, Chen Kaihua. Chen Kaihua saw Su Suining's belly and frowned. You're pregnant? Why didn't you tell the family? It's been so long. Are you still upset with the family? Su Suining was really unsure how to answer. In her memory, her relationship with her family was tense. Her parents favored boys, and as a girl, She was expected to help support the family and her brothers. Chun Kaihua, knowing her daughter's personality, came in carrying a bag and looked at Hu Qingshan. You too. Swaning is pregnant with such a big belly, and you didn't tell us? Hu Qingshan stayed silent. He knew he hadn't done well in this matter. Because Su Swaning had previously said that whether she lived or died here, whether things were good or bad, she was not allowed to tell her family. Chun Kaihua glared at Hu Qingshan and then looked at Su Swaning. How many months along are you? Su Swaning felt that Chun Kaihua's behavior was a bit different from her memory of her mother. She decided to observe more before speaking softly. More than 6 months. Chun Kaihua frowned directly. More than 6 months? Why does your belly look so big? It looks like you're about to give birth. Are you too thin? Pregnant women should eat more. Did Qingshan not let you eat enough? Su Swaning shook her head. No, I eat quite a lot. I've gained quite a bit of weight recently. Chun Kaihua looked her up and down again. She was indeed much healthier than before, no longer as thin as a stick. Seeing them talking in the sun, Hu Qingshan spoke up. Mom, go sit under the tea shed. I'll get some food from the canteen and come back. Su Swaning didn't stop him. Her memory of her past was too vague. Besides her resentment and dissatisfaction with her family, she had no other impressions. Chun Kaihua sat under the cool shed, threw her bag aside, and frowned at Su Swaning. Did the kid cause you trouble? You look better than when you were at home. Su Swaning went over and sat down, took the teapot from the table, and poured Chun Kaihua a glass of water. She didn't call her mom, it was hard to say. Chun Kaihua didn't mind. Her younger daughter had always been like this. When she was little, she would act spoiled. As she grew older, she seemed to see the whole family as enemies. It was as if their parents' only purpose was to harm her. She took the cup and drank it in one gulp, then looked at Su Swaning. I sent you a telegram before. Your dad was sick and needed money. You didn't come back. We knew you probably didn't want to give it. If you didn't want to, fine. You couldn't even write a letter to the family? Do you really think I see you and Dad as enemies? As parents, how could we harm our own child? You insist on following Qin Jingchen? That guy, besides having a fair face, has no real ability. His family has 7 siblings. He's the oldest. His little sister is only 10. You went through hardships just to get here. Su Swaning agreed with this point. The original owner liked Qin Jingchen, but from family to personal ability, there was nothing worth praising. When something happened, he was still a cowardly weakling. Chun Kaihua saw that this time, Su Swaning did not lose her temper when talking about Qin Jingchen, and her face looked a bit better. Now that you have a child, you should live well with Qingshan. Although Qingshan is from the countryside, he is now a squad leader. Even if he changes jobs later, he can get a good position. You won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Su Swaning smiled slightly, unsure of what to say. But this was indeed something a mother would say. Chun Kaihua looked around the small yard, which was tidy despite its small size. The space was clean and looked well kept. She didn't quite believe it came from her daughter. It seems Qingshan treats you well, and the house is tidy. He's a bit dark, but not bad-looking. Just settle down and live with him. Don't always have high expectations. Stop reading all those messy books. It's ruining your mind. Love stories? That's not what you should be focusing on. She became a bit angry again. And you, stop having those reckless ideas. Your 2 brothers aren't doing badly. They've never asked you for a penny. It was tough before, but you helped with money. Look at how you are now. When you were little, your 2 brothers protected you a lot. Look at what an ingrate you've become. Su Swaning felt more and more uneasy. The original owner's memories weren't like this, but she had no clear recollections to prove her 2 brothers were useless and leeching off the family. Could it be that her memories are just her own subjective judgments and the real situation was different? Chun Kaihua saw that her daughter was silent like a dull gourd, not saying a word. She snorted and took her bag, pulling out a few packages. I heard you went back to the provincial city, but really, that's impressive. You didn't even visit home. What's wrong? Do you really think your maternal family is your enemy now? I brought you some of your favorite leaves and 2 bottles of sesame oil. Your second brother got some dried meat from the cafeteria for you. While nagging, she placed the items on the table. Su Suining watched Chun Saihwa's actions. Her concern didn't seem fake, nor did her scolding. Liu Beiyan was inside listening for a while, initially thinking Su Suining's mother was here to cause trouble and ready to step out to protect her sister-in-law. But as she listened, she felt something was off. Wasn't she showing genuine concern for Su Suining? She came out of the room and greeted Chen Kaihua with a smile. "Annie, hello." Chen Kaihua just placed some dried meat on the coffee table when she heard someone greeting her. She looked up, still holding the meat, and saw a pretty girl. She asked with some confusion, "Who is this?" Before Su Suining could answer, Liu Beiyan introduced herself first. "Andy, I am Hua Qingshan's sister. My name is Liu Beiyan." Chen Kaihua responded with an "oh," and thought to herself, she hadn't heard that Hua Qingshan had a sister before, and she wasn't even of the same last name. Maybe she was a relative? She didn't think much and greeted her back, then looked at Su Suining. "I just came to see you. If I knew you were pregnant, I would have brought some things for the baby. Have you prepared the baby's clothes and small blanket?"
she asked.
Su Suining quickly nodded. "Almost everything is ready." Chen Kaihua still seemed a bit unhappy. "What about postpartum care? Is your mother-in-law coming to take care of you?" Liu Beiyan immediately answered, "Auntie, I will take care of my second sister-in-law when the time comes." Chen Kaihua looked at Liu Beiyan with a side eye. "You're not married yet, right? Do you know how to take care of postpartum women? Newborns are hard to handle. You're really reckless." She paused for a moment. "I'll go back tomorrow. When you're close to giving birth, I'll come over to help you with your postpartum care." Su Suining hurriedly stopped her. No need. You're busy at home, so you don't have to come. North Yen, and I can manage." Chen Kaihua glared at Su Suining. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry, I'll take care of your postpartum period. I'll bring my own supplies. I won't take advantage of you." Su Suining was silent. Saying that made her seem a bit petty. It seemed there was a big misunderstanding between the original owner and her parents. Chen Kaihua looked at her daughter's slightly plump and round face, and her anger eased a little. Raising such a troublesome daughter was also something owed from their past life. Isn't it good now? I just wonder if the baby will be as dark as Qingshan. Su Suining was amused by Chen Saihua's sudden mumbling. Seeing her bright smile, no longer the gloomy look at home, it was clear she had accepted Hua Qingshan and this marriage. Thinking back, the family had caused a lot of trouble trying to stop her and Qin Jingchen from being together, even becoming enemies. Now, it seemed their interference was right. Su Suining suddenly felt a fondness for Chen Kaihua, an honest, talkative mother. Liu Beiyan couldn't help but snicker. "Auntie, my second brother is also good-looking. He's dark because he trains every day, not because he's born dark. Look at me, I'm not dark at all." Chen Kaihua was not comforted and said, if she were a girl, with such good looks, how could she be so dark? Su Suining chuckled and said, "It's okay. As long as a girl has nice features, a darker skin tone can still be beautiful." Hua Qingshan went to the cafeteria and returned with a basin, followed by a soldier also carrying a basin of food. For lunch, the cafeteria served mixed grain buns, a big pot of stew, and millet pumpkin porridge. Chen Kaihua looked at the full basin of stew, which contained cabbage, tofu, vermicelli, eggplant, green beans, and a few thin slices of fatty meat. The oil on the soup surface was quite plentiful. She was satisfied with the food. It seemed Su Suining was eating quite well here. After all, she cooked at home but didn't dare to use so much oil. The young soldier set down his basin and left. Hua Qingshan called Chen Kaihua to wash her hands and said, "Mom, get ready to eat." Chen Kaihua glanced at Hua Qingshan, washed her hands, and sat down. Regarding this son-in-law they liked, the only thing she was unhappy with was that his skin was a bit dark, his personality somewhat reserved, and he didn't say nice things. While eating, Chen Kaihua repeated, "I came to see you. I'll go back tomorrow. When it's almost time for the baby to be born, I'll come to help with the postpartum care." Su Suining and Chen Kaiwa still felt somewhat unfamiliar with each other and hesitated to ask her to come and help with the postpartum period. No need. Big brother and second brother's family also need your help with the children. It's enough that Bei Yan is here with me. Chen Kaiwa snorted coldly. I thought your personality had improved, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. I'm not just here to watch the kids for nothing. You'll give me 5 yuan a month. Su Suining was stunned. She had just had a good impression of Chen Kaihua, and now she was asking her daughter for money. Chen Kaiwa looked at Hu Qingshan and said, that way, neither of us will take advantage of each other. I can also guarantee that I care more about the children than outsiders do. Su Suining, feeling like a worker for several years, knew how to read people's personalities and understand their thoughts after just a brief contact. But she couldn't quite figure out Chen Kaihua. She wasn't as sexist or manipulative as in the original memory. Still, some words made her wonder why she would say such things. Who asks for money to take care of a daughter's postpartum period? Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining and said, it's all fine. I have no objections. Su Suining nodded and said, let's eat first. I'll think about it later. Chen Kaihua didn't speak further. After finishing her meal and setting down her bowl and chopsticks, she spoke again. Do you know why Chen Jingchen ended up here? He was supposed to go to the factory, but suddenly he was sent to the countryside. Su Suining paused for a moment. Although this person had nothing to do with her, she still wanted to gossip a bit. Why? Chen Kaihua snorted coldly, playing the rogue, writing all sorts of messy poems to the female teacher next door and getting reported. Su Suining responded with a simple oh. He deserved it. After saying this, Chen Kaihua carefully observed Su Suining's expression. She noticed that she wasn't as frantic as before when mentioning Chen Jingchen, as if she was willing to marry this person. Seeing her calm expression, Chen Kaihua felt more at ease. Earlier, a few of your friends who used to hang out with you have also had problems recently. I told you before, these people spend all day just complaining about others and don't have any real skills. Now, some don't have jobs, some have gone to the countryside, and who knows if they'll come back. Children are like debts to parents. We treat you well, but sometimes it feels like we're risking our lives for you. Su Suining remained silent. The people and events Chen Kaihua mentioned, the original owner's memories were blurry. She didn't even know who they were talking about. But judging by the original owner's way of judging people, she was indeed not very good at it. After lunch, Su Suining suggested that Chen Kaihua go to the guest house for a nap. She also needed some time to process the fact that she now had a mother figure. Liu Beiyan volunteered, I'll take Annie there. It's so hot today, so second sister-in-law, you shouldn't go. Chen Kaihua also stopped her. All right, it's not convenient with the baby bump. Just rest well. I'm tired from the ride, so I'll go take a nap first. She carried an empty bag and left with Liu Beiyan. Su Suining rested for a while, then went inside to wash her body with a basin of water, preparing for a refreshing nap. After tidying up, she saw that Hu Qingshan hadn't left yet, so she called him in. Su Suining was someone who couldn't keep things to herself. If she had questions, she had to ask clearly and plainly. She pulled Hu Qingshan to sit down. Back then, who was the matchmaker for us? Hu Qingshan was surprised that Su Suining asked this. He looked at her for a moment. The organization introduced us. I was in the provincial military district for a meeting, and they said the street committee was a double support unit. When they first introduced him, he didn't pay much attention. The organization saw that he was quite old and insisted he go see her.
So he went.
He only took one look at her, a very thin girl, slender waist, looking like she could break easily with a little force. He wasn't very willing. She seemed too fragile, not suitable for someone like him, who was rough. But the organization thought they were a good match. They kept telling him that although she looked delicate, she was educated, literate, and could write articles. That was enough to make Hu Qingshan willing to give it a try. The organization sent a leader to propose marriage. Su Suining was not there. Only her parents were present. They asked for 50 yuan as a bride price, with no other demands. They just wanted Hu Qingshan to take Su Suining away and not to return to her family home unless necessary. After passing the background check, Hu Qingshan met Su Suining a second time, and they went to get their marriage certificate. Then she followed him to the military unit. On the way, they were quite polite to each other. But once they arrived at the family compound, Su Suining suddenly changed her attitude. She immediately set 3 rules: not to sleep in the same room, not to eat at the same table, and not to go out socializing. Hu Qingshan honestly and simply described their marriage process. Su Suining was speechless. It was a way of marriage common nowadays. Many people are introduced by organizations, meet twice, and then marry, living a somewhat aimless life. The only thing she couldn't understand was that the original bride also agreed to marry Hu Qingshan and travel with him by train and car. But once they arrived, she refused to accept him. Isn't that unfair to honest people? Hu Qingshan was curious and asked why Su Suining suddenly brought this up. She brightened her eyes and said, "I'm just curious. My mom suddenly came, and I haven't told her about my amnesia. I want to understand more about the situation so I can answer her questions." She added, "Also, I don't want my mom to know I have amnesia, so she won't worry." Hu Qingshan didn't fully believe her, but nodded out of habit. "Okay, but I didn't tell my mom about your pregnancy. I also didn't visit my family when I went to the provincial city. It's my fault." Su Suining thought for a moment and asked, "Why didn't you go? By the way, is my relationship with my family especially bad? Do you know something?" Hu Qingshan thought this wasn't really a problem. "You should take a nap first. If you want mom to take care of your postpartum recovery, let her come. We can give her 5 yuan. If you don't want that, I will talk to her." Su Suining waved her hand. No need. I'll talk to her myself. I also feel like there's something I don't know about all this. For example, when they were in the provincial city, who were the 2 strange-looking people who saw her? Hu Qingshan didn't have anything nice to say, so he just said, "Rest well, and think it over later. If you're really unsure, just ask mom directly. No need to keep it inside. This is the family compound. No one can bully you." Su Suining chuckled and pinched Hu Qingshan's cheek. "Don't worry, I'm not someone who overthinks. I'm just a bit curious and want to understand everything." After Su Suining lay down again, Hu Qingshan got up and left. She planned to ask Chen Kaiwa directly after waking up. She was too tired from overthinking everything. When she woke up from her nap, Chen Kaiwa and Liu Beiyan were sitting in the yard, chopping chili peppers and chatting happily. Seeing Su Suining wake up, Liu Beiyan smiled. "Second sister-in-law, you're up. We made mung bean soup with sugar in the pot. It's very tasty.
Come and have some."
Chen Kaiwa also looked at Su Suining, her expression faintly showing a frown. "Pregnant women shouldn't sleep all day. You need to walk around more. I see your belly is quite big. You should walk more so everything will go smoothly when the time comes." Su Suining smiled and sat down beside Chen Kaiwa. "I go for walks in the morning and evening." Chen Kaiwa felt it wasn't enough. "The day before I gave birth, I was still fighting with cotton yarn at the factory. That roll weighed 70 or 80 jin. After fighting with it, I felt my waist ache. Before I could react, you were born. So, if you want her childbirth to go smoothly, you need to exercise more." Su Suining didn't argue with her and kept a good temper. "Yes, I'll pay more attention and exercise more." Chen Kaiwa was a bit stunned and looked at Su Suining sideways. She felt that her daughter had changed a lot, but at the same time, maybe she hadn't changed at all. Then they chatted casually. Chen Kaiwa and Liu Beiyan cut the chili peppers into strips about an inch wide, planning to dry them so they could eat them easily in winter. Su Suining didn't move her hands, just watched them work. She subtly gathered a lot of information from Chen Kaiwa. For example, Chen Kaiwa came to see her because she had some disagreements with her 2 daughters-in-law. Or she was leaving tomorrow because she was worried about her 2 little grandsons at home. Su Suining is very observant. After asking her question, she didn't continue that topic but instead talked with Chen Kaiwa about how to store chili peppers so they won't get bugs in spring. Chen Kaiwa sighed and sighed. This was the first time since her daughter grew up that they sat down and talked calmly. Before, they often argued over small things, especially after she liked Chen Jingchen. The whole family seemed to become her enemies. In the evening, Chen Kaihua insisted on cooking. She told Liu Beiyan and Su Suining to sit and rest nearby. Liu Beiyan felt a bit shy to really rest, so she squatted by the stove and kept the fire going. Su Suining sat on a stool, shelling beans from an old bean pod while watching Chen Kaihua. She used to be very independent. After her parents divorced and each started their own family, she was mostly left to grow up on her own. Later, she worked hard to earn money, wanting to buy her own home. So, she didn't crave much maternal love. Having it or not didn't matter much to her. Looking at the steam rising from the stove, she could see faint wrinkles on Chen Saihua's face and white hair at her temples. Her expression wasn't as kind as usual, and her words weren't as gentle, but she still carried a sense of motherly love. This made Su Suining curious. How could someone be so contradictory? Chen Kaihua cooked potatoes and beans, then made some flatbreads beside the pot. For dinner, Hu Qingshan didn't come back. He just sent a servant to say he was going to a meeting at the military headquarters and wouldn't return for dinner. He would come back after lights out. Chen Kaihua was a bit surprised.
So busy?
Nothing important, yet there's a meeting?
Su Suining nodded.
They have a lot to do. Chen Kaihua was curious. Besides training, what else do soldiers do daily? Su Suining shook her head. I don't know. These are things we aren't supposed to ask or talk about. Liu Beiyan chuckled nearby. Auntie, these are all secret. You can't ask about them. Be careful not to get caught as a spy. Chen Kaihua was startled. You can't ask? Then I won't. But when you have a baby, I still want to come see you to feel at ease.
Su Suining smiled.
It's only 2 or 3 months away.
We'll talk about it then.
Chen Kaihua only stayed for one night. Early the next morning, she came to say hello and then went to catch a bus to the town. Liu Beiyan was surprised. Why is your mom in such a hurry? Last night, we couldn't sleep and talked for a while. I think she's really concerned about you. At least she cares more than my mom does. Look, I've been here so long, and my mom hasn't asked about me. If she did, it would probably be just one sentence. Hurry back to Jing City. Liu Beiyan sighed again and said, I think your mom really cares about you, but my mom's love for us depends on how well this child does in school. She only likes the best students because it makes her look good. Su Suining nodded and said, compared to that, your mom is very realistic. Liu Beiyan scratched her head and said, actually, my parents are sometimes quite nice, but they are too practical about some things. Su Suining wanted to talk to Hu Qingshan about Chen Kaihua, but suddenly Hu Qingshan and his team had to leave on a mission. After they left, half a month passed. By August, it was much cooler in the mountains, and at night, she still needed a blanket to sleep. Although the weather was cooler and her appetite should have improved, Su Suining had little appetite these days. She kept having strange dreams at night, and by morning, she couldn't remember them, feeling very tired from sleep. Liu Beiyan noticed she looked unwell and said, Second sister-in-law, you've been eating very little lately and look thinner. Should we go to the hospital to check? Su Suining waved her hand and stood up from the lounge chair. As soon as she stood, she felt a sharp, tightening pain in her stomach, which almost made her gasp, and the pain kept increasing. She immediately sensed something was wrong and said, Beiyan, I think I might be going into labor. I might have remembered the date wrong. Liu Beiyan panicked and said, labor?
Then.
Let's go to the hospital. Liu Beiyan, being young, was already very nervous and didn't know where to take Su Suining. She took a deep breath, waited for the pain to ease a bit, and held Liu Beiyan's hand. Calm down first. I won't go to the small town hospital. You go find Gu Zhendong and get a car, so we can go to the city hospital. Miao Ermiai heard the commotion and ran out of the house. What's going on? Why is there suddenly so much noise? Isn't it only 7 months? She tried to support Su Suining's arm, while Liu Beiyan hurried to find Luo Zhendong. Su Suining had no experience with childbirth, but felt the pain in her stomach was abnormal and thought she was about to give birth. Miao Ermiai, who had given birth before, often discussed pregnancy experiences with other women in the family compound. She comforted Su Suining to breathe deeply, but also wondered, "Sister-in-law, are you too nervous? Your belly doesn't seem to have dropped, so you shouldn't be giving birth yet." Su Suining managed to calm down a lot. The previous pain caused her to sweat coldly, with large drops running down her face and back, her hair damp with sweat. She took several deep breaths to relax herself. It was really painful just now. My stomach felt like it was being squeezed tightly. I thought I was about to give birth. Earlier, in the yard, we talked about how when it's close to delivery, the stomach feels like it's tightening in waves. Mal's second sister touched Su Suining's belly and looked confused. "It shouldn't be happening, but you're in so much pain. That's strange. How are you now? Are you feeling better?" Su Suining tried to breathe a few times. The tightness and sharp pain in her stomach disappeared suddenly, and she felt nothing at all. Could it be that the little one inside was grabbing the umbilical cord and swinging like a swing? Is she going to give birth or not? Liu Beiyan ran quickly to find Luo Zhendong. When Luo Zhendong heard Su Suining was about to give birth, he quickly drove to the family compound. Hua Qingshan wasn't home, so he couldn't let anything happen to Su Suining, especially with giving birth. He was very cautious. When he arrived at the family compound, Su Suining's stomach no longer hurt. There were no signs of labor anymore. Seeing that Su Suining was fine, Liu Beiyan let out a long breath. "Oh my, you really scared me half to death just now. I was so frightened I thought I'd faint." Su Suining felt a bit sorry. "I thought I was going into labor, but it was just a false alarm."
Liu Beiyan warf her Hand.
"We'll treat this as a practice run. When the real thing happens, I'll know what to do." Even though there was no longer any sign of labor, Su Suining still felt uneasy. The sudden stomach pain made her worry. Could something be wrong with the baby? She discussed with Luo Zhendong. "Are there any good traditional Chinese doctors nearby? Or should we go to the city hospital? I want to check if this pain is normal." There's no regular checkup schedule now, which makes her feel uneasy. Luo Zhendong thought it was necessary. "Let's go to the city, bring everything needed for childbirth, just in case." Mal's second sister nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. Bring everything. It's better to get checked thoroughly. By the way, since you're passing through the town, you can stop by the town hospital. There's an old doctor named Hua. His pulse diagnosis is very accurate." She quickly added, "Try him out. The doctor is very kind." Su Suining agreed. Liu Beiyan helped her into the car. On the way, Luo Zhendong discussed with her. "Sister-in-law, should we first go to the town hospital and then head to the city?" Su Suining thought it was a good idea. "Let's check there first. The sooner, the better, so I can feel at ease." She felt that the old Chinese doctor might still have some skills. After Su Suining left in the car, Li Qin, sitting in the front row, came over to ask Mal's second sister. "I just heard some noise at home." Deputy Commissioner Luo also came. "What happened? Is something wrong?" Mal Armei answered cautiously. "Sister Suining isn't feeling well." Deputy Political Commissar Luo took her to the hospital to check. Li Qin thought for a moment. "I thought she was about to give birth. Isn't it too early?" Mal Armei wasn't sure. It's not the due date yet, but she wanted to check just to be sure, especially since Commander Hua isn't home. Since she couldn't get any gossip from Mal Armei, Li Qin changed the subject. Sister Chunhua's been busy taking care of her 3 children lately and hasn't had time to chat. Mal Armei was quite interested in this topic. Yes, ever since Shenhua left, there's one less helper at home. Li Qin nodded quietly, lowering her voice, with a look of gossip. Who would have thought that Shenhua would like Commander Hua? I don't know what she was thinking, liking someone who is already married. Sister Chunhua is the same. She usually doesn't teach her children well, and now she's gotten into big trouble. Mal Harmoy nodded, but didn't say anything further. Having lived in this family compound for so long, she knew Li Qin well. She probably didn't mean any harm, but her words were always careless. Even her husband, Geng Shigue, repeatedly warned her not to get too close to Li Qin or discuss anyone with her, because her mouth was too loose and she could talk nonsense at any moment. Li Qin still seemed a bit unsatisfied. People are just like that. Look at Su Sui-ning. She was thin and frail before, and life with Commander Hua was tough. But after she ran away for a few days and came back, she's been so good to him, and she's become so fair and tender. Mao Armei understood that Li Qin was mainly talking about her running away for a few days, so she called out, "Sister-in-law, if there's nothing urgent, I want to take Jingjing to the vegetable patch to see if the bok choy has sprouted." Li Qin looked a little regretful. "All right, go ahead and get busy. If anything comes up, we can talk later." Watching Mao Armei leave with Jingjing, she quickly went to find her next gossip target. Luo Zhendong first took Su Sui-ning and the others to the town hospital. The town hospital was small, with a few rows of single-story buildings. Inside the gate on the left, there were several rooms serving as outpatient clinics. There were no specific departments or calling numbers. If a doctor was free in any room, you could just go in. August was also the busy farming season, so there weren't many patients. Most people had minor ailments and endured them, or if they had serious illnesses, they just took some medicine and didn't bother going to the hospital. Usually, people came only for treating injuries. Dr. Hua was in the first room on the left. He was about 60 years old, with all white hair, wearing black-rimmed glasses with lenses that looked like wine bottle bottoms, with rings of lines around them. Her skin is very pale, the kind of ghostly whiteness that shows no sunlight, with a calm and composed expression. Su Sui-ning's first impression of this doctor was that he looked very skilled. Dr. Hua saw Su Sui-ning, who was pregnant and carrying a big belly, and also glanced at Liu Beiyan, who was supporting her. He asked, "Are either of you feeling unwell?" Su Sui-ning smiled and said, "It's me. I'm 7 months pregnant. Today, my belly suddenly hurt a lot, like a squeezing pain, almost like I might go into labor. But now it feels better. I'm worried, so I came to check." Dr. Hua nodded, indicating for Su Sui-ning to sit on a small stool by the table, and placed her wrist on a pulse pillow. He reached out and pressed on her pulse. After a moment, his expression became serious, and his brows furrowed slightly without realizing. Liu Beiyan saw the doctor's serious face and was so frightened he didn't dare breathe, afraid that the doctor might say something bad. After a while, Dr. Hua withdrew his hand and carefully looked at Su Sui-ning's face again. "Recently, have you been sleeping poorly? Do you have dreams but can't remember what they were? Are you feeling anxious in your dreams and tired when you wake up?" Su Sui-ning was shocked and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I wake up feeling very tired, but I don't have any worries bothering me." Dr. Hua's face was serious. After listening to Su Sui-ning, he reached out and looked at her eyelids. "Have you been eating any unfamiliar foods recently?" Su Sui-ning was a bit stunned. "No, just the usual home-cooked meals and some cookies I bought earlier." Dr. Hua hesitated for a moment. "From your pulse, it seems you have slight signs of poisoning, which could be causing your restless sleep. The stomach pain today is also a signal from your baby." Su Sui-ning was shocked. "Poisoning? How could I be poisoned? I've been very careful. I avoid water and food when I can't see them. I never eat anything suspicious." Liu Beiyan was also startled. "What kind of poison? Doctor, is it serious?" Dr. Hua shook his head. "It's good that we caught it early. If it continues, it could lead to early labor, and your health could be seriously affected, even threatening your life." Su Sui-ning's heart sank. "Then, can you tell when I was poisoned?" Dr. Hua asked her to put her hand on the pulse pillow again and carefully checked her pulse once more. "From your pulse, I can't tell exactly when you were poisoned. It could have been from before or recently." He was also very confused. Su Sui-ning's pulse was very strange, full of life but also showing signs of decay. This meant that after giving birth, her life would end. Such a pulse he had never seen before. Liu Beiyan was very anxious. "Can we find out what she was poisoned with? Otherwise, how can we treat her?" Dr. Hua shook his head. "I can't tell for now, and I don't know what she ate, so I can't judge." Seeing Dr. Hua's expression, Su Sui-ning knew she might be in worse danger than just poisoning. She might not have much time left. Could it be that her fate, as written in the book, was to die after giving birth? Has that really changed? What kind of strange situation is this? Liu Beiyan was worried and called Luo Zhendong outside to come in and help think of a solution. When Luo Zhendong heard that Su Suining was poisoned, he was also shocked. Dr. Hua, she always stayed in the family residence and had little contact with the outside world. She only ate and used things she made herself. How could she get poisoned? Dr. Hua felt sorry. I can only see this much for now. You should go to the city hospital for blood tests to see if anything shows up. You can bring back the test results for me to look at. He couldn't identify what poison Su Suining had ingested just from her pulse, which was something he had never encountered before. Luo Zhendong looked serious. Sister-in-law, should we go straight to the provincial hospital? Su Suining comforted him.
Don't worry yet.
I'm not in bad shape now, so there's still time. She then asked Dr. Hua, is the baby okay? Dr. Hua nodded. I'll give you some traditional medicine to drink. The baby is fine and can be born full term.
Su Suining frowned.
This doesn't seem right. If I was poisoned, the baby should be poisoned too, since we're connected by blood. Why is he fine? Dr. Hua couldn't explain this phenomenon to her. Based on your pulse, the fetus is lively and strong, a very healthy boy. But you? Su Suining nodded and asked directly, does giving birth mean I will die? Dr. Hua was silent. He looked into her determined eyes and didn't know how to answer. Ordinary people hearing this would feel fear and panic, maybe even tremble. But this girl before him remained calm and composed, with a very clear mind. Liu Beiyan's heart clenched. When he heard Su Suining ask, the doctor fell silent.
Tears almost couldn't be held back.
He reached out to hold Su Suining. Second sister-in-law, let's leave for Beijing now. We will definitely find a way there. Su Suining calmly held her hand and said, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. The doctor said the baby is fine. As long as the baby is okay, my problem can be solved easily. Liu Beiyan, a little anxious, almost cried. Second sister-in-law, this doctor must not be good. Let's find another doctor, go to the provincial city or even Beijing to see someone. Will they really check? They just scare people with tricks. As she spoke, she started crying. She believed the doctor, but was also afraid it might be true. Liu Zhendong went over and grabbed Liu Beiyan's wrist, pulling her aside. Calm down first. We'll go to the city for a blood test now and figure out what to do later. Su Suining apologized to Dr. Hua, saying, sorry, she can't accept it well, so she got a bit emotional. Dr. Hua waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. It's normal to feel that way. You should also go to the city hospital for a checkup. I hope this is just a misdiagnosis. Su Suining thanked him again, then stood up and, with Liu Zhendong, took Liu Beiyan outside. In the car, Liu Beiyan couldn't hold back her tears, saying, it's definitely a careless doctor. How can there be such skilled doctors in this place? Just feeling the pulse and knowing someone is about to pass away? Su Suining patted her shoulder, pulled her into a hug, and gently patted her back. It's okay, don't cry. Aren't I fine now? Let's go to the city hospital and check again. Maybe it's just a false alarm.
Don't cry yet.
Liu Zhendong admired Su Suining's calmness. Earlier, he had asked around outside and found out that Dr. Hua was quite a prominent doctor. He was a famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the city, also a university professor, but was sent here after marrying a student. He asked for the name again and confirmed that Dr. Hua was very well known. He had even been called to Beijing to treat leaders. So, most likely, what Dr. Hua said was true. Liu Zhendong was silent, feeling very upset inside. If something happened to Su Suining, what would happen to Hu Qingshan? During their time together, he clearly felt that Hu Zhuangzhang was becoming more kind and caring. All this happiness and warmth were brought by Su Suining. He had suffered for so many years. Finally, someone who truly cared for him appeared. If she left, what would he do? Liu Zhendong didn't dare think too deeply. His eyes were filled with pain and heat. He waited until Liu Beiyan calmed down before asking Su Suining, sister-in-law, should we go to the city hospital now? Su Suining smiled and nodded. Yes, we need to get a result. Only then will I feel at ease. She still couldn't believe it. How could heaven let her die so easily? Luo Zhendong drove away from the hospital, and Zhu Hong came out of the room across the hall. She was curious about how they came to the hospital. During these days at the town hospital, she felt almost depressed. There were rarely any patients, and when there were, they were mostly villagers with strong smells, which made her mood very bad every day. She didn't want to talk to the hospital staff, feeling they were not on the same level. Especially Dr. Hua, whom she looked down on even more, an old troublemaker who was demoted and had married his young student. But now, she was really curious and hesitated before going to find Dr. Hua. She directly asked at the door, "Dr. Hua, what happened to that patient just now? What illness did he have?" Dr. Hua pushed up his glasses and looked at Zhu Hong. A common cold. Zhu Hong had a gut feeling that Dr. Hua wasn't telling the truth because she saw Liu Beiyan crying earlier. If it was just a common cold, why was she crying? Dr. Hua glanced at Zhu Hong, who was standing still, and said calmly, "As a doctor, I have to keep patient privacy. That's how I do my job well." Zhu Hong looked at Dr. Hua with disdain, thinking he was an old fool. What pride did he have? She didn't believe she couldn't find out what was really going on. On the way to the city, no one spoke. Luo Zhendong seemed focused on driving but was actually worried. He couldn't understand. How could a good person suddenly get poisoned? Liu Beiyan was also troubled, sometimes comforting herself that it was a misdiagnosis by a careless doctor, and other times thinking, what if it was really serious? Only Su Suining was the calmest. Even now, she could only think of ways to handle it. But with illness and poisoning, it seemed she couldn't do anything about it. It was strange. Why couldn't she break through the plot of the story? When they arrived at the city hospital, they drew blood before closing time, and the results wouldn't come out until the next day. Seeing their worried expressions, Su Suining smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not feeling much worse now. Let's go eat first." She went over and linked her arm with Liu Beiyan's. "Let's go. I heard the cafeteria here makes a good fish dish. Shall we try it? Or we could have beef noodles. What do you want?" Liu Beiyan looked sad and said, "Anything is fine." She knew she should stay optimistic until the results came out and not let her emotions affect Su Suining. She tried to force a smile, but just couldn't manage it. Zhang Dongdong has experienced more, so he remains quite calm now. "Then let's eat both, let's go." They found a cafeteria just during mealtime, so there were many people and lines. Su Suining stood behind Luo Zhendong, thought for a moment, and patted him. Luo Zhendong turned around. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Su Suining looked around and whispered, "Don't tell He Qingshan about this later. Even if the result isn't good, don't say anything." Luo Zhendong guessed it was like that. But once the results are out, she can go for treatment, maybe in Beijing. Su Suining shook her head. "Don't worry yet. I need to think more. If it was poisoning, when did she get poisoned? She started having problems recently, after Chen Kaihua left. Before that, she ate food prepared by Chen Kaihua. Could it be her biological mother who poisoned her? She hurried over just to be poisoned? But the most likely person to poison her, Feng Shenhua, was sent back to her hometown as soon as she recovered. After eating, Su Suining suggested they go back first. "We don't have anywhere to go in the city. It's better to go back first and come again tomorrow for the results." Luo Zhendong had no objection. He still had a meeting tonight, so even if he stayed, only Su Suining and Liu Beiyan would remain. He would go back first and pick them up early tomorrow. But he didn't feel comfortable leaving them in the city alone. Since he still had to make a trip, going back first was fine. On the way back, Su Suining smiled and comforted Liu Beiyan. "Don't look so sad. It's okay. Enjoy each day as it comes. And when we go back, don't tell anyone about this, not even your second sister." Liu Beiyan nodded. "Yes, I understand. Second sister-in-law, I don't feel as bad now. Look, I ate half a bowl more noodles than you at noon, and I look good, so I must be fine." Su Suining smiled. "It doesn't matter whether you're fine or not. There's still time, and we can find a way. Especially in front of your second brother. You can't show any signs of trouble. Liu Beiyan was about to cry again. Su Suining's mood was very steady. You know your second brother hasn't had an easy time these years. If he finds out, he will definitely be upset. If the outcome can't be changed, at least during the days I am away, your second brother should be happy, right? Tears fell from Liu Beiyan's eyes as she reached out to hug Su Suining. Second sister-in-law, how can you stay so calm? Su Suining smiled. I'm just talking about a hypothetical situation. Don't worry, as long as there's a little hope, I will live well. Zheng Dongluo, who was driving ahead, tightly held the steering wheel with his eyes bloodshot. After arriving at the residential compound, Su Suining urged him to go back and rest. My brother and Bei Yan are going home to rest. Don't worry, everything's fine. Seeing that he looked okay, Luo Zhengdong left with peace of mind. Miao Ermiai heard the noise of their return and quickly came out. Sister-in-law, how is it? Is everything okay? Su Suining smiled and said, nothing serious. The doctor said everything is normal. She won't go into labor just yet. Miao Ermiai felt relieved. I thought it wouldn't be time yet, so why is she suddenly going into labor? It's good that it's nothing serious. Now I can relax. Su Suining nodded. Yes, after seeing the doctor, I feel more confident. It's better than guessing at home and scaring ourselves. After chatting briefly with Miao Ermiai, she went inside with Liu Beiyan. Turning to look at Liu Beiyan, Su Suining smiled and took her hand. Look at you, your face shows it all. It's easy for others to suspect. Do I look like someone lucky? Liu Beiyan nodded. You are. Su Suining smiled. Exactly. With such good luck, I will live a long life. Having a good attitude is very important. A positive mindset can overcome everything. Liu Beiyan sincerely praised her. Second sister-in-law, you're really strong and amazing. If I were you, I would be scared to death. Su Suining laughed. Even if I were scared, I would keep living. When problems come, we solve them. If we really can't, then we'll deal with it later. Right now, her biggest worry was Hu Qingshan. If fate forced her to follow the story in the book, what would happen to Hu Qingshan? After resting a while, she got up and went with Liu Beiyan to see her small vegetable garden. The recently planted cabbages and radishes had already sprouted, bunches of green, looking very cute. Su Suining's belly was a bit big, making it hard to squat down, so she directed Liu Beiyan. These seedlings are too crowded. Pull out some of the smaller ones. Thinking for a moment, she looked at the neighboring garden. Everyone's seedlings looked the same, and they hadn't started pulling any out. She pondered, maybe we should wait until they grow a bit more so the small plants can still be eaten. Liu Beiyan thought Su Suining's attitude was really good. She still cared about her small garden even now. Su Suining looked at her garden, holding her belly, feeling quite happy. Later, when these cabbages grow bigger, I'll make you some spicy pickled cabbage. You probably haven't tasted the sweet and sour spicy cabbage before. Kimchi, Liu Beiyan definitely hadn't tried it. Liu Beiyan fell silent for a moment. All right, second sister-in-law, whatever you make is delicious. I like everything you cook. Su Suining chuckled softly. You really know how to make me happy. Even radishes, when pickled into sweet and sour flavors, taste good. Liu Beiyan turned to look at Su Suining. She had a calm smile, her eyes shining with happiness as she looked at the vegetable garden. How could someone like her get sick? How could she be poisoned? Liu Beiyan felt she shouldn't listen to Su Suining's words, to wait a bit longer. She planned to call her grandfather tonight to ask him for a solution. Or wait until tomorrow when the blood test results come out. If the results are bad, then she would call her grandfather again. After admiring her little vegetable garden, Su Suining called Liu Beiyan to pick some old beans. When you go back tonight, make braised beans with noodles. I forgot to buy pork belly, but salted meat works too.
Liu Beiyan suddenly smiled.
All right, second sister-in-law. Seeing Su Suining's positive attitude towards life, she suddenly felt that even if the results were bad, they should face them cheerfully. But deep inside, she felt a sharp pain. She felt very sorry for second sister-in-law. And, even more, she felt sorry for second brother. That evening, Su Suining happily made braised beans with noodles. Since bending down to roll the noodles was not very convenient, she asked Liu Beiyan to do it, watching from the side. Her noodle rolling skills were not good, but Liu Beiyan's were even worse. Su Suining watched her cut the noodles into thick and thin strips, laughing non-stop. Your skills are worse than mine. Your second brother makes the noodles very well. Liu Beiyan was not convinced. I don't do it often. If I practiced regularly, I could do it well too.
Su Suining smiled happily.
Then starting tomorrow, you should practice seriously.
Liu Beiyan was confident.
Second sister-in-law, just wait and see. I will make you look at me with new eyes. Su Suining still smiled gently. Alright, I want to try your sour water noodles then. Also, learn how to make sour water vegetables so you can bring some back to Beijing. Otherwise, you won't be able to find them there. Liu Beiyan lowered her head and cut the noodles with effort, tears suddenly dropping onto the noodles. She quickly blinked and turned her head, trying to control her emotions. Su Suining was stunned for a moment, but pretended not to see, then got up to pick beans. When she was about to start cooking, Luo Zhendong came over, bringing a piece of meat. Liu Beiyan immediately added a splash of water to the pot. Perfect timing. We said we'd eat braised noodles without meat, but now we have meat. She happily went to cut the meat. Su Suining smiled and went to put away the salted meat she had cut. These will be left for later. Seeing that both of them were in good spirits, Luo Zhendong felt more at ease. He looked at the noodles on the plate, thick, thin, soft, and somewhat unappetizing. He said, Beiyan, your noodles. Liu Beiyan glared and said, don't say that. At least they're noodles. Second sister-in-law said we can make braised noodles. Luo Zhendong chuckled and said, yes, they're still edible. Liu Beiyan was a bit stubborn and said, wait a couple more days. I promise I'll be better than the master chef at the canteen. Luo Zhendong nodded with a smile and said, all right. Su Suining watched Liu Beiyan pretend to be angry and tease Luo Zhendong, knowing that they were just trying to change the subject. Previously, Luo Zhendong had always been polite to Liu Beiyan. In the end, Luo Zhendong took the initiative to cut meat, stir-fry green beans, and make the braised noodles. Although Liu Beiyan's noodles were very soft, Luo Zhendong still made a pot of appealing, flavorful braised noodles. Su Suining was surprised and said, I didn't expect you to make such good braised noodles. Luo Zhendong smiled and said, I told you before, we don't have a girl at home. When my brothers and I are there, we have to cook ourselves. Liu Beiyan also thought it was delicious and kept praising it. After eating, Liu Beiyan hurried to wash the dishes, and Su Suining invited Luo Zhendong to sit and drink tea. Luo Zhendong sat quietly for a long time and softly told Su Suining, sister-in-law, I've been thinking all afternoon. If there really is a problem, I can get a referral letter from the military department. You and Beiyan can go back to Beijing to check. Su Suining knew Luo Zhendong was being kind and didn't refuse. She said, okay, let's see again tomorrow. If it's really serious, I want to visit Dr. Hua once more. She felt that Dr. Hua was very capable. Luo Zhendong fell silent again. If even Dr. Hua couldn't help, what could Su Suining do in Beijing? Dr. Hua was the best doctor in all of East China. That night, Liu Beiyan decided to stay overnight. After washing the dishes, she sat beside Su Suining and said, Second sister-in-law, I'll stay in the outer room tonight. If you feel uncomfortable, just call me immediately. In a little while, I'll go to the guest house and take down the mosquito net. I'm worried about you. Su Suining nodded with a smile and said, okay, I'll go with you later. Liu Beiyan quickly waved her hand and said, no need, no need. Brother Zhendong, and I will go. You just rest at home. Su Suining didn't argue with her, thinking it was a good chance for the two of them to be alone. After tidying up, Liu Beiyan left with Luo Zhendong. Su Suining continued to lie on the lounge chair, feeling a bit unsettled and needing time to process everything. Liu Beiyan and Luo Zhendong left the family compound, and her eyes turned red. She asked Brother Zhendong, do you think that doctor might have made a mistake? Luo Zhendong was silent for a moment. Do you know who that doctor is? He was sent down from the city, called Hua Weihong. Liu Beiyan was stunned. Hua Weihong? It's him? He's so capable. After saying that, her heart suddenly sank, feeling very disappointed.
So,
There probably wasn't a misdiagnosis, and we might not even need to go back to Beijing, because even the old Dr. Hua can't see her, and others can't either. Her eyes welled up with tears again. Luo Zhendong frowned. Stay optimistic. If it's really certain, we can ask old Hua when we return. If he recommends us to go to Beijing, then we go. If he doesn't, then there really wouldn't be any hope. Liu Beiyan's heart suddenly clenched painfully, as if her insides were being stirred by a big hand, making her feel very anxious. Luo Zhendong stopped and looked at her. Don't be too sad yet. We still have time. There will be a way. It's not a terminal illness or a deadly poison. It's a chronic condition and it can be treated. Don't worry. Liu Beiyan still felt uneasy. What if my second sister-in-law has a problem? What about second brother? Luo Zhendong sighed.
let's not talk about that now.
You need to control your emotions and not cry so easily. Look at sister-in-law. She must be feeling the same pain, but she always acts calm and composed. She doesn't want to add trouble to us. If you're upset, it will only make her feel worse. We should stay positive. Liu Beiyan wiped her tears with her hand. Don't worry, I'll be fine in front of my second sister-in-law. Even if second brother comes back, I won't show any signs of weakness. If it really gets bad, I'll come find you and talk. Luo Zhendong nodded. He turned to look at Liu Beiyan. The lively girl from the big courtyard back then had truly grown up. At dinner, he could see that although Liu Beiyan was very sad, she kept talking cheerfully. Her expression and eyes showed no signs of distress. When they reached the gate of the guest house, Liu Beiyan hesitated again. Brother Zhendong, I'm still a bit scared. Luo Zhendong reached out and patted her head, like he did when she was a child. It's okay. We are here with you. Until the very end, we can't give up hope. Even old Hua didn't say for sure what will happen today. There's always a chance. Liu Beiyan sighed, then suddenly squatted down, hugging her knees in discomfort. She stood up again. I need to get the mosquito net first. I have to go back quickly and stay with second sister-in-law. Zhendong Luo watched Liu Beiyan enter the guest house yard before leaving. Liu Beiyan carried back the mosquito net. Su Suining had finished her bath and had heated a pot of water for her to wash. Liu Beiyan put down the mosquito net and went over to hold Su Suining. Second sister-in-law, besides grandma, no one has ever heated bath water for me. Su Suining laughed and said, That's because the house you lived in later had hot water, so no need to heat water for bathing. Liu Beiyan chuckled. Anyway, you're my best second sister-in-law, for life. Su Suining reached out and pinched her cheek. Just making me happy. Okay, go wash up now. At night, when she finally lay on the bed, Su Suining had time to feel sad. Mostly, she felt reluctant. Reluctant to part with Hu Qingshan, reluctant to leave the baby in her belly. Su Suining used to have little desire to marry or have children. One reason was personal, and the other was the environment. Marriage had become a game of mutual calculation, unfair to women, working, caring for children, and balancing family relationships. So, she planned not to marry. If she met someone she liked, she might have a no-strings-attached relationship. Like the vivid dream she once had, her dream man was fit and strong, full of power. Su Suining was lost in thought for a moment. Why did she suddenly remember that dream when she was so upset? She rarely had such dreams, and this one was so clear, as if it had really happened. Unfortunately, she didn't see the man's face. When she woke up the next morning, she felt very tired, like she had exercised all night. She carefully turned over and lay on her side, touching her belly. A thought flashed through her mind. The man in her dream looked a lot like Hu Qingshan. Thinking of this, she felt sad again. If she died, would Hu Qingshan be very sad? What about the baby? He was always on missions and probably couldn't take care of the child. Would they assign him another wife later? She kept thinking and tossing over these questions until she finally fell asleep near dawn. She woke up a bit late. When she got up, Luo Zhendong had already come over and was sitting under the shelter with Liu Beiyan, whispering. Seeing her come out, Liu Beiyan quickly stood up, cheerfully saying, "Second sister-in-law, hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth." Brother Zhendong brought fried dough sticks and tofu pudding from the mess hall. They smell so good. Su Suining looked at the breakfast covered with a cloth and felt a little embarrassed. "Why didn't you call me? I accidentally overslept." Liu Beiyan smiled. "It's okay. Brother Zhendong just arrived too." After washing up, Su Suining came over and sat down. Liu Beiyan immediately eagerly handed her a fried dough stick and also served her a bowl of tofu pudding. Seeing Su Suining happily eating, she picked up a piece of the fried dough and took a bite. This fried dough isn't quite like the ones in Beijing. It's chewier and very tasty. Su Suining also thought it was good. "It's delicious. I'll study how to make it ourselves when we get back."
Liu Beiyan agreed.
"Yes, second sister-in-law, I think you're really talented. You only need to try something once, and you can make it yourself. It tastes better than what you buy outside." Su Suining felt happy from the compliment. "Maybe it's because I like eating it." Luo Zhendong silently ate his breakfast, watching the two chat about everyday things as if they weren't worried at all. He still hoped that before Hu Qingshan returned, this whole matter was just a misunderstanding and would be over soon. After breakfast, the three of them went to the city together. On the way, Liu Beiyan kept talking. "This place is really desolate. It's only August, and there's no green on the hills. Maybe because it hasn't rained much, it's too dry, so the apples are very good." Luo Zhendong patiently explained the local geography to Liu Beiyan and carefully talked about the local eating habits. Su Suining listened with a smile, knowing they were just chatting to pass the time and not to think about the results. When they arrived at the hospital, Luo Zhendong turned to Su Suining. "Sister-in-law, why don't you wait in the car? I'll go get the results." Su Suining smiled. "It's okay. I want to hear what the doctor says. If there's a problem, we'll go see Dr. Hua." Luo Zhendong nodded, and the three of them went to get the results. The lab report was handwritten. Although the handwriting was messy, it was still readable. One line said, "Blood test shows abnormal indicators, suspected poisoning." This suspicion of poisoning puzzled both Su Suining and Luo Zhendong. They took the report to the doctor, who politely explained, "This woman's blood sample is a bit unusual, showing signs of poisoning. We've listed the data indicators. If she's not feeling unwell, it might also be due to pregnancy. These levels are a bit high." Su Suining couldn't understand this handwritten report and asked, "What about the baby? Is the baby okay?" The doctor shook his head. "We can't say for sure because we only tested your blood." Seeing that asking more wouldn't help, Su Suining looked at Luo Zhendong. "Let's go back first. Let's show the test results to Dr. Hua first." Liu Beiyan followed behind the two, her face tense and almost on the verge of tears. The doctor also said there was a problem with her blood, which meant her hopes for the night were dashed. Su Suining's health really has issues. On the way back, the three of them remained silent, each lost in thought. Liu Beiyan was very anxious and didn't know how to comfort Su Suining. She felt very sad herself. When they arrived at the town hospital after lunch, they had no appetite and went straight to see Dr. Hua. Dr. Hua Weihong had just finished lunch and was in his office. He didn't usually take naps but was busy recording notes, organizing difficult cases he had encountered over the years. He carefully documented symptoms, treatments, and the effects of medication. When he saw Su Suining and the others enter, he closed his notebook, locked it in a drawer, and looked up at them. "Have the results come out?" he asked. Su Suining nodded and handed over the test results directly. Dr. Hua took the papers, examined them carefully, and frowned. He had never seen such strange phenomena before. Usually blood test values vary, some high, some low, but he had never seen all values elevated without being very high. Liu Beiyan looked nervously at Dr. Hua. "Dr. Hua, is it poisoning? Can it be treated?" He glanced at her and signaled for Su Suining to sit down. Let me check your pulse. This time, Dr. Hua took longer to feel her pulse. The results hadn't changed since yesterday, but there was something strange he had never encountered before. His prolonged pulse check made Liu Beiyan even more anxious. She clenched her fists tightly, staring nervously at Dr. Hua, afraid of hearing bad news. He withdrew his hand and looked at Su Suining calmly. Honestly, I've never seen a case like yours before. Before he finished, Liu Beiyan interrupted eagerly.
Then,
should we go to Beijing quickly? The medical care there is better, and they should be able to help. Dr. Hua looked at her deeply. She's too far along to fly now. If she takes a train and then a bus, it will take over a week to reach Beijing. That's too long, and her body can't handle it. Liu Beiyan became frantic. This way, that way, nothing worked. Was there no choice but to wait here and hope for the best? Su Suining remained calm. Dr. Hua, is there any other way? Dr. Hua answered carefully, I need some time to study her condition. It's very rare. In the meantime, try to stay calm, eat well, and rest. If you feel uncomfortable, come see me right away. And also, given your current condition, you shouldn't take Chinese medicine randomly, as it might harm the baby. Liu Beiyan felt that saying this was almost useless. She wanted to speak again but was stopped by Su Suining. Okay, if I don't feel well when I go back, I will come to see you immediately. But in case I can't make it in time, is there any first aid method? Your situation won't be so urgent. It's just that as the baby grows, your energy can't keep up. Hua Weiheng only half spoke, leaving the rest unsaid. He was still hesitant, wondering whether this strange poison was inherited from the fetus or not. It clearly showed signs of decay, yet she sat there looking perfectly fine. Before leaving, Su Suining asked again if her condition could reveal when she was poisoned. Hua Weiheng shook his head. If I had seen it before, I could judge the time of poisoning. But for you, I can't tell right now. Su Suining thanked him and left with Luo Zhendong and Liu Beiyan. Zhu Hong also noticed Luo Zhendong and them returning and wanted to eavesdrop, but was afraid Luo Zhendong would notice. Although Luo Zhendong was a political officer, he was very alert. It was impossible to get information from Hua Weiheng either. But since Luo Zhendong and them came again, it definitely wasn't just a common cold. So, what exactly is wrong with Su Suining? On the way home, Su Suining comforted Luo Zhendong and Liu Beiyan. Nothing will happen before giving birth. There's still a long time, and old Hua might come up with a solution. Liu Beiyan pouted, but said nothing. Luo Zhendong echoed, yes, sister-in-law. Old Hua is so skilled, and the more difficult the illness, the more he wants to study it. He will definitely find a way. Su Suining nodded. Yes, and it doesn't affect my eating and drinking. I'll just be more careful later. This matter must not be let Hao Qingshan know. Liu Beiyan hesitated. But second brother should have the right to know. Su Suining shook her head. No, he has a lot of tasks recently. If he finds out, it will burden him mentally, and he might get distracted during his missions. Also, I want him to remember only the good times we shared. This was her selfish wish. Even if she really died, she hoped Hao Qingshan would remember her as beautiful and happy, not living in constant fear because of her health. Luo Zhendong agreed. Better not to say anything. His private wish was that Hao Qingshan could enjoy some happiness without knowing the truth for a while. Even if Su Suining is no longer here, Hao Qingshan will always have a special memory of her and will take good care of the children. Back at the residential compound, Su Suining, acting as if nothing is wrong, unfolds some fabric and gestures to Liu Beiyan. These are fabrics I bought before. I was planning to make dresses. Maybe I can make some small clothes for the kids too? Liu Beiyan sits on a stool, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the fabric. That's fine, but isn't it a bit too fancy? If we have a boy, wearing such bright clothes might not be suitable. Su Suining thinks for a moment. You're right. Bright clothes might not look good on boys, but I can make a little padded jacket for inside. That should be okay. Liu Beiyan agrees. Padded jackets are fine. When I was little, my brother and I both wore leftover padded jackets from Liu Baitian. However, When it came to cutting the fabric, Liu Beiyan suddenly sensed something was off. Second sister-in-law, isn't this a bit too big? Su Suining doesn't think so. A 2-year-old should wear something this big, right? The previous ones I made could last until they were 1 year old. A 2-year-old should be about 1 meter tall. Isn't this about right? Liu Beiyan immediately understood. Su Suining wanted to make extra clothes for the children, worried she might not get the chance later. Her heart tightened with a bit of pain. That should be fine. Su Suining didn't know the exact size of the children, so she made the clothes a little bigger and told Liu Beiyan, I measured it carefully. I left some room here. If it's too small later, I can add a patch. Liu Beiyan studied it with her. That works. For the cotton pants, just make the waistband a bit longer. In the past 2 days, Su Suining and Liu Beiyan, when it was hot, stayed at home making clothes. When it was cooler, they went to tend the small vegetable garden. Radishes and cabbages changed their looks daily. Watering once overnight made them grow noticeably. The seedlings seemed to grow much faster in an instant. Su Suining was a bit surprised. Who helped water the plants? Liu Beiyan looked around. It should be the kitchen staff coming to help. Su Suining held her belly and looked around. Let's pull some small cabbage seedlings to take home. We can cook noodles tonight. Liu Beiyan agreed. Sure, I can do that. She squatted down and started pulling seedlings. Su Suining, holding her belly, looked around and, when she saw someone in the distance, her eyes widened. It was Qingshan. She didn't know when he had returned. Now he was standing on the training ground, with his back to them, hands behind his back, standing at attention. He was talking to the soldiers during training. Su Suining felt a bit surprised and called out to Liu Beiyan, Your second brother is back. Where is he? Where is he? Liu Beiyan hurriedly stood up. Suddenly, Su Suining thought of something. You need to be more careful. Don't let anything slip in front of your second brother. Liu Beiyan's heart tightened. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I definitely won't do anything wrong. Su Suining was no longer in the mood to care about little cabbage. She stared in the direction of Qingshan. Seeing the team disperse and preparing to walk over, Qingshan turned around and strode toward them. Su Suining smiled with narrowed eyes and stepped to the side of the road, stopping to wait for Qingshan to come over. Liu Beiyan was afraid of saying the wrong thing out of excitement, so she squatted on the ground, lowering her head and pulling out vegetable seedlings. Su Suining watched Qingshan approach with a smile. When did you come back? At noon. I even asked Vice Commissar Luo about it, but he said he didn't know when you'd return.
Just got back.
I held a quick meeting with them, Qingshan replied. He glanced at Su Suining, his expression calm, but his heart excited. Su Suining chuckled, hugging her stomach. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? We originally planned to have noodles. If you're coming home, we'll make dumplings with little cabbage. Qingshan nodded in agreement, then looked at Su Suining, noticing she seemed thinner than before his mission. Many caring words wanted to be spoken, but couldn't be said outside. With Qingshan accompanying Su Suining home, Liu Beiyan wisely handed the vegetable basket to Qingshan. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you go ahead. I'll find Brother Zhendong and use his office phone to call home. Before Qingshan could speak, she hurriedly ran away. She rushed into Luo Zhendong's office. Before Luo Zhendong could speak, she sat at his desk, looking distressed. Zhendong, what should I do? I can't hold it in anymore. Luo Zhendong looked at the tearful Liu Beiyan. Then stay away for now. Liu Beiyan thought for a moment, reached out and pressed the phone. No, I need to ask Grandpa for help. He must have a way. Grandpa can have a doctor come here, she said. Luo Zhendong shook his head. Calm down first. If we can't find the source of the poisoning, everything we do will be blind. Liu Beiyan was worried again.
But
there's no clue at all. Feng Shenhua?
Zhuang?
Luo Zhendong shook his head.
If I investigated.
These two have no chance. Liu Beiyan scratched her head, her brows drooping. This is so frustrating, so unclear. Luo Zhendong had been unable to sleep these days because of this. He kept analyzing and even asked people from the military district about Su Suining's family background, but no results so far. If he didn't want Hu Qingshan to find out, he couldn't let go of any clue. He even sent people to investigate Liu Baiting, who was far away in Jing City. He had never been so confused before. Su Suining happily returned home with Hu Qingshan. After entering, Hu Qingshan took off his military coat and went to wash vegetables. Su Suining reached out and held his finger, saying, "Wait a moment, I want to show you something." She pulled him inside and picked up 2 books on the bedside table, which Luo Zhendong had previously lent to Hu Qingshan, military books. Su Suining opened the books and explained, "Many of these words you might not recognize, so I wrote the pronunciation next to them. There are also some sudden English words, and I translated them for you." Hu Qingshan looked at the 2 thick books, which were marked on almost every page, and stared at Su Suining intently. "Where are you going?" Su Suining looked calmly and attentively into Hu Qingshan's eyes. She pressed her hand on his wrist and said, "I'm not going anywhere. My due date is getting closer, and I might give birth any day now. I'm worried I won't have time to organize these after the baby is born, so I've prepared everything in advance." Inside, she felt a bit anxious. Maybe she was too eager. Hu Qingshan looked at her deeply and said, "Okay." Su Suining smiled with narrowed eyes, tiptoed closer, but only kissed his chin. "And since you've been away these days, I've been so bored that I've been reading and making clothes. Mostly, I just miss you so much." Hu Qingshan threw the books onto the bed, reached out and hugged her, gently and tenderly kissing her forehead and eyes. Su Suining was lying. She was lying. When Hu Qingshan went to wash vegetables in the yard, Luo Zhendong and Liu Beiyan came over together. Liu Beiyan was still holding a few eggs. "Second brother, Luo and I went to the service station and bought the last few eggs. Later, I'll steam an egg cake for you. My cooking skills are pretty good now." Hu Qingshan only glanced at Liu Beiyan, said nothing, and lowered his head to wash vegetables. He couldn't do anything about Liu Beiyan's familiarity. It used to be troublesome, but now it's just a habit. Su Suining happily invited the 2 to sit down. "I just finished making dough, and I was thinking of adding some vermicelli and lard for the filling. Now that's done, I can add eggs." Liu Beiyan took the eggs over and started helping to scramble them. Luo Zhendong stood with his hands behind his back beside Hu Qingshan. "I'm here to eat again. No objections?" Hu Qingshan didn't lift his head. "After dinner, you can wash the dishes." Luo Zhendong smiled. "No problem. I can cook too." When making dumplings, the 4 of them worked together, and it went much faster. Su Suining knew everyone's stomachs were empty and they had big appetites, so she prepared plenty. They wrapped full plates of dumplings with 2 layers of cloth. While making dumplings, Liu Beiyan talked the most, either to Su Suining or to Luo Zhendong. The most about their childhood was shared with Luo Zhendong, especially her childhood stories. "Brother Zhendong, do you remember the time I hit old Li's son next door? My mom made me stand at the door and not come home for dinner. It was you passing by and giving me 2 buns." Luo Zhendong chuckled. "You were very mischievous as a kid. That wasn't a gentle slap. You hit his head so hard with a brick that it bled." He is 8 years older than Liu Beiyan, who was still a little kid when he was already a teenager. Liu Beiyan giggled. He deserved it. He went to peek at girls in the bathhouse. "My mom didn't ask why. She just made me stand at the door." Su Suining also laughed. "You were quite loyal as a kid." Liu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I didn't do anything wrong, right?" Su Suining shook her head. "No, if it were me, I would have hit him too." Liu Beiyan laughed out loud. "I knew it. Second sister-in-law, there's a reason I like you." Hu Qingshan didn't join their chat. He usually didn't talk like this. Instead, he observed everyone's expressions. Liu Beiyan's tone was more deliberate than before, and Luo Zhendong, usually talkative, was especially chatty today. He could catch every word Liu Beiyan said and matched her conversation well. After eating, Liu Beiyan eagerly started washing the dishes. Luo Zhendong could only follow Hu Qingshan back to the group. When Liu Beiyan and Luo Zhendong left, she let out a sigh of relief. "Second sister-in-law, I didn't slip up just now, did I? Su Suaning looked amused. Actually, there's no need to force the chat. How things were before are how they are now. Liu Beiyan shook her head repeatedly. No, it's not right. Brother Zhendong said my second brother has very strong reconnaissance skills. As long as he's paying attention, he notices every little detail. Su Suaning was a bit nervous. Your second brother is that good? Liu Beiyan nodded firmly. Yes. My second brother is the leader of a special reconnaissance team, handling major secret missions. Why wouldn't he be capable? It's not just military skills. His thinking is also very meticulous. She sighed afterward. As long as he wants to know, he definitely will. Su Suaning thought about Hu Qingshan's behavior tonight. All right, from now on, we can be more relaxed. He won't find out. But inside, Liu Beiyan felt upset. She both hoped her second brother wouldn't find out and also hoped he would. This contradiction made her feel uncomfortable, and she, who rarely cried, often felt like tears welling up. Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong returned to their regiment headquarters, both appearing calm. They discussed recent issues within the unit and talked about the National Day military readiness. Only after Luo Zhendong went to a division meeting did Hu Qingshan go to find the sentry on duty at the regiment. He asked for the recent list and records of officers' outings. Hu Qingshan took the notebook and opened it. 5 days ago, Luo Zhendong had borrowed a vehicle to go out. The next day, he borrowed a vehicle early in the morning again. The reason for going out was recorded as hospital, and the route included town hospital and city hospital. The following day, the route was again city hospital and town hospital. Hu Qingshan frowned and looked at the records for a while. He casually asked the biscuit, Deputy Political Commissar Luo, are you feeling unwell?
Do you need to go to the hospital?
The soldier on duty that day remembered. Comrade Liu came to find Deputy Political Commissar Luo, and then they left together. Hu Qingshan closed the notebook and returned it to the soldier. In the future, records should be more detailed. When going out, don't just write hospital. Write why you're going and what you're doing there. The soldier saluted and took the notebook. Yes, Commander Hua. Hu Qingshan looked at the time. There were 2 hours before sunset, so going to town hospital was completely feasible. He left in a vehicle from the logistics department. Luo Zhendong was at a division meeting and felt anxious. If Hu Qingshan found even a small clue, he would definitely check the outing records, and that would expose everything. He was truly mistaken. He could hide from anyone but not from Hu Qingshan. Why did he think he could hide it from him? Hu Qingshan arrived at town hospital, but it was already closed. Only a few doctors living there sat under the eaves eating dinner. Zhu Hong saw Hu Qingshan and stood up with her bowl. She glanced at Hua Weihong, who was eating silently in the distance, and quickly approached him.
Qingshan.
Why are you here at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Hu Qingshan didn't really want to talk to Zhu Hong and looked at the 3 doctors sitting under the eaves. Zhu Hong spoke first. I know. You came because of Su Suaning, right? You know she's sick? Hu Qingshan's heart sank. Su Suaning was sick. He looked at Zhu Hong sharply. What's wrong with her? Zhu Hong didn't expect Hu Qingshan to be completely unaware. Since Su Suaning wanted to hide her illness from him, it meant her condition was quite serious. Old Hua, he wouldn't say anything. She hesitated. Don't worry. Su Suaning was afraid you'd be worried, so she didn't tell you. Her condition. Just as she was about to make something up, Hu Qingshan interrupted her. The illness she saw you about? Although Hu Qingshan was anxious and worried about Su Suaning, he still maintained basic judgment. Su Suaning doesn't like Zhu Hong. How could she possibly ask her for a medical consultation? According to the places Luo Zhendong passed by, they went to the city hospital and then returned to the town hospital. This shows that the doctors at the town hospital are more trustworthy. Given Zhu Hong's skill level, it's simply impossible. Hu Qingshan coldly withdrew his gaze and strode towards Hua Weihong, whose hair was completely white. Zhu Hong didn't expect Hu Qingshan to ignore her and find Hua Weihong so accurately. She was so angry she wanted to throw her bowl of rice away. Her father had gotten into trouble because of her and was now sent somewhere unknown. At this hospital, she was looked down upon everywhere. Even for dinner, when she arrived, only some thin soup was left. She couldn't eat enough, only soaked dry, hard grain buns. But that old rogue Hua Weihong was well taken care of. Every time they served him food, it was a full bowl of rice. When Zhu Hong saw Hui Qingshan earlier, she was surprised. If everyone saw that she had a good relationship with Hui Qingshan, who would dare to be rude to her in the future? But Hui Qingshan completely ignored her. She clenched her teeth and watched as Hui Qingshan walked toward Hua Weihong. Hui Qingshan knelt in front of Hua Weihong. "Hello, I am Su Suining's husband. I want to ask you some questions." Hua Weihong looked up, pushed his glasses, and carefully examined Hui Qingshan. "Su Suining's husband? Then follow me." He struggled to stand up, and Hui Qingshan quickly reached out to support his arm, helping him up. The two headed toward the office together. Su Suining thought Hui Qingshan would come home early that evening. After taking a shower, she sat on the bed, studying how to knit a sweater while waiting for Hui Qingshan. She learned to knit the sweater with Sister Miao Air, but she didn't know how to add or reduce stitches, so after knitting 2 rounds, she had to ask Sister Miao Air what to do next. Since it was her first time knitting a sweater, her hands were uneven, sometimes tight, sometimes loose. It didn't look very good. Su Suining felt a bit regretful. This was her first sweater for Hui Qingshan, and maybe the last one too. Unfortunately, it wasn't very pretty. She hoped he wouldn't dislike it in the future. Until the lights went out, Hui Qingshan still hadn't returned. Su Suining couldn't sleep and decided to light the kerosene lamp and continue knitting. Half an hour after the lights went out, Hui Qingshan finally came back, carrying the coolness of the night. She put down her sweater happily and looked at him. "You're back? I thought you'd come home earlier today." I was about to get out of bed when Hui Qingshan stopped me. He said, "There's some work to handle in the team, so I'll be back late. You don't need to wait for me. If you're tired, go to sleep first." Su Suining wrinkled her nose, then leaned closer and tugged at Hui Qingshan's clothes to smell him. She asked, "Why do you smell like smoke? You don't usually smoke." Hui Qingshan held her hand and replied, "I talked with the teacher about some things, and I only smoked 1 cigarette with him. He smokes a lot." Su Suining smiled and said, "I thought you had some worries. I've been sleeping a lot during the day, so I stay up late at night. Look, I knitted you a sweater." She took the sweater and showed it off in front of Hui Qingshan. It was only a short piece so far, not yet a full sweater. There was a flicker of pain in Hui Qingshan's eyes, but the dim kerosene lamp made it hard to see clearly. He didn't want Su Suining to notice his sadness and tension. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Don't knit the sweater now. After the baby is born, you can start again when you have time." Su Suining didn't notice anything unusual and said, "That's not good. People say the baby is safest inside the mother's belly. Once born, there's no time to rest. Taking care of the baby keeps you busy, and you won't have time to knit." Thinking about that scene, she couldn't help but laugh. She wondered if the baby's personality would be like Hui Qingshan's or hers. If it's like Hui Qingshan, it would be a quiet, well-behaved angel. If it's like her, it would be mischievous and energetic every day. But inside, she felt a little sad. They had discussed this topic happily before, but now it made her feel very sad. Hui Qingshan reached out and held Su Suining in his arms, gently pressing her head and leaning his chest against her. He said softly, "The baby will definitely be like you, smart, lively, and adorable. If it's like me." Su Suining immediately interrupted, "No more saying it's like you. I've already said, being like you is also good." Hui Qingshan nodded quietly and held her for a while before slowly speaking again. "I've always been a quiet person since I was a child. I don't argue, I don't explain, and I don't say nice words to make my parents and elders happy. So, they don't like me very much. I remember once, it was very cold in winter, and it snowed heavily. I was only 7 then. The snow was up to my thighs. Zhang Guilin asked me to gather firewood. The snow covered everything, and I couldn't find any. I was afraid to go home, so I hid at a big gate, waiting, thinking I'd go back when it got dark. I looked through the door, and saw people in the yard shoveling snow. There were 2 children about my age playing and making noise. Their mother came out to wrap them in thick clothes and scolded them with a smile, saying, "You little rascals, if you get the clothes wet again, I'll punish you." The children weren't afraid and kept playing and laughing, calling out to their mother to join them. That was when I realized some families are different. Not every child is scolded by their parents or worries about not having enough to eat or getting hit every day. I understood that children who are loved are happy, cheerful, and playful. Su Suining's tears started to fall. Hu Qingshan gently rubbed her head and said, "That's why I hope our children will be happy too, loved by their parents as they grow up." He didn't want her to suffer like he did in his childhood, which was full of hardship. Now he finally saw a glimpse of happiness, but it seemed like that light was about to go out. He wasn't afraid of hardship, he was used to it. No matter how tough it gets, what more could it be? He didn't want Su Suining to suffer, and he certainly didn't want her to suddenly disappear. He also talked a lot with Hua Weihong today, more than he ever had in his life. His only wish was to keep Su Suining safe, even if it meant sacrificing himself or letting her be born. Su Suining sniffled and listened to Hu Qingshan's strong, steady heartbeat. "Hu Qingshan, if I ever see those people bullying you, I'll definitely get revenge. I'll beat them all up," she said. Hu Qingshan rested his chin on her head and said, "Okay, then sleep well now." Su Suining didn't understand why Hu Qingshan suddenly said this tonight. He wasn't a talkative person and never shared stories from his childhood. Lying down, she leaned into his arms, holding his hand on her belly. "Recently, the baby has been very good. You need to coax it gently, then it will move," she whispered softly. "Baby, Dad is back. Do you want to move a little for Dad?" After a while of gentle coaxing, the little one finally responded with a kick, creating a cute bump on her belly. Su Suining smiled and said, "I don't know if it was kicked with a foot or hit with a hand, but it's a very strong baby." Hu Qingshan's throat felt tight, as if something was blocking it, making it hard to breathe. His chest felt uncomfortable, each breath painful, as if every alveolus was aching. His hand on her belly stayed still for a long time, feeling the presence of the baby. He also felt her warmth and softness. Su Suining couldn't see Hu Qingshan's expression, so she also couldn't see his pain. He was still smiling and said, "Baby is really obedient and smart. He will definitely be easy to raise in the future. From now on, we shouldn't force the baby to do things he doesn't like. As long as he grows up healthy and happy, that's enough. Like I told you before, children are here to travel. We shouldn't interfere too much." Hu Qingshan softly responded with a hum and gently nuzzled her hair with his chin. Su Suining was getting a bit sleepy and didn't think much more. Before sleeping, she softly whispered, "Hu Qingshan, you're holding me too tight. I'm a little hot." Maybe because Hu Qingshan was at home, Su Suining slept very soundly, even without dreaming. When she woke up, the sun was already high. Hu Qingshan was gone already. Su Suining lay there for a while, listening to faint conversations outside, then snapped out of her daze and got up. She changed clothes, tidied her hair, and went out. Liu Beiyan saw Su Suining come out and happily stood up. "Second sister-in-law is awake. Second brother brought back buns and eggs early in the morning. Let me watch you drink your milk powder," she said while washing her hands and took the buns and eggs out of the hot pot. There was also a bowl of steamed egg custard. Su Suining was brushing her teeth and watched Liu Beiyan serve breakfast, feeling surprised.
"How?
So much? Are you not going to live your life?" Next to her, Sister Meow smiled and said, "Captain Hao probably saw that you've lost weight, so he wants to give you some nourishment." Her words cleared up Su Suining's doubts. She had thought Hu Qingshan already knew. If Hu Qingshan knew, he would probably ask her directly, right? After washing up, she went to eat breakfast. Sister Meow wanted to take the children and leave, but was stopped by Su Suining, who insisted on giving Jingjing half of the egg custard. The little girl couldn't hide her joy, happily eating and constantly saying, "Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, the eggs are delicious." Su Suining smiled, reached out, and gently patted Jingjing's head. "Good. Eat more if you like. Eat a lot and grow tall. In the future, you should protect the little brother at home, okay? Jing Jing held her small spoon, surprised as she looked at Su Suining, then at her belly. Auntie, it's a sister. I like sisters. Sister Meow reached out and gently patted her daughter's head. What nonsense are you talking about? You're just a kid, what do you know? She was worried that Su Suining wanted a son, and if her daughter said she was a girl, Su Suining might feel uncomfortable. Su Suining smiled and stopped her. Why are you talking about children? A sister is also good. If it's a sister, she can play with Jing Jing. Jing Jing nodded and said, Sister. Jing Jing will take her to play. Su Suining didn't take Jing Jing's words seriously, since in the novel, the original protagonist had a son. If the plot didn't go wrong, then it must be a son. In Qingshan's office, after meeting, Qingshan called Luo Zhendong in. He looked at Luo Zhendong silently. Luo Zhendong didn't know whether to sit or stand, so he finally straightened up and said, If you want to ask something, just ask directly. Qingshan was straightforward. Since you know about this, have you investigated it? Luo Zhendong sighed inwardly. I knew this couldn't be kept secret from you. I also investigated. I checked everyone related to my sister-in-law, but found no time or motive. I also sent people to investigate her family. Since she came from her mother's side, her health has been getting worse every day, so I suspect. Qingshan frowned. Just suspecting isn't enough. I'll go to the provincial city with Su Suining tomorrow. Luo Zhendong was surprised. You like this? Can her health handle it? Qingshan looked serious. I've asked Dr. Hua, and he said it's okay to go to the provincial city. I also got a formal order from the commander, and Dr. Hua will go with us. If the root cause isn't here, then we should go directly to the provincial city. Luo Zhendong didn't expect Qingshan had already contacted Hua Weihong and the commander. In just one night, he had done so much. Qingshan looked at Luo Zhendong. Starting tomorrow, I will take a 45-day leave. If anything comes up here, the political commissar and deputy regimental commander will handle it. Luo Zhendong quickly nodded. Okay, just follow your plan. You haven't taken a break all these years. It's good to rest now. Qingshan didn't say anything. After learning about Su Suining's condition from Hua Weihong last night, his mind was blank. He also talked with Hua Weihong for a long time and thought going to the provincial city would be better. When he was about to drive back to the unit, the car started several times before it finally started. Seeing the commander, his eyes turned red at the corners. All he could say was, I want to take a leave. The commander was also surprised and asked carefully. When he learned about Su Suining's illness, he immediately approved the leave without hesitation, telling Qingshan to rest assured. In all these years, he had never seen Qingshan lose control like this. He also told Qingshan that no matter what he needed, just ask. Qingshan only had one request, that Dr. Hua go with him to the provincial city. The commander almost choked. Hua Weihong's position was special, and taking him away wouldn't be easy. But he had already promised that, no matter how difficult, he would do it. To save Su Suining, and even more to save Hu Qingshan. It's hard to see him develop kindness, so I can't let him be hurt again. The commander thinks Hu Qingshan shouldn't stay idle in the provincial city, so he plans to send him to the military district for a few days of study to improve his education. Hu Qingshan has another meeting to hand over work and has arranged for Luo Zhendong to manage the logistics of the team. In the afternoon, he went to the headquarters for another meeting. The commander saw that Hu Qingshan was still relatively stable and called him to the office afterward. You can stay with Xiao Su in the provincial city tomorrow. The military district has arranged a place for you. We've cleared a house in the family compound, so you can stay there temporarily. Since Xiao Su is pregnant, it's not convenient to stay at the guest house. Staying at her family's home isn't ideal either. I've arranged everything. Pots, bowls, and utensils are ready. Just bring your bedding. Also, bring some things for the baby. If she goes into labor early, you can stay there. As for Xiao Su's situation, we will try our best if there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance. But you must be mentally prepared. He didn't know all the details, but seeing how worried Hu Qingshan was, it must be very serious. Lei Jinting was also surprised. Su Suining looked fine. So, why was it suddenly so serious? Hu Qingshan was silent for a while before saying, "She'll be fine." Lei Jinting knew Hu Qingshan was stubborn. "We always try to think positively. Alright, go back and pack your things. Tomorrow, I'll have the driver take you to the train station in the city." As Hu Qingshan was about to leave, Lei Jinting remembered something else. "Oh, and your sister too. Take her along. When the time comes, she can use old Lu's connections, no mistake." Hu Qingshan saluted and left. Lei Jinting sighed repeatedly. Hu Qingshan's life is really tough. Su Suining was surprised when she heard Hu Qingshan was going to the provincial city tomorrow. "Why are you going to the provincial city? Did something happen?" Hu Qingshan looked into her eyes. "Dr. Hua is going too." That one sentence made Su Suining freeze. She and Liu Beiyan were trying hard to hide things from Hu Qingshan, but he seemed to know everything. Watching Hu Qingshan pack his things quietly, she whispered, "I didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just." Hu Qingshan straightened up, reached out, and gently touched her cheek. "It's okay. We're going to the provincial city, that's all." Su Suining looked at him and felt like crying. She rubbed her face against his palm. "Hu Qingshan, if the outcome isn't good later." Hu Qingshan quickly interrupted, "It will be fine. Everything will be okay." The two of them didn't speak anymore, each quietly packing their belongings. Liu Beiyan ran over, knowing they were going to the provincial city, and looked nervously at Hu Qingshan. "Second brother, do you know about this?" Her eyes reddened, and she started to cry. "Second brother." Hu Qingshan looked up, his gaze cold. "Why are you crying? Hurry up and pack your things. We leave early tomorrow morning." Su Suining packed the pig fat jar and also took the remaining rice and flour, knowing they would need to eat when they reached the provincial city. Hu Qingshan watched her pack, then went to prepare dinner. They left without telling anyone in the family courtyard, not even Sister Meow. The next morning, when they loaded their things onto the car, Sister Meow saw them and hurried out of the house. "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" Su Suining supported her belly and smiled. "Qingshan is going to the provincial city for studies. I'm going with him to stay for 2 months. Sister Meow was surprised. "Does that mean you'll have to give birth in the provincial city too?"
Su Suining nodded.
"Not necessarily. Maybe by the time I come back, I'll be holding the baby." Sister Meow congratulated her and smiled.
"Don't worry, sister-in-law.
"I'll take good care of the vegetables in the garden." Su Suining kept thanking her, then reluctantly got into the car. She looked back at their small but warm house, not sure if she would return. Hu Qingshan took Su Suining to the provincial city, and by noon, everyone in the family courtyard knew. Feng Chunhua knew a bit more. She understood that Hu Qingshan was taking Su Suining to see a doctor, but no one knew what illness she had. Also, Su Suining looked healthy and in good spirits normally, so why did she need to see a doctor in the provincial city? This suggested her illness might be serious. Suddenly, Feng Chunhua thought of her sister Feng Xuanhua's words. She had been reborn and knew that Hu Qingshan's wife had died giving birth. Could this mean Su Suining was really going to die? Thinking of this, Feng Chunhua felt anxious and hesitated whether to tell Yan Jianzhong. In the end, she held back, worried that he might not believe her and accuse her of superstitions. After all, Yan Jianzhong strongly disliked Feng Chunhua and probably wouldn't believe in rebirth or other supernatural stories. The car took them to the train station platform, where the sleeper tickets had been bought by the military department. Su Suining thought Hua Lao would go with them to the provincial city, but at the station, Hu Qingshan explained that Hua Weihong had personal issues and needed to submit some documents, so he might arrive a couple of days later. Hu Qingshan carried all their belongings onto the train, then helped Su Suining get in by supporting her arm. At this moment, there was no need to worry about being too close and causing any bad effects. He was very careful in taking care of Su Suining, almost like protecting something fragile. Liu Beiyan watched with misty eyes, surprised that second brother was so thoughtful and caring. With Hu Qingshan present, Su Suining didn't have to worry about anything during the trip. After a good sleep, they arrived in the provincial city. At the station, A car arranged by the military district was waiting to pick them up, directly taking them to the family housing area near the military zone. The new house was larger than their previous one, with 3 rooms and a small yard. The yard was spacious, with a side kitchen and a small vegetable garden. The previous family had just moved out, leaving some greens in the garden. The house was fully furnished with furniture provided by the military district, so they only needed to bring bedding to move in. Su Suining walked around the house. It was bigger and much cleaner than their previous home. She was very happy and said, "This place is really nice." A young soldier who came with them explained, "Captain Hua, I'll bring the pots and bowls later. Let me know if you need anything else here. Just tell me." Hua Qingshan nodded. "All right. Thank you for your help." After the soldier left, Hua Qingshan started making the bed. The room had already been cleaned, so he just needed to lay the bedding and it was ready for sleep. Once the bed was made, Hua Qingshan told Su Suining, "You can lie down and rest for a while. At noon, we'll go to your favorite wonton shop. If you don't want to go, I'll bring a lunchbox and eat it here." Su Suining quickly refused. "No need, no need. Let's go out together to eat. I'm not tired." Until now, she hadn't really discussed her illness with Hua Qingshan. Maybe they should have a good talk tonight, so neither of them would feel burdened. Living happily each day was enough. Liu Beiyan had already tidied everything up, putting rice, flour, oil, and other supplies into the cupboard. She also made her bed and wiped down the stove, table, and chairs outside. Hearing the noise, Su Suining looked out the window and smiled at Hua Qingshan, saying, "Your sister is really good. You should cherish her." Thinking about the future, with family members around, she felt a little more at ease. After tidying up and a quick wash, the 3 of them went to have lunch. It was noon, and those coming for wontons usually didn't stay for dinner. Many people thought eating wontons at noon wasn't filling enough. So, there was no need to queue, and the seating was spacious. Su Suining ate 2 bowls of wontons by herself, even drinking the soup. Her forehead was sweaty, and her face was flushed from the heat. Hua Qingshan silently handed over a handkerchief. "After dinner, let's go to your house." Su Suining didn't hesitate. "Okay, it's time to go and take a look. Some things can't just be guessed. It's better to go directly and check." Liu Beiyan quickly looked at Hua Qingshan. "Second brother, what about me? Can I go too?" Hua Qingshan glanced at her. "You go home to rest and hang the curtains while you're at it." Liu Beiyan immediately seemed to have received an important task. "Second brother, don't worry. I will definitely hang the curtains before you all come back." Su Suining chuckled. "No need, it's hard to do alone. We'll do it when we return." Liu Beiyan hurriedly waved her hand. "It's okay. I can do it alone." After eating, Liu Beiyan went back first. Hua Qingshan and Su Suining went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some snacks and 2 bottles of wine. It's like returning to her parents' home, so they can't go back empty-handed. The original owner's home was in the cotton spinning factory's family courtyard, a small yard for each family, neat but crowded. This was already considered good conditions. The Su family had 2 sons and built 2 additional rooms in their small yard, making it seem even smaller. In the middle, there was an old locust tree, lush and wide, like a big umbrella, shading the yard. Below the locust tree was a water well, with stone tables and stools nearby. Narrow and cramped, but with a nostalgic, old-fashioned feel. Chen Kaihua was at home with her 2 young grandchildren. When she saw Su Suining and Hua Qingshan return, she quickly stood up, holding one of the children. "My goodness, why did you come back so suddenly?" She hurriedly invited them to sit. "Sit quickly. You're so big now, not at home waiting to give birth. Why are you out?" While complaining, she also showed concern. "Have you eaten? No meat at home? I can fry an egg and make a pancake for you." Su Suining quickly stopped her. "No need. We just finished eating." Chen Kaiwa looked at her clothes with disdain. "It's so hot today. Aren't you hot wearing so much? Pregnant women shouldn't wear so much. Aren't you uncomfortable?" Su Suining looked at herself, wearing maternity overalls made of velvet, with a shirt underneath. "Isn't that enough?" Chen Kaiwa called her older child over. Hurry, call Auntie. Su Suining couldn't tell who these two children belonged to, nor remember their names, so she hesitated, unsure how to address them. Chun Kaiwa snorted. This big one is Taijun, your eldest brother's child. He's 3 years old. The little one is Xiaobao, your second brother's child, just 1 year old. Su Suining called out softly, watching Chun Kaiwa hold the child with one hand and pick up the teapot with the other, busy pouring tea for them. She felt a bit confused inside. Looking at Chun Kaiwa, she didn't seem like someone who would poison others. After pouring tea for Chun Kaiwa, Hu Qingshan directly said, Mom, Suining recently had a health check and there was a small problem. Chun Kaiwa's hand trembled as she served tea, and she looked at Su Suining in surprise. What problem? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Su Suining didn't expect Hu Qingshan to ask so directly, and the worry in Chun Kaiwa's eyes didn't seem fake. She quickly replied, No, it's just that the doctor said she was poisoned. Chun Kaiwa was even more shocked. Poisoned? How could she be poisoned? What did she eat? Su Suining shook her head. No, I don't know the reason. That's why we came to the city to check. Chun Kaiwa looked a bit anxious. If you're in the city, why not go to the hospital first? Why come home? Can home treatment help? Then she looked at Hu Qingshan again. Take her to the hospital now, quickly. After Chun Kaiwa's concern subsided a bit, Hu Qingshan spoke. Mom, we just want to ask about her health history before. We plan to take her to the hospital tomorrow. If everything's fine, I'll come back and tell you. Chun Kaiwa frowned directly. She's been unhealthy since she was a child, always sick and weak. We've given her all the good food. Su Suining was silent. In her original memory, none of this was mentioned. It was all about her parents favoring boys. But now, thinking about it, if Chun Kaiwa and her husband truly favored boys, they wouldn't have let her study, or even let her stay at home writing sad poems every day. Hu Qingshan was a bit suspicious. Did you check her blood, or anything back then? Chun Kaiwa shook her head. No, why check that? She's just picky about food since she was little. But you don't think she's been poisoned since childhood, do you? She thought it was impossible. If that were true, she'd have died long ago. Su Suining also didn't know. Now, the hospital can't find out how she was poisoned. If they find the cause, it'll be easier to treat. Chun Kaiwa hesitated, then shook her head. No, she was weak when she was born, hard to raise. But once she grew up, she rarely got sick. Seeing they couldn't get any more information, Hu Qingshan changed the subject. We're here today to check on her. Tomorrow, we'll take her to the hospital. If everything's fine, I'll come back and tell you. Chun Kaiwa immediately nodded. Go to the hospital quickly. Don't delay. When Hu Qingshan and Su Suining left, Chun Kaiwa also didn't stop them. Your 2 young children are small and noisy. If you're at home, you won't rest well. Hurry back and get some good rest. Whether it's a misdiagnosis or not, you need to rest more while you're pregnant. Only if you rest well will the baby grow healthy. After leaving the cotton spinning factory's residential area, Su Suining and Hu Qingshan still felt a bit puzzled. Do you think my mom is acting strange? Hu Qingshan was surprised. Why do you say that? Su Suining found it odd. Do you think she doesn't care about me? But she also seemed a bit nervous about my illness. If she cared, she would have said she'd visit me at the hospital or invited me to stay for dinner tonight. Which daughter goes back to her parents' house and doesn't even have a meal? Hu Qingshan also thought Chun Kaiwa was acting strangely, especially with her hesitation earlier, clearly hiding a secret. They walked a long way from the residential area to the military district. Along the way, Su Suining also met some neighbors she knew. They greeted her warmly. Suining, you've come back to your parents' house? Is this your son-in-law from the Su family? He looks really good. Su Suining responded with a few polite words. When they left the factory area, her face felt stiff from smiling. Her belly was big, and walking for a long time made her feel tight and uncomfortable. She sat with Hu Qingshan by the Yellow River to rest, listening to the roar of the river and watching the boats passing by. Neither of them spoke, nor did they mention the poisoning. Su Suining knew Hu Qingshan didn't know what to say, but he firmly believed he could cure her. Such a good man. She didn't want to let go. She sighed silently in her heart. She didn't bring up the topic because she didn't want everyone to feel sad. After resting, they continued to walk slowly forward. Su Suining held her belly and looked at the river, smiling. I heard that yellow river carp tastes amazing. I wonder if they sell it at the market. Hu Qingshan just listened without saying anything. He also had doubts. Su Suining grew up in the provincial capital, so how could she not have eaten yellow river carp? In earlier years, when policies weren't so strict, during summer and autumn, it was the season when the carp was fat and delicious. Many people fished along the river then. So, his suspicion was probably right. Su Suining wasn't really herself. Meanwhile, Liu Beiyan, while waiting for Su Suining and Hu Qingshan, not only hung the curtains, but also cleaned the house inside and out. Now, she was with her neighbor's wife, studying a bread oven. In this small yard, there was even a homemade oven that used firewood to bake bread. The neighbor's wife was very kind. After carefully explaining, she even demonstrated how to use it. Su Suining and Hu Qingshan returned and saw two people studying in front of the oven. They were quite surprised. In just a short time, they had already become familiar with the neighbors. Liu Beiyan saw them come back and quickly waved. Second sister-in-law, come here. This is Sister Dongmei from next door. She's teaching me how to use this oven, so I can bake bread in the future. Su Dongmei smiled as she looked at Su Suining. This house used to belong to Vice Commander Li's family. His wife is very skilled. She made this oven and often bakes bread for the children in the yard. Su Suining also found it interesting. The mud-built structure looked like a small fortress, with a door opening. After adding firewood and heating the oven, she could push the bread dough inside, cover the opening, and bake it, similar to a regular oven. This is pretty good and looks easy to use, she said. Su Dongmei smiled. Yes, a couple of years ago, whenever she baked bread, the whole yard would smell wonderful. It's a pity. Realizing she was talking too much, she quickly changed the subject. I heard you're just staying here temporarily? If you need anything later, just come to me next door. Since you're quite young, just call me sister-in-law, she added. Su Suining smiled and thanked her. Okay, if anything comes up, I won't trouble you. Su Dongmei quickly waved her hand. No trouble at all. We're neighbors, so it's nothing. After chatting for a while, Su Dongmei went home. She was very curious. Why was Hu Qingshan coming to the military district to study and bringing his family along? Moreover, it seemed his wife was about to give birth, yet they were still making such a fuss.
But she didn't dare to ask.
Su Suining was very interested in the oven. She and Liu Beiyan studied it for a long time and decided that after returning from the hospital tomorrow, they would start making bread. Liu Beiyan was also a bit excited. Sister-in-law, I can also bake cookies. I like those with sugar sprinkled on top. Su Suining exclaimed, You mean the kind sold at the service station with a red in the middle? Liu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly it. Su Suining thought it didn't seem too difficult. Then, let's try it tomorrow. What do we need to bake bread? We don't have butter. The two of them whispered excitedly. Hu Qingshan watched his sister-in-law and sister-in-law become more and more enthusiastic. He wished he could start baking right now. His mood wasn't affected by his illness at all. While feeling comforted, he also felt a bit sad. He turned around, carrying a water bucket, and prepared to go fetch water to fill the water tank. Li Beiyan stopped him, saying, Second brother, I've already filled the water jar and... Second brother, I took the initiative to call Grandpa. My mom seems to be coming this time. Li Beiyan finished hanging the curtains and thought again. For such a big matter, she decided to call Grandpa. Who would have thought that her mother, Mei Shuqin, was also there? Hearing about the poisoning that could threaten her sister-in-law's life, she immediately said it was a scam, probably trying to trick her into going to Beijing. In the end, Grandpa said he would come to see for himself. Her mother snorted and said, Good, I'll go too. I want to see for myself and expose these greedy people face to face. Li Beiyan didn't understand why her mother was acting like this, with such a strong prejudice against rural folks, especially towards her son she hadn't even met, being so harsh. Neither she nor Grandpa said anything to explain. If she wanted to come, she could. She hoped that after seeing everything, her mother wouldn't regret it. She hesitated earlier, unsure whether to tell Hu Qingshan. In the end, she couldn't hold back and told him. Su Suining was also surprised, saying, "You called Grandpa? You don't need to make such a fuss about this." Li Beiyan had her own thoughts. "I think Grandpa has more connections. You can't go to Beijing, but he can bring a doctor here. We shouldn't pin all our hopes on Lao Hua. Grandpa also said he would come immediately, so don't worry about burdening him. Just focus on taking care of your health." Su Suining smiled and said, "It's okay. I can eat and drink normally. Maybe in a few days, the toxins will naturally be expelled." Li Beiyan quickly nodded. Yes, that's also possible." Thinking for a moment, she looked at Hu Qingshan. "Second brother, sometimes Mom says things a bit too harshly. Don't take it to heart.
And
you don't need to worry about anyone's face now. If she doesn't like you, just stand up to her. Don't worry, I'll always stand with you. You're my most dear second brother." Hu Qingshan showed no feelings at all toward his biological mother. Whether she recognized him or not didn't matter to him. From Li Beiyan's hesitant words, he could guess what his biological parents were like. Since he never had any expectations, he felt no disappointment. They didn't cook dinner at home and went to eat wontons instead. Although they changed places, it didn't affect Su Suining's sleep. She slept very comfortably and woke up feeling refreshed. She even felt that the poisoning was probably a misdiagnosis. Fearing that breakfast might affect the test results, the three of them didn't eat and went straight to the hospital. The process was still blood testing, and this time they drew more blood than before. The test results would take 2 days to come out. Due to outdated equipment and limited capabilities, 2 days is already very fast. Liu Beiyan was anxious. 2 more days? Why is it so slow? Su Suining smiled and comforted her. It's okay. We're not in a hurry. Dr. Hua will come in a couple of days, and then we can think of a plan together. Liu Beiyan kicked a stone by the roadside in frustration. There can't be any poison that can't be detected. If I find out who did this, I will definitely punish her. Su Suining agreed. If I knew, I would do the same, even if it means risking everything. When they got home, Hu Qingshan went to buy breakfast and asked Liu Beiyan to eat with Su Suining, as he needed to report to the military district. Neither Liu Beiyan nor Su Suining suspected anything, since Hu Qingshan was in the provincial city for study tasks. While nibbling on a fried dough stick, Liu Beiyan told Su Suining again about her mother's personality. "My mom, she's really hard to describe. Our ancestors were farmers, but she looks down on farmers. When relatives from the countryside visit, she can go all morning without cooking. If she does cook, it's just a quick meal, and everyone leaves hungry. Only after they leave does she bring out plain bread." Su Suining put down her bowl and looked at Liu Beiyan. "Your second brother suffered a lot as a child. Zhang Guilin not only hit him and refused to let him eat, but also tried to harm him. But your second brother is lucky. His first half of life didn't know what happiness was, but he has a loyal and passionate heart, willing to sacrifice himself for peace and safety. Someone like him deserves to be happy. If I really had an accident, you must protect your second brother. Don't let your mother bother him or hurt him. Also, take good care of our children. Please don't let a stepmother who mistreats them come into their lives." She spoke calmly and quietly, but Liu Beiyan was moved to tears. She reached out and wiped her tears. "Second sister-in-law, why are you saying this? You'll be fine." Su Suining smiled. "Your second brother is honest and easy to bully. His honest and simple nature seems cold, but his heart is soft and easily hurt. And with children, she couldn't rest assured. Given Feng Xuanhua's personality, if she became the stepmother as in the original story, could she truly treat the children well? Definitely not." Hu Qingshan did not go to report to the military district. Instead, he went to Su Suining's house to find Chen Kaihua. Only Chen Kaihua was home, watching over the 2 children. Seeing Hu Qingshan, she was a bit surprised. "Why are you here again?" She politely invited him to sit, and went to pour tea. "Did you take Sui Ning to the hospital for a checkup?" Hu Qingshan replied quietly, "Yes, but the results won't come out until 2 days later."
Chen Kaihua responded, "Oh, I see.
"Then why did you come? You should stay home and take good care of Sui Ning. She's so big now, it's hard for her to move around alone." Hu Qingshan looked at Chen Kaihua intently. "Mom, you only told me half of what you wanted to say yesterday. Is there something you're hiding from us? Sui Ning's condition is strange. If we can't find the cause, she might really die." Chen Kaihua shivered slightly. "We've already taken her to the hospital. She's been sick since she was little. A little medicine usually helps. It's nothing serious." Hu Qingshan frowned. "Mom, this time it's not that simple. Her health is already very bad. The doctor said she might not survive childbirth. If you know the reason, tell me." Chen Kaihua looked nervous. "What could I possibly know? Are you suggesting I poison her? I'm angry she's disobedient, but I would never be so cruel. Could it be that she ate something wrong in your family's neighborhood?" Hu Qingshan was now sure Chen Kaihua knew the truth. "Mom, I don't understand why you're hiding this. If Sui Ning were to die, wouldn't you be upset? I can see it. Although you're angry she's disobedient, you still love her. You're angry and worried at the same time. You don't want to be too kind to her, afraid she might hurt you again." Chen Kaihua interrupted directly. "Enough. Don't say anything more. I'll tell you the truth, but you must not tell Sui Ning." Hu Qingshan nodded. "All right, I won't say anything." Chen Kaihua sighed. "I really owe you all. Wait for me a moment." She got up, carried the children inside, and soon came out holding a square iron box. The paint on it had peeled off, making it hard to see what it originally looked like. Chen Kaihua handed the box to Hu Qingshan. "Just forget about these after you look at them. These things aren't good for Sui Ning." Hu Qingshan opened the box with suspicion. Inside were photos, many letters, certificates, and a pilot's badge. I looked through it and was shocked by Hu Qingshan. Chen Kaihua spoke softly. "That's right. Sui Ning is not our child. She is my sister Chen Kai-ping's child. My sister also died during childbirth because of complications. After my sister got pregnant, she lost contact with my brother-in-law. She missed him so much that her health became weak, and she died during childbirth. Although Sui Ning is not my biological daughter, we have treated her better than our own children all these years. Yet, she is just like her mother, falling for that kind of handsome young man. She even wants to turn against our whole family for that young man. That's why I arranged a marriage for her, and I didn't expect it to be with you. Although I think you look a bit rough, you're a squad leader. You shouldn't let Sui Ning go hungry. We agreed to this marriage. Why do I tell you to marry her and take her away, never to come back? Because she already sees us as enemies. If she returns, she will only hate us. Moreover, she is very much like her mother, willing to do anything for love. I'm afraid she might run off with that handsome young man and shame us." Talking about Sui Ning and her sister, Chen Kaihua was full of anger. Her sister was pretty, but fell for a pilot from the nearby training base. But this pilot was not ordinary. He was a defector with a sensitive background. Later, something happened and he disappeared completely. Her sister refused to believe it and wanted to have the baby. But during childbirth, she risked her life. Over the years, Chen Kaihua never mentioned Sui Ning's background. No one dared to ask. Everyone thought she was born secretly later. Fortunately, she went to the countryside to care for her sister for a while and came back with the baby. Everyone thought she returned after discovering she was pregnant and then gave birth. Even her 2 sons and daughters at home never knew Sui Ning's true background. Hu Qingshan was surprised and silently put the box away, returning it to Chen Kaihua. "Mom, I'll pretend I don't know about this. But for now, it seems Sui Ning might have been poisoned at birth." Chen Kaihua was surprised and thought for a moment. "Do you think Sui Ning's weak constitution since childhood is not because she lacked nutrition in the?" Hu Qingshan nodded. "That's possible." Chen Kaihua thought hard and suddenly exclaimed, "Because she is my own sister, I burned some of her belongings and kept a few. I was thinking that if someday the conditions allowed, I would let Sui-ning go to her mother's grave to pay respects. Her belongings left behind include a small box and a medicine bottle, the one her little white-faced lover gave her. He said it could cure many illnesses. When Sui-ning was sick as a child, I also gave her some, but it didn't work, so I left it untouched inside the box. Years have passed, and the medicine should be expired by now.
I never thought about it again.
Qingshan was surprised. He took the box and opened it, pulling out a white medicine bottle from the bottom, with no writing on it. He unscrewed the cap, and a strong smell of traditional medicine wafted out, a bit sharp. I'll take this medicine home. Mom, keep the iron box safe or destroy it to avoid trouble for the family. If the true identity of Su Sui-ning's biological father were revealed, Chen Saihua's family would all be in trouble. Chen Kaihua nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll burn it later. You. Just pretend you don't know anything. She sighed again. I never thought that Sui-ning would look like my sister and have the same personality. She also has poor taste in men, likes the wrong type. She prefers that small, handsome-faced guy with just a mouth. You don't know, back then, Sui-ning even went on a hunger strike and threatened to run away with that guy over her feelings. Luckily, she married you. Otherwise, our family would be a joke. Qingshan remained silent. He really didn't want to hear about Su Sui-ning and Jing Chen's past entanglements. Chen Kaihua realized she was talking too much and awkwardly chuckled. Wait a moment, I'll get some eggs. You take them back to help Sui-ning strengthen her body. Stubborn kid, always arguing. I don't want to see her either. Muttering, she quickly went inside, found an iron bowl, and brought out 6 eggs. We don't have many leftovers at home. The rest are for the 2 children to eat. Qingshan didn't refuse. He carried the 6 eggs and the medicine bottle home. He instinctively felt that this medicine was related to the poison on Su Sui-ning. Finding the key point made him feel a lot better. On the way home, he stopped by the supply store and bought a bag of peach crisps, some meat, and 10 jin of rice. He needed to work hard to help Su Sui-ning recover her health. At home, Su Sui-ning and Liu Beiyan were also thinking about cooking. They needed something to do to distract themselves. Liu Beiyan knew nothing about toasting bread, but Su Sui-ning could do it. When at home, she had learned many skills: cold noodles, steamed buns, bread. She could compare northern and southern cuisines and make delicious food from simple ingredients. She wondered how to make tasty bread without bread flour, just using regular flour. Su Sui-ning had studied baking before and succeeded, so now she was confidently starting to make dough. Liu Beiyan sat nearby, waiting for the dough to rise. Su Sui-ning discussed with Liu Beiyan, shall we make some noodles for lunch? The greens in the yard look good. Maybe stir-fry some vegetables? Liu Beiyan had no objection. I'll do it. You sit and rest. I want to practice rolling noodles well, so that Brother Zhendong will be impressed. Su Sui-ning agreed. All right, but are you planning to keep quiet about this? Talking about it, Liu Beiyan looked discouraged. You don't understand. Our families are complicated. Loving someone doesn't mean we have to be together. I just like her this much. He ruffled his hair in frustration. Qingshan returned with rice, disrupting their plan to eat noodles. Seeing the rice, Liu Beiyan exclaimed, Second brother, so you've always remembered that second sister likes rice? I swore I would make rice for her, but I forgot once I got home. Su Sui-ning was surprised and looked at Qingshan with a smile. This man, always so quiet, making her feel even more attached. Liu Beiyan rolled up his sleeves. I'm going to steam rice now. She knew how to do it. Get 3 big bowls, add rice halfway, fill them up, and steam in the pot. It's like steaming buns, about half an hour. Su Sui-ning wanted to help cook, but Qingshan refused. Sit and rest, I'll do it. He bought some meat and stir-fried her favorite spicy pork, and also stir-fried some greens. The 3 of them had 2 dishes, which was quite a feast. He even steamed a bowl of egg custard for Su Sui-ning. Looking at the rich meal and the shiny, translucent rice grains, she couldn't help but swallow. Why is the food so good? It makes me feel like I'm about to eat a meal of execution. Qingshan's face changed. Don't talk nonsense, that's bad luck. Su Suining chuckled, standing happily beside him. Superstitions are not good. Hua Qingshan pursed his lips, but said nothing. He used to not believe in ghosts or gods. But now he did. Because of Su Suining, he believed. When Su Suining ate the rice, she felt so excited she almost cried. It's so delicious. Plain rice was also very tasty. After eating a big bowl of rice, she felt completely satisfied. While Liu Beiyan washed the dishes, Hua Qingshan took Su Suining back to their room and handed her a medicine bottle. After Hua Qingshan finished explaining the original owner's background, Su Suining was stunned. Is it really that complicated? Hua Qingshan's idea was simple. It's enough for you to know about this.
Don't tell Beiyan.
I will talk to Dr. Hua later and have him check the ingredients to see if there's anything toxic. As for Mom, don't mention it either. Just pretend you don't know. Su Suining tightly held his hand. Hua Qingshan, I really like how honest we are with each other. That's true trust. Hua Qingshan looked down and saw their clasped hands. Her small, white hand rested on his darker hand, making her whiteness stand out. He paused for a moment. But you got poisoned, and you want to hide it from me. Su Suining immediately fell silent. She knew she was somewhat at fault in this matter. She played with his fingers and looked at him with a bright smile. Just this once, I was worried you'd be upset. I promise I won't lie to you again. If I do, punish me so I never see you again. Hua Qingshan frowned. Forget it. As long as you and the baby are healthy. If they never saw each other again, he didn't know who the real punishment would be for. Moreover, Su Suining had lied to him many times before, big and small, and he couldn't keep track. Su Suining knew Hua Qingshan was easy to persuade. She hugged his arm and affectionately shook it. Don't worry, it won't happen again. I will tell you everything immediately from now on. Hua Qingshan didn't mind this and reminded her, by the way, you should go see Mom. Although she's not easy to get along with, she really cares about you.
Su Suining nodded repeatedly.
Don't worry. I even said she doesn't treat her own daughter badly. If she did, she would be truly great. No wonder the original owner was so love-struck. Turns out her mother was also a romantic at heart. This trait was also inherited. Because of a medicine bottle, Su Suining saw hope again and rekindled her will to live. After a few days of giving up, she was now full of energy, baking bread with Liu Beiyan. The first time, she didn't control the heat well, and the bread was a little burnt. Hua Qingshan silently peeled off the burnt parts and ate them, leaving the rest for Su Suining and Liu Beiyan to eat. Su Suining was still quite satisfied with her baking. Since she didn't use bread flour, it wasn't very soft, but the flavor was good. She added no additive milk powder and sugar, which gave it a rich, milky aroma and a sweet taste. The smell even attracted the neighboring children to peek and watch. Su Suining wanted to break off a piece to share with the children, but Su Dongmei shouted, and the children instantly disappeared. She baked 2 more batches of bread, golden and yellow, looking very appetizing. Su Suining and Liu Beiyan didn't even have dinner. She ate only a piece of bread alone. Liu Beiyan felt that after a nap, Su Suining's energy and spirit were completely different. Her smile, warm and happy, was now brighter. Unlike before, when she also often smiled, her brows carried a faint cloud of worry. While biting her bread, she asked, "What magic did my second brother cast on you? You wake up from a nap, and you're completely different." Su Suining smiled sweetly with narrowed eyes. Maybe it's the magic of love? Liu Beiyan shrank her neck, feeling goosebumps coming up. Second sister-in-law, you're teasing me. They sat in the small courtyard bathed in the sunset, laughing happily. When Hua Qingshan returned and saw this warm scene from afar, his eyebrows lifted and a smile appeared in his eyes. 2 days later, the results came back, showing some unusual data. Doctors at the provincial hospital were puzzled. They did more tests on Su Suining and found everything to be quite normal. Such rare cases made it hard to find the cause. In the end, everyone suspected that the abnormal data might be caused by pregnancy. Su Suining wasn't surprised. She didn't think the doctors were incompetent. Some difficult illnesses can't be diagnosed even with advanced equipment. After leaving the hospital, Liu Bei Yan started to worry. Why hasn't Grandpa arrived? Why hasn't Dr. Hua come yet? Su Suining smiled. The data is the same as the last checkup in the city. No change means it's not serious. That's good. As for Dr. Hua, coming up with a solution isn't so easy. We just need to be patient. However, Grandpa Liu felt overwhelmed at the thought of Mei Shuqin coming along. He really didn't want to see her. Hu Qingshan looked at the test results. After taking Su Suining home, he visited doctors at the military hospital and some well-known local traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, reviewing all their opinions. The results were similar, unusual, but they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. In the end, everyone agreed it was probably caused by pregnancy. Hu Qingshan was still not satisfied. The next day, he went out again, thinking that besides Dr. Hua, he should consult a few more doctors. He didn't want to rely solely on Dr. Hua. He returned only in the evening. From afar, he saw Su Suining standing at the entrance of the family compound, holding her belly, with Su Dongmei beside her, chatting. He quickened his steps and headed toward her. When Su Dongmei saw Hu Qingshan approaching, she smiled and said goodbye to Su Suining. Your husband is back. We'll talk again later. Su Suining waved goodbye to Su Dongmei with a smile, watching her walk away, then turned to look at the approaching man. She knew what Hu Qingshan had been busy with these past 2 days, but didn't ask anything. You're just in time. Bei Yan should have already finished cooking. She's being very secretive and won't let me see. Hu Qingshan responded with a nod, watching Su Suining clutch her belly and turn around. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He hadn't seen what pregnant women usually look like or how big their bellies get. Su Suining's belly made him feel like it might burst, protruding much more than usual. He instinctively reached out to support her arm. Is it very heavy? Su Suining gently patted her belly. Not really, and the weight is gradually increasing. My body is getting used to it. You look surprised, maybe because I've been too thin lately. Hu Qingshan kept his hand on her elbow, making Su Suining smile with narrowed eyes. This man, because he was so scared, no longer cared about what might happen. After experiencing this, their feelings quietly grew closer. Hua Weiheng arrived in the provincial city another day later and was arranged to stay at a guest house near the military district. To give him a good reason for coming out, they also assigned him to work at the military hospital, responsible for guiding a group of newly graduated medical students. The conditions were much better than in the small town. Plus, the military district needed people, so the local authorities couldn't refuse. Hua Weiheng examined Su Suining's checkup at the provincial hospital and then studied the small medicine bottle Hu Qingshan had given him. The tiny black pills had a strong herbal smell. Hua Weiheng poured a few into his palm, brought them close to his nose, and sniffed.
He was a bit surprised.
Afraid he had misdiagnosed, he crushed the pills and examined them carefully, then looked pleased. This is it. Hu Qingshan's heart immediately tightened. Did you find the source? Hua Weiheng shook his head repeatedly.
Partly.
These pills contain a traditional medicine called Qing Mangzi. Long-term use can cause confusion and weakness. If pregnant women take it, it could lead to postpartum hemorrhage. Although Su Suining didn't understand medicine, she could tell this herb was very dangerous. This poison, after so long, is still so strong? What do you mean partly? What's the other half? Hua Weiheng sniffed the medicinal pill again, looking confident. It's definitely Qing Mangzi. Although this herb is very toxic, it can be effective for certain illnesses. But it has been banned since then. Your mother was likely eating a lot before pregnancy and also during pregnancy, which made you born weak and often sick, but it didn't cause major problems. Recently, you ate other things that help draw out the toxins from your body. Su Suining is impatient. What did I eat that could cause this? I eat a lot of different foods every day. Hua Weiheng frowns. Think carefully. Since you got pregnant, have you eaten anything unusual or not part of your regular diet? Su Suining can't remember because in this time period, there aren't many uncommon foods. She eats common foods daily, with no special snacks. Huawei Hong doesn't rush her. We've found part of the cause, so the problem is easier to solve.
Take your time to think.
Plus, now you have a chance. If you wait until you give birth and then discover the problem, it might be too late. Su Suining's mind is a mess, but she still wonders if the original reason she had a difficult labor and died was because she didn't notice the problem earlier. Hua Qing-shan only hears Huawei Hong mention there's a chance. Dr. Hua, do I need medicine to detox? Huawei Hong considers for a moment. First, we need to find out what caused this toxin to appear. Traditional Chinese medicine is about balancing, so once we identify the cause, it can be fixed. Seeing Su Suining frowning and deep in thought, he comforts her. Take your time to think. Don't rush. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to remember. Think carefully about what you've eaten or drunk. Su Suining thanks him again. Dr. Hua, thank you for your help. Huawei Hong shakes his head repeatedly, looking around the bright, spacious office. Although the furniture is old, it's much better than the cramped, plain house in the countryside. Honestly, I should thank you. It's given me a chance to come to the provincial city. Commander Lei said, I can stay here now. He is excited. Staying here means he can fully use his medical knowledge. He believes life can be good anywhere, but to share his knowledge, he needs to be in the city. Su Suining and Hua Qing-shan leave the hospital, still pondering and murmuring. What could it be? I can't figure it out at all. The bread and cookies I ate aren't common, but they're just normal foods. Hua Qing-shan supports her arm. It's okay.
Take your time to think.
This time, they didn't bring Liu Beiyan, mainly because they didn't want her to find out about Su Suining's background. On the street, Su Suining sighed. It's really too hard to think about. If I can't remember, does that mean it can't be cured? Hui Qing-shan disagreed. Old Hua is probably being cautious when he speaks. Since he knows that certain things can trigger the toxin's effects, he should also know what those things are. Su Suining's eyes lit up. That makes sense.
Why didn't I think of that?
I don't need to worry so much anymore. Hui Qing-shan agreed. Yes, you don't need to work so hard. Old Hua is probably researching an antidote. Just stay at home and rest. Su Suining looked at Hui Qing-shan and felt a bit guilty. You've been here so long, but you haven't gone to study yet. You should go tomorrow, or you'll waste too much time. Hui Qing-shan didn't speak. He's very stubborn and didn't see Su Suining feeling unwell, so he didn't want to do anything. When they got home, they were surprised to see old Lu sitting in the yard talking with Liu Beiyan. Su Suining excitedly called out, Grandpa Lu, when did you come? How long have you been here? Lu Yuanguang saw Su Suining, stood up, and looked a bit emotional. Child, you've worked hard. How are things at the hospital? Should I find some experts from Jing City to come here? Su Suining hurriedly waved her hands.
No, Grandpa Lu.
The doctors here are very good. There shouldn't be any problem. Lu Yuanguang looked at Su Suining carefully and noticed she looked healthy, not like she was sick. How could she be poisoned? Just now Beiyan told me that if I find out who did this, I won't let her go. Su Suining smiled and comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry about that now.
I'm fine.
Lu Yuanguang sighed and looked at Hui Qing-shan again. You don't need to worry. I've already contacted several experts. If needed, I'll call them over. Hui Qing-shan didn't speak. As long as Su Suining was alive, he was willing to accept old Lu's help. After sitting down again, Liu Beiyan looked confused. Grandpa just came over, and it surprised me. I told him on the phone where we live, and he guessed we were in the staff housing. She then asked Lu Yuanguang, where's my mom? Why didn't she come? She said she would come too, right? Lu Yuanguang frowned, tired of talking about his daughter-in-law.
Lu Baiting is sick.
She didn't come. I really don't understand. Your mom is a cadre. She shouldn't be so clueless about right and wrong. Liu Beiting is an adult. How could she get seriously ill? May Shu-qin always regret someday. Liu Beiyan sighed. She's sick? Does she know my mom is coming here? Lan Yuanguang snorted coldly. Of course I know. We talked about it when we had dinner. I originally wanted Yaya to stay at home for a few days, but seeing how things are now, I've decided to leave Yaya with an old comrade of mine. At that moment, He noticed Lu Biding looked upset at the dinner table. Sure enough, the day before they left, Lu Biding's colleague came and said she had food poisoning and was rushed to the hospital for treatment. Mei Shuqin immediately went to the hospital to take care of her without hesitation. Lan Yuanguang felt cold again and was too lazy to remind Mei Shuqin. He just waited to see when the couple would wake up and realize the truth. Liu Beiyan found it hard to believe. Why now? Why not get sick earlier or later? This can't be kept a secret forever. Her impression of Liu Biding was getting worse. Lan Yuanguang looked at the expressionless He Qingshan and waved his hand. Let's not talk about them. Swaining, Beiyan said you're visiting Dr. Hua Weihong today? How did it go? What did old Hua say? Su Suining explained simply, when my mom was pregnant with me, she ate something wrong and got poisoned. I guess I inherited that from her, so I've always been weak and sick. Recently, I ate something wrong again, and the poison flared up. Lan Yuanguang was surprised and confused. Can it be cured? Su Suining smiled. It should be manageable, right? Old Hua is very skilled. Lan Yuanguang agreed. Yes, Old Hua is quite capable. His students are now experts at hospitals in Beijing. Liu Beiyan was happy, so it's not serious? Grandpa, this is such good news. We should celebrate. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch? Both Su Suining and He Qingshan had no objections. Lan Yuanguang naturally agreed happily, as long as the three kids were fine. Anything was good to eat. At Beijing Hospital, Liu Biding lay weakly on the hospital bed, her face pale. But her eyes were full of guilt as she looked at Mei Shuqin. Mom, I'm fine. I didn't mean to delay your trip to the northwest. Actually, He Qingshan is pretty good, and he looks a lot like Big Brother. You should go see him. Mei Shuqin snorted coldly. I won't go. No one can compare to Bei Feng. A useless person who just makes me angrier when I see him. Forget it, I won't visit either. Even if he becomes a leader someday, he has nothing to do with me. Mei Shuqin was so confident because even yesterday when Old Master left, he didn't mention what He Qingshan did. Even during dinner, he said that the young couple's life in the mountains wasn't easy. This made her even more annoyed. If living in the mountains is hard, then they're just two country bumpkins. Liu Yuanguang said this. Does he want to take her back? Because of this, she doesn't want to go to Ganqing either, to avoid being caught by him. Luckily, Liu Biding is sick, so she has a reason not to go. Her disgust for rural people is so strong that just thinking about it makes her feel sick. She feels that rural people are like parasites, hard to get rid of once they cling, and they carry a bad smell. Liu Biding knows Mei Shuqin very well. She herself is from the countryside, but dislikes rural people. To maintain a good image, she often visits the countryside to comfort farmers, shakes hands with them kindly, and then keeps washing her hands as if she's contaminated with a virus. When relatives from the countryside come to visit, after they leave, Mei Shuqin boils the dishes they used in hot water. So Liu Biding knows that as long as she doesn't mention Hua Qingshan's job, Mei Shuqin will misunderstand that Hua Qingshan is just a simple country bumpkin. Then Mei Shuqin definitely won't recognize him. Liu Biding also wonders why Liu Yuanguang didn't tell Mei Shuqin about her. She can't understand his thoughts and decides to soothe Mei Shuqin first. As long as Hua Qingshan doesn't return to Beijing, no one will know the truth, that she is not Liu family's biological daughter. Mei Shuqin finishes her complaints and looks up. Seeing the venom in Liu Biding's eyes, she pauses. Biding, what's wrong with you? Liu Biding snaps back to herself and holds Mei Shuqin's hand. Mom, I just remembered I ate a piece of pumpkin cake from a colleague yesterday and got food poisoning. This colleague and I are both participating in the vice editor competition. I couldn't help but think too much. Mei Shuqin believes her and nods. In such cases, some people might have bad intentions. Don't worry, I'll talk to the director later. She comforts Liu Biding again. Don't think too much. Focus on taking care of yourself. Liu Biding feels relieved. Mom, Bane is still over there and Luo Zhendong. Mei Shuqin snorts coldly. It's okay. If Bane dares to be with Luo Zhendong, I'll break her legs. If it weren't for Luo Zhendong's lack of concern back then, you wouldn't have done such things. The Luo family is full of bad people. She knows Lu Biding was also angry about her affair, but she thinks the Luo family has bigger problems. If they had done their job better, Lu Biding wouldn't have done such things. Moreover, she absolutely refuses to admit that Lu Biding was at fault. That would be like admitting her own parenting was wrong. Lu Biding feels reassured. With Mei Shuqin's blind confidence, Hu Qingshan won't threaten her for a while. Moreover, Su Suining is also poisoned. Su Suining didn't remember what she ate that might have caused toxins to build up in her body. After having lunch with old Master Lu, she asked Liu Beiyan to rest at the guest house with Lu Yuanguang. She and Hu Qingshan went home for a nap. When they returned, she didn't get much rest. Instead, she took paper and a pen and wrote down everything she ate since her crossing over, so Hua Weihong could see later. She even recorded the wild vegetables she ate. She thought the only uncertain thing was these foods. The next day, Lu Yuanguang and Liu Beiyan accompanied the two of them to the hospital. Hua Weihong looked at the list of foods that Su Suining had written and shook his head. No, I checked last night too. It seems she ate something containing gan huang powder, which caused the poisoning. Lu Yuanguang, who was quick-tempered and didn't understand the medicine names, asked, "Can it be treated?" Hua Weihong hesitated a bit. She's pregnant now, so she can't take medicine randomly. She can only have acupuncture for now.
And
Lu Yuanguang exclaimed a few times. Just say it all at once. Can it be done or not? Don't hide things. Hua Weihong and Lu Yuanguang are old friends and know his temper well. He felt a bit helpless. This poison is quite strange. I haven't encountered it before, so I can't be completely sure. Plus, Xiao Su is in her late pregnancy, so we need to be cautious with medication and acupuncture. Lu Yuanguang was still anxious. As long as she gets better, that's all that matters. Neither the mother nor the baby should be harmed. While giving Su Suining acupuncture, Hua Weihong sent everyone out. This time, the acupuncture was only on her arm.
it was a short session.
As soon as the needles were removed, Su Suining felt much more comfortable, like a clear, smooth feeling throughout her body. She found it amazing. I feel so good. This is incredible. Hua Weihong explained, I was just trying it out. As long as you're energetic, eat well and rest. Prepare for childbirth. After safely delivering the baby, we'll continue to detoxify your body. Su Suining understood his meaning, and her eyes lit up. Does that mean I won't die? Hua Weihong was silent. He didn't quite understand the girl's thought process and didn't know how to answer. But Su Suining had a new idea. Dr. Hua, do you take apprentices?
What do you think of me?
Hua Weihong remained silent, packing up his things without replying. However, Su Suining was serious. She found traditional Chinese medicine very interesting. Just feeling her pulse could diagnose the cause of her illness, just like blood tests at the hospital. And this acupuncture, just a few quick, made her feel instantly refreshed. Isn't that better than taking health supplements? Asked Hu Weihong, Doctor Hu, although I know nothing about medicine, I have read books and did well in school before. Hu Weihong sighed, with my current situation, you won't learn much by following me. If you really want to learn medicine, you can be recommended to go to medical school. When you graduate, you'll be a doctor. Su Suining disagreed, thinking that Western medicine would dominate in the future and good traditional doctors were rare. So, she believed she should stay with Hu Weihong to learn real skills. Doctor Hu, please think about it carefully. After I have my baby, you can help detoxify me and teach me at the same time. I definitely won't let you down. Hu Weihong was annoyed by her persistence. Let's talk about it later. Now go home and take care of your health. Su Suining happily left the room. Liu Beiyan hurried to hold her arm. Second sister-in-law, how is it? After acupuncture, is it better? Su Suining smiled. Not that fast, but I do feel much more comfortable after the acupuncture. Liu Beiyan exclaimed. Then it's almost healed. Lu Yuanguang also relaxed and asked Hu Qingshan to take Su Suining and the others back first. He wanted to talk to Hu Weihong for a few moments. He was still worried and wanted to remind Hu Weihong that, no matter what method was used, both the adults and children must be safe. Hu Weihong knew Lu Yuanguang was difficult, and, seeing him come in again and close the office door, pushed up his glasses. With my current condition, you should keep your distance from me to avoid getting involved. Lu Yuanguang glared. Am I worried about being implicated? I didn't expect you to be here. I just want to ask if my daughter-in-law is in danger. Hu Weihong understood Lu Yuanguang's personality. If he didn't clarify, he wouldn't leave. With me here, there won't be a big problem.
But
There's one thing you should be mentally prepared for. Lu Yuanguang's heart tightened, and his tone became tense. What is it? Hu Weihong replied calmly. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant with twins. When she gives birth, she will have to endure some pain. Lu Yuanguang was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed, pointing at Hu Weihong. You old thing. I scolded you for being shameless back then, and you still hold a grudge? Just to scare me, are you satisfied? Hu Weihong rarely showed a smile. I didn't expect it to be your daughter-in-law. But Qiao Qingshan does resemble you a bit when he was young. I never thought he would really be your grandson. Lu Yuanguang felt a bit proud, of course. Although my son is not very capable, all my grandchildren are outstanding. Hua Weihong smiled. That's pretty good. Xiao Su just told me she wants to study medicine, but she doesn't know how hard it is. Before he finished, Lu Yuanguang interrupted immediately. Then you teach her. Since you're free anyway, wait until she has children and then teach her. It's good that the kids like to learn. Hua Weihong sighed helplessly. You really haven't changed your temper. You're still so impatient. Lu Yuanguang snorted coldly. Fine, if she wants to learn, you teach her. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have come all this way. He muttered a few more words before leaving Hua Weihong's office in a better mood. He still had great confidence in Hua Weihong's medical skills. At lunch, Liu Beiyan volunteered to make Beijing-style fried noodles for Lu Yuanguang. Grandpa, you must try my cooking. I'm really good at rolling noodles now. Lu Yuanguang chuckled. You, with so many little thoughts, just buy a big piece of meat. With so much meat, what can't you make delicious? Liu Beiyan happily went to knead the dough and cook. Su Suining and Hu Qingshan sat with the old man in the yard. Lu Yuanguang looked around the small yard, which had about 50 small houses, much larger than the old courtyard at the Tuan family. This house is nice. When the baby is born, it will be spacious enough for everyone. Su Suining also liked the small yard. Although it was only separated by a low fence from the neighbors, the space was big. In the corner there was a small walnut tree. But it was a pity they were only staying for a month. We're just here for a short visit. We will go back later. Lu Yuanguang looked at Hu Qingshan. Are you planning to study here? After studying, will you go back? Hu Qingshan didn't speak. He felt that the old man's question was a trap. Right now, he couldn't leave the Tuan group, and he had no intention of leaving. Lu Yuanguang shook his head. You're still young and can go on missions. But in a few years, will you just stay in the mountains? The Northwest Military District is establishing an independent reconnaissance team. Don't you have any ideas? Also, at the last military competition, the top 3 could go for further training. I suggested before that you should go to school. Su Suining nodded repeatedly, thinking the old man's advice was very reasonable. Grandpa is right.
We should think about it.
Hu Qingshan finally responded. I'll start studying next spring. Lu Yuanguang sighed inwardly. He had been speaking earnestly, but Su Suining didn't say a word. This grandson is surprisingly afraid of his wife. It seems that in the future, I just need to communicate with Su Suining. Her words are much more effective than his. Liu Beiyan worked hard at slicing noodles. His skill has improved a lot, though the noodles are not perfectly even, they are close enough. He made a tasty sauce with minced meat and soy sauce, frying the fat from the pork belly until it released its oils. The oily meat sauce coated the noodles, and it looked very delicious. Lu Yuanguang was surprised. Not bad. Beiyan has been here a few days, and he's grown up.
He can cook now.
Liu Beiyan felt proud. Of course. Grandpa, tell me, does this taste authentic? Did I use the right amount of green onions at the end? Lu Yuanguang nodded repeatedly. Yes, very good. Keep practicing, and when the time comes, you can take care of your second aunt and the 2 kids, so she can relax more.
2 kids? 2?
Su Suining and Liu Beiyan asked together. Hu Qingshan also looked at Liu Yuanguang in shock. Liu Yuanguang was a bit happy and a little proud. Guess what? You didn't know? Old Hua just told me. His pulse reading is very accurate. Su Suining touched her belly, surprised. 2? Grandpa, did I hear that right? Liu Yuanguang disagreed with a sigh. How could I get it wrong? I asked several times. Liu Beiyan's voice rose in shock. Twins? That means I have a little niece and a little nephew?
Haha.
Su Suining was happy but also couldn't help but laugh at Liu Beiyan. You think too beautifully. You still want a pair of twins? But having 2 kids, whether boys or girls, is good. Liu Beiyan chuckled. He thought both boys and girls were good, but it would be even better if it was 1 boy and 1 girl. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he ate an extra bowl of noodles. Liu Yuanguang also hoped for 2 great-grandchildren. When the time comes, he plans to raise them well and send them into the army. But seeing Su Suining's words, he didn't want to speak too openly, to avoid annoying the young people. He kept saying, all good, all good. As long as you and the children are safe and sound. If you need anything, just tell me. From now on, I will give you half of my monthly salary and ration tickets. Su Suining smiled and waved her hand. No need, no need. Grandpa, we have enough money to spend. Liu Yuanguang knew Hu Qingshan's rank well. Providing for his wife and children was not a problem, but if they wanted better food, he felt a little worried. This is from me, as your great-grandfather, for the children.
Don't stop me.
Su Suining did not speak again. She turned to look at Hu Qingshan, who had been silent the whole time. He was holding his bowl, frozen like a statue, gripping his chopsticks tightly and not moving at all. Su Suining knew that this shy man was probably too excited to say anything right now. She reached out and touched his arm. In the future, you will have a big responsibility. Not only do you need to protect everyone, but you also need to take care of our small family. Hu Qingshan put down his bowl, turned to look at Su Suining with deep, determined eyes, and nodded seriously.
Okay.
Su Suining smiled softly and looked at him. Hurry up and eat, or the noodles will get hard. Liu Beiyan was eating and chatting happily, excitedly saying, Second sister-in-law, once you're okay, you should think of a good name for the baby. It should sound nice. And don't just pick any name, like dog egg or leftover dog. Those are too ugly. Su Suining couldn't help but laugh. She definitely wouldn't give her child such names. Liu Yuanguang glared. The names of you kids were all given by me. Are they ugly? Hearing this, Liu Beiyan laughed even more and looked at Su Suining. Do you know where Grandpa got our names from? When my eldest brother was born, there was a north wind, so he was named Liu Beifeng. Then we used the character Bei. Liu Beiting was named by my mother. She hoped the girl would be graceful and elegant. Third brother Liu Beichen was also named by Grandpa. He was born in the morning, and since Chen is hard to write, the teacher used the character for birth in the register. Later, we kept using it. When it was my turn, the name was even more casual. Grandpa saw the chimneys smoking straight up and said to call me Bei Yan. Su Suining couldn't help but laugh out loud, watching Liu Yuanguang glare at Liu Beiyan. The old man's expression was also very adorable. Only Hu Qingshan was really thinking seriously about the baby's name. He even thought of 2 good names himself, planning to tell Su Suining later. After lunch, Liu Beiyan eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. After cleaning up, she went with the old man to rest at the guest house. On the way back, Liu Yuanguang kept reminding Liu Beiyan, you stay here to take care of your second sister-in-law, but don't forget about your studies. You can't stay in the arts troupe forever. Liu Beiyan hesitated. I want to join the army. I'm too old now for that, but I don't want to do anything else. She kicked a stone on the road, a bit stubborn. Liu Yuanguang sighed. You know, kid, things pass, but you should make plans for yourself. Do you want to go to college? Liu Beiyan thought for a moment and said, wait until second sister-in-law has her baby. She doesn't want to go now mainly because she doesn't like the school's atmosphere. She feels she might lose control and say something inappropriate, which could trouble Grandpa. Lu Yuanguang sighed. All right, if anything happens, you can talk to me. Don't argue with your mom. Lu Beiyan felt she couldn't blame her mom. You know her personality. She favors Lu Baiting because Lu Baiting has always been good at flattering her. Even if she lies, my mom forgives her. Look at this time. How come Lu Baiting got sick so suddenly? It's obvious she's lying, but my mom still believes her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She wondered why she hadn't seen how mean Lu Baiting was before. She's taken over my second brother's life for over 20 years, and she still doesn't want to give up. She's really shameless. If I go back, I will definitely expose her true nature face to face. Lu Yuanguang frowned. Your mom will regret her actions someday. There's no need to tell her. If she finds out about your second brother's grades today, she'll come right away. I don't think family bonds like that matter much to Qing Shan. He knew what kind of person Mei Shuqin was, so he didn't want to say more. It was better that Mei Shuqin didn't bother with Qing Shan's peaceful life. After Su Suining and Lu Beiyan left with the old master, she and Hu Qingshan went back to their room for a nap. Hu Qingshan was still excited. After lying down, he carefully placed his hand on Su Suining's belly. It was so amazing, there were actually 2 babies inside. Su Suining lay on her side, smiling at Hu Qingshan's serious expression. She reached out and touched his face. You're really amazing, planting 2 babies at once. Hu Qingshan couldn't handle such teasing. His ears turned red, and he bit his lip, changing the subject. Beiyan just said she wants to give the babies 2 names. I thought about it. Su Suining instinctively thought he couldn't come up with good names, but she still encouraged him. What are they? Hu Qingshan pondered carefully. If they're girls, I'd name them Mo and Yang Yang. Su Suining was surprised. Which Mo? Which Yang? Hu Qingshan quickly replied, Mo from mutual support, and Yang from endless happiness. These 2 words, he remembered, he had learned when he studied in Beijing, but at the time, he didn't understand their meanings deeply. Just now, he suddenly remembered these idioms. He wanted to support Su Suining through life, forever and ever, with endless happiness. Su Suining was stunned for a long time, never expecting that this wooden person also had such a romantic side. Her eyes suddenly felt a bit sore, and she reached out to gently rub his cheek. Hu Qingshan, you've finally woken up and know how to make a girl happy. Will you do the same for other girls in the future? Hu Qingshan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Only you. Su Suining chuckled. All right, if it's a girl, we'll call her Moo Moo and Yang Yang. What about a boy? Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. For a boy, let's call him Tai Jun and Hong Bing. Su Suining couldn't help but laugh and cry. She really had set her expectations too high for him. But Hu Qingshan thought those names sounded good. A boy should have the will of steel, be tough and persistent. Su Suining covered his mouth. Forget it, we'll decide the son's name later. Actually, boys can also be called Moo Moo and Yang Yang. We'll think of a good full name later. Hu Qingshan nodded. Okay. Su Suining yawned, rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit sleepy, but then suddenly thought of something. Lao Hua is very skilled. I want to learn medicine from him. While he's helping me detox, I can learn medicine from him. After the baby is born, I can also become a doctor. Hu Qingshan had no objection. Does he agree? Su Suining sighed. He probably doesn't want to, but I can persuade him. I'll visit him a few more times, or his skills might be lost. She originally wanted to lie down and rest, but now turning over a bit to learn wouldn't be a problem. Hu Qingshan always supported Su Suining unconditionally. As long as she was happy, that was enough. As for the baby, he could be sent to the military nursery when he was over a year old. Although Su Suining couldn't remember exactly what she ate that caused toxins in her body, Hua Weihong's acupuncture was truly amazing. After 2 treatments, her energy and spirit instantly improved. The exhaustion and lack of energy she had before disappeared completely. Even in late pregnancy, she still felt very light when walking. Su Suining urged Hua Qingshan to report to the military district and attend classes, as she was fine with having Lu Yuanguang and Liu Beiyan accompany her every day. After the third treatment, Su Suining discussed with Hua Weihong again. Dr. Hua, I have some free time. Can you lend me your Chinese medicine books to look at? Hua Weihong frowned. No. All my books have been confiscated. Su Suining thought to herself. No wonder Hua Weihong often took notes by hand. She then asked, Dr. Hua, would you mind teaching me how to take a pulse? Hua Weihong waved his hand without hesitation. I'm busy.
You should leave now.
He simply thought Su Suining couldn't handle this kind of hardship. However, Su Suining is indeed smart and quick-witted. Over the past few days, every time she received acupuncture, she would clearly ask which ailments each point could relieve. Her talkative and humble attitude made him have to answer. On the way back, Su Suining shared her idea with Liu Yuanguang. She wanted to learn medicine from Hua Weihong. Liu Yuanguang knew Hua Weihong was unwilling, and his current identity was sensitive. He's not convenient right now, and learning is very hard. Su Suining didn't mind. I can do it. I think traditional Chinese medicine is very interesting. Liu Beiyan, however, was concerned about something else. What about old Hua's wife? When he came here, where was his wife? Liu Yuanguang sighed. She couldn't handle it and took her own life. This was a big to him. He's only 50, and his hair has turned white. Su Suining was surprised. Only 50? I thought he was over 70. Not only was his hair white, but he also looked very old. Liu Yuanguang shook his head and changed the subject. Since there's nothing else, I will go back in a few days. When the baby is born, I will arrange for someone to take care of you during your postpartum period. Liu Beiyan made a sound of surprise. Aren't I here? Do I still need someone else to help with the postpartum care? Liu Yuanguang looked at her. Can you take care of a newborn? I will have Aunt Hong come to help. He still didn't trust Liu Beiyan. This girl was too lively. Su Suining didn't stop him. She had no experience herself and didn't know how to handle that soft, tiny baby. Liu Beiyan also had no experience, so having someone experienced to help was quite good. That evening, back home, Liu Beiyan prepared malted milk for Su Suining. When she held the cup of malted milk, she suddenly froze. She hadn't drunk it in a long time. If she remembered correctly, this malted milk was bought by Liu Beiting. Su Suining held her bowl, looked at the malted milk inside, and then looked up at Liu Beiyan. This jar. I wanted Yaya to take it away earlier, but I forgot to drink it. I'll take it to Dr. Hua tomorrow. Liu Beiyan was shocked. Second sister-in-law, you don't suspect there's a problem with this malted milk, do you? She and Su Suining had both drunk it before, but later they put it behind a cupboard and forgot about it. Su Suining frowned. This was bought by Liu Beiting. I finished drinking the one my second brother bought first, then drank this one. Liu Beiyan was even more surprised. Bought by Liu Beiting? She quickly asked Su Suining, is it true that after drinking this, you haven't been feeling well? Su Suining is unsure exactly when she started drinking the beverage or when she first felt unwell, but she remembers that she felt sick after drinking it for a few days. Liu Beiyan immediately took the bowl, poured out the malted milk drink inside, and trembled with anger. How could this happen? How dare Liu Beiting do such a thing? She thought Liu Beiting was selfish, but not so malicious. This could even cause someone to die. Liu Yuanguang also found it unbelievable and remained clear-headed. If it was Liu Beiting, how would she know that your body was already poisoned before? Su Suining was stunned too. Yes, if it was Liu Beiting, how could she possibly know that she was already poisoned before? After all, Chen Kaiwa hadn't said anything, and no one else knew about it. Liu Beiyan thought hard and asked, could it be some kind of powder? It doesn't need anything special, and over time, it could cause poisoning. The three of them didn't care about making dinner anymore, and went to find Hua Weihong with the malted milk drink. Hua Weihong now had his own dorm room and could light a fire at the door to cook. At this moment, he was squatting in front of the stove, struggling to light the fire with some firewood. Seeing Su Suining and the others, he pushed up his glasses and stood up with difficulty. Why are you here? Is something wrong? Liu Beiyan spoke quickly, explaining everything Su Suining suspected. Hua Weihong was surprised, washed his hands in a nearby basin, took the malted milk drink from Liu Beiyan's hand, opened it, pinched a small amount, and carefully tasted it. After tasting, he looked at Liu Yuanguang with some surprise. Yes, it's this. There's very little of it, and the aroma of the malted milk already covers it, so you couldn't tell. Su Suining frowned. If my body doesn't have the original toxin, and I only drink this, what could happen? Hua Weihong thought for a moment. At this dose, it wouldn't have much effect. It would just make your body a bit weak. As long as you stop drinking after a few days of metabolism, it'll be fine. So, if it's just a mild poisoning from this, even pulse diagnosis wouldn't detect it. Liu Yuanguang's face changed color. Are you sure? Hua Weihong frowned and looked at Liu Yuanguang with dissatisfaction. What do you mean? If you don't believe it, you can go somewhere else to check. Liu Yuanguang kept a calm face. I just want to confirm. But how would others know about this? Hua Weihong pushed up his glasses. That I don't know. You should check carefully yourself. Liu Yuanguang was too embarrassed to say anything in front of Hua Weihong. After leaving the hospital, I was so angry I could hardly walk. I reached out for Liu Beiyan to help me. Let's rest by the roadside first. Seeing that my grandfather looked unwell, Liu Beiyan hurriedly supported his arm. Liu Yuanguang sat on a bench by the roadside for a while, then looked at Su Suining. Don't be afraid. If it really is Liu biting, I will make her pay the price. Su Suining was even more confused. If it's Liu biting, how does she know I have inherited poison from birth? This puzzled her. Before, Liu biting had disappeared for a few days, then she saw her again in town. She also asked Luo Shindong to investigate. Liu biting had left her luggage at a local inn and then went to Hu Qingshan's hometown. Where she went in between, no one knew. Even if someone was investigating her, it wouldn't be in the provincial city looking for Chen Kaihua. But Chen Kaihua also seemed unaware of this. Liu Yuanguang was also puzzled by this. It seems she must know something. I'll go back in the next few days. Liu Beiyan was even angrier. Why is she so malicious? She's taken over someone's life and even wants to harm for profit.
Su Suining frowned.
This whole matter was full of strange clues. That night, she and Hu Qingshan analyzed the situation but still couldn't understand. This malted milk powder was bought by Liu biting for Yaya. We've had it a few times, and we never thought she would poison it here. And how did she manage to poison so precisely? Hu Qingshan also couldn't see the connection. I'm free tomorrow morning. I'll go back with you to find out more.
Su Suining nodded.
Yes, we need to clarify this. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. She thought Chen Kaihua wouldn't say anything publicly, since the biological father of the original owner had a special status. If she spoke out, it would only cause trouble for herself. The next morning after breakfast, Hu Qingshan accompanied Su Suining back to her family home. They bought some apples and small cookies on the way. Only Chen Kaihua and the two children were at home. It was around work time, so everyone with a job had gone to work. When Chen Kaihua saw them, she first looked at Su Suining. After careful observation, she saw she looked well and relaxed a little. What did the doctor say? While asking, she moved a stool to pour tea for them. After sitting down, Su Suining and Hu Qingshan explained about the poisoning. Chen Kaihua was shocked. So, it really was the medicine in that small bottle that was the problem?
Su Suining nodded.
Where did that medicine come from? Chen Kaihua snorted coldly. It was given to your mother by your biological father. I knew that little white-faced guy wasn't good. Your mother, that clueless pig, still thought I was jealous of her. What are you jealous of? Finding a guy who can only talk and is nothing else? She was full of resentment toward her sister. After her sister died, she had no place to vent her anger, so she raised her sister's child while still angry. Who knew that the child, once grown, took after their mother in personality and outlook? A couple of years ago, she caused a big fuss over a young man, even threatening to end her life. Chen Kaihua decided quickly to find a reliable match for Su Suining, so she wouldn't come back in this life. She wanted to pretend she never raised such a selfish person. Thinking about it now still makes her angry, and her tone is sharp. Su Suining listened quietly to Chen Saihwa's complaints. Now she understands that Chen Kaihua cares about her, but also resents her. Since she's not her biological sister, raised as her, yet now an enemy. Who could stay calm? After Chen Kaihua finished complaining, Su Suining asked, "We have a suspect now, but she's about the same age as Hu Qingshan, and not from our area. How would she know about this?" Chen Kaihua reacted quickly. "You don't think I'm spreading rumors, do you? I'm not that careless. Neither of your brothers or sister knows about this. This isn't something to be proud of, so I wouldn't go around talking about it. Our family is doing well now, but many outside are jealous. If they find out, it could ruin our peace." Thinking about it, she became nervous. "I'm sure I don't know her, and I've never seen her. How does she know? Mom, could she be trying to harm us?" Her face turned pale at the thought. Su Suining wasn't sure how much Lu Baiting knew, or if it was just a coincidence. She was afraid and didn't dare take too much medicine, but unintentionally triggered toxins in her body. Seeing Chen Kaihua panicking, she quickly advised, "Mom, don't worry. I don't think she knows about my background, but we should stay alert." Chen Kaihua, feeling scared inside, asked, "How do we stay alert? If they find out who you really are, no one in our family will be safe." Hu Qingshan spoke to calm her. "It'll be fine. Burn those things, and leave no evidence." Chen Kaihua nodded repeatedly. "I've burned everything. After you left that day, I burned it all." Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. "Back then, when you went to the countryside, who else knew about Suining's situation?" Chen Kaihua shook her head again. "My sister is not all there. To be with that handsome young man, she was willing to live a hard life. They went to another village and found a shed to live in. No one there knows her. I delivered her baby myself. When she died, I was the one who dug the grave and buried her. At that time, I was both angry and sad for my foolish sister, so I took care of her. But I also felt ashamed and didn't tell anyone. After handling her affairs, I returned home with the baby. Luckily, my husband was understanding and agreed to keep the child. He told others he was the father. I took care of Chen Kaiying for half a year. I looked exhausted and thin, just like someone who had just given birth. So, the neighbors didn't think much about it." Hu Qingshan nodded. "That makes things easier. As long as they insist that Su Suining's child is yours, no one can prove otherwise. Even if Su Ning's real father is alive, he wouldn't dare come forward and cause trouble now." Chen Kaihua thought about it and agreed. That useless man disliked the hardship here and eventually ran away secretly. No one knows if he's alive or dead these days. If he's alive, he's probably living under a different name, afraid to reveal himself, or he'd be beaten to death. Thinking of this, her mood eased a little. That handsome young man really isn't a good person. Then she looked at Su Suining. "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Your belly looks pretty big, so don't run around everywhere. I've been meaning to visit you these days, but I have no one to watch the two little ones at home. I can't go anywhere." Su Suining looked at her two lively children. Since she sat down, they had been climbing and jumping like little monkeys. The younger one just learned to walk, shaky and unsteady, yet still wanted to crawl everywhere. Chen Kaihua talked to them while watching, occasionally shouting at them. She looked very tired. At this moment, Chen Kaihua felt more at ease and her tone improved. She started reminding Su Suining again. "Stay calm and rest well while you're pregnant. If it can be treated, then do so peacefully. I also made some small quilts these days. When I have time, I'll bring them to you." Su Suining quickly waved her hand. "No need, no need. I've prepared quite a bit myself." Chen Kaihua glared at her. "What you prepared is what you prepared. What I prepared is made by me, your grandmother. I originally wanted to help you watch the children, but given the situation, it might be a bit difficult. These two kids are just too naughty. Just watching them all day exhausts me." Su Suining felt very touched inside. "No need for me to watch the children. I can manage on my side. Chun Kaihua glanced at the shadow of the sun and estimated the time. Last time I came here, I didn't eat. Today, I had lunch at home. Your dad will be back at noon, so he can also see you. Su Sui-ning agreed. The original owner was not her biological child, and her identity was still a secret. Chun Kaihua and her husband were willing to raise her, which made them very kind. Rolling up her sleeves, she offered to help. Let me cook for you? Chun Kaihua looked at her belly again. No need. I can do it myself. You and Qingshan watch the kids. Just don't fall into the water or drop anything. She muttered, your belly is really too big. Su Sui-ning smiled and held up, because there are two. Chun Kaihua was surprised. What?
Two.
Oh my, then you should sit down quickly. She looked at Su Sui-ning's belly again. Two is fine. Just endure it once. While speaking, she hurried into the house to bring out some flour and started kneading dough to cook. Chun Kaihua was lively and quick, working efficiently. At noon, she made scallion pancakes, stir-fried a pot of potatoes with green beans, and scrambled eggs with scallions, all golden and fragrant, placed on a small table, filling the air with aroma. The two children were attracted by the smell and leaned over the table, reaching out to grab. Chun Kaihua caught them quickly and tapped each of their hands with chopsticks. What's going on? No manners at all.
Go.
Wash your hands first. The older one pouted and ran to wash his hands, almost crying, while the younger trembled and followed. Su Sui-ning wanted to help them wash their hands but was stopped by Chun Kaihua. No need, they can wash themselves. Sure enough, the older child was washing his hands properly, and the younger one followed suit. Soon, they sat properly at the table, waiting for the meal. The younger one, still small, pointed at the scrambled eggs and kept calling out to Chun Kaihua, Grandma, eat, Grandma, eat. Chun Kaihua ignored him, busy serving porridge, and asked Hua Qingshan to bring it over. Just as the porridge was served, Su Guoliang pushed his bicycle to the door, ringing the bell before entering. The two children immediately ran over, shouting Grandpa. Su Guoliang smiled warmly, holding a bunch of grapes, and greeted the children kindly. When he saw Su Sui-ning and Hua Qingshan sitting in the yard, he paused, parked his bike, and came over holding the little one, politely greeting, "You're back." Hua Qingshan stood up and called out, "Dad." Su Guoliang nodded. "Don't stand up, sit down and eat." He looked at the dishes on the table and asked Chun Kaihua, "Why didn't you buy a chicken for lunch? Sui-ning and Qingshan came back, and you didn't even bother to cook a proper meal." Chun Kaihua felt a bit helpless. They'll be here by noon. Where can I buy a chicken? Fine. We'll just eat something simple for now. Next time, we'll make dumplings together. Su Guoliang looked at Su Sui-ning again. Don't mind your mom's temper. She's just like that, hot-tempered. Su Sui-ning looked at the gentle and kind Su Guoliang, which was completely different from her memory of the original owner. In her memory, her father was weak and ineffective, playing the role of a good-natured person. After Chun Kaihua sat down, she peeled some eggs for her two grandsons, leaving the rest in front of Su Sui-ning. Eat more eggs. It's hard to carry two babies. You must get enough nutrition, or it will be hard to give birth later. Su Guoliang was a bit surprised. Twins? Then you should eat nutritious food. How long will you stay in the city? If our factory gets more fish, I'll send some to you. Chun Kaihua didn't say anything, clearly agreeing. Su Sui-ning felt a bit shy. No need, no need. Keep the fish for Xiao Bao and the others. Chun Kaihua looked at her with disdain. What are they going to do with fish? So many bones, it's troublesome. Su Guoliang frowned. Look at you. Can't you speak properly? When you speak nicely, it just sounds wrong. Chun Kaihua snorted coldly. Isn't what I said the truth? Su Sui-ning watched her parents arguing and couldn't help but smile. They are an ordinary couple, very kind, but the original owner, being love-struck, often disagreed with them. After eating, Hua Qingshan sat down to chat with Su Guoliang. Chun Kaihua called Su Sui-ning into the room to see the small quilt she was making. Once inside, Chun Kaihua didn't hold back, staring at Su Sui-ning. You really want to spend your life with Hua Qingshan now? Have you given up on that little white face? Chun Jingchen's mother is not an easy person. Her family eats eggs by counting heads. Only men are allowed to eat, while women are not even allowed to sit at the table. Su Suining nods repeatedly, saying, "Yes, I am now very content and grateful to you all. It was right for you to stop us back then." Chen Saihua's expression improves, and she even looks a bit proud. "See, I can still cause trouble for you? Now you're living peacefully with Qingshan, not with your in-laws, eating whatever you want. Life is much better. Your sister is stubborn. She didn't listen to me back then and insisted on marrying a man with the surname Li. He's a good young man, hard-working and capable, but he has many younger brothers and sisters to support, and her in-laws are not in good health. Why do I have her bring money back sometimes? I'm worried she'll spend it all on her younger brother and sister-in-law, leaving her own children to suffer. If she gets sick or faces a disaster, won't she need money? When that happens, she can give her some." Su Suining is surprised again. She hadn't known it was like this. In her original memory, it was seen as forcing her sister to bring money home to support the family's 2 sons. Chen Kaihua sighs. Living day by day means taking one step at a time. You can't just look at what's good now, what about later? Your sister is kind and soft-hearted. She can't bear to see others suffer. But if she really has a problem, who will take care of her? While speaking, she rummages through a box and takes out a small, finished quilt. The fabric is new, the cotton is from last year. I've dried it out, and it's still very soft. The yellow small-flowered quilt is thick and soft. Su Suining touches it, feeling touched. "Mom, I was ungrateful before. I'm sorry to you and Dad." Chen Kaihua is momentarily stunned, not expecting Su Suining to speak kindly. She looks a bit uncomfortable and says, "Why are you saying all this? You're all our children. Our hearts are with you. We just want you to have a better life." Su Suining nods repeatedly, tears of gratitude almost coming to her eyes. Chen Kaihua, overwhelmed by the emotional scene, quickly hands the quilt to Su Suining. "All right, take it and go rest." In the yard, Su Guoliang is speaking cautiously when facing Hu Qingshan. Since Hu Qingshan holds a high rank, if he were in a local government position, it would be quite senior. He, an ordinary worker, doesn't dare speak carelessly to a leader. Hu Qingshan notices his nervousness. He's not a talkative person anyway, so now he remains silent, making the atmosphere awkward and quiet. When Su Suining comes out of the house holding the small quilt with Chen Kaihua, both stand up quickly and breathe a sigh of relief. Hu Qingshan walks quickly towards Su Suining and takes the small quilt from her hands. Su Suining smiled with her eyes slightly squinted and said, "Let's go home first. We can come back another day, when we have more time." She also called out to Chen Kaihua, "Mom, when you have time, take the kids to the residential area to visit me and play." Chen Kaihua replied perfunctorily. Su Suining then greeted Su Guoliang before leaving with Hu Qingshan. Su Guoliang held little treasure and stood at the door with Chen Kaihua, watching Hu Qingshan and Su Suining walk away. He sighed again. Suining accidentally found a good partner. Chen Kaihua snorted. "Suining looks good. She should have a good life." Su Guoliang frowned. "What kind of theory is that?" Chen Kaihua looked at him with disdain. "Look at you. In front of Hu Qingshan, you don't even dare to say a word." Su Guoliang said nothing because he truly didn't dare. That man's presence was just too strong. Chen Kaihua suddenly welled up with tears again. This kid is finally waking up. If she had continued to be like her dead mother, I'd be so angry I'd die. Su Guoliang was startled and looked around. "What are you talking about? Hurry home." Su Suining and Hu Qingshan strolled slowly along the Yellow River, still full of questions. Does Lu Biting know or not? If she knows, how does she know? Hu Qingshan couldn't figure it out either. It's probably accidental. Since we can't find out, let's assume she knows. Just be more cautious. Su Suining got angry again. Why is the provincial capital so far from Beijing? I really want to grab her by the neck and ask what's going on. If it weren't so far away, she'd even consider giving her a good beating. But with such a long distance, venting her anger wasn't possible. Hu Qingshan quickly comforted her. "Don't worry. If she poisons someone, she won't give up easily and will come back. Su Suining gritted her teeth. If she dares to come, I'll throw her into the Yellow River to feed the fish. How could someone be so cruel and shameless? Hua Qingshan was so frightened by her tone that he didn't dare to speak. He was silent for a while before saying, "Killing is illegal. There are other ways to handle this." Su Suining chuckled and reached out to hold his hand. "You're so cute." "I was just joking. I definitely wouldn't do anything illegal." Hua Qingshan was stunned for a moment, looked down at her hand holding his, and hesitated whether to pull back. But Su Suining had already let go, and he felt a little disappointed inside. Now that she was pregnant, she liked to hold her belly with both hands when walking, which made her feel more comfortable. Otherwise, I would feel a dull pain in my stomach that pulls downward. As I walk back, I chat casually with Hua Qingshan. I can't see below my belly. Are there any patterns there? Hua Qingshan answers without thinking no. Su Suining laughs happily. You haven't looked carefully. How do you know there are no patterns? There must be stretch marks. Later, I'll ask Dr. Hua if he can help fix it. Hua Qingshan doesn't quite understand. What are these marks and what do they mean? It's okay if they're there. Su Suining glances at him, realizing he probably doesn't know what stretch marks are. She giggles mischievously. No, that's not good. Those marks don't look nice, and they might affect how you feel during the experience. Seeing Su Suining's expression, although he doesn't understand what she means by experience, he knows it's not something proper. He purses his lips and stays silent. He doesn't ask because he's afraid Su Suining might tease him by the Yellow River. In the evening, Lu Yuanguang discusses with the three of them. He plans to go back and investigate Liu Beiting carefully. Recently, I've had people watching Liu Beiting. Her life is pretty regular, just home and work. She doesn't seem to associate with anyone outside. Liu Beiyan snorts. She's so scheming. She probably knows she'll get caught, so she's been acting honest. Grandpa, don't let me go back. I'll give her a good scolding, and she'll tell us everything. Lu Yuanguang glares. We said don't be impulsive. Fighting doesn't solve anything. Liu Beiyan scratches her head, suddenly thinking of something. Grandpa, do you think third brother helped her? They've been close since they were kids, and third brother studies chemistry. Lu Yuanguang pauses, then frowns. Don't talk nonsense. Your third brother has been tested by the organization. He wouldn't lack a sense of right and wrong. Liu Beiyan snorts defiantly. You don't know. They've been close since childhood. Always bullying me. Only Big Brother stood by me. Unfortunately, Big Brother joined the army early, so I was bullied by them every day. Lu Yuanguang naturally doesn't believe her. You're just kids playing house. Today you're friends, tomorrow you're enemies. When your third brother bullied you, was he secretly finding a doctor for you when you were sick? Liu Beiyan falls silent for a moment, then nods. That's true. My third brother has been pretty good to me since he grew up, but he often stays in the lab and doesn't come home. Su Suining rarely hears Liu Beiyan mention their third brother, Liu Beichen, and feels his presence is weak. Now that Liu Beiyan mentions him, she becomes curious about Liu Beichen too. Liu Beichen studies chemistry and has a good relationship with Liu Beiting. Could he possibly be helping her? When the old man went to rest at the guest house, Hua Qingshan went to the military district to study. Su Suining then asked about Liu Beichen. Liu Beiyan smiled and said, Yesterday, I was in a hurry and said some careless words. Actually, my third brother is a good person. He doesn't talk much. When we were young, he was quite protective of Liu Beiting. Because Liu Beiting and he grew up together every day, I grew up with my grandparents, so our bond isn't as deep. Plus, Liu Beiting is good at comforting others. Whenever she's at fault, she tends to blame me. My third brother believes her and ends up scolding me. Su Suining was surprised. She's like that and you didn't notice? Liu Beiyan blinked. Kids often fight and play around. It's normal. One day they like this person, the next day they like another. So, I didn't think much about it.
And
I was really mischievous. I also often scold my third brother. He and Liu Beiting are in cahoots, like two pigs in the same pants. After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. Haha, when we were little, we didn't think much. As we grew up, our relationship was still okay.
So,
I couldn't really see Lu Baiting like that. Thinking back now, Lu Baiting was very good at pretending. She was diligent and studious in front of her parents. Even though she didn't like studying, Lu Baiting would study every day and often ask her parents questions, especially Lu Beichen. Because of that, everyone liked Lu Baiting, who loved to study. Lu Beiyan hadn't thought much before. Loving to study and being favored was natural. Who wouldn't love her? But then, she thought about how Lu Baiting cheated after marriage and was caught in the act. Such a big mistake. If she had done it, Mei Shuqin would have broken her legs. Lu Baiting, however, was fine. Later, Mei Shuqin even falsely accused her, blaming the Luo family for being incompetent and Luo Zhendong for not being good enough, saying that was why Lu Baiting cheated. Thinking of this, Lu Beiyan looked at Su Suining with a complicated expression. I used to think my mom was very clever. How come she didn't see that Lu Baiting was playing her? Su Suining fanned away a small flying insect with her fan. Your mom might not have known. She has her pride. If she admitted that Lu Baiting was at fault, people outside would laugh at her for not teaching her well. Lu Baiyan's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Lu Baiting is her pride. She's good at studying, capable, works at a newspaper, and is elegant and refined. Su Suining felt a bit hopeful. If one day, Mei Shuqin found out the whole truth, what would happen? After another acupuncture session, Hua Wei Hong reminded her, don't run around too much lately. Since it's twins, there's a high chance of early delivery. After today, no more acupuncture. Once the baby is born, we will start removing the toxins from your body. Su Suining nodded and looked at her arm, then at Hua Wei Hong. Teacher, do you know how to make that kind of ointment? The one that can hide stretch marks.
Hua Wei Hong.
No, it's normal to have stretch marks after childbirth.
Don't worry about it. Su Suining sighed.
But they don't look good. Teacher, have you thought about whether you'll teach me medicine? Hua Wei Hong felt overwhelmed. I told you you're not suitable for it. Su Suining waved her hand. I won't learn much. Just teach me some simple things. Take my pulse. Later, I can even take my grandfather's pulse. Hua Wei Hong knew that as long as he didn't agree, Su Suining would keep asking. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll teach you after you have the baby. Su Suining smiled, awkwardly holding her belly, and bowed to Hua Wei Hong. Thank you, teacher. Don't worry, I will study hard and won't let you down. After she left, Lu Yuanguang came in and asked Hua Wei Hong about Su Suining's condition. Hua Wei Hong explained, then sighed helplessly. Your granddaughter-in-law is really stubborn. She keeps pestering me to teach her medicine. Lu Yuanguang thought it was no big deal. Then just teach her. Look at your students, each one ungrateful. After something happens, they all try to distance themselves from you. That granddaughter-in-law of mine has good character. Besides, you're an old man. Do you plan to take all your skills to the grave? There has to be a successor. If you accept my granddaughter-in-law, I guarantee your skills will be passed down forever. Hua Wei Hong had never seen Lu Yuanguang so eloquent. The stubborn old man rarely spoke nicely. He quickly waved his hand. All right. I've agreed, but only after she has the baby. Lu Yuanguang was satisfied. Of course. Just teach her well. She won't let you down. I'm going back to Beijing tomorrow. I'm leaving the child in your hands. Be careful.
Hua Wei Hong.
Don't worry. Even if she's not your granddaughter-in-law, I'll still care. Lu Yuanguang was reluctant to leave Lu Beiyan. After seeing Lu Yuanguang off, Lu Beiyan linked her arm with Su Suining. Grandpa and Grandma are the closest to me. Sadly, after Grandma passed away, Grandpa couldn't take care of me and sent me back. I was already 10 then. If I had stayed with Grandpa and Grandma all along, I could have joined the army. Su Suining knew that this was Lu Baiyan's biggest regret. She smiled and comforted him, saying, although you didn't serve in the army, you can find someone who did, like Luo Zhendong. Lu Beiyan exclaimed, second sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Su Suining laughed happily. Life has been very peaceful lately. In Jing City, Lu Baiting's life was not easy. She was very worried after hearing that Lu Yuanguang was coming back. She wondered how Su Suining was doing with her poisoning. Suddenly, she felt that Hao Qingshan's identity might also be hard to hide. After some hesitation, she decided to let Mei Shuqin find out first, and then see what to do next. She couldn't speak directly, so she took out the newspaper Hao Qingshan reported and placed it on the coffee table for Mei Shuqin to discover herself. Mei Shuqin, as usual, sat on the sofa after work, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. When she saw Hao Qingshan winning first place in the military competition, she paused briefly, then looked more carefully at the content. The competition was in the northwest, but there were no photos. She quickly called Lu Baiting. Baiting, come here. Is that rural guy called Hao Qingshan? Lu Baiting came out of the bedroom and sat beside Mei Shuqin, pretending not to know anything. She leaned over to look at the newspaper. Hao Qingshan? He actually took first place? Mei Shuqin felt a bad premonition. Baiting, is the child you swapped with him Hao Qingshan? He's in the army and a regiment commander? Lu Baiting looked surprised and shocked. Mom, don't you know? I remember telling you he was in the Northwest Army, stationed in the mountains. Mei Shuqin frowned and carefully recalled, but she had no impression at all. She shook her head. You didn't tell me. I always thought he was in a rural mountain area. Lu Baiting almost cried. Mom, I did say that. I said I left because I was wrong, and I used his identity for so many years. Mei Shuqin's mind was a bit confused. She remembered these things, but maybe she hadn't paid attention at the time? Then, why didn't you tell me later? Seeing Mei Shuqin's changed expression, Lu Baiting hated herself more. She realized that she was a practical person. She knew Hao Qingshan had a high position and a bright future, so her attitude changed immediately. Her expression was hesitant. Later, I didn't dare to bring it up again because you said you didn't want to recognize these rural people. Mom, I was wrong. Should I go see him with you? Now that you and he are reunited, I can also rest assured and return to my original family. Mei Shuqin saw her crying and felt upset. She frowned and said, I didn't tell you to go back. You should have told us what he does. Your grandfather didn't say either. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Lu Yuanguang said they would regret it. That old man was actually waiting here. Lu Baiting looked at Mei Shuqin's changing expression and guessed what she was thinking. Mom, Hua Qingshan is actually quite good. Every time you mention him, you look down on him, so I didn't dare bring him up again. Mei Shuqin's face looked worse. You guys didn't even tell me what he does. If you had told me earlier that he became a squad leader, I would have gone to see him long ago. Now, the old man had visited several times, and Lu Baiyan hadn't come back from there. She hadn't gone yet, and if she went now, what would Hua Qingshan think? Although she had no feelings for this son, he was very talented. Lu Baiting wiped her eyes.
Then,
Mom, I'll go with you. If Hua Qingshan has any misunderstandings about you, I can help explain. I can explain that it's because your work is busy, not that you don't want to recognize him. If he doesn't want me to stay in the Lu family, I can leave. Don't worry. I will never forget how you and Dad raised me. When you're old, I will come back to take care of you. Mei Shuqin calmed down a bit. Don't be sad. Even if he comes back, it won't affect you. She quickly calculated in her mind. Keeping Lu Baiting would also help her gain a good reputation. Others would say she was kind and generous, even if she wasn't his biological child. She comforted Lu Baiting a few more times. Just as you said, we'll go to the Northwest now and see how things are. I can't believe you kept such a big secret from me. Lu Baiting didn't speak, knowing that Mei Shuqin was already shifting the blame. Later that night, Mei Shuqin told her husband, Lu Jinping, about this. Lu Jinping was also very shocked. He's a squad leader at only 27? That's 3 years younger than Bei Feng. Bei Feng was a battalion commander when he sacrificed, and he's already a squad leader now. That means he's very capable. Lu Jinping pushed his glasses up. Why didn't we know about this? You should ask for leave and go see for yourself. What exactly is going on? Mei Shuqin nodded. I think the same. Beiting told me about it before, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. And your dad knows about it too. He definitely knows, but he just won't say it. Lu Jinping sighed and said, "We can't blame my dad entirely. We didn't pay enough attention, and we never asked proactively. Anyway, we need to handle this quickly. No matter what, we have to accept this son." Mei Shuqin wasn't worried that Hu Qingshan wouldn't recognize them. I think Bai Yan and Dad went over and stayed for a while. They probably already acknowledged each other. Hu Qingshan is able to get to his current position because of his ability, but in the future it will depend on our family, right? Just for that reason, he won't refuse us. She couldn't believe that someone from a family struggling to eat in the countryside and someone from a well-known family in Beijing would be rejected by Hu Qingshan. In the past 2 days, Su Suining felt lighter and had developed an interest in cooking again. She and Liu Beiyan often experimented with making bread. After baking a batch of bread, she called Su Hongmei from the next door to come and try it. Su Hongmei brought her 8-year-old son over, smiling and praising, "This milky aroma is so tempting. It could make the children in the yard cry with envy." Su Suining felt a bit shy. "The oven is too small. Maybe I should bake some bread for all the kids in the yard." Su Hongmei laughed. "There are so many children in the yard, and everyone might come to you with flour, eggs, and milk powder." Su Suining happily tore off a big piece of bread for the boy and gave a piece to Su Hongmei. She tasted it and kept praising, "It's really delicious, even better than what the wife of the teacher's family used to make." Su Suining smiled. "I just made it casually. Maybe I added a bit too much sugar, so it's sweeter and tastier." Su Hongmei kept praising and joked, "People are still talking about you and Captain Hua. They say your relationship is really good. They often see you walking together, and he even supports your arm." Su Suining thought for a moment. It was probably a few days ago when Hu Qingshan accompanied her for acupuncture and was seen by the people in the yard. She pursed her lips and smiled without explaining. Su Hongmei sighed, "My husband, he's afraid to go out, as if he wants to stay 8 yards away from me. Worried others will find out we're together." Su Suining couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Hongmei chatted with Su Suining for a while longer. Su Suining realized that the people in this family compound were all very kind and honest, with no conflicts. For example, Su Hongmei didn't like to gossip. She was just enthusiastic about telling her the best times to buy meat, when the service station sold fish, and when canned food would be available. Both Su Suining and Liu Beiyan listened carefully and were very interested because they liked to eat, and this information was very useful. As they were chatting, a soldier led 2 women inside. Liu Beiyan was shocked to see Mei Shuqin and Liu Beiting and stood up quickly. "Mom, why are you here?" Su Suining saw the 2 sitting calmly on chairs, her smile gone, her face cold as she looked at them. Su Hongmei saw visitors at home and hurriedly called her son to come back. She looked at the guests and thought that her relationship with Su Suining wasn't very good. Liu Beiting saw Su Suining sitting peacefully, her belly still big, and felt a bit confused. Mei Shuqin looked at Su Suining with a slightly critical gaze. She was very beautiful, no wonder she ran away with someone. Su Suining didn't care about Mei Shuqin's attitude. She just looked at them indifferently, not intending to let anyone into the yard. Liu Beiyan frowned and asked Mei Shuqin, "Mom, why didn't you say anything before coming?" Mei Shuqin looked at Liu Beiyan seriously. "Why can't I come? Such a big thing happened and you didn't tell me? You were hiding it from me?" Liu Beiyan found it hard to believe. "What are you hiding from us? Didn't Grandpa tell you?" Mei Shuqin's face was cold. "No one told me. Your second brother became a team leader." Liu Beiyan thought it was funny. "Does that matter? If he's not a team leader, is he no longer your son?" Mei Shuqin glared at her daughter. "You really have no manners at all." While saying this, she looked at Su Suining. She had been here so long, and this woman sat still without moving, and her gaze was like she was laughing at her. This made her even angrier. "I didn't say I wouldn't recognize her. I was busy before, and now I finally have time to come. Do you think I'm like you with nothing to do all day?" Liu Beiting quickly tried to comfort her. "Beiyan, how can you talk to Mom like that? Mom has been worried about this, but she's been too busy at work lately and couldn't come. Liu Beiyan didn't indulge her. Is it because work is busy, or are you just sick? Liu Biding, I never realized you could act so well. Liu Biding's face instantly turned unpleasant. She gritted her teeth, looking somewhat wronged at Mei Shuqin. Mom, I don't know why Beiyan misunderstood me.
I didn't mean that. Susuining sighed inwardly.
Liu Biding's green tea attitude was too obvious. Liu Beiyan would definitely suffer. Sure enough, Mei Shuqin looked at Liu Beiyan with displeasure.
How do you talk to your sister?
She's sick and you don't care, and you're here mocking her? Is this how I raised you? Liu Beiyan was unconvinced. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? You weren't planning to come, so how did she suddenly get sick? Mei Shuqin was very angry and spoke sternly. Liu Beiyan, what did I do? Do I need to report to you about everything? Your sister didn't tell me to stay. I stayed because I wanted to. You and her grew up together. My husband and I are busy with work. Who took care of you? Wasn't it your sister? If you don't know how to be grateful, that's fine, but to speak like that, you're really disappointing me. Liu Beiyan's eyes instantly turned red. She had heard this many times since she was a child. She wanted to argue loudly with Mei Shuqin, but finally held back. This is the family compound. She couldn't let others see her as a joke or bring bad influence to second brother and second sister-in-law. With reddened eyes, she swallowed her words hard. Su Suining then stood up, holding her belly, and walked over to Liu Beiyan. She looked at Mei Shuqin calmly, then at Liu Biding. Who are you looking for? Mei Shuqin hadn't noticed earlier, but now she saw that Su Suining's belly was quite large. She was a bit surprised. Are you about to give birth? Su Suining smiled faintly and ignored her, instead looking at Liu Biding. You. Why are you here again? Liu Biding had already prepared her response. Suining, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I told my parents about my background when I got home. Su Suining raised an eyebrow. Oh, what did you say? Liu Biding hesitated for a moment. I know I am not biologically related. I was very upset and sad at the time, so I might not have explained clearly, and my mom misunderstood. Su Suining asked again. What kind of misunderstanding? Mei Shuqin felt uncomfortable inside. On the way here, she had already learned from Liu Biding about Hu Qingshan's wife. She also asked about Hu Qingshan's wife running away, and after knowing that, she looked down on Su Suining even more. Now seeing Su Suining being aggressive and serious, she spoke. I am Hu Qingshan's biological mother. When I gave birth to him, there was an accident and he was switched. After I found out, I wanted to come over immediately, but I was too busy with work. Anyway, Hu Qingshan is part of our Liu family. We will definitely acknowledge him. Su Suining could naturally see the contempt in Mei Shuqin's eyes and could guess that Liu Biding hadn't spoken well about her. But it didn't matter. If Mei Shuqin was rude to her, she would respond even more firmly. She slightly curled her lips and smiled. I thought you looked down on Hu Qingshan because he's from the countryside, uneducated, and thought acknowledging him would be embarrassing. Are you planning not to acknowledge him anymore? Mei Shuqin's face instantly turned grim.
What are you talking about?
Su Suining smiled again. It's not important. Our small family is peaceful now, life is smooth, and we don't need any relatives from Jing City to add to our happiness. Mei Shuqin hesitated, her expression becoming even more displeased. What do you mean? Su Suining looked serious and said firmly, That's exactly what I mean. You don't need to act like you're doing us a favor by recognizing Hu Qingshan. He's now an adult and doesn't need parental concern with any purpose, nor does he need anyone's help. We don't have to recognize your family, so you don't need to speak so arrogantly here. Mei Shuqin's face changed repeatedly. She didn't expect Su Suining to speak so impolitely. She wanted to get angry, but knew that Su Suining dared to say this, because Hu Qingshan gave her the confidence. She couldn't let the atmosphere turn tense before seeing her son. She held back her anger and looked at Liu Beiyan. Since your second brother isn't here, you accompany us to the guest house to rest. I have something to talk to you about. Liu Beiyan stiffened her neck. I'm not going. If you can find this place, you can find the guest house yourself.
Go on without me.
Mei Shu-chin was so angry she stared blankly, helpless. She could only go to the guest house with Liu Beiyan first. She wouldn't argue with Su Suining to lower her dignity. On the way to the guest house, Mei Shu-chin couldn't help but complain. What kind of daughter-in-law is this? She has no manners at all. Not greeting elders is one thing, but then she even refuses to recognize us. She really is unaware of her place. Liu Beiyan saw that Su Suining was fine and not sick, but she felt uneasy. Was the poison in her body under control? As for Su Suining's statement about not recognizing the Liu family, she didn't believe it. If she truly didn't recognize the Liu family, why would she be willing to keep Liu Beiyan? She also didn't reject Liu Yuanguang. Surely, she wanted to take advantage of her past hardships to control Mei Shu-chin. She quietly analyzed this and shared her thoughts with Mei Shu-chin. After hearing this, Mei Shu-chin also thought it through and believed it made sense. Trying to control me? That's a mistake. We'll see what happens when we meet Hu Qingshan tonight. Liu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. Hu Qingshan is really good. It's just, maybe he's been fooled by Su Suining. Look at Beiyan, she used to be like this too. Although rebellious, she would never speak to you like this. She sighed. I'm really worried that Beiyan here might be getting influenced badly. Mei Shu-chin looked even more unhappy. Tonight, I will call her over and give her a good talk. She's such a big girl now, and she can't tell right from wrong. Liu Beiting gently comforted her. Mom, don't worry too much. Take your time. Beiyan has been spoiled by Grandpa and Grandma. If you're too harsh, she might listen even less. Also, Mom, you should try to control your temper and find out more about Su Suining and the baby she's carrying. Liu Beiting nervously looked at Mei Shu-chin. What's wrong? Isn't Su Suining from the provincial city? Why would she be interested in Hu Qingshan? She's probably after his position. Plus, her reputation might not be good, so it's hard for her to find a partner in the city. Although Mei Shu-chin was a woman, she often had some mean thoughts about pretty women or women who like to dress up. Liu Beiting heaved a sigh of relief. Then it's unclear. Mom, don't be too angry. Just wait until you see Hu Qingshan again. Mei Shu-chin didn't say anything, but she felt uneasy for no clear reason. She had been strong-willed most of her life, always interfering in family matters. She liked to keep everything under control. Now, with Hu Qingshan involved, things had gotten out of her hands, which made her very anxious. After Mei Shu-chin and Liu Beiting left, Liu Beiyan was still angry. Afraid that Su Suining might be upset, she quickly comforted her. Second sister-in-law, don't be mad. My mom is like this. She's used to being the boss. When she's at home, she's the same. Su Suining didn't mind. Your mom's temper is indeed bad and stubborn. I didn't expect Liu Beiting to come here. Liu Beiyan was surprised. She came? Does she think we didn't notice? Or does she want to cause trouble? Su Suining thought for a moment. Let's just wait and see what she does. Liu Beiyan was getting angrier. You saw it too, right? My mom favors her. Whatever she says, my mom believes. Whatever I say, my mom thinks I'm just making trouble. Su Suining smiled and patted her hand. Parents usually like obedient and sweet-talking children. It's normal. Don't worry too much. Think about it. If one day your mom finds out who Liu Beiting really is, she'd be so heartbroken. Liu Beiyan remained silent. Although she disliked her mother's actions, she didn't want her mother to get hurt. In the evening, Hu Qingshan returned and met Mei Shu-chin and Liu Beiting at the gate of the residential compound. When he saw Liu Beiting, he frowned and a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. He already guessed who Mei Shu-chin was. When Mei Shu-chin saw Hu Qingshan, she was stunned. Before seeing him, she had heard he resembled someone, but she didn't feel much. However, upon seeing his real face, young and determined, like a brave son who sacrificed himself, she felt a deep ache. There were also shadows of the Liu family. His strong, deep features made her heart tighten. Mei Shu-chin was stunned for a while before tremblingly speaking, Qingshan? I'm sorry, I came late. At that moment, she suddenly regretted not coming earlier, thinking that if she had arrived sooner, there wouldn't be so much awkwardness and difficulty. Hu Qingshan's emotions were calm, his tone was steady. Let's talk at home. He didn't want to discuss this outside the family house, making the matter public. After speaking, he took the lead and left. Mei Shuqin was stunned for a moment before quickly catching up. Looking at Hu Qingshan's tall back, she felt both sad and regretful. Lu Baiting, standing nearby, saw clearly and could guess her feelings. She had always favored Liu Beifeng, and after his sacrifice, she was still overwhelmed. Now, with a son who resembled Liu Beifeng even more, perhaps better, her heart ached even more. Clenching her teeth, Liu Baiting felt a sense of frustration. If people found out she wasn't really from the Liu family, how could she survive in her workplace? Returning to that poor mountain village was impossible. Hu Qingshan returned, followed by Mei Shuqin and Liu Baiting. Su Suining was not surprised at all. She smiled warmly at Hu Qingshan. You're back? We didn't cook tonight. Let's go have some wonton. Hu Qingshan nodded and agreed, naturally supporting Su Suining's arm. Let's go inside. They might have something to say. Su Suining chuckled and nodded. Okay. Mei Shuqin, who followed in, saw Hu Qingshan's tone and attitude towards Su Suining, especially that last remark. They might have something to say. Her heart sank. Her son probably wouldn't recognize her. Silently, she entered the house. The main hall had only a simple 8-treasure table and 4 stools. Everything else was empty and sparse, looking very bleak. Hu Qingshan helped Su Suining sit down but didn't invite Mei Shuqin to join, clearly indicating he didn't want to acknowledge her. Suddenly feeling guilty and shy, Mei Shuqin looked at Hu Qingshan with red eyes. Seeing you doing well now makes me and your father very happy. When I heard this news, I felt very upset. I've known about this for many days and felt terrible. It was my and your father's negligence that caused us to lose you and let you suffer for so many years. I wanted to come right away, but I was busy with work and couldn't leave. Recently, your father and I have been discussing. If you're willing, we can help you transfer to the Beijing military district. Su Suining looked up quietly at Mei Shuqin. Her words and expressions showed sincerity, but she also subtly used benefits to tempt Hu Qingshan. It made her think of a quote she saw online. Not all parents truly care about their children. Many are practical and calculating, weighing gains and losses. They say they love their children, but actually, they love themselves more. Mei Shuqin is clearly like this. She favors the child who can bring her benefits. After speaking, Mei Shuqin looked at Hu Qingshan with hope in her eyes. Hu Qingshan remained calm, looking at her with a cold and distant gaze. What you said doesn't matter much to me. I am living well now, and I am happy with my current life. They don't bother each other, as long as everyone is fine. That's enough. Mei Shuqin didn't expect Hu Qingshan to react like this. She was stunned for a moment and then said, Don't you want to spend your whole life in the Northwest? With your abilities and the help of the Liu family, you could have a better future in Beijing. She was puzzled inside. Old Liu Beibei refused family help, joined the army from the bottom, gradually achieved some success, and secretly signed up for the front line. It wasn't until she sacrificed that she found out. So, she wanted to guide her son well, to prevent him from making impulsive decisions out of youth that he might regret later. Before she finished speaking, Hu Qingshan interrupted, The Liu family situation has nothing to do with me. I've already made it clear, I am very satisfied with my current life. I don't want you to ruin it. After you finish, go back to Beijing and live as if I don't exist. Just go back to your old life. Mei Shuqin's mind went blank. Hu Qingshan's voice was cold, each word without warmth. This completely shattered her sense of superiority. She stood there, speechless. Liu Beiyan, hearing her mother's words, felt disgusted. If she wanted to reconcile with her son, she should do it properly. How could she act so high and mighty, full of superiority? She tugged Mei Shuqin's arm and said, Mom, how can you talk like that? Second brother didn't get to where he is today relying on anyone. Liu Baiting held Mei Shuqin's other arm. Mom, don't be angry. We came so suddenly. They aren't mentally prepared yet. Hua Qingshan stared intently at Lu Baiting and suddenly asked, "What are you here for again? What did you do in Longchuanping before?" Lu Baiting's heart fluttered. She didn't expect Hua Qingshan to be so direct. They had met only a few times, and each time, Hua Qingshan was cold and silent, never even looking at her. She tightly grabbed Mei Shuqin's sleeve, her voice trembling. "I'm afraid there might be a misunderstanding between you and Mom. I want to explain for Mom." Her voice shook as she held Mei Shuqin's arm tightly. "I know I haven't been fair to you all these years. I have enjoyed the life that was originally yours. I came this time just to give you back your rightful place." Su Suining sat quietly, watching Lu Baiting speak with a false smile, clearly very scheming. People like her, she knew, would never admit to their wrongdoings without evidence. Hua Qingshan didn't believe Lu Baiting either. "This is your family matter. Just go back and resolve it." Su Suining almost smiled secretly. They were still so naive. Hua Qingshan, with his strong will, never spoke around in circles. Lu Baiting's face turned pale. She turned to Mei Shuqin and said, "Mom, I think I shouldn't have come.
You and Dad should have a good talk."
"Don't worry about me. I'll pack my things at the guest house and leave tomorrow." She wiped her tears and left quickly. No unnecessary drama, straightforward and sincere. Su Suining admired her silently. Amazing, just this move was enough to control Mei Shuqin's feelings tightly. Mei Shuqin was stunned for a moment. After Lu Baiting left, she finally regained her composure and looked at Hua Qingshan. Without needing anyone to tell her, she sat down at the table, frowned, and spoke slowly. "I know. This situation is very unfair to you. Because of my negligence, you suffered a lot as a child. But Baiting is innocent. She's the child I raised since she was little, so I have feelings for her. I want you to return to the Lu family. She doesn't have to go back. Just treat her as an extra child at home. Your birthday is a year older now, so let's celebrate it as that. You're still the second child in the family, and she's your sister. Isn't that a good arrangement?" Hua Qingshan remained silent. He thought he had explained himself clearly, but Mei Shuqin still followed her own ideas. Lu Baiting was anxious. "Mom, why?" "Since you want to recognize second brother, then Lu Baiting, no, Hua Baiting, should go back to the countryside to find her real mother, Zhang Guilan." Mei Shuqin's face changed. "Baiting, do you have the right to speak here? You've been a sister to Lu Baiting for over 20 years. Don't you have any feelings at all? Don't forget, when you and your father are busy, she is the one who cooks for you all." Lu Baiyan snorted coldly. "Yes, she cooks for me, but I have to light the fire. If I don't, I can't eat." Mei Shuqin looked at Lu Baiyan with disappointment in her eyes. "Lighting the fire is what you should do." "Lu Baiyan, why are you becoming so aggressive now? It's really disappointing." Lu Baiyan held her head high, refusing to back down. Yes, I am disappointing. I am lazy and useless. But at least I'm better than Lu Baiting, who pretends to be kind and then secretly does harmful things." Mei Shuqin was stunned. Harmful things? Who did she harm? Su Suining was still hesitant. If Mei Shuqin found out, Lu Baiting would definitely know. Would that cause trouble? Lu Baiyan was one step ahead. "She poisoned my second sister-in-law. A few days ago, she almost caused the baby to miscarry. Luckily, Dr. Hua was quick and saved my second sister-in-law and the baby. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy with 3 lives lost." Mei Shuqin was shocked. "How is that possible? There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Baiting would never poison anyone." Lu Baiyan snorted coldly. "See? You just don't believe me. She bought a can of milk powder and put poison in it. Luckily, my second sister-in-law ate only a little, so she wasn't too badly affected. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Hua at the military hospital." Mei Shuqin still didn't believe it. Lu Baiting has been timid since she was a child. Although she's a bit sneaky, she would never be so malicious. It's probably a misunderstanding, or maybe she ate something else by mistake. Lu Baiyan's face turned red with anger. "Mom, look at the evidence in front of you. You still choose to believe her, or think I'm making a fuss for no reason. If that's the case, don't acknowledge my second brother and his wife. It's better not to, and you won't suffer unjustly. Mei Shuqin looked upset. She also saw Hu Qingshan and Su Suining acting indifferent, watching calmly, as if they didn't care. Grinding her teeth, she stood up and shouted at Liu Beiyan, "Come outside with me." Liu Beiyan nonchalantly followed Mei Shuqin out, still remembering to tell Su Suining, second sister-in-law, "Save me some food. I'll come back later to eat." Su Suining felt a bit amused and helpless. After they left, she pulled Hu Qingshan to sit down, holding his hand. "Is this your mother? She's not very impressive, doesn't know right from wrong. We don't acknowledge her." Hu Qingshan, who didn't care much about biological parents anyway and knew Mei Shuqin and their attitude, felt nothing. He looked at Su Suining with gentle eyes. "It's okay, I'm not upset. Don't confront them directly. I'm worried that when I'm not around, you might get hurt. And Liu Beiting is still here, so she won't give up easily." Su Suining nods repeatedly. "Yes, I think the same. When I saw her at noon today, I knew she wasn't willing to leave easily. So, we can't let her find out what we're doing now." Hu Qingshan thinks for a moment. "If I go to class, stay at the residential area, and don't go out. If you need to go out, tell me, and I will take leave to go with you. Also, don't meet Liu Beiting alone. If they try to send something over, just throw it out."
Su Suining chuckles.
"Don't worry, I'll be careful. Are you waiting for Liu Beiting's backup to show up?" Hu Qingshan nods. He doesn't believe Liu Beiting's poisoning was accidental. The coincidence seems too perfect, which makes it suspicious. Who could be behind this? He worries it might be harmful to Su Suining. Su Suining understands his concern and gently touches his hand, where the veins are bulging. "Don't worry, Beiyan is here. I see Beiyan as brave, but a bit naive and straightforward. But she's quite clever. Just now, she only said I was poisoned, but didn't mention extracting the toxins from my body. That shows she knows what to say and what not to say. She seems reckless but is actually very careful. This trick might make Liu Beiting nervous and cause her to make a move." Hu Qingshan didn't expect that Beiyan, who looks loud and lively, is actually very capable of causing trouble.
Su Suining smiles.
"So, parents might not need to recognize her, but she must be acknowledged as my sister. She has strong values and is very loyal. If I'm not here in the future, she can definitely protect our children." Hu Qingshan pauses, tightly holding her hand.
"Don't say that."
Dr. Hua said everything will be fine. His voice tightens with obvious panic. Tears gather in Su Suining's eyes. "It hurts, Hu Qingshan. Let go, you're hurting me." Hu Qingshan quickly releases her hand, then rubs the spot he just squeezed, his voice still tense and soft. "You won't be harmed. You'll live a long life in this world." Su Suining's eyes fill with tears after hearing Hu Qingshan. She doesn't even think about what those 4 words, "in this world," really mean. Afraid that Qingshan would feel sad and overthink, I quickly said, "Yes, I still want to watch our 2 children get married and start families, then hold grandchildren." After speaking, I stood up, took Qingshan's hand, and said, "Let's go eat. Once we're done, the wontons in the cafeteria should be gone, and I want to bring some back for Beiyan." Mei Shuqin took Liu Beiyan out and continued walking until they reached the road outside the residential area, then stopped. Turning around, she looked seriously at Liu Beiyan and said, "Do you have a brain? Even if Liu Beiting poisoned someone, you can't say that in front of them. Besides, I don't believe your sister is that malicious. Has this been investigated?" Liu Beiyan frowned and replied, "Grandpa knows too." "Mom, what exactly did Liu Beiting put in your head? Why do you believe her so easily?" Mei Shuqin knitted her brows. "She has been excellent since she was a child, never letting us worry. How could she do something like this?" She paused. "Even if Liu Beiting did poison someone, tell me, what was her motive? You're 22 now, don't let others use you. I heard that Su Suining has a bad reputation." Liu Beiyan looked at her mother for a long moment. "You said you only heard that, but I know that second sister-in-law is very good. She's smart, gentle, and loves second brother. Before she arrived, second brother had a tough life. You don't know that. Since she came, everyone says second brother has become more caring. Mom, you really should let go of your prejudice and try to understand her. Also, do you think second brother cares about our Lu family? If you truly want to accept this son back, don't be so selfish. Can't you love your children and us like normal parents? Mei Shuqin had never seen her younger daughter speak so seriously or say so much. Surprised and angry, she said, "You think I'm selfish? I do all this to give you a good life. If your eldest brother listened to me, he would stay in the military district in Beijing. Could he sacrifice himself otherwise? If you listened to me, you would work at the street office. Do you have no job now? Selfish? I'm not selfish. Can you live worry-free since childhood? Look at others. How are they living? How are you living? Have you ever worn patched clothes since you were young? Liu Beiyan, you need to speak with conscience." Liu Beiyan also refused to back down. "Your intentions are good, but we want to do what we truly want. My eldest brother sacrificed, but he achieved his childhood dream. If everyone thought like you, who would defend our country? Those poor farmer children deserve it? Mom, if not for them, what would we eat? On what basis do you feel so superior?" Mei Shuqin slapped Liu Beiyan across the face, feeling humiliated as if her shameful mask had been torn away. She looked at Liu Beiyan with a stern face. "You really are so arrogant. Fine, I won't bother with you anymore. Let's see what kind of life you can make for yourself." She turned and left, trembling with anger. Liu Beiyan covered her face, eyes red with tears, feeling wronged. She wiped her tears and sat by the river for a while before going back home. When she returned, Su Suining and Hu Qingshan had just bought some wontons. They carried a basin of food, bringing back most of it, along with 2 flatbreads. Seeing Liu Beiyan come in, Su Suining quickly called out, "People blessed with good luck don't need to work hard. We just brought back the wontons. Hurry and wash your hands to eat." After Liu Beiyan sat down, she noticed her left cheek was swollen and red, with a clear handprint. Su Suining's heart sank. She looked at Hu Qingshan, signaling him to check Liu Beiyan's face. Hu Qingshan glanced and was also surprised. Liu Beiyan knew she couldn't hide it. She touched her face and looked calmly at Su Suining. "My mom is like that. When she can't argue, she hits me." Su Suining felt sorry for her and patted her hand gently. "Since you know her temper, don't argue back with her." Liu Beiyan's eyes reddened with grievance. "It's because she's my mom. I can't do anything about it. But she shouldn't be so overbearing just because she's my mom. She always claims it's for our good. But does she even know what we want?" Tears fell as she spoke. Su Suining looked at Hu Qingshan. He went to get a towel and handed it to Liu Beiyan. "Stop crying. Eat first." Liu Beiyan rarely received such care from her second brother. She chuckled softly, took the towel, and smiled again. "It's just a little uncomfortable. She always imposes her ideas on us, but refuses to admit her selfishness." The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt, and she started crying again. Su Suining served her a bowl of wontons. Liu Beiyan ate while crying, still telling Su Suining, second sister-in-law, "I want a little more vinegar." Mei Shuqin was also quite upset with Liu Beiyan's anger. She took a while to calm down before returning to the guest house. Seeing Mei Shuqin's unhappy face, Liu Beiyan quickly comforted her. "Mom, I'll leave tomorrow. You stay and talk with Hu Qingshan. There must be some misunderstanding." Mei Shuqin held back her questions about the poison incident and looked at Liu Beiyan. "Are you leaving for Jing City now?" Liu Beiyan looked down, full of sadness. "I want to visit Longchuanping. No matter what, they are my biological parents. I want to see them, especially my mother. Her actions were so cruel, causing you and me to be separated for over 20 years. I think I should report her."
Mei Shuqin hesitated.
When she hadn't seen Hu Qingshan before, she didn't feel sadness or hesitation, and even didn't want to accept a naive, powerless country person back then. But now, knowing Hu Qingshan is very talented and seeing him in person, she feels differently. So she hesitated. She felt sorry for Lu Baiting, because it wasn't her fault. But she also felt sorry for Hu Qingshan. After all, he was her own son, abused by Zhang Guilin for so many years. How could she not be angry? Seeing Mei Shuqin silent, Lu Baiting guessed her thoughts, tears in her eyes. Mom, please talk to Hu Qingshan and clear up the misunderstanding. I've been your daughter for over 20 years, and I'm already happy about that. I guess Hu Qingshan doesn't want me to stay in the Lu family with him. He probably minds it. I'll leave then. When I get back to Beijing, I'll go to my workplace and apply to go back to the countryside. Mei Shuqin saw Lu Baiting crying like a flower in rain, feeling soft-hearted. Don't cry first. You're both adults. Your presence doesn't affect him. I will talk to him properly. Lu Baiting reached out and hugged Mei Shuqin, crying loudly. Mom, I really can't bear to leave you and Dad. I haven't been able to show my filial piety to you yet. You and Dad raised me so well. I'm really worried I won't be able to stay with you to be filial. Mei Shuqin also felt sad. She once again thought that accepting Hu Qingshan and keeping Lu Baiting didn't conflict at all. She was anxious today, but tomorrow she would talk to Hu Qingshan alone and calmly. But before that, she needed to go to the hospital to check if Su Suining was really poisoned. The next morning, after breakfast, Mei Shuqin told Lu Baiting she was going out and would be back soon. Lu Baiting watched her leave and secretly followed. They went to the hospital together.